Chapter 3799. When the laughter came to an end, the demonic chi that filled the sky also rapidly shrank, causing the huge figure to become even more solid. I have never seen someone like you who dares to speak such arrogant words in front of this king. Yang Kai coldly replied, "It's not too late to see it now." Mo Sheng smiled gently, his huge eyes sizing up Yang Kai from thousands of kilometers away before gently nodding. "Not bad, Yang Kai. If you want to live, this king advises you not to make a move, otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Shameless boasting. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "If you were at your peak, I would naturally not be your opponent, but now, how much of your strength can you display at your peak?" Mo Sheng was slightly pained as he said earnestly, "Don't be so stubborn." "Enough nonsense. Since you don't want to retreat, you can stay here forever," Yang Kai angrily shouted as he pushed his hands outwards, as if he was pushing an invisible door. Following this action, the Pure Land that had already spread to a radius of 1,000,000 square meters suddenly expanded outwards, more than doubling in size in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the speed was extremely fast, as if it could restore the entire star boundary in a single breath. "Idiot!" Mo Sheng slowly shook his head, a touch of anger appearing on his huge face as he lost interest in continuing to communicate with Yang Kai. Raising his two palms that seemed to cover the sky, he gently hugged them. The expanding Pure Land suddenly came to a halt, and even Yang Kai could not help but let out a muffled groan as he gritted his teeth and desperately urged his world energy. As the only great emperors in this world, he could clearly feel that following Mo Sheng's careless action, his own world energy was instantly suppressed. The expanding Pure Land actually showed signs of being compressed back into its original size. Yang Kai was shocked. Was this the power of the great demon god? And the huge figure in front of him was only condensed from the boundless demonic chi, so it could not be considered the great demon god's true body. In other words, it could not display the great demon god's full strength. If a figure condensed from the demonic chi could do this, then how mighty was the great demon god at his peak? How unfathomable were the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, who could shatter his body? And the person who had severely injured the great demon god in the beginning? All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, "Open!" Tao and the will of the world, the only remaining great emperors of the star boundary and the great demon god's battlefield, colliding with the great demon god. No one was able to observe the details of this battle, but as time passed, huge spatial cracks appeared one after another. The entire world seemed to be unable to bear the burden and was about to collapse at any moment. Everyone's face. A battle of this level had even surpassed the battle of life and death between Yang Kai and Qin Yi, reaching a level that they could not understand. Although the battle between Yang Kai and Qin Yi was fierce, at the very least, they were able to see and get a general idea of what was going on. However, in this fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger, no one knew what had happened, so they naturally didn't know who was stronger and who was weaker. But looking at Yang Kai's expression, everyone knew that Yang Kai was definitely under unimaginable pressure. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared in the void. They were like pitch-black pythons swimming in the heavens and earth, making people feel uneasy and terrified. The demon land made a comeback, and Yang Kai's previous hard work turned into nothing bit by bit. 2 hours later, the demonic chi that had retreated gathered again in everyone's field of vision and slowly pressed towards the high heaven palace. Kai Yang's body trembled violently, and from time to time, a burst of explosive sounds could be heard from his body, followed by a bloody mist. His entire face was pale to the extreme. Zhu Yan and Fu Sui looked at each other. The husband and wife did not need to say anything. Their hearts were connected, and they soared into the sky, turning into two huge dragons that charged towards the east. They did not know if they could return safely, but they had no time to care about other things now. Although Yang Kai already had the power of great emperors, he had just advanced, after all. Moreover, he had fought a great battle with Qin Yi before, and had consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, he was at a disadvantage in the battle with the great demon god, and it looked like he was about to lose, and the only ones who could help him now were the husband and wife. Although there were millions of people, I will go, and I will not relapse. The two great elders of the dragon race took the initiative to meet the attack. Dragon roars rang out as the azure dragon and the white dragon tangled with each other. Their auras merged, and their auras rose madly. However, before they could approach the body of the great demon god's demonic chi, three figures came up to meet them. It was Xue Li and the others who had retreated earlier. They were all old rivals, and as soon as they met, they did not say anything and fought until the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. However, this time was different from the past. Zhu Yan and Fu Sui knew that time was of the essence, and they did not have the time to tangle with Xue Li and the others, so they fought as if they were not afraid of death. This shocked Xue Li and the others, and they instantly fell into a disadvantage. However, they could not break through the defense of Xue Li and the others, so it was useless. The life or death of the star boundary will be decided at this moment. Everyone, please follow me into battle. Li Wui shouted in a low voice, and his figure flickered as he rushed out. The two great elders of the dragon race were blocked, so the only ones who could contribute were the fake emperors. Even if they were ants trying to shake a tree, they had to bite off a piece of the other party's flesh before they died. The solemn atmosphere was filled with the unity of the people. The high-end forces of the entire star boundary were completely twisted into a rope at this moment. Following closely behind Li Wui, all the fake emperors who still had the strength to fight moved out, and none of them stayed. Even Yang Xiao and Yang Shui followed closely behind on the flowing time temple. What welcomed them was the many half-saint of the demon race. The great battle began again. It had been less than half a day since the last battle to the death, but in the sky, the battles were in full swing. So, you're not that powerful. Yang Kai stared deeply at Emo Sheng, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, forming a faint smile. If Emo Sheng really had the strength to fight, how could he command the experts of the demon race to meet the enemy? With his strength, he could easily kill many fake emperors of the star boundary on the spot. But in fact, after seeing the fake emperors of the star boundary rush over, the ones to fight were the half-saint. This undoubtedly showed that Emo Sheng had no time to care about other things at this moment. Of course, this could also be related to his injuries. The reason why the demon race invaded the star boundary was so that he could devour the star boundary's spiritual energy to recover. Now that the star boundary was still preserved, his injuries should not be completely healed. What's more, at this moment he was just a body condensed from demonic chi, not a physical body at all. It's more than enough to deal with you. Emo Sheng smiled indifferently, unmoved. Kachacha. The world continued to buzz and tremble. Every corner of the star boundary felt like the world was falling apart. The Pure Land's range was constantly being suppressed, while the Demon Land continued to expand. Yang Kai clenched his teeth, and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Although he struggled to hold on in the sky, he was on the verge of collapse. He was not a match. He could not match Emo Sheng's strength at all by himself. If this continued, he was afraid that he would be defeated in less than an hour. At that time, the star boundary would definitely cease to exist. Even though he was already one of the great emperors, Yang Kai could not help but feel a sense of powerlessness. But at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. An unfamiliar consciousness suddenly woke up, and as this consciousness woke up, an indifferent voice suddenly came from somewhere in the east. Who is it that is disturbing this queen's slumber? The voice was not loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. The expressions of everyone who was fighting changed, and they looked towards the east in bewilderment. Yang Kai was also looking in that direction, and his heart was extremely shocked. Although it was just a sentence without the slightest trace of power, he could feel an enormous majesty from it. It was as if a pair of lofty eyes had opened, silently watching all living things. And the strength of the owner of this pair of eyes was definitely unfathomable. But how was this possible? Currently, in the entire star boundary, besides him, only the two elders from the dragon race possessed the strength of the great emperors. So when did such a terrifying existence appear in the star boundary? Even he had not noticed it. One had to know that he was now one of the great emperors and possessed the will of the world. With a single thought, nothing in this world could escape his perception, but before this voice sounded, he had not noticed it at all. Even if it was because he was focusing all of his attention on dealing with the great demon god, it was still inconceivable. What surprised him the most, though, was that this voice belonged to a woman. It was indifferent, ethereal, and a little familiar. He vaguely felt that he had heard it somewhere before, but he could not recall where. At the same time, the huge body of the great demon god, who was confronting him, suddenly trembled, and a trace of anger appeared on the giant face that had always been smiling as he roared, "This aura, it's you." A roar rolling across the heavens and earth resounded. Boundless anger swept out from the huge body, making all the living beings in the world feel as if they were in the mouth of a volcano. The volcano seemed to be able to erupt with blazing flames at any time. "Why are you here?" the great demon god questioned, but soon frowned again. "No, it's not you, you are." A thoughtful look appeared on the giant face, but it soon relaxed. "So that's how it is, huh? So you didn't have a good ending either." "Good, very good." Following his laughter, a pair of giant eyes suddenly opened in the eastern sky. The owner of these giant eyes was tens of thousands of kilometers away, but after glancing at the great demon god indifferently, the ethereal voice suddenly sounded again, "Mo Sheng." Although the giant eyes were large, the pupils were clear, and it was clear that they belonged to a woman, and a woman with such a pair of eyes was definitely a person who could turn all living beings upside down. She actually recognized Mo Sheng, and from what Mo Sheng had said before, it was clear that he was no stranger to this woman. The great demon god roared, "Is this king's name something the likes of you can call? It would be more appropriate if it were your ancestor. You're actually still alive." "Scram!" Mo Sheng shouted angrily as he raised his hand and punched the giant eyes in the sky. Under the violent force of his demonic chi, the giant eyes were instantly smashed to pieces. Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Chapter 3800. When he heard that voice earlier, Yang Kai felt that it was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. However, when the pair of giant eyes appeared in the sky, he immediately remembered. He had seen this pair of eyes countless times, but at that time, they were more shy and timid. Now, after so many years, these beautiful eyes were full of confidence and strength. "Ruoxi," Yang Kai murmured. "Yes, that's right. That voice, those eyes, they were so familiar now. Who else could it be but Zhang Ruoxi? And Zhang Ruoxi was in the Blood Gate in the Eastern Territory. Is she finally coming out of seclusion?" Yang Kai looked to the east with a burning gaze. It had been decades since Zhang Ruoxi entered the Blood Gate, but there had been no movement from it. Just a few years ago, when he went to the Demon Territory for the last time, there was finally some change in the Blood Gate. He planned to stay there and wait for the Blood Gate to open again, but the plan changed at the last minute and he could only set off to become the demon race's territory. When he returned, he was engaged in continuous battles, followed by the Great Tao struggle. He had no time to spare, nor did he have the time to investigate the situation in the Blood Gate. Before he left, he told Li Wuyi that the Blood Gate was very likely to open again and asked him to always pay attention to the situation there. Today, Zhang Ruoxi sent him a voice transmission. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on with Zhang Ruoxi and whether the Blood Gate had opened or not, but judging from her words earlier, it was very likely that Zhang Ruoxi was awakened by the battle between him and Mo Sheng. It was no wonder. Today's battle involved the survival of the star boundary and shook the foundation of the entire world. Although the Blood Gate was the Heaven's Punishment Palace and formed its own world, it, like other small worlds, was dependent on the star boundary. The entire star boundary was in turmoil, so how could the Blood Gate be safe and sound? Zhang Ruoxi, who had been in the Blood Gate all this time, was bound to be disturbed, so it wasn't surprising that she woke up. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that Zhang Ruoxi actually recognized Mo Sheng. Just now, she had called out Mo Sheng's name, and Mo Sheng's previous words were also very interesting. He seemed to know Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor, the great master known as Tianxing. Zhang Ruoxi being able to recognize Mo Sheng should have something to do with the Heaven's Punishment inheritance she had inherited from her ancestors. But how did Mo Sheng and Tianxing know each other? Could it be that these two were experts from the same era? Or perhaps they all came from outside the universe? Suddenly, Yang Kai recalled a story that Emo Sheng's clone had told him in the ancient battlefield. In this story, Emo Sheng suffered 2 serious injuries, the second of which was related to the Flowing Time Great Emperor. In that battle, the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor perished, ending in tragedy. Emo Sheng's body was destroyed and he had no choice but to recuperate. It was because of this second injury that he began to scheme for the Star Boundary's power. As for who was the one who injured him the first time, Emo Sheng did not say, only that it was a woman. Now that he thought about it, could that woman be Tianxing? Thinking of this, Yang Kai trembled. If this was the case, then he had underestimated Tianxing's strength all this time. He was a peerless master who had once seriously injured the great demon god. Although he was also seriously injured, he was at least on the same level as the great demon god. If things were really as Yang Kai thought, then after the battle between Tianxing and Emo Sheng went to the unmatched realm to recuperate while Tianxing wandered to the Star Boundary, leaving behind a great reputation and a bloodline that had been passed down for thousands of years. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. In the memories of the many divine spirits, Tianxing had also appeared out of thin air. There was no trace of this powerhouse's growth before, but one day, he had suddenly appeared and awed the universe in an extremely distant era, his name spreading far and wide. If she really came from outside the universe, then everything made sense. Haha. Emo Sheng laughed heartily, his laughter rumbling like thunder. Good, very good. Today, this king is actually able to meet the descendant of an old friend here. The heavens truly have eyes. Little girl, please wait a moment while this king finishes dealing with the matters here. Once this king is done, he will go and see if you still have the demeanor of your ancestor. Saying so, Emo Sheng's huge body shook violently and Yang Kai felt a huge pressure pressing down on him from all directions, making him feel powerless to resist, causing him to involuntarily let out a muffled groan. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Sir, can you hold on a little longer? Ruoshi? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Please hold on for half an hour, sir. Ruoshi will come to help you. Take your time, it won't be too late to dress up and dress up. Yang Kai laughed, feeling extremely happy. Not only because he heard Zhang Ruoshi's voice again after so many years, but also because his previous worries had not come true. Even though Zhang Ruoshi had obtained the Tianxing inheritance, she had not changed much. Hearing her call him, it reminded him of the timid little girl who had always been by his side. While speaking, he once again mobilized the power of the world to resist the boundless demonic qi. Zhang Ruoshi smiled lightly, seeing Sir so energetic. Ruoshi is relieved. At this point, there was no sound, probably because she was busy with something and had no time to divert her attention. Half an hour. Yang Kai let out a long breath. Although he had the help of the 2 elders and many fake emperors from the dragon race, he had always felt like he was fighting alone in this heaven and earth battlefield. Now, he finally had Zhang Ruoshi. Although he did not know how strong she would be after she came out of seclusion, judging from the pair of beautiful eyes that appeared in the sky just now, Zhang Ruoshi's current strength should not be inferior to his own. It was worthy of the bloodline inheritance that could severely injure the great demon god in his prime. In such a short time, it had caused such a huge change to the ignorant little girl. It's just half an hour, I have to hold on even if I have to die. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai felt the pressure around him increase sharply. While desperately resisting, he could not help but say coldly, Emo Sheng, you're in a hurry. From the pressure coming from all directions, Yang Kai could feel Emo Sheng's eagerness. He seemed to be a little impatient to devour the last pure land of the Star Boundary and swallow the last bit of spirit energy. This made Yang Kai not surprised but delighted. Emo Sheng's attitude undoubtedly showed that he was extremely afraid of Zhang Ruoshi, otherwise, he would not have acted like this. Emo Sheng coldly snorted and did not answer, no longer as calm as before, which made Yang Kai even more certain of his guess. Zhang Ruoshi now has the power to threaten me. This power is at least on par with my current strength. But even if he knew this, Yang Kai could not use it to his advantage. The only thing he could do now was to hold on. As long as he waited for Zhang Ruoxi to come out of seclusion, the two of them might be able to defeat Mo Sheng. At this moment, Yang Kai's face changed. The defense he had worked so hard to resist showed signs of collapsing, which shocked him greatly. After a brief perception, his face sank. Currently, he was the only great emperors in the star boundary and could mobilize the power of the entire world. But at that moment, he suddenly found that his control over the world had become much weaker, as if another force had shared his control over the world. It was also at that moment that he faintly perceived the auras of the other 7 missing great emperors. He had once felt the auras of these 7 great emperors and knew that they were trapped in an inexplicable space, unable to escape. But since that time, he had not sensed them again, let alone know where they were trapped. But just now, that feeling was extremely clear. He even had some clues about where they were. If it was any other time, he might be able to find the whereabouts of the great emperors by following the clues to find the melon. But at this time, Yang Kai did not have the time to investigate this. The weakening of his control over the world force had led to his resistance against the great demon god becoming weaker and weaker. On the other hand, the great demon god seemed to have borrowed the world force to form a huge suppression on him. "What did you do?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and growled. Mo Sheng grinned. "Why don't you take a guess?" "Bastard." Yang Kai cursed. Although he did not know what method Mo Sheng had used, he was certain that the change in the world force was related to the other 7 great emperors. Mo Sheng seemed to be able to take away their control of the world force and use it to suppress him. While the two of them were conversing, Zhan Wuhen sat cross-legged in an unknown space. His face was ashen as he stared at Huang Wuji. The two of them were less than a meter apart. At this moment, a withered hand was stabbed into Huang Wuji's chest. The hand exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Although it was an inanimate object, it still caused Zhan Wuhen's expression to change. It was hard to imagine just how powerful the owner of this hand was when he was alive. That hand was not stabbed into Huang Wuji's chest, but Huang Wuji himself. The hand swallowed the blood, and Huang Wuji's aura rose steadily until it reached a level that even Zhan Wuhen had to look up to. At this moment, the number 1 demon saint in the demon territory was forming a seal with both hands and pointing a finger at Zhan Wuhen. It was unknown what kind of strange secret technique he was using, but Zhan Wuhen could clearly feel a mysterious power being extracted from his body. That power was the will of the heavens and earth that the heavens and earth had blessed him. By relying on the will of heaven and earth, he was blessed with boundless fortune and could manipulate the mighty power of heaven and earth for his own use. At this moment, Zhan Wuhen asked the same question as Yang Kai. "What did you do?" Huang Wuji's face was twisted, and his body trembled as if he was enduring great pain. "Don't worry. Soon, the demon god master will end all of this." "The great demon god?" Zhan Wuhen gritted his teeth and asked. The two of them had been trapped here for many years, so naturally, they had communicated with each other. It was also from Huang Wuji that Zhan Wuhen learned of the great demon god's existence and some of the schemes in the demon territory. "That's right. The demon god master will be resurrected soon, and all of you will become sacrifices to the demon god master." Huang Wuji's face showed a trace of morbid fanaticism, as if he was willing to sacrifice everything for the great demon god. Chapter 3801. Zhan Wuhen looked at him with pity. "I'm afraid this includes you as well." Although he didn't know what this secret technique was or why it could take away the world's will from his body, how could Zhan Wuhen not see that using this secret technique required a huge price? Just like the price of trapping him here, Endless Desolate had also been unable to move all these years. The severed hand was inserted into Endless Desolate's chest and was constantly absorbing his blood essence. It wouldn't be long before Endless Desolate's strength plummeted. At that time, whether or not he could maintain his cultivation as a demon saint would be a question. And all of this was to take away the world's will from his body. If his situation was like this, then the other people's situation wouldn't be much better. After being trapped here for several years, Zhan Wuhen had no understanding of Star Boundary's current situation, but judging from Endless Desolate's attitude, Star Boundary should have reached a critical moment of life and death. Feeling anxious, Zhan Wuhen wanted to break free from his shackles, But he was powerless, so he couldn't help but grit his teeth and stare at Endless Desolate. Don't waste your energy. Although it's a pity I couldn't kill you with my own hands, this ending isn't bad. Zhan Wu Hen's face was full of ridicule. Do you have the ability? Endless Desolate slowly shook his head. It's too late to say anything now. He closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. He found it. At this moment, a burst of low laughter suddenly rang out, clearly entering Zhan Wu Hen and Endless Desolate's ears. When the laughter stopped, Zhan Wu Hen revealed a strange expression, thinking that he had misheard. Endless Desolate's expression changed. Who is it? Even though he was a demon saint, Endless Desolate had a look of panic on his face at this moment, because this inexplicable space was created by the demon god master himself, specifically designed to imprison the great emperors of Star Boundary. After so many years, only he and Zhan Wu Hen had been here, so how could a third person have discovered it? The sound of something being torn apart could be heard. Immediately after, a crack suddenly appeared on the boundary wall of this strange space. Two large hands stretched out from the crack and exerted force on both sides. The boundary wall was torn apart like silk and rapidly expanded. Under Huang Wuji's incredulous gaze, a figure flashed into the crack, glanced around with a smile, and then looked at Zhan Wu Hen with a mocking expression. You don't look good. Zhan Wu Hen's eyes twitched. He frowned and said, Hong Chen. Standing in front of him was a ruddy old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. Who else could this old man be but Duan Hongchen? The newcomer grinned. I've already killed that old man. Zhan Wu Hen's face darkened. You're Wukong? Huang Wuji's face also changed. He had obviously heard of this terrifying existence who had once single-handedly destroyed 4 great emperors, so he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Like a lunatic, Wukong rubbed his chin and looked at Zhan Wu Hen with a malicious expression. Then, he looked at Desolate Wuji and said with a sinister smile, Let me think, which one did I eat first? This king's heaven-devouring great emperor battle technique is already thirsting for blood. How dare you? Zhan Wu Hen shouted angrily. Huang Wuji also had a bitter expression. Since he knew Wukong, he naturally knew the heaven-devouring great emperor battle technique. This was the most terrifying battle technique in the entire Star Boundary. Wukong was able to make a name for himself in the Battle of Great Emperors because of this battle technique. But now, both he and Zhan Wu Hen were trapped here and couldn't move at will, so when facing Wukong, they couldn't resist at all. He couldn't figure out how this person could jump out at such a critical moment. Not only could he not figure it out, but Zhan Wu Hen also couldn't figure it out. Ever since the Battle of Dragon Island, Wukong had fled from the Dragon Temple to the Planar Star territory and disappeared without a trace. Later, he learned from Yang Kai that Wukong had entered the ancestral territory and was plotting something. If it weren't for his and Duan Hongchen's souls sharing the same body, Zhan Wu Hen would have already killed his way into the ancestral territory to find trouble with him. It was because of Duan Hongchen that Zhan Wu Hen was somewhat hesitant to act. He never thought that after so many years, he would actually be nurturing a tiger. At this moment, the aura exuding from Wukong's body was extremely tyrannical, reaching the level of the Great Emperors. Although it was not at the peak of the Battle of Great Emperors, it was not much worse. The battle tactics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor were indeed amazing. One must know that Duan Hongchen had also severed his own cultivation and entered the Shattered Star Sea in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. It had only been a few years, but he had completely recovered. Stop fooling around, saving people is more important. While speaking, Wukong's expression changed again and became solemn. Even the voice coming out of his mouth had some subtle changes. Zhan Wu Hen's eyes flashed and he grinned. This was the Duan Hongchen he knew. As for what Wukong said before about being killed, it was pure nonsense. It seemed that old Duan and Wukong had been sharing the same body for many years, and it was hard to imagine that they could live in harmony with each other. How did you find this place? Huang Wuji gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice. Duan Hongchen glanced at him indifferently and said, This king is also one of the great emperors, so why couldn't I find this place? The great demon god wanted to borrow the power of the 7 great emperors to suppress Yang Kai, so he was bound to reveal some flaws. Although this inexplicable space was hidden, as long as there was a flaw, Duan Hongchen would be able to follow it to the melon. What Yang Kai didn't have time to do, he could quietly do, and all of this was not even noticed by Mo Sheng. At this moment, all of Mo Sheng's attention was focused on Yang Kai. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Let's kill him first, Wukong grinned. Zhan Wuhen said, you can't kill him. If he dies, I die too. The secret technique had closely linked his life force with Huang Wuji's, so at this moment, both of them were injured. Hearing this, Wukong frowned and said, what does it have to do with me? Just as he finished speaking, he angrily said, I know, don't be so long-winded. This king's head hurts, so let's just save him. Zhan Wuhen smiled faintly. Stepping forward, Wukong looked down at Huang Wuji and said in a deep voice, Junior, falling into this king's hands can be considered the greatest misfortune of your life. As the first demon saint in the demon territory, Huang Wuji didn't know how many years he had lived, but this was the first time he had been called a junior to his face, but he couldn't get angry at all. This was because under Wukong's indifferent gaze, Huang Wuji couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, as if something extremely bad was about to happen to him. Wukong chuckled and reached out a hand, slowly placing it on Huang Wuji's head. Huang Wuji could only watch, unable to resist. When Great Demon God was planning all this, he never thought that one day someone would break into this space. Just as Wukong suddenly appeared, in the Eastern Territory, in the ancient wild world, on the mountain peak where the blood door was located, a crimson gate appeared, as if it was made of blood. The frame of the gate was full of complex and profound patterns. Cracks in the void crisscrossed around the blood door, and it seemed as if the world would collapse at any moment. Boundless demon chi continued to pour into the blood door, dyeing the dark red door with a layer of black. As Yang Kai had guessed before, the reason why Zhang Ruo she woke up was entirely because of the battle between him and Mo Sheng. The world had changed, and the blood door was also affected. How could Zhang Ruo she, who was inside the blood door, not be aware of this? Even though she was in a deep sleep, she still sensed danger and woke up. At this moment, two closed doors suddenly appeared above the crimson blood door. Accompanied by a flash of light, the closed doors slowly opened outwards, and it wouldn't take long for them to completely open. When the door appeared, every living being in the entire star boundary who possessed the Saint Spirit Source sensed it and couldn't help but turn their heads towards the east. In that distant place, there seemed to be a call from their bloodline that made them feel a sense of familiarity. If it weren't for the critical moment of the star boundary's survival, they would have definitely explored it regardless of the cost. Yang Kai, on the path of the martial Tao, the so-called Great Emperor is nothing more than a title. It is far from the final destination. If you pledge allegiance to this king can guide you. Mo Sheng's roar resounded between the heavens and earth. Then I'll have to thank you in advance. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Although he said so, his expression remained unchanged, and he focused on urging the world energy. Stubborn! Mo Sheng snorted coldly, kill him for me. As soon as he finished speaking on the battlefield of the fake emperors and half-saints, many half-saints who had previously joined the star boundary abandoned their opponents, turned around, and pounced towards Yang Kai. Among these half-saints, there were subordinates of Yu Rumeng, Bailey Mo, and Chang Tian, who had all joined the star boundary along with the three demon saint. There were also half-saints who Yang Kai had captured in the devouring demon territory and planted a soul brand in their knowledge sea. In the previous war between the two worlds, they had also contributed a lot. Among them, Bai Zhua, Bai Ya, and the others had a good relationship with Yang Kai. But after Mo Sheng gave the order, these half-saints seemed to have been bewitched, and their bodies and minds were involuntarily controlled. Sure enough. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and with a thought, less than half of the half-saint pouncing towards him instantly fell from the sky and fainted. The great demon god had appeared, and the demon race in the demon territory had come because of him. It could be said that in the demon territory, the entire demon race was born because of his demonic chi. Mo Sheng definitely had a strong control over the demon race. Since he knew this, how could Yang Kai not be on guard? He still remembered that during the second demon race invasion, in the Western Territory, tens of millions of demon race suddenly killed each other after hearing a strange sound. After their deaths, the demonic chi dissipated and formed one demon eye after another that connected the two worlds. Now that he thought about it, the sound that echoed in the minds of the many demon race should be Mo Sheng's method. He could make the demon race willingly kill each other, and now he could make the half-saint obey him. The half-saint who fell from the sky and fainted had all had their soul brand planted by Yang Kai. But Bai Zhuo, Bai Ye, and the others were not affected. Dozens of half-saint rushed over together, and at such a critical moment, Yang Kai had no choice but to wait. Chapter 3802. The false emperors of the star boundary turned pale with fright. They wanted to help, but they were powerless. They were already few in number, and now the situation had suddenly become extremely passive. A few of them were caught off guard and were instantly seriously injured. Is it our turn to fight? Not far behind Yang Kai, when Zishan's clothes fluttered in the wind. Even though he was facing dozens of half-saint, he still looked calm and laughed. After watching the show for half a day, it's finally time to act. Ma Qing looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Don't die. When Zishan said, I won't die before you do. Ma Qing sneered. Then let's see whose life is tougher. When Zishan smiled and turned to look at Gao Shueting, a trace of guilt and reluctance flashed in his eyes. If I don't die this time, I'll marry you. Gao Shueting's face flushed red. When Zishan reached out and patted her head, just like he did many years ago, he couldn't help but think of the little girl who used to follow him and tug at the corner of his clothes no matter where they went. He couldn't help but look absent-minded. Little Shueting has grown up. They're coming. Ma Qing shouted in a low voice. Follow me closely. When Zishan said one last time to Gao Shueting, he raised his hand and grabbed a long sword glowing with purple light. He pointed the long sword forward and soared Chi's sword into the sky as he shouted in a low voice, Welcome! Battle! As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to rush out, followed by Gao Shueting. Behind the two were the various armies of the star boundary. At this time, all the remaining forces of the star boundary in the High Heaven Palace poured out. The army turned into a torrent of steel, carrying a tragic and resolute determination as they faced the dozens of half-saint of demon race head-on. Asterisk swoosh swoosh swoosh. Asterisk figures swept past Yang Kai as tens of thousands of soldiers rolled forward, bombarding them with secret treasures and secret techniques. Although there were only dozens of half-saint of demon race in front of them, the huge gap in strength caused the star boundary to suffer huge losses as soon as the two sides clashed. In their field of vision, one figure after another exploded into clouds of blood mist, leaving not even a single bone behind. Although the dozens of devil saints were submerged by the Star World's army, it was as if no one was there, and no one could resist even half a move from them. When Zishan was instantly seriously injured. If Gao Shueting to save him, he would have died on the spot. However, he gritted his teeth and joined forces with the other venerable sovereigns, fearlessly delaying the advance of a half-saint demon. Yang Kai's eyes turned blood-red as he watched everything in a daze. He felt as if his heart was dripping blood, and his eyes couldn't help but become moist. After this battle, he didn't know how many of the remaining soldiers of the star boundary could survive. Fortunately, the half-saint's target was not the star boundary's army, but Yang Kai himself, so although they rampaged through the army, they didn't cause the expected losses. They were under the control of the great demon god and only wanted to approach Yang Kai to kill him. Along the way, they just casually killed some people who blocked their way. As long as they could find an opportunity to retreat, they could barely protect themselves. One figure after another rushed through the star boundary's army, approaching Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, they destroyed everything in their path. As long as the false emperors didn't appear, no one was a match for these half-saint. The blood and fearless deaths on the ground only delayed their advance. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk all of a sudden, a group of figures appeared around Kai Yang, surrounding him like stars surrounding the moon. Su Yen, Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo, Xia Ningchang, Ji Yao, Lan Sun, Mo Shaoqi, Lin Yun, Shaochen, Xiaxing, Xiaobai, Haioji, Qige, Li Shiqing, Gaozhan, and others all appeared. Such a lineup could only be described as luxurious. If it was in the past, no one would have dared to look down on them. Although these people were from the younger generation of the star boundary, they were all emperors. It could be said that they were the future of the star boundary, the rising stars of the star boundary. In time, they would definitely shine brightly in the star boundary. But now, even if such a group of young people gathered together, what were their chances of winning against the half-saint of demon race? But they were fearless, and everyone's face was calm. Yang Kai frowned at them. Qi Gui grinned. The old fogies are going to risk their lives, so someone has to protect you, right? Void Master, you are the key to the survival of the star boundary. Don't let us down. Even though he was already one of the great emperors, Yang Kai didn't know how to answer. He only felt a hot current rolling through his chest, and his whole body became scorching hot. He replied in a serious tone, I don't dare to say anything else, but this king is determined to live and die with you. Qi Gui turned around and chuckled, That's enough. They're coming. Su Yen shouted. Everyone's expression became serious as they looked over and saw 3 figures rushing out of the Star Boundary's army. Before they even arrived, the murderous intent they emitted made it difficult for everyone to breathe. You focus on dealing with them, O Sheng. Leave these 3 to us, Qi Gui shouted as his body turned into a crimson light and rushed forward. The cry of a phoenix rang out as the 7-colored divine phoenix spread its wings and soared, covering the sky as ice principles filled the air. Su Yen held her sword and led Shui Yu, Shanqing Luo, Xianing Chang, and Ji Yao to meet a power demon half-saint. Lin Yun stretched out her hand and threw the return to 1 iron pot straight at another blood demon half-saint. Mo Shaoqi formed a series of seals with her hands and shouted, Release! The butterfly mark on her face instantly came alive and turned into a huge figure that floated behind her. The butterfly wings flapped, and a dense light burst out, as if it had infinite magical power. The universe tower in Lan Sun's hand blasted towards the last flame demon half-step saint. The tower spirit had already taken root in the ground, and within 100 kilometers, vines danced in the air, turning into violent attacks that shot towards the 3 half-step saints. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened and the mountains shook. With the combined strength of many young people from the Emperor realm, they finally managed to stop the 3 half-saint of the demon race, but that was all. Although they had more people and treasures in their hands, their cultivation was still not enough. It was extremely difficult to kill these half-saints. The only thing they could do was delay them as much as possible, delaying the time it took for these half-saints to reach Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai closed his eyes, not daring to watch, or rather, he couldn't watch. He was afraid he would see something he didn't want to see, which would distract him and put him at a disadvantage in his confrontation with the great demon god. The Pure Land he had expanded with great difficulty was slowly being suppressed. Yang Kai asked himself how he could turn the tables in such a desperate situation. Only when Ruo Shi returned and joined forces with him would there be hope. But for this hope, the star boundary would have to pay a huge price. Blood and broken limbs were the only prelude in this world. The mournful cries one after another played the elegy of life. The number of Star Boundary's army continued to decrease as one emperor after another fell between the heavens and earth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Suddenly, a low chant sounded in Yang Kai's ears, flowing time great emperor's withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. This voice didn't come from one person, but from 2 people, a man and a woman, but they were in perfect harmony. Whether it was the tone or the ups and downs of their voices, they were all identical. The principle of time flowed out. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked over, only to see a large hall flying over. Atop the steps of the hall, Yang Shao and Yang Shui stood side by side, each of them sending out a palm strike. Flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal. The power demon half-saint, who was fighting Su Yen and the others, was caught off guard and was instantly struck. His figure couldn't help but stagnate. When Su Yen and the others saw this, they used all kinds of divine technique to greet the power demon, but at most, they could only leave some superficial wounds on his body. They couldn't take his life. After Yang Shao and Yang Shui finished using the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal, they immediately summoned the endless hourglass. 10,008 grains of flowing time Great Emperor Divine Sand stirred up a storm of time and shuttled through the sea of blood of the other blood demon half-saint, causing the blood demon to roar as if he had suffered a heavy blow. But this wasn't the end. Under the control of the two, the entire flowing time temple crashed into the last half-saint. The half-saint seemed to have noticed the extraordinariness of the flowing time temple and dodged in distress. The situation was already precarious, but after Yang Shao and Yang Shui returned, the situation suddenly changed. Many of the younger generation were overjoyed to see this. It wasn't that Yang Shao and Yang Shui could predict the future and came to the rescue. Previously, they had followed the group of fake emperors and half-saint to kill their way out. Although their cultivation wasn't high enough, they could rely on the flowing time temple, a great weapon of mass destruction, to act as bystanders. But after the great demon god took control of the half-saint, they were in an awkward situation. They couldn't intervene in the battle, so they had no choice but to return. When they saw Yang Kai's situation from afar, they immediately rushed over. It's that old man's aura. The great demon god's huge figure stared at the flowing time temple with eyes full of hatred. It seems that the two of you are the inheritors of that old man's mantle. Very good, although the enemy is dead, the descendants are still alive. This king will kill you first to collect some interest. The second time he was injured, it was all thanks to the flowing time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. If it weren't for that injury, he would have completely recovered long ago. He wouldn't have needed to suffer for so many years and painstakingly scheme for Star Boundary's spiritual aura. Therefore, when he sensed the aura of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, some of his enemies' eyes turned red. While speaking, he raised a huge hand that covered the sky and slammed it towards Yang Shao and Yang Shui. The huge black hand covered the sky and the earth, making it impossible to avoid. Before the attack arrived, Yang Shao and Yang Shui felt their blood boil. "Little auntie!" Yang Shao paled and turned to look at Yang Shui. There was no need to say anything more. With a flash, the two of them hid inside the flowing time temple, and the huge temple rapidly shrank at this moment. With a bang, when the giant hand slammed down, the flowing time temple smashed into the ground like a falling meteor, its surface flashing wildly. The ground shook and the entire flowing time temple was smashed directly into the ground, leaving a deep ravine where it landed. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked in the direction of the flowing time temple with a look of horror, his heart filled with great anger and powerlessness. Judging from the great demon god's actions just now, he was indeed inferior to him. After all, he had no time to divert his attention, but the great demon god still had the strength to attack others. In comparison, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Chapter 3803. However, thanks to the great demon god's distraction, Yang Kai immediately mobilized the world force and pushed the range of the Pure Land outwards a little. Although the effect was not ideal, at least this was the first time he had managed to counterattack the great demon god. When Yang Kai turned his head to look at the flowing time temple, he saw that the temple, which had been smashed into the ground, was once again flying up shakily. Although its light was dim, it was not seriously damaged. Yang Kai relaxed, knowing that Yang Shao and Yang Shui should be fine. The flowing time temple was a treasure left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, so it naturally could not be destroyed so easily. Yang Shao and Yang Shui, who were hiding inside the temple, were naturally not in any danger. Seeing his attack fail, Great Demon God flew into a rage. Seeing the temple fly up again, he was in no mood to attack again as the pressure Yang Kai was putting on him was not small. Although he had borrowed the power of the 7 great emperors to stimulate the world energy of this area to compete with Yang Kai for control, in the end, he did not possess this power himself and had only borrowed it from someone else, making it impossible for him to fully utilize it. A bunch of trash. The great demon god roared. The situation was good, but he could not take down Yang Kai in a short time and completely invade the star boundary, which made him a little angry. As he spoke, a strange light flashed in his huge eyes. At the same time, accompanied by a loud noise, A figure flew back from the front, bleeding profusely midair as he flew straight towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only stretch out his hand and catch the person, asking, "Is Brother Xiao all right?" The one flying towards him was Xiao Chen. Judging from his aura, he seemed to have been seriously injured just now, but his life should not be in danger. Xiao Chen did not answer, instead turning around and thrusting out his sword, his emperor qi surging wildly. This sword contained all of his strength, and when the sword was thrust out, his originally weak aura suddenly soared and a sinister grin appeared on his face. It happened so suddenly that Yang Kai didn't have time to react. Only when the long sword was right in front of him did he shout, "What are you doing?" He raised his hand and sent a palm strike towards Xiao Chen. Normally, a second-order Emperor Realm Master like Xiao Chen wouldn't be able to threaten him, but right now, all his energy was focused on dealing with the great demon god and competing with him for control of this world. The slightest interference could lead to a disaster. When he sent out his palm strike, he discovered that Xiao Chen's eyes had turned pitch black. His heart could not help but sink, and he withdrew some of the force in his palm strike. Such a situation meant that Xiao Chen's actions were not intentional. It was very likely that he had already become the demon race. But when did Xiao Chen become the demon race? Before this, he hadn't noticed at all. Wah! Xiao Chen was sent flying again. His soaring aura suddenly withered. This was not the end. Just as Yang Kai sent Xiao Chen flying with a palm strike, another silhouette appeared from the side and pointed a sword at Yang Kai. A faintly discernible flower fragrance pervaded the air, disturbing one's mind. Li Shiqing. Yang Kai gritted his teeth as he looked at the approaching figure with a furious expression. "When did even you become the demon race?" Li Shiqing turned a deaf ear to his words. Her beautiful eyes turned pitch black as she suddenly transformed into a rain of petals that enveloped Yang Kai. As the petals fluttered in the air, each one was a sharp weapon. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the rain of petals. Accompanied by a muffled groan, the rain of petals shattered as Yang Kai grabbed Li Shiqing by the neck. He exerted some force in his hand and directly pinched her unconscious before throwing her into the sealed world bead. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, two of their original companions had changed sides. This caused everyone to be greatly shocked, and they all turned their heads to look around. Only after confirming that the others didn't show any signs of being possessed by the devil did they finally relax. Yang Kai also understood the whole story in an instant. In the 3-saint peak of the sealed world bead, Li Shiqing had spent many days with Mo Sheng's avatar, so it was very likely that she had been tampered with at that time. Mo Sheng had been hiding this chess piece all this time because the time was not right yet, and now was the best time for Li Shiqing to play a role. Li Shiqing's situation should have been tampered with by Mo Sheng's avatar, but Xiao Chen's situation might be more complicated. Before this, Yang Kai felt that Xiao Chen's mentality was a bit off, especially after he returned from becoming the great emperors. As the saying goes, demons are born from the heart. If he had any thoughts that he shouldn't have, Mo Sheng would definitely take advantage of it. With the wisdom of the great demon god, he naturally knew that these two people couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, but facing these two people he had known for a long time, Yang Kai didn't know whether to kill them or not. No matter what choice he made, his mind would be disturbed. The good advantage that Yang Kai had gained because of the return of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had disappeared at this moment because of Xiao Chen and Li Shiqing's betrayal. Because of this distraction, the initiative he had gained collapsed in an instant, and he was once again suppressed. And this time, the situation was much more serious than before. Seeing the demon land corroding the high heaven palace at an extremely fast speed, Yang Kai became anxious. Those who resist stubbornly are bound to die. Yang Kai, a wise man, submits to the circumstances. It is not too late to surrender to this king. Good. Yang Kai agreed. How about we stop for now and talk in detail? The great demon god smiled. If you want to talk, we can talk, but give up resistance first. This king may not necessarily spare you. Before he finished speaking, the great demon god's complexion suddenly changed, as if he had noticed something, and immediately shouted angrily, "Trash, a bunch of trash." At the same time, Yang Kai also showed a look of surprise, because just now, he discovered that the pressure from the great demon god had suddenly decreased by a lot, and it seemed that the other side's control over the heavens and earth was gradually weakening, allowing him to mobilize more world force. The most direct result was that the Pure Land's range was rapidly expanding. He didn't know what was going on, nor did he know why such a change occurred, but for Yang Kai, for the entire star boundary, this was a pleasant surprise. How could Yang Kai dare to be negligent? He hurriedly urged the world force wholeheartedly to repel the invasion of the boundless demon intent, madly pushing the Pure Land to expand. Kacha. The sound of something shattering rang out, and in the void, a huge crack appeared, as if the heavens and earth had been wounded. From this crack, Yang Kai clearly felt a familiar aura and could not help looking in that direction with pleasant surprise. Silhouettes walked out of the crack one after another. There were 8 of them in total, and a great pressure descended from the sky. It was as if the ones who walked out of the crack were not 8 people, but 8 wills of heaven and earth. The world buzzed, and the void trembled. In an instant, everyone's gazes were fixed on the 8 figures. Yang Kai looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, sparkling tears flashing from the corners of his eyes as a sense of relief lingered in his heart. They're back, they're all back. Since the second struggle of the 2 worlds began, the 7 great emperors had been trapped in an inexplicable space, their whereabouts unknown. The burden of the entire star boundary's survival had been placed on the shoulders of the various corps commanders, as well as Chief Commander Li Wu. And this burden had been transferred to Yang Kai after the struggle of the Great Tao. Yang Kai did not dare to shirk this responsibility, nor could he shirk this responsibility. As the only great emperors in this world, it was his duty to maintain the peace of his homeland. But he was tired, truly tired. Watching his compatriots perish one after another, watching the star boundary suffer but unable to do anything about it, he felt as if a knife had been twisted in his heart, and the tremendous pressure he had to bear was something no one could understand. At this moment, seeing the 8 familiar figures, Yang Kai suddenly felt relieved. He no longer needed to fight alone because he now had companions. He no longer needed to bear the burden of the survival of the entire star boundary because he now had someone to share the burden with. Yang Kai laughed wildly, even tears coming out of his eyes, feeling a little wronged. It was as if the master was not at home, and not only was he bullied, but his home was also in a mess, and now he finally saw the master return. 8 pairs of eyes focused on Yang Kai. At first, they were surprised because they felt a similar aura from him, and then they praised him. Although the home in front of them was a little messy, at least it was defended and not lost. Needless to say, this was all thanks to this young man in front of them. Zhan Wu Hen stepped forward, bowed to Yang Kai, and said in a deep and solemn voice, "My name is Iron Blood." Another person stepped forward, "My name is Heaven's Revelations. My name is Serene Soul. My name is Beast Warrior. My name is Ice Feather. My name is Flower Shadow. My name is Wonder Pill. My name is Red Dust." Low chants and honorific titles spread throughout the star boundary, impacting everyone's mind. At this moment, the star boundary seemed to move. The great emperors had returned. Except for the great emperor's Night Shadow, who had already died at the hands of Yang Kai, and the great emperor's Bright Moon, who had fallen in the eternal heaven, the other 8 great emperors had finally gathered here at this moment. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and he also bowed with his hands clasped. "My name is Void, greetings everyone." Zhan Wu Hen smiled. "I know you have a lot of questions, but let's talk about them after we solve the matter at hand." Yang Kai nodded. He did have a lot of questions in his heart. Where had they been trapped all these years? How did they get out now? Was the Red Dust Great Emperors Duan Hongchen or Wukong at this moment? How did he appear with everyone? All kinds of questions lingered in his heart, but he didn't have the time to ask in detail. However, these didn't matter. As long as he could set this world right, he would have a chance in the future. However, in Yang Kai's perception, the auras of the other 8 great emperors were a little weak, except for the great emperors of the Red Dust. It seemed that they had consumed a lot of energy during these years of being trapped. Even if they were free now, they probably wouldn't be at their peak strength. As soon as the crowd finished speaking, Another terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Then, from the countless cracks in the sky, figures flew out one after another. It was the demon saint led by Desolate Everlasting, and there were exactly 7 of them. Just like Jianghu and the others, Desolate Everlasting and the other demon saints' auras were also weak, and it seemed that their situation was even worse. Trash. All of you are trash. The great demon god glared at Desolate Everlasting and the others, and his angry roar shook the sky. Emotion simply couldn't accept that they had failed at the critical moment, and the great emperors were able to escape. The demon saints' crowd kept quiet out of fear. Chapter 3804. The demon race set up a shocking great array, engulfing star boundary with demonic intent and devouring star boundary's spiritual energy. The people of the 4 territories were plunged into misery and misery. 9 out of 10 houses were destroyed and the great rivers and mountains were turned into demon land. Heaven and earth had a spirit. The mysterious heaven temple opened, the heaven void cauldron appeared, and Yang Kai sought the Tao heart and became one of the great emperors, seizing a chance of survival between life and death. With the bodies of the great emperors, Yang Kai urged the power of heaven and earth to resist the corrosive demonic intent and protect star boundary's last pure land. If this pure land was not lost, the great demon god's plan would not be successful. With no other choice, the great demon god could only use a secret technique and borrow the power of the 7 trapped great emperors to suppress Yang Kai. Everything went smoothly and according to plan. Although Yang Kai being able to become one of the great emperors in such a short time brought Mo Xing a little trouble, it was not a big deal. In the face of such a terrible situation, all Yang Kai could do was struggle at death's door. He had never imagined that the 7 great emperors of the star realms would be rescued by someone. With the great emperors escaping, the most direct consequence Mo Xing had to face was that he could no longer urge Star Boundary's world force. Without being able to urge Star Boundary's world force, there was no way he could devour the last pure land. How was he supposed to play this game? The great demon god was furious. He wished he could kill Endless Desolate and the others to quell the anger in his heart. Endless Desolate and the others obviously knew that they had failed in their mission and were all angry and humiliated. Although they did not lose their lives this time, they were really cowardly. Facing the great demon god's curses, they did not dare say a word for fear of being implicated. On the battlefield of heaven and earth, the fierce battle calmed down as the 8 great emperors and the 7 demons saint appeared one after another. Everyone in Star Boundary was pleasantly surprised as they looked at the 8 figures standing in the void. What they saw was not just 8 figures but also the future of Star Boundary. Jianghu Hen's gaze swept over, and when he saw that his precious disciple was covered in blood and in a sorry state, his eyes couldn't help but flash with dense killing intent. He coldly stared at the half-saint who had fought with Lin Yun and the others. When he saw this, the half-saint felt a chill run down his spine. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed and he quickly retreated. "Leave these bastards to me." Wu Kuang let out a strange cackle as he stared at the half-step sages in the field with a burning gaze. He didn't seem to have done anything, but in the blink of an eye, he had pounced in front of the half-step sages who were trying to escape and stretched out his hand to grab them. Under this palm, the light in front of the half-saint was covered. The half-saint turned pale with fright and punched out with both fists. Copious amounts of demonic chi surged and turned into afterimages of fists that covered the sky towards Wukong. Wukong turned a deaf ear to him. He stretched out his hand and crushed the afterimages of the half-saint as if he was pinching an ant. He laughed nastily and shouted in a low voice, "Heaven-devouring great emperor! Battle technique!" In an instant, Wukong seemed to have turned into a black hole that could devour everything. The half-saint in his hand shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 breaths of time, he turned into a dried-up corpse without any signs of life. Everyone in Star Boundary had long heard of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperor's battle technique. They also knew that this was the most evil battle technique in the history of Star Boundary. However, no one had seen how evil and terrifying it was. Until now, after witnessing a half-saint of demon race being turned into a dried-up corpse in just 10 breaths of time by Wukong's hand, everyone shuddered. Such a battle technique was simply insane. No wonder it was rumored that when Wukong roamed the star boundary, the heavens were angry and people were resentful. Wherever he went, all life was extinguished. The rumors were true. The evil and strange battle technique of the heaven-devouring great emperor was even more terrifying than what they had heard. After devouring the half-saint, Wukong couldn't help but lick his mouth. He looked as if he hadn't had enough yet, as if he had eaten something delicious. He turned his head and swept his red eyes across the many half-saint present. Swish, 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 one by one, the half-saints seemed to have met their natural enemy. No one dared to stay in place. They all used their escape techniques to retreat. Just like how they had rushed into the Star Boundary's army as if they were invincible, those below half-saint were not their opponents. At this moment, they were definitely not Wukong's opponents. Amidst his strange laughter, Wukong's sleeves fluttered like clouds as he pounced towards the half-saint like a rock spreading its wings. His face was full of fanaticism. Suddenly, he cursed, "Wukong, I'll fuck your 18 generations of ancestors." After cursing, he continued to laugh strangely, which made everyone's hair stand on end. If Wukong acted like this, Zhan Wuhen would have been the first to jump out and fight him to the death. But now, Star Boundary was in danger and the great demon god was eyeing it covetously. How could Zhan Wuhen have the time to pay attention to him? Compared to the scourge that was Wukong, the great demon god was the #1 enemy in front of him. Their figures flickered as they came to Yang Kai's side and spread out with him as the center. 8 people, 8 figures, 8 pairs of eyes, all stared at the huge figure across the sky. Where these 8 people stood was where heaven and earth belonged. Where these 8 people stood was the axis of the entire world. Everyone, this is the great demon god of the demon race. The entire demon race came because of him. Yang Kai opened his mouth. When the second battle between the two realms began, the great emperors were trapped. Yang Kai was afraid that they did not know the details of the great demon god, so he prepared to explain it to them. Zhan Wuhen said, "Who cares who he is? Anyone who dares to invade our star boundary must be killed without mercy." Yang Kai sniffed and smiled, "That's true." His expression suddenly turned solemn. "Everyone, please lend me a hand." The other 7 people nodded in unison, and their minds spread out like a tide. The will of heaven and earth was stimulated, and the majestic heaven and earth force gathered from all directions, turning into invisible vibrations that spread out with the 8 people as the center. Wherever the vibrations passed, the demonic chi retreated, the demon intent was eliminated, and the demon land collapsed on its own. Yang Kai's face was full of excitement. Previously, he had stimulated the heaven and earth force with his own strength. Although he could contend with the great demon god and even gain the upper hand for a while, he was still fighting alone. Now that he had the help of the 7 great emperors, he immediately felt the difference. If heaven and earth had 100% of its heaven and earth force, then he could only borrow 50% at most. But now that he had 7 more helpers, the remaining 50% was fully stimulated. What the great demon god had to resist now was the power of the entire star boundary, the rejection of heaven and earth. With the high heaven palace as the center, the pure land expanded at an incredible speed, and this expansion was unstoppable. It was bound to spread to the entire world. Kill them all for me." The great demon god was no longer as calm as before. Since the appearance of the great emperors, he had become extremely manic. At this moment, he pointed his hand forward and roared again and again. Huang Wuji and the others did not dare hesitate, their figures flickering as they rushed forward, obeying the great demon god's orders without question. This was not surprising though. The entire demon race had emerged because of the great demon god, so no matter how strong or weak the demon race was, they had all been imprinted with the great demon god's mark, so how could they disobey his orders? "I'll leave the rest to you." Zhan Wuhen turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded, "Leave it to me." A solid foundation had been laid, and now the great demon god could no longer borrow the heaven and earth force. So even if Yang Kai was the only one left, he could purge the demonic chi in this world and restore the original appearance of heaven and earth. Voila, Asterisk the iron blood banner fluttered behind Jianghu Hen, crimson as blood. As the banner fluttered, Jianghu Hen took the lead and rushed out, turning into a streak of red light as he met the first demon saint in the demon territory, Huangwuji. Like stars colliding, the two peerless masters clashed in midair, causing the already cracked sky to collapse. The other 6 also found their own opponents, turning into 6 groups and fighting fiercely. 7 against 7, no one was left out. The 7 great emperors of Star Boundary had been trapped for many years, and the demon saint had used a strange secret technique on them, so all of them were injured, but how could the demon saint not be the same? Although they had relied on the great demon god's schemes and methods to trap the great emperors, it wasn't without a price. It could be said that the overall strength of the 7 great emperors and the 7 great devil saints was on par with each other, regardless of whether it was at their peak or at their current state. If this battle were to continue, it would not be easy to determine the victor. But no one forgot that there was still the heaven-devouring great emperor on Star Boundary's side, the great emperor Wukong. Although Wukong and Duan Hongchen's souls were currently in the same body, making it seem as if they had split personalities, but this matter concerned the survival of Star Boundary, so they would definitely stand on the same side and work together. At this moment, Wukong was making a move against the half-saint. Once he was free, the scales of victory and defeat would definitely tilt towards Star Boundary's side. "Mo Sheng, you've lost." Yang Kai looked coldly at the huge figure and shouted in a deep voice. With the return of the 8 great emperors, the precarious situation in Star Boundary immediately stabilized. On the great emperor's level, Jianghu Hen and the others were fighting against Huangwuji, while the 2 elders from the dragon race were delaying Xue Li's trio. Yang Kai could suppress the great demon god's invasion of Star Boundary and was no longer passive. Although the Star Realm was at a disadvantage in terms of fake emperors, with the addition of Wukong, how could those half-sages contend against him? As long as they won the battle on these 2 levels, they could crush the great demon god's extravagant hopes and save Star Boundary. Not to mention, Zhang Ruo, she would soon come out of seclusion. Although Yang Kai didn't know how strong she was now, every bit of strength was urgently needed by Star Boundary at this moment. "Ignorant Junior, have you become complacent just because you have a few advantages?" Great demon god snorted coldly. "This king has been planning for hundreds of thousands of years. How could I fail because of your stubborn resistance? Show me all the cards you have. This king will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. I only hope that your face won't be so ugly when the time comes." Yang Kai mocked. "Arrogant." Great demon god gritted his teeth. "Since you are so eager to die, this king will fulfill your wish." Then he shouted, "Come out." Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk another huge crack appeared in the void, and from this crack, 3 demon saints' pressure pressed down. 3 figures walked out of the crack, 1 man and 2 women. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, but the powerful aura they exuded clearly indicated that they were demon saint. Chapter 3805. So they still came. Looking at the 3 figures walking out of the void, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. These 3 people were none other than Yu Rumeng, Bai Liamo, and Chang Tian. Needless to say, Yu Rumeng had long been his wife and was the first demon saint to help him fight against the demon race. Yang Kai had benefited a lot from her, his soul soaring because of her primordial yin. Chang Tian was also very good to him, even intending to let him rule over the 100-spirit continent. Although Bai Liamo was forced to do so because she was under his control, she had also contributed a lot in the war of the 2 realms over the years. Previously, when he saw Endless Desolate and the others obey Mo Sheng's orders, Yang Kai had been secretly vigilant, fearing that Yu Rumeng and the others would do the same. But now, it seemed that Yu Rumeng and the others had not been able to escape the great demon god's suppression, and their situation was even worse than Endless Desolate and the other demon saint. Because of this, Yu Rumeng, Bai Li, and Chang Tian looked like puppets under his control. Their expressions were silent, and their eyes were empty, as if their bodies and minds were not under their control. But even if they were just puppets, they were still 3 demon saint-level puppets. Although he was worried, Yang Kai felt as if a large stone had been lifted from his heart. When the second war of the two realms broke out, 10 demons saint broke through the barrier and used secret techniques to restrain the 10 top masters of Star Boundary, trapping them in an inexplicable space. Not long after, Xueli, Fuyu, and Huobu escaped, and these 3 demon saints' original opponents were Yu Meng, Bai Liamo, and Chang Tian. Now it seemed that the reason Xueli and the others were able to escape was because Yu Meng and the others were from the demon race. They did not need the other demon saint to restrict their freedom. Instead, it was Zhan Wuhen and the others who had to stay behind with Endless Desolate and the other demon saint. However, Yang Kai did not know what the situation was before. Since Xueli and the others had escaped, he was naturally worried about the safety of Yu Meng and the others, fearing that they had encountered some mishap. Yu Meng and the others were not great emperors of Star Boundary, so Yang Kai could not sense their auras. Although the current situation was bad, their lives, is to say the least. Despair, boy, Mo's demon saint, Emo Sheng's voice boomed like thunder. As he spoke, the 3 figures that came out of the crack pounced towards Yang Kai. Zhan Wuhen and the others turned pale with fright when they saw this. They knew that Yang Kai could not be disturbed in his current state, not to mention facing the attacks of 3 demon saint-level powerhouses. If the 3 of them were allowed to get close to Yang Kai, he definitely would not be able to resist. They wanted to rush to Yang Kai's aid, but Huang Wuji and the other demon saints were desperately entangling them, not giving them the slightest opportunity. They could only watch helplessly as the 3 figures rapidly approached Yang Kai. 3 sensational waves of pressure pressed down on Yang Kai's head, and before they even arrived, 3 terrifying divine abilities had already been unleashed. Wukong! Zhan Wuhen roared. On this battlefield, everyone was too busy to be distracted. Only Wukong had extra energy. If they wanted to protect Yang Kai, they could only rely on Wukong's strength. He never thought that there would be a day when he would fight side by side with Wukong. Ever since the War of the Great Emperors, Zhan Wuhen had always wanted to tear Wukong into pieces. Who would have thought that there would be a day when he would need Wukong's help? The current situation could only be said to be a joke of fate. Fortunately, although Wukong was treacherous, he also knew that no egg could remain intact when the nest was overturned. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much effort to save the 7 great emperors. Wukong's figure flew over and stood in front of Yang Kai. He shook his arms and laughed strangely. His face was full of fanaticism, as if he had traveled back in time to tens of thousands of years and returned to the time when he was in high spirits during the War of the Shattered Star Sea. At that time, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was the most resounding sign in the Star Boundary. At that time, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was feared by millions of beings. At that time, the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor were invincible existences. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor, territory. With Wukong as the center, a ring of all-devouring aura spread out in all directions, enveloping a large area of the void. When the 3 divine technique blasted by the demon saint masters fell into this area, it was as if their power was immediately sucked away by something and they weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, right after that, Wukong let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. As he flew, he cursed, "Will you dog? Don't treat this old master's body as if it's not your own." In his knowledge sea, Duan Hongchen was extremely anxious when he saw this scene. After all, this body was still his, so how could he bear to see it suffer any damage? Jia 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 jia. Blood flowed from the corner of Wukong's mouth, but he was laughing happily. Then let's not care about that brat's life or death and take advantage of this opportunity to devour more. Duan Hongchen was suddenly speechless. Yang Kai was now the key to the survival of the Star Boundary, so how could he not care? In order to hunt down Wukong, he did not hesitate to cut off his own cultivation, falling from the realm of great emperors to the Tao Source realm, and killed his way into the Shattered Star Sea to search for clues. It could be seen how much sacrifice he was willing to make for the common people. His honorific title was Red Dust, and what he comprehended was the Tao of Red Dust. Among all the great emperors, no one cared more about the life and death of the billions of living beings in the Star Boundary than him. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and show your cards. Duan Hongchen said anxiously when he saw the three newly appeared demon saint rushing towards Yang Kai. If Wukong was at his peak, he might not be afraid of these three demon saint puppets, but after all, he was only relying on his own body to recover, so he could not be compared to his peak state. He had suffered a big loss just now. What are you panicking for? Wukong sneered in response. That brat seems to have a trump card too. In his line of sight, Yang Kai was not as flustered as he had imagined. Instead, he looked indifferent. When his voice fell, he saw a woman among the three figures suddenly let out a muffled groan before her eyes rolled back and she fainted, falling straight down from the sky. Even though Wukong had lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years and had seen many things, he was still shocked by this scene. He could not help but widen his eyes in horror. What the hell? The figure who fainted and fell from the sky was not an ordinary woman, but one of the demon saint in the demon territory. How could a demon saint faint for no reason? It was nothing more than Yang Kai using some kind of mysterious method, but he did not see any trace of it at all. Three demon saint appeared brazenly at this most critical moment, but one of them was directly crippled. Such a situation was really a bit unbelievable. Just as he was confused, the great demon god's angry roar rang in his ears. Divine Soul Brand, you actually planted a Divine Soul Brand in her knowledge sea. Wukong's expression instantly became very interesting as he stared blankly at Yang Kai. For a moment, this brat was like a celestial being. It had to be known that Yang Kai had just been promoted to the rank of Great Emperors and was only a high-rank demon king before. With the power of a high-rank demon king, he was actually able to plant a divine soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea and control the freedom and life of that female demon saint. How did he do it? Wukong believed himself to be a peerless genius. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create such a heaven-defying secret art like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. On his path of growth, fighting above his realm was a common occurrence and killing powerful enemies was as easy as pinching a conch with his fingers. But when he recalled his life in the star boundary, he had never been able to achieve such a feat as Yang Kai. A demon saint's status and strength were equivalent to great emperors, so how could Wukong have the ability to plant a divine soul brand in a great emperor's knowledge sea when he was just a third-layer emperor? If he had really done so, he would have definitely suffered a fatal backlash. Wukong clicked his tongue in wonder. Yang Kai had never thought that the divine soul brand he had planted in Bei Limo's knowledge sea would play a role at this time. When he was a high-ranked demon king, even with the divine soul brand, Yang Kai could not control Bei Limo's life and death. At most, he could only use the brand to cause her some pain. It was also because of this that Bei Limo was forced to rely on him. But now that Yang Kai had the power of great emperors, he indeed had the ability to kill Bei Limo with a single thought. However, Bei Limo's betrayal was not out of her own volition, so Yang Kai could only knock her out. As for whether or not there would be any trauma or sequelae, time was of the essence right now. With the enemy before them, Yang Kai could not care so much. The moment Bei Limo fainted, Yang Kai looked at another graceful figure and roared, "Ru Meng!" The mournful voice went straight to the depths of Bei Limo's heart, causing ripples to appear in her clouded heart. Ru Meng's hand movements paused slightly as a trace of struggle flashed across her empty eyes, but that was all. Even though she had heard Yang Kai's voice in her muddle-headed state and had instinctively reacted, as a member of the demon race, she could not escape the grasp of the great demon god. Wukong once again moved to block Bei Limo's attack and said without looking back, "Boy, if you have any trump cards, hurry up and use them, I'm afraid you won't have the chance." Yang Kai's mouth was full of bitterness. What trump cards do I have? Being able to knock Bei Limo out was already a stroke of luck, and it was all thanks to the soul brand he had planted in her back then. Although he and Ru Meng were connected by a heart seal secret technique, it could not be compared to the soul brand. In a situation where one's mind was blinded, the heart seal secret technique could not play much of a role. Unless Ru Meng suffered a great shock, it would be impossible for her to recover on her own, and this shock would be a price Yang Kai could not afford to pay. Wukong grinned maliciously, "Then it's up to this old master." As soon as his words fell, his expression suddenly became fierce. "Reckless juniors, Do you really think this king is powerless against you? When this king dominated the world, you were still sucking on your mother's milk. With a shake of his arms, Yang Kai's devouring force reappeared as he faced the two demons saint alone. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Don't hurt her, kill that woman." Scram! How could Wukong pay any attention to him? In a battle of life and death, showing mercy to one's enemy was cruel to oneself. It was the stupidest thing to do. Boom, 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 boom. Wukong was fighting against the joint forces of two devil saints by himself, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. The aftershocks of the battle swept out, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to crack. Chapter 3806. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was unrealistic to expect Wukong to show mercy to Yu Rumeng, and regardless of who won or lost in this battle, Yang Kai did not want to see it happen. The only thing he could do now was to destroy the great demon god's plan as soon as possible in order to salvage the situation. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai calmed his thoughts, turned his eyes to the front, and shouted, "Emo Xing, die!" The world energy swept out, suppressing the demonic qi, sweeping away the haze and restoring light to the dim world. Emo Xing roared. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and murderous intent. Just a little bit more, and his plan would have come to a perfect conclusion, but it was this little bit that caused him to fail at the last moment. Hundreds of thousands of years of planning and forbearance had been ruined at this critical moment by a boy who had only lived for a little more than 100 years. The anger in Emo Sheng's heart was unquenchable. Unable to borrow the power of the great emperors, in this world, no matter how many methods he had, he could not compete with Yang Kai for control of the world energy. As for the last trump card he had pinned his hopes on, one of them had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai, leaving the other two unable to break through Wukong's defenses in a short time. I can't delay any longer. If he continued to delay, the situation on his side would only become even worse. Emo Sheng had lived for so many years and was a decisive person. Seeing that he could not stop Yang Kai, he immediately made a decision in his heart. All of you will pay the price. As he roared, the demonic qi in the world began to tumble violently, as if it had turned into a sentient being and poured into the great demon god's body. In an instant, the wind and clouds began to move, and as far as the eye could see, the demonic qi in the entire star boundary began to madly converge into the great demon god's body. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Although he didn't know why Emo Xing was doing this, it was obvious that he wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. It could be said that this battle had reached its most critical juncture. Yang Kai did not dare to be careless in the slightest, his eyes staring at Emo Sheng's movements without blinking, unwilling to miss the slightest movement. At the same time, Yu Rumeng, who was entangled with Wukong, suddenly attacked Wukong without any regard for her own life, leaving herself open. Wukong could only defend himself. Seizing this opportunity, Chang Tian retreated and pounced toward Zhan Wuhan. Yang Kai was startled when he saw this, not knowing what this meant. However, this was obviously the great demon god's command, and no matter what the great demon god's intentions were, he could not let things go as he wished. Yang Kai shouted, "Stop him!" But how could he stop him? Chang Tian was also a demon saint-level master. If he wanted to escape, even if Yang Kai personally took action, he could not stop him, not to mention that Wukong was still entangled with Yu Rumeng. Watching Chang Tian rapidly approach Zhan Wuhen, the uneasy feeling in Yang Kai's heart grew stronger. With a loud bang, Chang Tian charged into the battlefield and combined his strength with Desolate Infinite, forcing Zhan Wuhen, who was originally evenly matched, to retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Desolate Infinite turned around and rushed in the direction of Great Demon God. Zhan Wuhen wanted to chase after him, but Chang Tian sacrificed himself to stop him, forcing Zhan Wuhen to defend himself. Now that he was free, Huang Wuji's speed increased. Under Yang Kai's gaze, the first demon saint in the demon territory plunged into the great demon god's huge body and disappeared. A ferocious laugh resounded through the world. "All of you will die." As soon as his words fell, the huge body collapsed and shrank, converging towards the center. Faintly, the outline of another figure was revealed. That figure was none other than Huang Wuji, who had just entered. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression changed. How could he not understand the great demon god's plan? Previously, he was a little puzzled. Although the great demon god had appeared, his huge body was completely condensed from demonic qi. Even if he had devoured most of the spiritual aura of Star, how could he recover? Now, it seemed that soul entering the body of a master was undoubtedly an excellent method. This method was similar to possession, and the demon race was born because of him, so naturally there was nothing wrong with it. It could be said that as long as the great demon god was willing, he could possess any demon race without any hidden dangers. Understanding this, Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the great demon god did not choose to possess Yu Rumeng, otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. Facing Yu Rumeng, should he kill her or not? If he killed her, Yu Rumeng would definitely die, but if he didn't kill her, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the entire star boundary. However, Yu Rumeng was a woman after all, and as long as the great demon god hadn't gone mad, he shouldn't try to possess her. Was he forced into a corner? Previously, Mo Xing had been competing with him for the ownership of the last piece of pure land in this world, but due to various unforeseen circumstances, he could only change his plan. Yang Kai didn't know what would happen if the last piece of pure land was swallowed by the great demon god, but judging from the current situation, it was definitely an unacceptable outcome for the star boundary. The facts were just as Yang Kai had guessed. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, how could Mo Xing have changed his plan? In his original plan, he didn't need to seize the body of others. As long as he could completely devour the spiritual aura of the star boundary, with the help of the broken palm and his divine ability, he would be able to reconstruct his body. At that time, even if he couldn't restore his full strength, he wouldn't leave any hidden dangers. He could slowly recover in the future, and there would be a day when he would be completely healed. However, because Yang Kai had desperately held onto the last piece of pure land, he had lost a part of the spiritual aura he had devoured, so he had no choice but to change his plan. Compared to the entire star boundary, the size of the last piece of pure land in the High Heaven Palace was almost insignificant, and the amount of spiritual aura it contained was just a drop in the bucket. However, what was missing was incomplete. A bright jade was flawed, a bright pearl covered in dust. The consequences of this incomplete spiritual aura were far beyond Yang Kai's imagination. With a roar that shook the heavens, a surging anger swept out like a tsunami. Anyone who felt this anger could clearly feel the unwillingness of the great demon god. As the boundless demonic qi gathered, Huang Wuji, who had thrown himself into it, let out a miserable scream, as if he was enduring great torture and pain. Yang Kai took a deep breath, took out some spirit pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth as he stared off into the distance with a dignified expression. The first battle with the great demon god had already ended. This battle had been centered around the battle for the last piece of pure land to protect the star boundary. Although Yang Kai had successfully defended that piece of pure land in the end, it could not be said to be a victory. At most, he had gained the upper hand. However, this slight advantage had caused the star boundary to pay an extremely painful price. Many star boundary soldiers had died, and many emperors had perished. This was far from the end. The next battle would be the one that would decide the fate of the world. If he won, the world would be at peace, but if he lost, the star boundary would be destroyed. Even facing a master outside the star boundary, Yang Kai's fighting spirit soared. Because at this moment he was not alone. It could be said that from the beginning until now, he had not been fighting alone. At his side, there were several dozen armies from the star boundary, and behind him, there was the entire star boundary. All of a sudden, Huang Wuji's screams stopped and turned into hideous laughter. Then, a huge body began to expand rapidly. Unlike before, when his body was completely condensed from demonic qi, the great demon god at this moment truly possessed his own body. This behemoth was over 1,000 meters tall, and as the demonic qi in his body surged, his body continued to expand. 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. His head reached the sky and his feet stepped on the ground, casting a shadow that obscured the light in front of everyone's eyes. It was not until 10,000 meters later that the great demon god's body stopped changing, and at this moment, the terrifying master that appeared in front of everyone's eyes no longer had the appearance of Huang Wuji. The real Huang Wuji had been completely annihilated from this world. A horn had sprouted from his forehead, and his two huge eyes were like two small suns, exuding an astonishing light. The hot breath from his nostrils seemed to be able to burn through the void. When he raised his hand, the sky was torn apart, and when he stepped on the ground, the earth shattered. His lofty eyes overlooked all living beings. A terrifying pressure swept through the entire star boundary. Even the great emperors felt their chests tighten, and their blood tumbled. Insignificant ants, you think you are invincible just because you want to defend this star boundary? What a joke! Today, this seat will teach you what it means by there is always someone stronger than you. The great demon god's voice boomed like thunder. In the sky, dense fog flowed, and the aura from his body was something that none of the great emperors could compare to. At this moment, a wisp of purple energy suddenly came from the east, appearing behind the great demon god in the blink of an eye. The purple energy dissipated, revealing a slender figure. Holding a sword in one hand, a solemn expression on her face, she wiped her sword with her fingers and shouted, "Slash!" As her words fell, she slashed down with her sword. The moment the sword came out, a huge phantom of a woman appeared behind the slender figure. This woman's appearance was so beautiful that she didn't seem to belong to this mortal world. Holding a sword in her hand, she mercilessly slashed at the great demon god. The change was so sudden that not only Yang Kai couldn't react in time, but even the great demon god couldn't react in time. He had just possessed his own body and was in high spirits. Therefore, when this sword slashed down, he didn't even have the slightest bit of defense. In the end, he was still the great demon god. The moment he felt the crisis, he tilted his body and threw a punch behind him. The shocking sword slashed down, and the slender figure was sent flying with blood spurting out of her mouth. The sound of a sharp weapon cutting through silk rang out. Blood splashed everywhere as the great demon god roared in pain. His body staggered, and wherever his feet stepped, huge pits would appear one after another. Descendant of Tianxing. The great demon god turned his head and glared, the anger in his eyes almost tangible. Ruashi. Yang Kai was first overjoyed, then shocked. He was overjoyed that Zhang Ruashi had come out of seclusion at this time. Calculating the time, she shouldn't have come out yet. Previously, she had asked him to delay the great demon god for a while and had given him a very clear time, but she had actually come out ahead of time. Now, it seemed that Zhang Ruashi had deliberately misled the great demon god. He was shocked that Ruashi had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood as soon as she came out of seclusion. Chapter 3807. Although Zhang Ruashi vomited blood and was sent flying as soon as she came out of seclusion, the power of that one sword strike was extremely significant. The great demonic god had just reformed his body when the left half of his arm was directly chopped off, falling to the ground like a small mountain. Blood flowed like a fountain as the great demonic god roared in pain again and again. A figure quickly rushed over there. His eyes were full of greed, like a hungry wolf that had seen delicious food. With a few leaps, he arrived in front of the broken arm that had fallen on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the broken arm disappeared. No one knew where it had been put away by him. Yang Kai, who was rushing towards Zhang Ruashi, glanced over and found that this person was Wukong. His face couldn't help turning black. On the other hand, Wu Kuang, who had put away his severed arm, couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with satisfaction. "Bastard!" the great demon god roared. In a moment of carelessness, one of his arms had been cut off. This wasn't a small injury for him, but as long as his severed arm was still intact, he would only need to pay a small price to recover. But now, someone had actually taken his severed arm away. How could he endure this? His severed arm being taken away meant that he would have to regrow it, and the price he would have to pay was not small. With a roar, the great demon god opened his hand and grabbed towards Wukong. As the giant hand descended, it seemed to seal the world. Wukong's face changed drastically and he immediately dodged. Yang Kai had already caught Zhang Ruoxi, who had been sent flying, and asked with concern, "How are you?" Zhang Ruoxi's face was slightly pale, but she still smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons as she pursed her lips. "Sir, long time no see." Yang Kai also smiled. "Yes, long time no see." It had been several decades since Zhang Ruoxi entered the blood door. Whether it was for Yang Kai or Zhang Ruoxi, this was a very long time. However, even though they hadn't seen each other for several decades, there wasn't the slightest estrangement between them, as if they had just parted yesterday. But Zhang Ruoxi was no longer the timid little girl she used to be. Now, she had inherited the power of heaven's punishment and was a genuine descendant of heaven's punishment. The power of her sword strike just now had demonstrated her current strength. Ruoxi has long wanted to fight side by side with Sir. Now, I finally have this opportunity. Even though there were powerful enemies and the world was turned upside down, the smile on Zhang Ruoxi's face was still incomparably bright. Yang Kai nodded. "Then, I'd like to see how powerful Ruoxi is now." "Hey, you two, if you don't come over and help me, I'll die." He Ruoxi's backs as he turned his head. He Ruo's ants eyes he's, and his Ruoxi's he's ants. He s's she's. Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi looked at each other and smiled. Then Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Wu, hold on a little longer. This king will be there soon." Wukong's face turned black when he heard this. He cursed, but he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect and focused all his attention on dealing with great demon god. "Ruoxi, lend me a hand." Yang Kai turned around and stared at the other figure in the sky with a solemn expression. Zhang Ruoxi gripped her heavenly punishment sword and nodded solemnly. "Let's go," Yang Kai shouted, his space principles surging and wrapping around Zhang Ruoxi as he rushed in front of Yu Rumeng. Yu Rumeng had been entangled with Wukong before, but Wukong had used some unknown method to shake her off. It seemed that Wukong's ability was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. After Wukong escaped, Yu Rumeng stood in place blankly until this moment. When Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi appeared together, Yu Rumeng's expression changed and a pure divine sense gushed out from her knowledge sea, turning into a boundless soul attack that blasted towards Yang Kai. Yu Rumeng was a succubus demon and was most proficient in soul power. If it were any other ordinary great emperors, even if Zheng Wuhen was here, they would have been affected by such a blow. However, Yang Kai was special to Yu Rumeng. Back then, his soul had skyrocketed due to the power of Yu Rumeng's primordial yin. At that time, Yu Rumeng had told him that from then on, no succubus demon would be able to use soul power to confuse him, not even her. Therefore, even though the soul attack was powerful, Yang Kai turned a blind eye to it. His mind shook slightly before he calmly stretched out his hands and grabbed towards Yu Rumeng. Although Yu Rumeng was under the control of the great demon god and her body and mind were involuntarily controlled, the fighting instincts that had been hidden in her body for countless years were still present. Facing Yang Kai's grab, her figure flickered and retreated. Zhang Ruoxi blocked her back at the right time and slashed down with the heavenly punishment sword. "Don't hurt her." Yang Kai was shocked. He did not have time to explain his relationship with Yu Rumeng to Zhang Ruoxi, nor did he expect Zhang Ruoxi to be so decisive. He hurriedly shouted. Zhang Ruoxi frowned and stopped the slash. Surprisingly, she was able to control it freely. Being attacked from the front and back at such a close distance, even if Yu Rumeng was a demon saint, it would be difficult for her to resist. Her shoulders tightened as Yang Kai's two big hands grabbed her. "Rumeng!" Yang Kai looked straight into her eyes and shouted. The expression on Yu Rumeng's face changed slightly, as if she was struggling, as if she had some reaction to his shout. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai's divine sense rushed towards Yu Rumeng, wanting to take her into his sealed world bead. As long as he could take her into his sealed world bead, everything would be fine. The struggle only lasted for a moment before Yu Rumeng raised her hand and slammed it down on Yang Kai's chest. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the power contained in her jade palm was enough to destroy heaven and earth, and when it hit Yang Kai's chest, it made a deafening noise, causing shockwaves visible to the naked eye to spread out in all directions, shaking the world. Although Yu Rumeng's succubus demon body was not good at melee combat, she was still a demon saint. Under these few palm strikes, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and several of his ribs were broken. However, he refused to let go, his divine sense surging like a tide. However, the more the sealed world bead resisted, the greater the consumption. It was extremely difficult to forcibly take in a demon saint. Although Yang Kai had the power of the great emperors, if Yu Rumeng did not cooperate, it would be impossible for him to successfully take her into his sealed world bead. Just as they were in a deadlock, a pink fist came from behind and hit the back of Yu Rumeng's head mercilessly. That vast and mighty movement made people wonder if Yu Rumeng's head would be smashed by that punch. Yu Rumeng's head was not smashed, and Zhang Ruoxi had obviously controlled her strength. However, Yu Rumeng obviously did not have a good time under this punch. She was dizzy from the blow, and the palm she used to slap Yang Kai instantly lost its strength. With a swish, Yu Rumeng disappeared. She was directly taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. "Sir, are you all right?" Zhang Ruoxi nervously came up to support him. Yang Kai coughed a few times, clutching his chest, slowly shaking his head. At the same time, he immersed his consciousness into the sealed world bead to investigate. Yu Rumeng was fine, and although Zhang Ruoxi's punch was powerful, it had only shaken her a little. After entering the sealed world bead, the great demon god's control over her seemed to have weakened a lot. At this moment, the expression on Yu Rumeng's face was very strange, as if she was about to wake up from her sleep. However, even if she completely broke free from the great demon god's control, Yang Kai would not dare to let her out again. Emotion suppression of the demon race was too strong. If he really let Yu Rumeng out, it would definitely be more of a hindrance than a help. There was no time to wait for Yu Rumeng to wake up and explain anything to her. Wukong's voice became even more urgent. "What are you waiting for?" He was facing the wrath of the great demon god alone and was really exhausted. If Yang Kai did not come to help, it would take at most half a cup of tea's time for him to die. It's time to end all of this. Yang Kai took a light breath, stretched out his hand, and with a dragon's roar, the blue dragon spear appeared in his hand. The 10-meter-long spear exuded an ancient aura, attracting Zhang Ruoxi's attention. With her current eyesight, she could naturally see that this spear was extraordinary at a glance. Moreover, this treasure did not seem to be something that could be found in the star boundary. With the spear in hand, Yang Kai's momentum soared. "Sir, take care of yourself. There will be a surprise waiting for you," Zhang Ruoxi said, and as her sword light flashed, she flew out and slashed towards great demon god from afar. "Surprise?" Yang Kai was startled, but before he could ask for more details, Zhang Ruoxi had already rushed over. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and only the 1,000-meter-tall great demon god remained in his eyes. With a face like jade and a spear like a dragon, Yang Kai thrust his spear forward, and as he did so, a dragon's roar resounded through the world. When he thrust his spear, it was in its normal form, but when it arrived in front of the great demon god, it had transformed into a 1,000-meter-long dragon. The blue dragon spear in his hand also expanded as he thrust it straight towards the great demon god's heart. The power of this spear caused the world to change color. World force gathered on the blue dragon spear, and with the blessing of the world's will, not to mention a 1,000-meter-tall mountain, even a 10,000-meter-tall mountain would collapse under this spear. The great demon god did not dare to ignore the power of this spear and stretched out his hand to slap Yang Kai, sending a violent force through his palm. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook violently as his eyes bulged. World force. His 1,000-meter-long dragon body was involuntarily sent flying back 10,000 meters before he managed to stabilize himself. On the other side, Zhang Ruoxi was also forced to retreat. Wukong had already run to the side when the two arrived and used his divine technique, but to no avail. The combined strength of the three was unable to hurt the great demon god at all. If the great demon god had not been so careless, not expecting Zhang Ruoxi to suddenly come out of seclusion at that time, perhaps he would not have lost an arm so easily. At this moment his severed arm had been regenerated, and the most obvious price to pay was that his 1,000-meter-long body had shrunk by about 2,000 meters. It seemed that the sacrifice he had made was not small. The great demon god was very strong, and Yang Kai had been mentally prepared for this. If he had not been strong, the flowing time great emperor would not have been defeated so easily. One had to know that the flowing time great emperor of that era was invincible while the great demon god of that era had not yet recovered from his injuries. Chapter 38:08. He had killed the flowing time great emperor at his peak with his unhealed body. Even though he had been beaten to a pulp afterwards, the gap between them was clear at a glance. The great demon god's strength was above that of the flowing time great emperor's great emperors. Yang Kai knew that he was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Needless to say, he and Wukong were both great emperors. Although Zhang Ruoxi wasn't a great emperor, she wasn't inferior to any of the great emperors at this moment. In other words, the great demon god was able to resolve the joint attack of the three great emperors. This battle was different from the previous one. Before, it was a battle for the ownership of the last piece of the Pure Land. What mattered was one's control over the world energy. Whoever had greater control over the world energy would have the upper hand. It had nothing to do with one's own strength. In such a battle, Yang Kai had a unique advantage thanks to the Star Boundaries world will. He hadn't experienced the terror of the great demon god yet, but at this moment he truly felt the power of the great demon god. What's more, the world energy was extremely confusing to him. Logically speaking, only those who bore the world will could mobilize the world energy. How could the great demon god use it? The world energy on the great demon god's side was a little unfamiliar to Yang Kai, as if it wasn't the Star Boundaries world energy. Seemingly seeing the confusion in Yang Kai's heart, Zhang Ruoxi explained, the path of martial Tao is divided into world energy and world energy. Inside world energy, the Emperor Realm is the peak, while above Emperor Realm, one can break free from the shackles of world energy and jump out of it. His current cultivation is at the Heaven Opening Realm, so he can mobilize the world energy without the help of world energy. Heaven Opening Realm? Yang Kai's eyes widened. Just like when he first heard about the Tao Source Realm after escaping from the Lower Star Territory, he was surprised and a little excited. So, this is the path after the Great Emperors? Previously, Mo Xing had also said that the so-called Great Emperors were merely a title and not a realm. Now that he was also one of the Great Emperors, he could empathize with Mo Xing's words. The reason why the Great Emperors were called the Great Emperors was because they could mobilize the power of the world and control the power of the entire world. In essence, they had not transcended the Emperor realm, but they were indeed much stronger than the average Emperor realm. They relied on the world and carried the weight of the world. Only the Great Emperors were the Great Emperors. Without this world, the Great Emperors would not live up to their name. As Zhang Ruoxi said, after reaching the Emperor realm, one needed to break free from the shackles of the universe, transcend the world, and create their own world within their own body. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the sensation of swallowing the worldly elixir in the mysterious Heaven Palace. When the worldly elixir had exploded in his stomach, he had felt as if the world had been created. Is this what it feels like? He did not doubt Zhang Ruoxi's words. Ruoxi had obtained Tianxing's inheritance, and Tianxing, like the great demon god, was a master outside of the universe. Naturally, he would not be unfamiliar with the martial Tao system outside of the universe. No wonder the great demon god could mobilize the power of the world. Yang Kai had thought that there was a mistake somewhere, but now it seemed that the great demon god was not using the Star Boundaries world force, but his own. He had long since broken free from the shackles of the universe and formed his own world within his body. What realm are you at now? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Zhang Ruoxi curiously. Ruoxi slowly shook her head. Within the universe. Although Ruoxi's strength had greatly increased after going into seclusion, it had still taken her several decades to do so. The inheritance she obtained couldn't possibly allow her to grow beyond the level of the great demon god in such a short period of time. Therefore, even if Ruoxi was as strong as a heavenly emperor, she still hadn't reached the Heaven Opening Realm. Then aren't we doomed? Yang Kai grinned, but despite his words, there was no fear on his face. On the contrary, there was a look of eagerness on his face. He was very familiar with fighting those above his realm, and now that he was going to fight those above his realm as one of the great emperors, he was suddenly looking forward to it. Jianghu, she said, "That's hard to say. His strength has fallen greatly, and he is no longer at his peak. Who lives and who dies will depend on their own means." That's exactly what I was thinking. When the last word fell, Yang Kai had already blasted his spear towards the great demon god. In front of the giant spear, a black ball flashed and disappeared, filling the air with a world-collapsing aura. Zhang Ruo, she also slashed down with her sword, her movements elegant and otherworldly, as if she was an otherworldly being. However, the power of the sword strike caused Mo Sheng's expression to change slightly. When the sword slashed down, a look of pain appeared on his face, as if he had been hit by an invisible attack, causing his body to stiffen for a moment. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Spear arrived in front of him. Mo Sheng was unable to parry it in time, and the spear struck his shoulder. As the world energy collided, blood and flesh splattered from his shoulder, and large chunks of flesh flew out. His huge body staggered back as he let out a heaven-shaking roar. "So that's how it is." A burst of laughter rang out as Wukong flew forward with a fanatical look in his eyes. "The heaven-opening realm, huh? It seems this old master didn't take the wrong path." As he spoke, an illusory scene suddenly appeared behind him. It was a garden with beautiful scenery. There was a small bridge overflowing water, a rockery, and a small pond in the corner. The pond water was clear, and a few koi fish were swimming in it. Beside the pond was a pavilion. Inside the pavilion was a stone table, and a chessboard was laid out horizontally. The black and white pieces were entangled with each other, and beside the pavilion, a few peach blossoms were falling down in a riot of colors, rendering the scenery extremely beautiful. But from this illusory scene, an extremely terrifying aura could be felt. This was the aura of an entire universe world. As early as the last time he encountered Wukong, Yang Kai had learned that he was devouring the territory of various large and small celestial stars. Yang Kai had even set his sights on his Hengluo star field. He had also entered this garden before, so he knew the mysteries behind it. This small garden was the result of the fusion of countless celestial stars. The chessboard on the stone table was a vast star field, and the chess pieces were cultivation stars. The last time Yang Kai had come to this garden, there were no peach blossoms, but now, looking at it again, there were many things he had never seen before. It seemed that during this time, Wukong had improved this garden quite a bit. Yang Kai faintly felt that his Hengluo star field was most likely doomed. It had definitely been devoured by this old fogey. Previously, Yang Kai felt that Wukong's approach was too crazy and unreasonable, but now it seemed that he was the pioneer of the entire star boundary. Outside the universe world, one needed to break free from the shackles of the universe and create a new world. What was the difference between Wukong's actions and creating a new world? Yang Kai could also comprehend a deeper level of the martial Tao from this. From this point of view, it was not a fluke that Wukong could become the great emperors and shake the entire star boundary. His intelligence and wisdom were rare, otherwise he would not have been able to create something like the heaven-devouring great emperor strategy. In a situation where everyone was confused about the path ahead, Wukong could rely on his own intelligence to figure out some things, making Yang Kai feel inferior. Now, Yang Kai finally understood why Duan Hongchen had allowed Wukong to do whatever he wanted without stopping him. Although the great emperors of the secular world cared about all living things, in the face of the temptation of a deeper level of the martial Tao, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. Moreover, Wukong's action of devouring and fusing celestial territory this time was different from what he had done in the past. In the past, he had relied on the heaven-devouring great emperor strategy to destroy all life wherever he went. This time, although he used his ancestral territory as the core to devour and fuse countless celestial territories, he would not harm the foundation of these celestial territories and instead would bring unexpected benefits to the various celestial territories of the lower planes. The garden scene that appeared behind him was the best proof of this. The garden scene had transformed into a world of its own. Although it was not comparable to the world of heaven in the demon territory of the star boundary, it was much better than the various celestial territories of the lower planes. As long as he had this world in hand, Wukong would have the strength of the great emperors. Even without the star boundary to rely on, his strength would not be affected in the slightest. Laughing loudly, Wukong raised his hand and several koi fish that were playing in the pond suddenly leapt out, shaking their heads and wagging their tails as they transformed into ferocious giant beasts. Opening their bloody mouths, which were full of jagged fangs, they pounced towards the great demon god. This old bastard is really patient. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. Previously, when Wukong fought the great demon god alone, he looked like he could die at any time, but now, it seemed that he had been hiding his strength. Only now did he reveal his ferocious face. The giant beasts exuded terrifying world force from their bodies and arrived in front of the great demon god in the blink of an eye. The great demon god swung his fist and one of the beasts exploded, but the remaining beasts bit into different parts of his body and tore off chunks of flesh. The beasts did not stop and turned around to flee, turning back into koi fish and falling back into the pond. A look of intoxication immediately appeared on Wukong's face, as if he had eaten something delicious. Even his aura rose slightly. Even though they were on the same side, Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. Taking advantage of the great demon god's distraction, Yang Kai's black dragon spear turned into a sky full of spear shadows and shot towards the great demon god. At the same time, Zhang Ruoxi's sword rained down like a waterfall, leaving terrifying wounds on the great demon god's body. "Ants dare to hurt me?" The great demon god flew into a rage and waved his hand, shattering the sky full of spear shadows and sword rain. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi were both sent flying. At the same time, Wukong, who had quietly approached the great demon god, was also struck by a palm strike and fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Yang Kai vomited blood, Zhang Ruoxi vomited blood. Facing the three great emperors, only Wukong had managed to gain a slight advantage. The gap between their realms was like a chasm. Yang Kai's mouth was filled with bitterness as he held his spear in hand and locked his aura onto the great demon god. "He's coming." Zhang Ruoxi suddenly sent a message to Yang Kai. "Stop him for a moment." Yang Kai didn't know who she was referring to, but seeing Ruoxi rush forward again, he could only grit his teeth and follow. With two loud bangs, the great demon god's huge figure exuded a boundless murderous aura. Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi's all-out attack lasted less than a breath of time before they felt a tremendous force bearing down on them, forcing them back involuntarily. Wherever this force passed, the void shattered. At that moment, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Chapter 3809. The majestic aura it exuded was not one bit inferior to that of the great emperors. Yang Kai was surprised and looked up at the sky, only to see a black dot falling like a meteor at an extremely fast speed. A sense of familiarity emerged in his heart, as if he was very familiar with the object falling from the sky. With a thought, Yang Kai immediately understood who it was and couldn't help showing a look of pleasant surprise. The black dot rapidly enlarged as it fell, quickly turning into a terrifying object that was several hundred meters tall. It smashed straight towards the great demonic lord, its incomparably ferocious aura leaving no doubt that being struck by it would bring unbearable consequences. The great demon god obviously also sensed it and looked up, his eyes filled with anger as he raised his hand to block it and shouted, "Ant! Kong!" Before he could finish speaking, the behemoth had already smashed down, the huge impact directly sending the great demon god's 8,000-meter body flying. The ground cracked open, as if a huge earthquake had occurred, causing the entire northern territory to tremble. A deafening roar came out from its body. The colossus that fell from the sky roared towards the sky, venting the excitement in its heart. Its mountain-like fist pounded its own chest, producing a sound similar to that of a war drum. Layers of sound waves exploded outwards. "Xiao xiao!" Yang Kai's eyes lost focus as he stared at the 1,000-meter tall figure. If it weren't for the telepathic connection between them, he wouldn't have dared to recognize it. However, this huge monster in front of him was none other than Xiao Xiao, who had followed Zhang Ruoxi into the blood door. Compared to before, Xiao Xiao was much stronger now. It was simply an earth-shattering change. Moreover, Yang Kai could feel an extremely pure and ancient divine spirit aura coming from him, as if it had stepped out from the long river of history and was the great emperor of the flowing time. Suddenly, Yang Kai recalled that Xiao Xiao was from the stone mongoose lineage, which contained the bloodline of the ancient divine spirit, Tai Yu. The reason Xiao Xiao was brought into the blood door by Zhang Ruoxi was to inherit Tai Yu's heavenly palace source. Several decades had passed, and Zhang Ruoxi had been awakened from her slumber to hunt the enemy, so how could Xiao Xiao still be inside? It was just that his speed was not as fast as Zhang Ruoxi's, so Zhang Ruoxi arrived first and he followed behind. At this moment, Xiao Xiao had completely transcended the bloodline shackles of the stone mongoose lineage. He was now a true ancient divine spirit, Tai Yu. This was the surprise Zhang Ruoxi mentioned before. Yang Kai's joy. At this critical moment of the star boundary's existence, the great emperors had returned one after another, Zhang Ruoxi had come out, and Xiao Xiao's appearance. All of his worries was now, even if he had to die now. Of the heavens. To be able to fight side by side with the many people in his heart, his body and mind were already filled with great happiness. In ancient times, divine spirits ran amok, and dragons and phoenixes reigned supreme. However, this did not mean that other divine spirits were inferior to dragons and phoenixes. In the long-lost divine spirit ranking, there were many divine spirits whose strength was not inferior to dragons and phoenixes. The legendary Great Peng divine spirit even fed on dragons and was the mortal enemy of the dragon race. As for Tai Yu, even among all the divine spirits in ancient times, he was one of the top existences. Inside the blood door, in the heavenly palace, with the help of Zhang Ruoxi, a descendant of Tianxing, Xiao Xiao had completely integrated with his ancestors' bloodline and brought glory to his ancestors. At this moment, Tai Yu and Xiao Xiao were no less powerful than the two elders of the dragon race. If not for this, great demon god would not have suffered a loss as soon as he appeared. His huge figure tumbled, collapsing mountains and reversing rivers wherever he passed. He flew for tens of thousands of kilometers before coming to a stop. When he stood up again, he was already in a sorry state. Great demon god flew into a rage. However, before he could catch his breath, Zhang Ruoxi and Wukong arrived like shadows. One slashed down with a rain of swords while the other relied on the universe world behind him. When he waved his hand, the peach blossom petals on the peach trees scattered and turned into sharp attacks that cut through great demon god's huge body. Each of these attacks contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, and each of them could not be taken lightly. Great demon god roared in pain as blood spurted from his body. But it was not over yet. Tai Yu Xiao Xiao rushed over again, taking advantage of great demon god's distraction to arrive in front of him in a few steps and raining punches down like a storm. Mo Shingon did not dare underestimate him and hurriedly defended himself. The two behemoths, thousands of meters tall, fought desperately between heaven and earth. Such a thrilling scene made everyone's heart skip a beat. As their fists and feet collided, a thunderous boom rang out, shaking everyone's eardrums. After 3 breaths, Xiao Xiao was sent flying with several huge fist marks on his chest and a trace of pain showing on his angular face. Even with Wukong and Zhang Ruoxi distracting great demon god's attention, he was still not his opponent in this exchange. The gap between them could be imagined. But now, it already had the qualifications to compete with him. And what the star boundary lacked right now was this qualification. He was not afraid of losing, but he was afraid that the gap between them was so big that he did not even have the qualifications to fight. Yang Kai had already pounced forward. His 1,000-meter-long body was massive, but compared to the great demon god and Tai Yu, it was still somewhat dwarfed. However, the lethality of the black dragon spear was what the great demon god feared the most. This indestructible spear, coupled with Yang Kai's current ability to manipulate the world force and his own comprehension of the martial Tao, would make even great demon god feel uncomfortable if he were to take a hit from this spear. The spear seemed to envelop the entire world, and in a flash, the only thing left in the world was the divine light of the spear. Blood spurted out as several bloody holes appeared on Great Demon God's body. Scram! Great Demon God roared as he sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai. This palm strike seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. There was nothing fancy about it, but it gave off a feeling that it was impossible to avoid. "Sir, be careful." Ruoshi paled as the huge woman phantom behind her reappeared and swung her sword towards Great Demon God's arm. Wukong laughed from the side, not paying any attention to Yang Kai's life or death. Heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was constantly in operation. From the Qinquan world behind him, several koi fish leapt out and turned into monsters that bit off Great Demon God's flesh and blood before returning to the pond. Although the two's attacks were not completely ineffective, they were unable to affect the overall situation. Great Demon God turned a blind eye to the two of them and only focused on Yang Kai, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yang Kai paled as he pulled back his spear to defend himself. Just as the palm was about to arrive, the earth suddenly trembled and a drumming sound rang out. Yang Kai's eyes swept over from the corner of his eye and his face couldn't help but twitch. Not far from his side, little Xiao, who had been blown away before, had returned, but this time he was holding up a mountain with both hands. This was a real mountain, and Yang Kai didn't know where little Xiao had pulled it out from. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. In just a few steps, little Xiao had arrived in front of Great Demon God and brought the mountain crashing down. Great Demon God had no choice but to raise his palm to block. Under this palm, the falling mountain was smashed to pieces, sending rubble flying everywhere. Using the cover of the rubble, the little figure rushed forward and grabbed one of the Great Demon God's arms with a twist of his arm. The two behemoths, each several thousand feet tall, once again came face to face with each other. But after suffering a loss just now, little Xiao had learned to be smart. Knowing that he was not a match for Great Demon God in a one-on-one fight, he did not give Great Demon God a chance to display his strength. After grabbing onto his arm, little Xiao clenched his other hand into a fist and smashed it into Great Demon God's face. With a loud bang, Great Demon God's head snapped to the side and his brow bone cracked. However, his other fist also smashed into little Xiao's chest. Little Xiao's face immediately contorted in pain, but he refused to let go. Before Great Demon God could pull back his fist, little Xiao's other hand had already grabbed onto Great Demon God's wrist. The two behemoths were entangled with each other as they fell to the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Good chance. Zhang Ruoxi's eyes lit up and she wiped her heavenly punishment sword with her finger. Blood flowed down the blade as it hummed incessantly. Suddenly, a series of sword lights appeared behind her. Zhang Ruoxi then pointed her finger forward and the sword lights turned into sharp attacks that shot towards Great Demon God. Wukong's laughter grew crazier and crazier, reaching a point where he had lost his mind. Yang Kai gripped his blue dragon spear with a solemn expression as he poured all of his strength into it. Each spear strike was powerful enough to seriously injure Great Emperor's or Demon Saint, but all it managed to do was leave bloody holes on Great Demon God's body. Great Demon God's blood flowed like a river as he cut an unprecedented sorry figure. Even in the two previous life and death battles he had faced with top masters, he had never been in such a sorry state. Now that his freedom was restricted by Tai Yu and little Xiao, he was completely powerless to resist the attacks of Yang Kai and the others. He was like a fish on a chopping board. Of these three people who had attacked him, which one of them was an ordinary person? The blue dragon spear in Yang Kai's hand and the martial Dao true intent attached to it had made him suffer a lot. Zhang Ruoxi was the descendant of his old enemy, so she knew exactly what kind of attack could cause the most damage to Great Demon God. Finally, Wukong was proficient in the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics and was constantly devouring Great Demon God's essence. Great Demon God had always been confident in his victory and had always stood high above the clouds, looking down on all living beings. Even when his plan was ruined, Great Demon God was only angry, not afraid. Although his plan had been ruined, he could at most search for another universe world and spend some time to devour the aura of that world. Eventually, he would be able to recover. But now, deep in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a faint sense of uneasiness. These 4 ants that he didn't put in his eyes might really have the ability to slowly gnaw him into bones and make him fall here. Asterisk boom boom boom. Asterisk the earth-shaking sounds continued. This battlefield was the key to the survival of the star boundary, so Yang Kai and the others did not hold back and went all out. The masters in the other battles also had to pay attention to this battle. Chapter 38:10. Seeing the great demon god being suppressed by 4 masters, the great emperors of the star boundary were naturally overjoyed, while the demon saint in the territory of the demon race had ashen faces. Under the investigation of countless divine senses, the great demon god's imposing aura began to weaken at a subtle rate. He had tried countless times to break free from Taiyu's grasp, but no matter how he attacked Xiao Xiao or what kind of injuries he inflicted, Xiao Xiao showed no signs of letting go. It was as if she would take him down with her even if she had to die. The demon saint was shocked. The great demon god was shocked. The defeat of the great demon god on the main battlefield caused many demon saints' hearts to feel uneasy, and even the great emperors and demon saints' battlefields began to change slightly. The battle between the great emperors and the great emperors finally began to change, and the great emperors slowly began to gain the upper hand. Taiyu's sudden appearance was like the straw that broke the camel's back, bringing about a series of unexpected chain reactions. To the star boundary and the countless living beings of the star boundary, this was simply a pleasant surprise. If this situation continued to develop, Yang Kai and the others really did have a chance of killing the great demon god here. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, my subjects, return to me. The great demon god's low voice resounded throughout the world, transmitting a strange power. Yang Kai only felt his eyes suddenly heat up, as if a knife had stabbed into his eyeballs, causing a heart-wrenching pain. At the same time, an extremely strong power came from nowhere, causing his eyes to feel as if they were about to leave his body. Not only that, the demon eye of annihilation and the black pupils of purgatory also began to circulate uncontrollably. His left eye was golden while his right eye was pitch black, and 2 incomparably mysterious powers began to flow out of his eyes. Yang Kai was greatly shocked, and the momentum of his spear suddenly stagnated as he quickly flew backwards, opening up some distance between him and Great Demon Lord while simultaneously pouring his strength into his eyes to suppress the incoming attack. Whether it was the demon eye of annihilation or the black pupils of purgatory, they both came from the great demon god's body. During his battle with the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, the great demon god's body had been smashed to pieces and his 2 innate divine eyes had been lost to the outside world. The flowing time Great Emperor's eyes were sentient, each of them having their own fortuitous encounters. Strictly speaking, whether it was the great demon god in Tongxian realm or the Cyclops great demon that had invaded the star boundary, they were both avatars of the great demon god. However, these 2 avatars had not been intentionally refined by the great demon god and had instead been created unintentionally. Their actions had nothing to do with the great demon god's main body. But no matter what, there was an unbreakable connection between these 2 eyes and the great demonic god. Fortunately, Yang Kai was now one of the great emperors and had the protection of the world energy around him. Otherwise, the great demon god would only need a single thought to take his eyes and cripple his 2 divine technique. It was precisely because of this concern that when facing the great demon god, Yang Kai had never considered using his demon eye of annihilation or black pupils of purgatory, afraid that he would give the great demon god an opportunity to take advantage of him. But who would have thought that even if he didn't use them, the great demon god would still be able to exert some influence on him? What does he want to do? Yang Kai was extremely vigilant as he stared at the great demon god without blinking, but what made him feel a little relieved was that the great demon god's eyes were still burning, but there was nothing wrong with them. But soon, he understood the great demon god's plan. As those words fell, the demon saint who were entangled with the great emperors on the battlefield actually abandoned their opponents and turned to rush in the direction of the great demon god, completely ignoring the might of the divine technique coming from behind them. A bad feeling rose in his heart as Yang Kai shouted, "Stop them, don't let them come over." The great emperors didn't need him to remind them. When their opponents turned to flee, they were already chasing after them like shadows, the power of laws surging as they fiercely attacked. 7 or 8 demon saints were beaten to the point of vomiting blood, but they didn't care about their injuries at all. Dragon roars shook the sky as the great elder and second elder of the dragon race chased after them. In front of them, Shueli Fuyu and Huobu fled in 3 different directions, and the 2 elders didn't know which one to stop. In the blink of an eye, the red demon Huobu, who was at the forefront, had already closed in on the great demon god, his crimson eyes filled with fanaticism. Like him, the other demon saint were all madly chasing after him without exception. Yang Kai knew that the situation wasn't good, so he stretched out his dragon claw and grabbed at Huobu from afar, shouting, "Condense!" Using the law of space and his control over the power of heaven and earth, even though Huobu was a demon saint, his rushing figure suddenly came to a halt and he instantly froze in place. The change from extreme movement to extreme stillness was extremely abrupt. Bind! Yang Kai clenched his hand again, causing space to collapse and a world-destroying power to erupt where Huobu was. Huobu spat out blood like boiling magma, exuding a scorching light as he shouted, "Explode!" The round body that was like a winter melon suddenly swelled up, and the skin on the surface of his body turned red as if it was on fire. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and a large piece of the vast space disappeared. The self-destruction of the Red Devil was an innate divine ability. There was no need to prepare it, and it could not be suppressed. It was just a matter of a single thought. The self-destruction of an ordinary Red Devil would be extremely powerful, not to mention Huobo, who was a devil saint. However, he was different from ordinary Red Devils. After ordinary Red Devils self-destructed, there would be nothing left of them, but he was safe and sound. Yang Kai staggered back. Although they were separated by a distance of 10,000 meters, the terrifying shockwave caused by Huobu's self-destruction blew him back a few steps. The shocking flames retracted and transformed back into Huobu's small and round figure. He continued to move forward, but his momentum had obviously decreased significantly. Even though he would not end up with nothing left after self-destruction like an ordinary red demon, Huobu's self-destruction had consumed some of his energy. No one could stop him now. Tai Yu and Xiao Xiao were suppressing Great Demon God with all their strength, while Wukong was eagerly devouring Great Demon God's essence and soul. Zhang Ruo she was slashing down with her sword. The 2 of them could not afford to be distracted, for fear that Great Demon God would break free if they moved. In the blink of an eye, Huobu had rushed to a spot not far from Great Demon God. With a ferocious smile on his face, he formed a seal with his hands and spat out a word that made one's hair stand on end. Explode! With a loud bang, several figures were sent flying. The stalemate was broken at this moment. Great Demon God's huge body tumbled several thousand kilometers before he could stabilize himself. Xiao Xiao was furious. It had taken a lot of effort to restrain Great Demon God's freedom, but now Huobu's self-destruction had ruined everything. How could it not be angry? Zhang Ruoxi's hair was disheveled, her body was drenched in sweat, and blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. There was an undercurrent surging in the Qianquan world behind Wukong. The peach blossoms on the peach trees were scattered all over the ground, and the pond was also rippling. Wukong's face alternated between red and white. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit in that instant. Xiao xiao xiao. Figures rushed over from different directions and threw themselves into the arms of the great demonic god one after another. It was as if they had plunged into a lake. Ripples spread out from the great demonic god's body, and the great demonic saints who had thrown themselves into his body disappeared just like that. Red demon Huobu, blood demon Shueli, feather demon Fuyu, stone demon Mo Kan, bone demon Gumeng, sand demon Yuqiu, shadow demon Wu Hua, corpse demon Zuqin. One by one, the demon saint who had roamed the demon territory for countless years disappeared in an instant, as if they had never existed. Seeing that even Chang Tian was about to pounce on him, Yang Kai's expression froze. At this point, how could he not know what the great demon god's intentions were? Although he did not know what kind of changes these great demon saints would bring to the great demon god, even if he used his toes to think, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing for the star boundary. Behind Chang Tian, Zhan Wuhen was in hot pursuit. As expected of the great emperors with the strongest combat strength in Star Boundary, The other demon saint had already fled, but he actually managed to delay Chang Tian halfway. Although it was impossible to completely stop Chang Tian, it was not a problem to delay him for a dozen breaths. Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in front of Chang Tian in an instant. A resounding dragon roar rang out, and a huge golden dragon head suddenly floated behind him. A pair of majestic dragon eyes stared fixedly at the sky. Dragon pressure filled the air, and Chang Tian's momentum suddenly paused. Chang Tian was also a dragon race, but he was a demon dragon in the demon territory. However, as long as he was a dragon race, he would be affected by the dragon race source. The dragon race was a very strange race. Although their individual strength was extremely strong, and even a newborn dragon race had an advantage that other creatures could not match, the dragon race would be affected by the source. A higher grade source would have an extremely obvious suppressive effect on a lower grade source. When Yang Kai first met Zhu Qing was already an 8th order red dragon, and the average 3rd order Emperor Realm Master was not her opponent. At that time, Yang Kai seemed to be just a 1st order Emperor Realm Master. In terms of strength, he could not compare to Zhu Qing. But in fact, Zhu Qing was completely suppressed by him, and in the end, she suffered a double loss. The reason for this was the suppression of the dragon race source. Under the influence of the golden divine dragon source, Zhu Qing could not display her strength at all. Zhu Qing was like this back then, and it was the same for Chang Tian now. If it were not for the previous situation, Yang Kai would have dealt with Chang Tian first, but he could not afford to be distracted by the confrontation with Great Demon God. At this moment, the overall situation was chaotic, so there was no need to worry about anything. Chang Tian, who was focused on escaping to Great Demon God and had no intention of fighting Jianghu Hen, was suppressed by the golden divine dragon source, and his momentum suddenly weakened. Jianghu Hen did not show any mercy, his iron fists turning into fist shadows that covered the sky and enveloped Chang Tian. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Chang Tian's blood was spilled, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. After suffering such heavy injuries, even with his demon saint cultivation, Chang Tian could not bear it. On the opposite side, Yang Kai's divine sense surged, and his pure divine sense turned into a sharp attack that broke through Chang Tian's knowledge sea defenses. Chang Tian's face suddenly turned pale, and his body trembled. His mind was unstable, and it seemed like he would fall at any moment. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab him, and with a thought, he put him into the sealed world bead. Success! Although both Jianghu Hen and Yang Kai had injured Chang Tian, at this juncture, Yang Kai could not care less. If he could not injure him, then he could only kill him. Chapter 38:11. Compared to losing their lives, such a result was undoubtedly acceptable. This is troublesome. Jianghu Hen stared at the colossal body in front of him, a solemn expression on his face. Yang Kai's expression was not much better. Ever since the demon saint entered the great demon god's body, the great demon god's aura had risen steadily, and the pressure he exuded had become even more terrifying. Not only that, but the original injuries on his body were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few moments, the wounds on his body had disappeared without a trace. The actions of the demon saint like moths to a flame had not only allowed him to replenish himself greatly, but had also greatly strengthened him. Probing it, it was as if there really was an entire universe hidden within that colossal body, and the aura of the world was rushing towards them. The heaven-opening realm was truly terrifying. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk one figure after another flew through the void and floated on both sides, the auras of the great emperors filling the air. Apart from Yi Ying, who had been killed by Yang Kai, the remaining 9 great emperors of the star boundary had gathered here. Not only that, but there were also the 2 great elders of the dragon race, the descendants of Tian Xing and Holy Spirit Tai Yu, who had regained the glory of his ancestors. In the entire star boundary, none of the top forces were left out, and the aura they gathered together was not inferior to that of the great demon god. Within his body shrouded in darkness, the great demon god slowly opened his eyes, and the anger from before was gone, replaced by indifference as he swept his gaze over the dozen figures present. This kind of gaze was not unfamiliar to anyone. When looking at the insects on the ground, even ordinary people would look at them with disdain. Although I don't want to admit it, you guys have done a good job. Being able to force this king to this point is beyond this king's expectations. But let's stop here. How could this king's many years of planning be ruined by the hands of ants like you? It's your honor to be able to die in my hands. As soon as he finished speaking, his cheeks puffed up slightly and a breath of air came out from his mouth, slashing towards the place where the great emperors were gathered. The breath was invisible, but it contained a terrifying killing intent. The faces of the great emperors changed drastically, only feeling the aura of death coming towards them. Not daring to be careless, they all moved to stop the attack. With Yang Kai in the lead, the great emperors unleashed their divine technique. The power of heaven and earth was pushed to the limit in an instant. With a loud bang, the world lost its color. Countless cracks slithered through the void like spiritual snakes. At this moment, the world collapsed. It was as if doomsday was coming. With everyone's combined strength, the great demon god's attack was successfully blocked, but no one showed any joy on their faces. This was because just a single breath from the great demon god was already so tyrannical, so if he really went all out, just what kind of scene would that be? In order to ascend to the great emperor realm, everyone present had experienced countless battles of life and death in their lives, but in terms of danger and intensity, there was probably no battle that could compare to this. Even the battle between the great emperors in the Shattered Star Sea all those years ago was probably inferior in comparison. And when facing a powerful enemy, especially one whose realm was higher than one's, attack was always the best defense. How could the great emperors not understand this simple truth? Therefore, after the joint attack, almost without the slightest hesitation, the dozen or so figures had already pounced towards the great demon god. There was not the slightest discussion, not even a single exchange of glances, but everyone's movements were the same as one. This was because everyone knew that at this moment, no matter how tenacious their defense was, it would only delay the pace of destruction. Only by attacking head-on could they fight for a way out of this hopeless situation. The figures of the 9 great emperors crossed the heavens and earth like 9 meteors streaking across the sky, ruthlessly slamming into the great demon god. Each of these figures carried the will of the heavens and earth of the star boundary, carrying the hope of all who still lived in the star boundary. On the left and right sides of the 9 figures were the 2 great elders of the dragon race. The 100-meter-long dragon's roar shook the sky, and the dragon's pressure was overwhelming. Above everyone, Jianghu she held the heavenly punishment sword, and the huge woman's phantom behind her seemed to come to life. The sword in her hand emitted a dazzling light. Dong dong dong. The earth trembled as Tai Yu rushed forward. Every step he took crossed the barrier of space and left a deep imprint on the ground. This ancient battle that was destined to be passed down for thousands of years began with the heavenly punishment sword's slash. When the sword was unleashed, the only thing left in the world was its brilliance, and the dazzling brilliance caused everyone to be momentarily dazed. Facing this terrifying sword, the great demon god simply raised his fist to meet it. When his fist arrived, the sword light shattered, and Jianghu she let out a muffled groan. The heavenly punishment sword phantom behind her also fluctuated. Although your ancestor was amazing, he was pedantic. If he could imitate this king, he would have long since recovered from his injuries and would not have fallen in this universe world. This king will send you on your way first, lest you tarnish the name of your ancestor. The great demon god's voice boomed like thunder. His fist did not lose its momentum and arrived in front of Jianghu she in the blink of an eye. In front of this incomparably huge fist, Jianghu she was as small as a mosquito. No one doubted that if this delicate body was hit by this fist, it would immediately shatter into pieces. It's not up to you to comment on my ancestor. Ruah she grit her teeth and coldly snorted. The heavenly punishment sword suddenly trembled and the shattered sword light turned into a rain of swords that shot forward. Countless years ago, the great demon god and Tianxing met outside the universe world and fought several times. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses. The great demon god fell into the unmatched realm while Tianxing came to the star boundary. In order to heal his wounds, The great demon god conspired to use the unmatched realm's auspicious power and spent a great deal of energy to turn it into demon territory. Just as he was about to succeed, the flowing time great emperor rushed to the demon territory and fought the great demon god to the death. Although the great emperor's soul was destroyed, he still managed to crush the great demon god. The great demon god could use the auspicious power of the unmatched realm to heal himself. In other words, Tianxing, who was at the same level as him, naturally had the ability to do the same. But now, it seems that Tianxing did not do so. Although she left behind a great reputation after falling into the star boundary and was feared by the ancient divine spirits, she did not do anything harmful to the entire star boundary. From this, it could be seen that Tianxing was not a person who willfully killed the innocent. On the contrary, he was a kind person. If not for this, why would he rather die than damage the universe world? Because of the great demon god's existence, the unmatched realm was turned into a demon territory. The laws of heaven and earth in the universe world changed, and even the human race living in the unmatched realm gradually turned into a demon race. If no one stopped the great demon god's plan this time, then the star boundary would become the second unmatched realm. The flowing time great emperor was really far-sighted. When he left the flowing time temple, he said that he had comprehended the principles of the great emperors outside the universe. As for what those principles were, Qiongqi did not know. Now, it seemed that the so-called principles were clearly a crisis in the star boundary. At that time, if the great demon god had truly recovered from his injuries, he would have gone to find Tianxing immediately. But at that time, Tianxing would have already fallen. Once the great demon god fully recovered and returned to the star boundary, who in the star boundary would be able to compete with him? At that time, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering, and the universe would collapse. Amidst the rain of swords, Zhang Ruoxi's expression was solemn. She had inherited Tianxing's bloodline and inherited many of her ancestors' memories and experiences, so she knew her ancestors' universe better than anyone else. Now, she could proudly say that her ancestor had not done anything wrong to this world. But in the face of this beautiful world that her ancestor would rather die slowly in pain than damage, even if she died, she had to protect it with all her might. The mighty rain of swords could not stop the great demon god in the slightest. Wherever the giant fist landed, the world would collapse and everything would shatter. If Zhang Ruoxi was alone, she might have died in the next moment. After the demon saint fused with the great demon god's body, the great demon god's strength had increased by more than just a little. However, Ruoxi was not alone. She had the 9 great emperors of the star boundary by her side, as well as the 2 great elders of the dragon race, and Tai Yu, who had accompanied her for decades in the blood door. Taking advantage of the great demon god's unguarded state, Xiao Xiao threw a punch at the great demon god's waist. When the punch landed, a huge shockwave spread out, and even the powerful great demon god was forced to stagger. The giant fist heading towards Zhang Ruoxi was involuntarily deflected, and the murderous intent locked onto Ruoxi loosened in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ruoxi's figure fluttered like a butterfly and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. The great demon god suddenly turned his head, raised his other hand high, and as if the sky was collapsing, he slapped down with his palm. Xiao Xiao raised her arms in an attempt to block the attack, but the palm that slapped down was filled with an irresistible force. Tai Yu, who was several hundred feet tall, was slapped flat on his face and he fell to the ground with his head on his face. His huge body smashed into the ground, causing countless cracks to appear. From these cracks, hot magma spewed out and poured over Xiao Xiao's body, making a sizzling sound. Dragon roars could be heard as the 2 elders of the dragon race pounced over from the left and right. Ancient and profound dragon language could be heard as the secret magic of the dragon race smashed down. Blue and white light intertwined, turning into an all-conquering divine technique that instantly enveloped the great demon god. Boundless demonic energy erupted, blocking the blue and white light. Within the dazzling light, a massive dragon claw reached out and viciously clawed at the great demonic god's body. As the sharp dragon claw passed by, large chunks of flesh and blood were torn off. 2 reptiles you court death. The great demon god roared again and again as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the crystal-clear dragon's body. Squeezing hard, the dragon let out a mournful cry and turned around to bite. At the same time, the blue dragon swept over from the side and swept its tail towards the great demon god's chest. The great demon god turned a blind eye and shook his hand, causing the crystal-clear dragon's body to straighten up like a snake. Grabbing the dragon like a whip, he swept it forward, entangling the two dragons and sending them tumbling away into the distance. Heaven and earth force converged, and from the vortex of power, a long spear pierced forward, its body humming with the faint sound of a dragon's roar. Behind Yang Kai's 1,000-meter dragon body, 8 figures rushed out in a single file, using the divine technique of the great emperors to shatter heaven and earth, blasting towards the great demon god. In an instant, the world lost its color. Chapter 38:12. Even though the great demon god was unparalleled in his strength, within the universe of star boundary, facing the joint attack of the great emperors that had fused with the world's strength, he could not easily ignore it. With a roar that shook the heavens, the great demon god let out a roar as a rolling sound wave rumbled forward, forming a shockwave visible to the naked eye. Facing this roar, everyone finally understood just how terrifying the great demon god was. The power of his roar was like a star-filled storm, causing the earth and stones on the ground to fly thousands of kilometers away, melting and disintegrating in the air. Wherever the shockwave passed, the divine technique of the great emperors was greatly affected, greatly reducing their power. When the shockwaves landed on the great demon god's body, they did not cause him much damage. Only Yang Kai's spear was not affected much. Above the spear, a huge black sphere appeared out of thin air, emitting an aura that could collapse all things. The great demon god reached out to grab the blue dragon spear. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and poured all of his strength into the spear. Even if he could not do anything to this powerful enemy in front of him, he could at least poke a hole in his palm. The next moment, the great demon god's hand clenched and the black sphere on the blue dragon spear collapsed. The space principles were flattened by a powerful force. The great demon god grinned at Yang Kai and forcefully pulled back, causing Yang Kai to uncontrollably fall towards him as a fist rapidly grew larger in his field of vision. A 1,000-meter-long dragon body was originally majestic, but in front of the great demon god, it was like the difference between a child and a strong man. If this fist landed, even if Yang Kai had a half-dragon body, he would not have it easy. At worst, his head would explode, and at worst, his soul would be shaken. At this critical moment, the space principles fluctuated and Yang Kai's entire body suddenly turned into nothingness, leaving behind only an illusory figure. The huge fist penetrated through the place where Yang Kai's head had originally been, and a violent force passed through the obstruction of space and shook Yang Kai's body. With a loud cry, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had exiled himself at the critical moment and avoided the great demon god's fatal blow, the shockwave still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Yang Kai tried his best to pull out the spear but was unable to do so, causing him to pale. He wanted to give up on the blue dragon spear, but at the same time, he was extremely reluctant to do so. There was already a gap in strength between him and great demon god, so without the blue dragon spear, it would be difficult to cause any effective damage to great demon god. However, while he was catching his breath, the other 8 great emperors had already arrived. The iron blood banner fluttered in the wind, and the crimson light seemed to be made of fresh blood. Jianghu Hen flew over and punched out with his ant-like body, which collided with the mountain-like fist of the great demonic god. The scene looked like an ant hitting an elephant with all its might. Logically speaking, an elephant shouldn't feel anything. However, Jianghu Hen's punch caused the great demonic lord's arm to explode. His huge body was pushed back slightly. Although the difference in size was huge, how could Jianghu Hen be a real ant? How could the all-out attack of the great emperors be useless? Falling flowers wither. With a tender shout, the great emperors of flowery shadow solemnly waved their hands, causing a rain of flowers to fall from the sky, converging into a multicolored light that blasted towards the great demon god's left eye. 1,000 feet of ice cliff. Ice Feather Great Emperor held a sparkling long sword in his hand. He touched the blade with his finger and swung it down. A coldness that could penetrate one's heart filled the air. The sword light that seemed to be able to split the world was aimed at great demonic god's other eye. Serene soul finger. Pure spiritual energy erupted from the illusory aura as the great emperors of serene soul pointed a finger at the great demon god with a dignified expression. This finger attack did not harm the body but instead aimed directly at the great demon god's soul. All beasts of the world, heed my command, myriad beast art. The martial beast roared as he punched out. From the afterimages of his fists, numerous lifelike strange beasts of different sizes rushed out. Among these strange beasts, there was no lack of divine spirits. In the blink of an eye, thousands of strange beasts had gathered and rushed towards the great demon god, gnawing, biting, clawing, scratching, and doing whatever they could. Primal chaos. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill gently spat out these two words and formed a seal with one hand. A flame suddenly flew out from the tip of his finger. This flame was extremely weak and exuded a faint yellow light, like the light of a dying candle. Even in the dark of night, it could only illuminate a radius of a few dozen feet at most. However, wherever the flame passed, the void was scorched black, as if even the heavens and earth could not withstand the heat of this flame. Primal Chaos Sacred Flame, a unique flame of the heavens and earth, was not inferior to the true phoenix fire and could incinerate all things in the world. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill were indeed not good at fighting. He had devoted all his energy to alchemy and had even sought to become one of the great emperors. Just because he was not good at fighting did not mean that he could not fight. This Primal Chaos Sacred Flame was his strongest trump card, something he had obtained by chance when he was young. After cultivating it for several tens of thousands of years, even the other masters of the great emperors of Wondrous Pill did not dare face it head-on. Facing a powerful enemy like the great demon god, the great emperors did not hold back and immediately used their most powerful moves, hoping to severely injure or kill him in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, even if they could hold on, the heavens and earth would not be able to withstand such a battle and would sooner or later completely collapse. When that time came, the star boundary would cease to exist. However, this was not the end. At some unknown point, Wukong had arrived above the great demon god's head and slammed his palm down while shouting, "Prison circle." As his words fell, a huge divine tree appeared out of thin air. This divine tree was even taller than the great demonic god, and its huge treetop covered his entire body. From its roots drilled out like flood dragons, wrapping around the great demonic god. In the blink of an eye, the great demonic god was wrapped up like a dumpling. Wind. Wu Kuang shouted again and opened his mouth to spit out a gust of astral wind that transformed into a wind blade that slashed down at the great demon lord. The wind blade seemed unremarkable, but the terrifying destructive power contained within it was something that even the great demon lord did not dare to underestimate. Ancient astral wind. Divine tree white barbarian. These two killing moves looked familiar to Yang Kai, and he suddenly recalled that in the Shattered Star Sea, when Duan Hongchen and Wukong fought, the two of them had each used one of these moves. Now that the two of them had merged into one body, it was not difficult to control them. The 9 great emperors attacked together. Besides the great emperor Heaven's Revelations, who had only casually sent out a few palm strikes, the remaining 8 great emperors had all brought out their trump cards. Heaven's Revelations' eyes were as deep as the sea, seemingly grasping the trajectory of fate. Such a violent attack, such a decisive stance, caused the entire star boundary to tremble. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai struggled to pull out his spear and finally broke free from the great demon god's shackles. With a swish, the wind blade cut into the great demonic god's shoulder. In an instant, blood splashed out, and the sword imbued with the law of ice slashed into the great demonic god's eyes. The great demonic god closed his eyes, and his eyelids were like the strongest defense, allowing the 2 great emperor divine abilities to create dazzling sparks. The Primal Chaos Sacred Flame flew over and left a long scorch mark on the great demon god's body. An unpleasant smell filled the air, as if something had been roasted. Not only that, Countless strange beasts had gathered around his enormous body and were gnawing at his flesh with their claws and mouths. "Get out of my sight!" the great demon god roared, an unparalleled power erupting from his huge body. The divine wood-white barbarian rustled as countless roots were broken. The huge tree suddenly disappeared, and the countless strange beasts that had bitten the great demon god's body also collapsed at this moment, causing specks of light to fill the world. The great demonic god punched out, a straight punch without any fancy moves. It looked extremely casual, but this punch caused everyone's expression to change. This was because in everyone's eyes, this punch seemed to be aimed at them. Moreover, it seemed to have locked down the world and locked down their auras, making it impossible for them to dodge. Asterisk pring pring pring. Asterisk a series of muffled sounds rang out as figures were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood as they felt the blood in their chests and abdomens roiling. "I'll start with you." The great demon god's fist turned into a palm as he fiercely slammed it to the side. The giant palm blotted out the sky, and the one beneath it was none other than the great emperors of Flower Shadow. The great emperors of Flower Shadow had never experienced such a dangerous moment in their lives, so she couldn't help but turn pale as she hastily wrapped herself in a rain of petals, forming layers of protection. However, as the giant palm slammed down, the rain of petals quickly collapsed like snowflakes under the scorching sun. At this critical moment of life and death, a figure soared through the air. The great emperors of heaven's revelations stood in front of the Flower Shadow and raised their hands to throw out an object. This object expanded with the wind, turning into a giant tortoise shell that covered the two of them. The tortoise shell had complex natural patterns on it that pulsed with an extremely ancient aura. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure flickered, his space principles fluctuating as he rushed forward with his spear, thrusting it towards the great demon god's giant palm. This spear strike finally paid off, piercing through the great demon god's palm, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. Kai Yang was also sent flying by this palm. Several of the bones in his body were broken. While he was in the air, a series of explosive sounds came from his body. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, although it was slightly blocked by Yang Kai's spear, the palm still slammed down. Above the giant tortoise shell, the phantom of a black tortoise suddenly appeared, roaring towards the sky. As the giant palm fell, the black tortoise shattered, and the light on the tortoise shell suddenly dimmed. When the great demon god withdrew his palm, the tortoise shell turned into a stream of light, revealing the figures of heaven's revelations and Flower Shadow below. Although their expressions were ugly, the two great emperors of Flower Shadow were not seriously injured. On the other side, Yang Kai was sent flying for 1,000 kilometers before he could stabilize himself. Looking up, his mouth was full of bitterness. Was this the absolute gap in strength? To be honest, the great demonic god's methods weren't all that surprising. Now, he had no choice but to bring forward his plans. He had borrowed Huang Wuji's body to resurrect himself and fused with the other great demonic saints. He didn't even have a single decent exotic treasure on hand, so he could only use the same few killer moves. However, this overwhelming strength rendered all the great emperor's methods useless. Their attacks could not cause any fatal damage to the great demon god, and their own defenses were as fragile as paper. If it were not for the great emperors of heaven's revelations paying attention to the situation and saving the great emperors of great emperors at the critical moment, it was likely that the Flower Shadow great emperors would have died. Chapter 38:13. Facing such a powerful enemy, Star Boundary's side seemed to have no choice but to accept their fate and accept their deaths. However, Yang Kai and the other great emperors did not recognize this. Even if the enemy was difficult to stop, even if everyone was injured, they were still full of fighting spirit. This was the heaven and earth that gave birth to them, so how could they abandon it? Moreover, without the support of this heaven and earth, the great emperors would no longer be great emperors. Since the great demon god had appeared, if they could not kill him here, then Star Boundary would definitely perish, and everyone would only die. Strictly speaking, the great demon god in front of them was not undefeatable in the eyes of the great emperors. The previous attacks had already caused some damage to him, and although the injuries were not serious, they were still hope. The main reason for the current situation was that the 7 great emperors, who had just escaped, were unable to display their full strength. They had been trapped in that inexplicable space for several years, and had also been subjected to the demon saint's secret technique, so they were no longer at their peak. At this moment, the 7 great emperors, led by Jianghu Hen, could not display even 70% of their peak strength. Facing the demon saint whose strength had also greatly decreased, they could still hold their ground, but facing the great demon god who had fused with many demon saints, they were somewhat powerless. Since that was the case, they could only risk their lives. When a strange buzzing sound was heard, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Jianghu Hen's space distort. His long hair and clothes fluttered without any wind, and the surface of his body was filled with a layer of dark red light. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. At first, he was somewhat worried, but then he immediately felt relieved. Jianghu Hen's action was undoubtedly stimulating his own blood essence, burning it in exchange for greater strength. Such an action was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Blood essence was the essence of a person's cultivation, so it could not be used lightly. Once it was used, regardless of success or failure, it would definitely cause great damage to one's yuan qi. In serious cases, it could even damage one's cultivation. As great emperors, why would they do this unless they had no other choice? However, at this moment, Jianghu Hen could not care so much. If the star boundary was destroyed, how could there be an unscathed egg under an overturned nest? For the sake of this world, not to mention burning his blood essence, even if he had to sacrifice his life, Jianghu Hen would not even frown. As if they had discussed this beforehand, after Jianghu Hen burned his essence blood, the other great emperors all followed suit. In an instant, their slightly weakened auras rose steadily. Not only did they recover to their peak strength, they even surpassed it. The vitality of the great emperors was extremely exuberant. After their blood essence was burned, a dazzling light immediately appeared between the heavens and earth, as thick as blood. Yang Kai's mind surged as an uncontrollable impulse filled his chest. With a dragon's roar, his blood essence also burned. However, his situation was different from the other great emperors. Jianghu Hen and the others burned their blood essence and were covered in a blood-red light, while Yang Kai's body was shrouded in a brilliant golden light. It was as if he had transformed into a dazzling sun, dispelling the haze between the heavens and earth. The dazzling golden sun suddenly leapt high into the sky, pausing for a moment before pouncing in front of the great demon god. Enveloped in this golden light, the black dragon spear transformed into countless spear shadows. Each spear strike contained an extremely strong true meaning of the martial Tao, and with each strike, a huge black sphere would be destroyed. The void shattered as the great demon god staggered back. He roared, "Ignorant scoundrel, you still dare to resist!" Swinging his fist, a violent force surged forward. Yang Kai raised his spear to block it, but his body shook violently. A mouthful of blood boiled in his chest, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Dragon roars shook the heavens as the 2 great elders of the dragon race attacked from the left and right. Their 100 zhanglong bodies exuded a brilliant aura as they opened their mouths and spat out a dragon's breath towards the great demon god. The great demon god did not dodge, or rather, he had no intention of dodging from the beginning. He simply allowed the dragon's breath to hit his body. When he stretched out his right hand, it suddenly became abnormally dry and withered, but at the same time, it exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Blood splashed into the sky as the great elder retreated with a sorrowful cry. A large piece of flesh had been torn from his chest and dragon scales had been peeled off. If not for Fu Ti sacrificing himself to save him at the critical moment, everyone would have doubted whether the dragon race's great elder would have survived this attack. Yang Kai, who had been forced back, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the great demon god's right hand. He faintly felt that this hand was extraordinary. Before this, the great demon god's right hand had not been like this, but just now, it seemed to have changed. Be careful of that right hand, it may be the remnant of his main body. Jianghu Hen's voice sounded in Yang Kai's ears. No one knew better than him just how terrifying this hand was. Previously, when he was trapped in that inexplicable space, Huang Wuji had once used a withered broken palm to deal with him. Although that broken palm was withered and decayed, the killing power it could display was extremely terrifying. Zhan Wuhen had also thought about it before. If a broken palm could display such power, then how strong was its owner? That was until he met the great demon god. That broken palm was undoubtedly the great demon god's hand. During his battle with the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the great emperors of Flowing Time Great Emperor's soul had been destroyed and the great demon god's body had been shattered. However, this broken palm had been preserved to this day. Since the great demon god had possessed Huang Wuji's body, he had naturally taken back the broken palm that Huang Wuji had been protecting. At this moment, it was finally showing its true power. In Huang Wuji's hands, the broken palm was only a broken palm, and the power it could display was limited, but in the hands of the great demon god, the broken palm's full power was undoubtedly unleashed. With a single palm, it could break all methods. While he was transmitting his voice to the others, Zhan Wuhen had already rushed out, reaching out to grab the iron blood banner on his back and sending it flying towards the great demon god. The banner flapped loudly in the wind, instantly covering an area of 100 kilometers, completely enveloping the surrounding space. However, in the next moment, with a light tearing sound, a giant hand reached out from the area enveloped by the banner. The great demon god had escaped and the iron blood banner was torn to shreds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the great emperors rushed forward like meteors, and amidst the bloody light, the great emperor's divine technique was unleashed one after another. The great demon god was powerful and invincible, but in the end, 2 fists were no match for 4. Under the joint attack of the great emperors, the great demon god could not block all of their attacks. With a loud rumble, his several thousand zhang tall body swayed a few times as blood splattered from his body. Suffering from the pain, the great demon god's eyes were filled with anger. Completely abandoning his defenses, he reached out to grab at a certain spot in the void. In that direction, Fu Shun was covering the injured Zhu Yan as they retreated, but when he saw the giant hand coming towards him, he was unable to dodge and his dragon tail was grabbed. The several hundred zhang long dragon body was like a small snake in the great demon god's hand as it was dragged in front of him. Zhu Yan was shocked and rushed forward to rescue him. "I will pull out your tendons and peel off your skin." The great demon god roared and really did it, his right hand stabbing towards Fu Shun's back. The defense that the dragon race was so proud of was as weak as paper in front of the great demon god. As blood splattered, Fu Shun cried out in grief. The great demon god clenched his fist once more and fiercely pulled outwards. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the dragon tendons on Fu Shun's back were exposed, as if they would be pulled out in the next moment. The laws of space surged as Yang Kai arrived in front of the great demon god in an instant. With all his strength, he thrust his spear towards the great demon god's left eye. The great demon god coldly closed his eyes, and at the same time, his rolling demonic chi converged towards his left eye. The black dragon spear struck his closed eyelid, and as if it had pierced the hardest metal, an ear-piercing sound of friction could be heard as sparks flew everywhere. This aggressive spear only left a faint trace of blood on the great demon god's eyelid, and did not cause any substantial damage to him. A flame flew over and wrapped around the great demon god's right wrist, instantly turning into a ring of fire. The primal chaos sacred fire burned fiercely, and an aura that could burn all things and a burnt smell filled the air. The great demon god roared in pain, and his hand involuntarily loosened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fu Shun turned his head and bit towards the great demon god. His sharp dragon teeth ruthlessly pierced into the great demon god's arm, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Tai Yu punched out, and an iron fist that could break through the void smashed towards the great demon god's back. The other great emperor's divine technique also struck out, and all of them greeted the great demon god's right hand. One person's strength was small, but 2 great emperors had more strength. How terrifying was the combined attack of the great emperors. No matter how unwilling he was, his hand movements couldn't help but become sluggish. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fu Shun swept the divine dragon tail at the great demon god's chest, causing a deafening sound. The great demon god staggered back, and Fu Shun finally broke free, his dragon blood sprinkling across the sky. Ever since the change in the right hand, the great demon god had attacked twice, and the two great elders of the dragon race were already injured. One of them had a large piece of flesh clawed off his chest, and the other almost had his dragon tendons pulled out. The situation was extremely dangerous, and it made everyone's heart tremble. But no one retreated. Even the injured Zhu Yan and Fu Shun did not retreat. After the couple met up, they turned around and pounced towards the great demon god again. The auras of the two dragons seemed to have merged into one at this moment, resonating with each other, and the two dragons coiled around the great demon god from both sides. Since the start of the battle, unless one side was completely defeated, it was impossible to stop. Roars and roars spread to every corner of the star boundary, and the tremors of heaven and earth spread to the most remote corners. Yang Kai was bleeding, the two great elders of the dragon race were bleeding, the other great emperors were bleeding, and the great demon god was also bleeding. Terrifying cracks appeared on Tai Yu's body that seemed to be made of stone. In this battle, everyone was going all out, and no one dared to hold back. In today's battle, either you die, or I die. The great emperors of heaven's revelations had saved others many times at critical junctures, but as the price, the black tortoise shield that had accompanied him for many years was also shattered by the great demon god. The primal chaos sacred flame's radiance grew dimmer and dimmer, like a candlelight in a storm that could be extinguished at any moment. At this moment, it was trapped by a pure demonic chi. The great emperors of wondrous pills made hand seals with one hand, controlling the primal chaos sacred flame to burn the demonic chi, while also consuming the great demon god's energy. His face was as pale as paper, and he stuffed a large amount of spirit pills into his mouth. One of Tai Yu's arms hung limply at his side, and when he ran, he no longer had the unstoppable momentum he had before, and he was now limping. Yang Kai's body was dripping with blood, and the bloody light that enveloped the bodies of the great emperors was also incomparably dim. Chapter 38:14. The great emperors were gasping for breath while the great demon god's body was covered in wounds. The battle had reached its most critical juncture. Although the great demon god's eyes were lofty and arrogant, constantly calling them ants, the dozen or so ants in front of him already had the qualifications to threaten his life. After all, he was not at his peak. Even if his plan this time was a complete success and he managed to devour the star boundary's spiritual aura, the only effect he could achieve was a revival. If he wanted to completely recover, he would need a long flowing time great emperor to settle down and cultivate diligently. Not to mention that even his original plan had suffered a setback. Currently, no one knew how much of his strength he could display, but this small amount of strength was enough to force the star boundary to go all out. Loud rumbling sounds rang out, mixed with roars and roars. One figure after another was sent flying back and forth as divine technique after divine technique blossomed. The strength that everyone could display was decreasing. This was the case for the great demon god, and it was also the case for the great emperors. Such an intense battle was a huge burden on anyone. At a certain moment, Zhan Wuhen resolutely stepped forward, his originally weak aura suddenly surging as he shouted, "Break his palm." After fighting for a long time, everyone could see that if it were not for the great demon god's right hand, the strength that the great demon god could display right now would definitely be greatly reduced. However, the might of that right hand was simply too terrifying, causing everyone's attacks to be obstructed. As long as they could cut off that hand, it would be equivalent to removing the great demon god's sharpest attack. At that time, they would definitely be able to change the current situation. As such, Zhan Wuhen's target was the great demon god's right hand. Everyone understood. The great emperors of wondrous pill bit the tip of their tongues and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood melted into the void and turned invisible. The primal chaos sacred flame, which had been trapped by the pure demonic chi, suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. It burned the demonic chi around it and coiled around the right hand of the great demonic god like a fire snake. Martial beast punched, and ice feather flower attacked. Even the great emperors of heaven's revelations, who had been in charge of defense, took out an ancient bronze coin. Wrapped in the coin, they turned into a ray of green light and slashed at the great demonic god's right hand. The great emperors of the serene soul poured out their soul energy and attacked the great demonic god's sea of consciousness. Blood instantly flowed out of his 7 orifices and his whole body swayed. His face was frighteningly pale. The 2 great elders of the dragon race also joined forces and rushed over. They tangled with each other and turned into 2 streaks of green and white light, carrying with them a resolute determination that would never return. Wukong cackled strangely, "Awesome! Awesome! Wah!" He laughed crazily and attacked even more crazily. The shadow of the universe world behind him had already completely fused with his body, and he used all of his cultivation to point his finger downwards. The great demonic god's expression finally changed. Although he had always been fighting against the strongest forces in the entire star boundary, he had always been confident in his victory. But now, he finally felt a trace of crisis. This round of fierce attacks made even him tremble in fear. The huge Taiyu pounced down from the sky and smashed his fist down. The great demonic god roared and raised his fist to meet the attack. 2 fists the size of small mountains collided with each other, producing a loud sound that shook the heavens. The great demonic god's feet sank and his whole body sank into the ground. With his feet as the center, the ground collapsed. Taiyu was sent flying. Terrifying cracks suddenly appeared on his body that was several hundred meters tall. Large chunks of his body fell to the ground and disintegrated after flying a few hundred meters. Yang Kai's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He didn't have the time to carefully check Xiao Zhao's situation. He pointed his spear at the great demonic god's right wrist that he didn't manage to withdraw in time. Blood splattered as the huge black dragon spear directly cut open a huge wound on the great demonic god's wrist, revealing the muscles and bones inside. Scram! The great demonic god roared and spat out a blast of air that swept Yang Kai away. At this time, Zhan Wuhen, Bing Yu, and Hua Ying's attacks arrived. After a few sizzling sounds, more than half of the great demonic god's right hand was broken. Blood flowed out from the wound and demonic chi started to form. The 2 elders of the dragon race also arrived. They stretched out their dragon claws and firmly restrained the great demonic god's movements. They opened their bloody mouths and bit at the wound, tearing off flesh and blood. The great demonic god's right hand smashed down, and the 2 elders of the dragon race let out sorrowful cries as they were smashed into the ground. The primal chaos sacred flame flew over and wrapped around the broken hand. With a sizzling sound, the wound rapidly expanded and even the bones inside were broken. The great demonic god was enraged. He reached out with his other hand and grabbed the primal chaos sacred flame, fiercely pulling it out. Immediately, under the incredulous gazes of everyone present, the great demonic god stuffed it into his mouth and began chewing. From his mouth and nose, flames spurted out, but the great demonic god's expression was fierce as he forced himself to endure. The wondrous pill great emperor's complexion instantly turned as white as paper, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The primal chaos sacred flame had been refined by him for tens of thousands of years and had long since become one with his soul. Now that the great demonic god had played with it, he had also suffered considerable damage. "Break for me!" Wukong roared as he poured all of his strength into his finger and pointed at the wound on the great demonic god's right hand. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk with a crisp sound, the great demonic god's right hand was separated from his left arm and fell to the ground in a spray of blood. Success. Everyone's joint attack, including the full force of their trump cards, had finally yielded results. However, a sense of uneasiness suddenly filled the world. With his right hand cut off, the great demonic god grinned, "All of you, die for this king." As soon as these words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from the falling severed hand, and at the same time, it suddenly began to swell. Everyone's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. No one had expected that the great demon god would be able to play such a trick on a mere severed palm. The signs of swelling and the dangerous aura it exuded undoubtedly indicated that the great demon god could cause this severed palm to explode. Although this would cause great damage to his body, the price star boundary would have to pay would be even greater. At this time, everyone was an arrow at the end of its flight and no one had the confidence to survive the explosion of this severed hand. Even whether or not star boundary could survive was another matter altogether. As the aura of death enveloped star boundary, Zhan Wuhen's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. He had used all his strength and put his own life on the line, but he had still failed to save this world. Since that was the case, he could only live and die with this world. Instead of retreating, the Iron-Blood Great Emperor rushed towards the great demonic god with a calm expression, preparing his final killing move. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air beside the severed hand, grabbed it, and disappeared in a flash. Everyone could clearly see that the figure who had suddenly appeared was none other than Yang Kai. Only he, who cultivated the space principles, could arrive in time at this critical moment. No one else had this ability. At this moment, he had undoubtedly brought the dangerous severed palm into the crack in the void. The next moment, the space where Yang Kai disappeared suddenly shook violently and a black dot appeared there. This black dot rapidly expanded, spreading wildly in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it had swallowed a large area of the void. Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at the black void that was still expanding. Even though a powerful enemy was present, they were still dazed. This spreading void was undoubtedly the power produced by the explosion of the severed palm. It directly affected the world of the star boundary through the cracks in the void. Such a terrifying power was even more frightening than they had imagined. If it had really exploded in star boundary, the entire star boundary might have collapsed and ceased to exist. Fortunately, Yang Kai had brought the severed hand into the void at the last moment, saving this world at the most dangerous moment. But what about Yang Kai? The power of the explosion of the severed hand was so great, could Yang Kai withstand it? He couldn't. No one could come out unscathed from such a terrifying attack. At this moment, Yang Kai had most likely been smashed to pieces. Even though they were unwilling to admit it, the great emperors had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. No! A mournful cry resounded through heaven and earth, like a cuckoo weeping blood. Among the crowd below, Su Yan, Xianing Chang, Shanqing Luo, Shui Yu, and Zhu Qin were all screaming hysterically. If it weren't for the people beside them stopping them, they would have immediately rushed forward. In a battle between the great emperors, apart from the great emperors, no one could interfere, not even the false emperors or ordinary divine spirits. Tai Yu and Xiao Xiao were only able to participate because they had completely stimulated their ancestors' source strength in the heavenly punishment palace, restoring the glory of their ancestors in ancient times and gaining strength comparable to the great emperors. However, in such a battle, Tai Yu was constantly pushed back and was now completely dismembered, his life or death unknown. There was no need to mention Su Yan and the others. They had been watching from below in fear all this time. When they saw Yang Kai bleeding and injured, they were extremely nervous, but when they saw the great demon god injured, their hearts were filled with excitement. Who would have thought that they would suddenly witness such a scene? Without the slightest warning, the man who was going to accompany them for the rest of their lives disappeared into the void. Su Yan's tender body trembled violently. She could no longer feel Yang Kai's existence, and even the connection between them that would never disappear was completely severed at this moment. On the other side, Dong Suju's eyes rolled back and she directly fainted on the ground. It had only been a few days since he became one of the great emperors, yet he had died so young. Could it be that he was really the shortest-lived great emperor in the history of the star boundary? Zhan Wuhen and the others felt grief in their hearts, but they did not have the time to mourn. Each of them sorted out their emotions as quickly as possible and brazenly attacked with their dying bodies. The great emperors of the void had already fallen, but as long as they could protect this world, they would not be stingy with their lives. Rumbling sounds once again resounded throughout the world. The repeated collisions and clashes were as brilliant as flowers, causing the entire star boundary to tremble. Just as everyone had expected, after the great demon god's right hand was cut off, he immediately became like a tiger without its fangs. Not only did his momentum fall by a large margin, even his attacks were not as fierce as before. It seemed that the loss of his severed hand had caused him great damage. Chapter 38:15. But the same was true for the great emperors. The previous joint attack had almost exhausted all of their mental strength. No one knew how this battle would end until the very end, but judging from the current situation, no matter who won in the end, they would have to pay a huge price. The world fell apart, the world's world energy was in chaos, and the energy was violent. One figure after another rushed towards the great demon god, only to be knocked back and then rush over again. The cycle repeated itself, dyeing the world red with blood. Floating in the void, Yang Kai fell into a very strange state, as if he had broken free from some kind of invisible shackle. His entire being was filled with a deep sense of tranquility. He no longer felt any pain from before. He wanted to clench his fists, but he found that he was powerless. He wanted to move his head, but he was powerless. Suddenly, he discovered that his body had disappeared. In a daze, he recalled that he had brought the broken palm into the void and then suffered a violent shock, which then led to the current situation. What was this? Had he been smashed to pieces? Yang Kai was a little dazed. No, he didn't want to become the shortest-lived great emperors in the history of the star boundary. He had just become one of the great emperors not long ago, and he was still very young. He still had a lot of flowing time great emperors to squander. When he felt the great crisis contained in the broken palm, his mind went blank, and there was only one thought in his mind: hurry up and take the broken palm away, otherwise, a great disaster would descend upon the star boundary. However, when this result was placed in front of him, Yang Kai almost couldn't accept it. Did he regret it? Honestly speaking, he didn't regret it too much. If he could do it again, even if he knew the result at that time, he would have made the same choice. In that world, there were people who cared about him, and people who regarded him as the most important person in their lives. For those people, what did it matter if his body was smashed to pieces? But if he had really been smashed to pieces, then what was the current situation? His body had been smashed to pieces, but his soul hadn't been destroyed? But his body had been smashed to pieces by the broken palm, so how could his soul remain unscathed? At this moment, Yang Kai clearly sensed that his spirit had not suffered any impact and was still intact. Then he realized that his spirit wasn't floating in the void crack. Instead, he was hiding in the stamen of a 7-colored lotus flower. The petals wrapped around him, isolating him from all dangers around him. Soul-warming lotus. So that's how it is. It was the soul-warming lotus that protected his soul during that terrifying impact, allowing him to survive. The soul-warming lotus was a treasure of heaven and earth that had unimaginable miraculous effects. Yang Kai had obtained it when he was very weak and stored it in his knowledge sea. After so many years, the soul-warming lotus had constantly nourished his divine soul, allowing him to strengthen his divine soul without doing anything special. The soul-warming lotus was a treasure of heaven and earth for the divine soul, so it was not surprising that it could protect his divine soul at a critical moment. Understanding this point, Kai Yang's heart relaxed. As long as his soul was not destroyed, even if his physical body was smashed to pieces, it wouldn't be too terrible. At worst, he could just find a body to possess like the great demon god and start all over again. However, this was the void crack, and besides him, very few people would come here, so there was no way he could possess a body. This was a bit difficult. At this moment, without a physical body, Yang Kai couldn't use any of his abilities, so even if he wanted to leave the void crack, he was powerless. What's the situation in the star boundary? The great demon god should be unable to hold on for much longer. I wonder if the remaining people can kill the great demon god and what kind of price they will have to pay. Thinking too much, Yang Kai was too lazy to think about it. After losing the shackles of his physical body and only his soul remained, his entire being seemed to become sluggish. Even though he no longer had a physical body, there was still a warm feeling surrounding him, making him feel as if he had returned home, making him feel extremely comfortable. It didn't seem like a bad choice to continue sleeping like this. Thinking so, Yang Kai's thoughts gradually came to a halt, as if he was about to fall into an eternal slumber. Suddenly, a tear-stained face flashed before Yang Kai's eyes and he woke up abruptly, a great fear enveloping his heart. How are Su Yen and the others now? They should have seen my situation and are probably heartbroken right now. If I can't go back, how sad will they be? I have to go back. Even if I don't have a physical body, I have to go back and tell them that I'm safe. As long as I can go back, I can find the great emperors to refine a flesh incarnation pill for me. Back then, Tianyan also didn't have a physical body and relied on the flesh incarnation pill to shape his body. If Tianyan could do it, so could Yang Kai. As for the flesh incarnation fruit needed to refine the flesh incarnation pill, Yang Kai didn't have it for the time being, but there was a fruit tree in his sealed world beads medicine garden. Back then, he had planted that fruit tree in his medicine garden, so as long as he waited a few more years, it would eventually blossom and bear fruit. Thinking so, Yang Kai was startled again. What about the sealed world bead? For a long time, the sealed world bead had been kept in his body, but now that he had been smashed to pieces, the sealed world bead was probably not in a good condition either. Perhaps it had been shattered along with his physical body. Thinking so, Yang Kai panicked and hurriedly checked his surroundings. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the void was full of minced flesh and broken limbs, as well as a large amount of golden blood. My shattered body is really ugly. Yang Kai felt relieved. He didn't see any traces of the sealed world bead's explosion here. The territory inside the sealed world bead was enormous. If it had really been shattered, there would definitely be a large number of remnants of the sealed world bead in this star field. Since he didn't see any, it meant that the sealed world bead should be fine. As long as the sealed world bead was fine, everything was fine. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Relying on the invisible spiritual connection, Yang Kai quickly found the sealed world bead in the midst of the chaos. It wasn't too far away from him. Locking onto the sealed world bead with his divine sense, he summoned the sealed world bead into the soul-warming lotus. Transforming into his soul avatar, Yang Kai picked up the sealed world bead, kissed it fiercely, and sighed with emotion. However, it was not by luck that the sealed world bead was safe and sound. This thing had been stored inside his body all this time, and when the broken palm exploded, Yang Kai's physical body was blown to pieces, so a lot of its power should have been consumed, so there shouldn't be much left of it that could affect the sealed world bead. The soul-warming lotus and the sealed world bead, these two treasures had always accompanied him on his path of growth, so neither of them could be discarded. Yang Kai couldn't care less about the situation outside right now, nor did he have the ability to do so, so he simply put everything aside and thought about his future. The most important thing right now was to investigate the situation of the flesh incarnation fruit tree. This thing's growth cycle was really long, and Yang Kai didn't want to wait for thousands of years. If there was really no other way, he could only ask the two little wood spirits to find a way to accelerate its ripening. With their abilities, they should be able to do so. With a thought, Yang Kai's soul avatar escaped into the sealed world bead and directly appeared in the medicine garden. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu heard his voice and came over, bowing respectfully, "Master." They didn't find anything strange about it. Yang Kai often entered the medicine garden with his soul avatar, so they were already used to it, so they didn't expect that this time, even if Yang Kai wanted to enter with his physical body, he wouldn't be able to do so. Yang Kai nodded and said with a heavy expression, "Your master is in trouble, big trouble." As the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Now is the time when I need you too. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu glanced at each other, the former saying, "Master, you've never raised us." It had always been the two of them who were busy in the medicine garden. Unless Yang Kai needed them, they basically wouldn't come over. Since the two little wood spirits had followed him, they had been like two laborers. Moreover, whenever Yang Kai was injured, it was the two of them who helped heal him. Yang Kai's soul avatar didn't blush as he raised his hand and said, "Now, only the two of you can help me with this matter. Whatever Master wants us to do, just tell us." The innocent Mu Lu was excited by Yang Kai's words, clenching her small fists and putting on a posture of devotion until her last breath. Mu Zhu stretched out her hand and held her forehead, sighing and shaking her head. "I was beaten to death." Yang Kai looked at them with a serious face. Mu Zhu blinked her eyes, but Mu Lu's eyes suddenly reddened. She said nervously, "Ah? Then what do we do? Master, Are you all right? Mu Zhu slapped the back of her head and scolded, "Don't believe everything people say. Grow a brain, okay?" But, Master was beaten to death. Mu Lu's tears flowed down uncontrollably. Mu Zhu was exasperated. If he was dead, how could he run in here and talk to you? Mu Lu was a little stunned, but she finally recovered and said excitedly, "Yes, yes." She turned to look at Yang Kai. "Master, you're joking, right? I also want to joke with you, but I'm not in the mood right now." Yang Kai shrugged. "I'll say it again seriously. I was beaten to death." Mu Zhu frowned and looked him up and down. "Are you serious? How could it be fake? Then this king has the protection of the soul-warming lotus. Although my physical body is destroyed, my divine sense will not die." Yang Kai waved his hand and a scene appeared beside him. It was the scene in the void. Seeing the mangled flesh and broken limbs everywhere, the two little wood spirits paled. Only then did they realize that Yang Kai was not joking. This guy in front of them had really been smashed to pieces. "Master, does it hurt?" Mu Lu's tears flowed down again. That tragic scene made her heart tremble, not to mention Yang Kai who had been in it before. "What do you want us to do?" Mu Zhu's expression also became serious. Having one's physical body destroyed was not a small matter. If it were anyone else, they would have already died. Only Yang Kai, with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, was in a relatively good situation. The flesh incarnation fruit. Yang Kai looked straight into her eyes. "I need to find someone to help me refine the flesh incarnation pill." Mu Zhu said, "That thing takes 1,000 years to bloom, 1,000 years to bear fruit, and 1,000 years to mature. It hasn't been long since the last fruit was plucked. You have to wait at least 3,000 years. Chapter 38:16. Is there a way to shorten it to a long time? Yang Kai frowned. Even though he had guessed that this would happen, he still felt a headache coming on when Mu Zhu said it. "I'll try." After Mu Lu said this, she turned around and flew into the depths of the medicine garden. From the looks of it, she didn't want to waste a single moment and would definitely try her best to shorten the growth period of the flesh incarnation fruit. Mu Zhu glanced back and smiled bitterly. "Even if we try our best, we can only shorten the time by half at most. Then that's 1,500 years. Yang Kai couldn't help but grit his teeth. How long was that, the flowing time, great emperor? Even though waiting for 1,500 years wasn't much for his current cultivation, he had only lived for a little over 100 years, not even 200 years. In comparison, 1,500 years was quite terrifying. Who did you meet? A demon saint? Mu Zhu was quite curious about who had killed Yang Kai. He's even stronger than a demon saint. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. That was the great demon god, and the demon race in the entire demon territory was born because of him. With a single order, the demon saint would involuntarily obey, and some would even be devoured by him without any regard for their own safety. Mu Zhu exclaimed, "There's actually such a person in this world?" Yang Kai then replied, "That's right, he's lived for who knows how many years. His situation is quite similar to mine. His physical body was destroyed, but his soul survived. However, that guy didn't have the soul-warming lotus, so how could a mere soul survive for tens of thousands of years? Could it be that his soul is so strong that it can't be destroyed? Tens of thousands of years." Mu Zhu was even more shocked. The soul was a very mysterious thing. Any sentient being would have a soul, but the soul was also very fragile. No matter how strong one was, without the protection of a physical body, once their soul was exposed, it wouldn't take long for their soul to dissipate. Even someone as strong as Tian Yen would first need to reconstruct his physical body if he wanted to leave the divine ascension mirror. Mu Zhu found it hard to imagine how a person without a body could survive for tens of thousands of years just by relying on his soul. Moreover, that person was even more powerful than the demon saint. What kind of existence was he? Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, he saw Yang Kai's eyes burst with light, a thoughtful look on his face, and his mouth seemed to be muttering something. Mu Zhu listened carefully and heard Yang Kai talking to himself. "Immortal and indestructible, immortal and indestructible." The light in Yang Kai's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He suddenly laughed out loud. How could I have forgotten about it? What is Master referring to? Mu Zhu was puzzled. She didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking of that made him so happy. Yang Kai looked at Mu Zhu with shining eyes and said solemnly, Immortal and indestructible, immortal and indestructible, didn't you think of something? Mu Zhu seemed to have grasped something, but before she could react, Yang Kai's soul avatar floated to the side and soon arrived in front of a small tree as tall as a person, staring at it with a burning gaze. Strangely, there wasn't a single leaf on this small tree. It was so bare that it seemed like it could die at any moment, but on the contrary, this small tree was full of vitality. It could be said that the vitality of all the plants in the entire medicine garden combined couldn't compare to even a tiny bit of this small tree's vitality. The immortal tree! Mu Zhu cried out, instantly understanding why Yang Kai was so excited just now. According to legend, as long as one refined the immortal tree, they could achieve an immortal and indestructible body. At that time, they would live as long as the heavens and earth and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. The wood spirit race was a race that had dealt with all kinds of spiritual flowers and plants since ancient times, so they were naturally no stranger to the legend of the immortal tree. However, it was only a legend after all, and no one knew whether it was true or not. It could even be said that before meeting Yang Kai, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu had even doubted whether there was such a thing as the immortal tree in this world. You want to refine it? Mu Zhu looked at Yang Kai. Of course, Yang Kai nodded. Besides this, is there any other way? The flesh incarnation fruit was a way out, but it would take at least 1,500 years. Yang Kai couldn't afford to wait that long. But didn't you try it before? Mu Zhu frowned. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I did try it before, but never in this state. Perhaps this time, there will be an unexpected surprise. Then you must be careful. Yang Kai didn't say anything more. Since he had found another way out, what was there to hesitate about? At worst, he would fail, but it was better than waiting around. His soul avatar turned into a pure mass of divine sense and slowly wrapped around the immortal tree. Soon, the entire immortal tree was wrapped in his soul. The immortal tree was obtained from a strange sealed world in the territory of the lower star field. Yang Kai still remembered that in that sealed world, there was a 7-colored divine bird peacock guarding it. The 7-colored divine bird's body emitted an invincible 7-colored divine light. At that time, Yang Kai only felt that the divine bird peacock was incomparably powerful, but now that he had ascended to the position of the great emperors, even with the eyes of the great emperors, he still felt that the divine bird peacock was invincible. That was definitely not a divine bird that should exist in the territory of the lower star field, but Yang Kai didn't know why it had appeared in that place. After obtaining the immortal tree, Yang Kai had tried many times to refine it, but to no avail. The leaves of the immortal tree had allowed him to save many lives, but the price he had to pay was that the entire immortal tree had become barren, without a single leaf. It was precisely because of his repeated attempts to refine the leaves that Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to the immortal tree and even threw the legend to the back of his mind. If his body hadn't been destroyed this time and he had fallen into a desperate situation, he likely wouldn't have thought of this matter. The body was not only a protection for the soul, but also a kind of restraint. Immersing himself in it, Yang Kai discarded all distracting thoughts. Losing his body was a great loss, but it also allowed him to view problems from a new perspective. All things in the world were formless, like the moon in the well, like flowers in the water. The heavenly Tao was impermanent, the heavenly Tao was constant, neither created nor destroyed, neither pure nor impure. There was great terror between life and death, but only by placing oneself in a dead end could one be born. Immersing himself in it, Yang Kai gradually felt a sense of enlightenment. In the medicine garden, Mu Zhu watched in amazement. Under her gaze, Yang Kai's soul wrapped around the immortal tree, the power of his soul fusing into the small tree without any resistance, quickly disappearing without a trace. It looked as if the immortal tree had swallowed Yang Kai's soul. Mu Zhu turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Master, Master, how could there be any response?" In her perception, she couldn't even sense Yang Kai's aura. Mu Zhu really panicked this time. If Yang Kai's body was destroyed, there was at least some hope of rebuilding it, but if even his soul was gone, his soul would truly scatter. She never imagined that refining the immortal tree this time would turn out like this. If she had known earlier, she would have stopped Yang Kai no matter what. The shouts alarmed Mu Zhu in the depths of the medicine garden. Her small figure rushed over, and after asking about the situation, she was also stunned. After a long time, the two sisters looked at each other, hugged each other, and cried bitterly. Mu Lu said, "Master is gone, what should we do now?" Mu Zhu was also crying, and while crying, she comforted, "Don't panic, there should be an accident. It's impossible for him to disappear for no reason." Mu Lu said, "Then we have to find a way to save him quickly." "Yes, think of a way, think of a way." Mu Zhu nodded repeatedly. The two sisters looked at each other, their little heads spinning rapidly. After a long time, Mu Zhu said, "I can't think of a way." The two little ones hugged each other and cried bitterly again. Only when they were tired from crying did they gradually stop. Mu Zhu wiped her red and swollen eyes and said, "If only the patriarch was here, she should know what to do." Mu Lu said sadly, "But Master is not here, and we can't leave here. How can we find the patriarch?" The small sealed world was a world of its own, and only Yang Kai and his embodiment could open this world. Although the two of them had stayed here for many years, they didn't have the ability to open it. Then we can only work hard and cultivate. Only when we are strong can we tear open this world and escape from here. When the time comes, we can go find the patriarch. Just as she was talking, Mu Lu suddenly reached out and pulled her. Mu Zhu looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" "Elder sister Mu Zhu." Mu Lu pointed in the direction of the immortal tree. Mu Zhu looked over and couldn't help but be surprised because the branches of the immortal tree were gently swaying as if someone was stretching. This scene made people click their tongue in wonder. Mu Zhu's eyes lit up. "Master is fine." There was no wind in the medicine garden at all, and the immortal tree had never moved for so many years. At this time, the branches were dancing. Obviously, it had something to do with Yang Kai's soul merging with it. And under the attention of the two little wood spirits, the bare branches danced more and more violently, as if they were throwing a tantrum, the air crackling. The next moment, a familiar voice sounded in the minds of the two. "Hey, how did I become a tree? What the hell is going on?" This voice was Yang Kai's. "Master?" Mu Zhu's eyes widened as she looked at the immortal tree in front of her in disbelief. "That's right, it's me." The immortal tree replied while its branches danced, its voice full of depression. There was no way it wouldn't be depressed. After Yang Kai's soul merged with the immortal tree, he suddenly felt a kind of restriction, which then led to this scene. Although he wanted to refine the immortal tree and obtain an immortal and indestructible body, he never thought that he would succeed in this way. After transforming into the immortal tree, he was indeed immortal and indestructible, but what could he do with this body? If he encountered danger, would he use the branches to whip people? Not to mention, this small tree didn't even have a single leaf. Yang Kai always felt like he was naked. The feeling of being naked was very uncomfortable. Looking at the funny scene in front of her, even though she knew that this was not the time to laugh, Mu Zhu still couldn't help but laugh. Mu Lu flew over and circled around the immortal tree. Master, are you okay? Do you really think I'm fine?" Yang Kai asked angrily. Chapter 38:17. Mu Lu's head shrank back upon hearing this. Although they were wood spirits and were innately close to plants and trees, if they really were to become a little flower or a little tree, they would still be unable to accept it, let alone a living person like Yang Kai. Mu Zhu comforted him. "Master, don't panic. Now that you have refined the immortal tree and used it as your body, as long as you cultivate diligently, you might be able to take human form in the future. Master should also know about the saying of plants becoming spirits. In this world, there are many flowers and plants that have been cultivated by the great emperor over the long flowing time period to take human form. Moreover, the immortal tree is a treasure of heaven and earth, so it might be a blessing in disguise. Perhaps when Master takes human form one day, not only will you recover your strength, but you will also be able to advance. That's reasonable. Yang Kai wanted to nod, but he could only move the branches of the immortal tree. But you should know that cultivating the plant Tao is much more difficult than cultivating the physical body. No matter how hard I try, if I want to take human form, it will take me at least 1,000 years. Mu Zhu was speechless. Just as she was about to speak again, Yang Kai raised the branch and stopped her. There's no need to say any more comforting words. I'll first think of a way to come out. Saying this, the immortal tree fell silent again. The two wood spirits anxiously watched from the side. Not long after, the aura of Yang Kai's divine sense came from the immortal tree. Immediately after, a visible divine sense flew out from the immortal tree and transformed back into Yang Kai's appearance. However, at this moment, Yang Kai still had some lingering fear on his face, as if he was thinking about something. This time, refining and getting rid of the immortal tree had been unexpectedly easy, as if he hadn't encountered any obstacles at all. Unlike before, when he had tried several times without success, he had even thought that the legend was fake. The biggest difference between now and before was that he didn't have a physical body. In other words, if he wanted to refine the immortal tree, he really needed to break it down and rebuild it. Only by completely breaking away from the shackles of a physical body could he truly refine the immortal tree. Before, he had his own body, so he didn't have the qualifications to refine it. With this thought, Yang Kai bitterly smiled. Regardless of whether the legend was true or not, even if someone other than him obtained the immortal tree, who would give up their own body to refine it? It was a coincidence that his physical body had been smashed into smithereens, and he had no other choice but to give it a try. In the end, he succeeded easily. If that's the case, Yang Kai frowned and fell into deep thought. His eyes gradually brightened. At a certain moment, he seemed to have made up his mind and said, "I'm going out for a while." Saying so, Yang Kai pushed his divine sense and plunged into the immortal tree before disappearing. A moment later, the immortal tree shook its branches and broke out of the medicine garden, its bare branches twisting as it shot out of the sealed world bead. Inside the void, where the soul-warming lotus was, a small tree the height of a person appeared out of thin air. This was the first time the two supreme treasures of heaven and earth had met in such a way. The soul-warming lotus had always been in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, so he had never had such an opportunity before. Stretching out a branch and wrapping the soul-warming lotus, the seven-colored light enveloping the entire tree and protecting Yang Kai's soul from being affected by the power of the void. The small tree exuded a surging vitality as it shuttled back and forth through the void. Wherever it passed, it seemed to be attracted by the vitality of the immortal tree. Pieces of flesh and limbs flew over from all directions, completely wrapping around the immortal tree in a short while. Looking over, the immortal tree quickly disappeared, and what was shuttling back and forth in the void was a huge ball of flesh. This meatball was composed of countless pieces of flesh and looked extremely strange, but from the inside of this meatball, a life aura was slowly being born. Yang Kai was ecstatic. He had never thought that his sudden inspiration would really work. As time passed, the meatball grew larger and larger, gradually turning into a behemoth several dozen meters in diameter. From the inside of the body, heavy and slow thumping sounds came out rhythmically. As the sound rose and fell, the entire ball of flesh slowly expanded and shrank. Finally, all the broken pieces of flesh and blood gathered together and the meatball floated quietly, the thumping sounds filling the air. From time to time, the surface of the meatball would bulge up, as if something was about to break out of it. Yang Kai, who was inside the meatball, felt his whole body overflowing with vitality. The richness of this vitality was simply unprecedented. The immortal tree, which was as tall as a person, seemed to be dissolving, turning into pure vitality that merged with the pieces of flesh. The flesh and blood wriggled and the broken limbs reassembled. Yang Kai soon felt that he had a head, then hands, a body, and 2 legs. In less than half a day, Yang Kai once again felt his own existence. This was not an existence on the level of his soul, but a true resurrection. A feeling of rebirth lingered in his heart, giving him an indescribable sense of carefreeness. Raising his arms, with a loud bang, The huge meatball burst apart, revealing his strong and heroic figure. Closing his eyes and examining himself, Yang Kai found that there were no hidden dangers in his body, and every part of his body was in an unprecedented state. Not only had his body been reconstructed, but even the injuries he had suffered during the battle with Great Demon God had disappeared. Moreover, the vitality in his body was so rich that he found it hard to believe. He had the source of the dragon race, so his vitality was much more exuberant than others, but compared to his current self, the difference was like the difference between clouds and mud. The immortal tree had disappeared without a trace, fusing into every inch of his flesh and blood. With a light clench of his fist, it seemed as if it could even shatter the void. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai examined himself. Perhaps it was because he had been resurrected once, but now he was like a newborn baby. Every inch of his skin was white and translucent, and even his original white hair had disappeared, leaving behind only a head of black hair that draped over his shoulders like a waterfall. The white hair was the result of his battle with the Wind Monarch in the Flowing Time Temple, where he had been eroded by the principles of time and had lost a great deal of his lifespan. This was a fundamental damage that even Yang Kai, who had become the great emperors, could not restore, but this time it had actually disappeared, which was a pleasant surprise. His white hair turning black meant that he had regained his lost lifespan. But on second thought, according to the legends, refining the immortal tree would allow one to obtain an immortal and indestructible body. So did lifespan mean anything to him? Whether he could become immortal or not, Yang Kai was not sure, but refining the immortal tree this time had definitely greatly increased his lifespan. Otherwise, such a change would not have occurred. Opening his mouth, Yang Kai smiled silently and said, "Don't worry, I'm alive again." Inside the small sealed world, inside the medicine garden, the two little wood spirits were waiting nervously, and when these words came out, a scene of Yang Kai standing in the void immediately appeared in front of them. The two little ones' eyes widened at once, and in the next moment, Muzhu raised her hand and covered Mulu's eyes, blushing as she said, "Clothes, clothes." Yang Kai patted his head and hurriedly cut off the connection with the small sealed world. He took out a set of clothes and put them on. After thinking for a while, he put on a snow-white windbreaker with a high collar that almost covered the back of his neck, and a huge kill character was embroidered on the back, giving off a murderous aura. This was something that Shanqing Luo and the others asked Hou Yu to refine when the GZ army was first established. The materials used were all extremely precious, so it could be considered a good artifact. It had a certain degree of defensive ability, and it could be used in conjunction with Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique, allowing him to expand or shrink at will. The original intention was for Yang Kai to resonate with the kill character banner when he commanded the GZ army to fight against the enemy, increasing his power and prestige. Yang Kai thought that it was too flashy, so he never wore it. But now it came in handy. As a newcomer, he had to have a decent style. His divine sense surged and spread out, and soon, Yang Kai felt an aura that was connected to his mind. Reaching out, he shouted, "Spear, come!" With a buzzing sound, a stream of light broke through the air and was caught by Yang Kai. It was the black dragon spear that he had lost when his body exploded. With the spear in hand, Yang Kai's aura suddenly became fierce. Looking forward, it was as if he could see through the barrier of space and into the war-torn world. "Let's fight the second match, Mo wins." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and disappeared. Star Boundary. Inside the High Heaven Palace, Shanqing Luo looked at Su Yan with red and swollen eyes. "Big sister, are you sure our husband is not dead?" Su Yan's eyes were also red, and there were still traces of tears on her cheeks. Hearing this, she said firmly, "I'm sure." Shuiyu said, "Big sister, don't lie to us, we will." Su Yan wiped her face and said, "He is now one of the great emperors. If he had really fallen, there would have been a strange phenomenon. But from half a day ago until now, there hasn't been any strange phenomenon, so he is not dead. Have you all forgotten the situation when Kenyi was killed?" Hearing her say this, the women's spirits were roused. That was indeed the case. When Kenyi was killed, there was indeed a slight anomaly in heaven and earth. Everyone in the entire star realm, no matter how strong they were, knew in that instant that the great emperor had fallen. It seemed that Yang Kai was really fine. Otherwise, it was impossible for this world to not have any reaction. But that was a crack in space. If it was blocked by the barrier of heaven and earth, Su Yan said, "Don't forget, there was still the great emperor's Mingyu." The girls were startled, and they all showed a look of realization. The great emperor's Mingyu had fallen in the demon territory. Even his fallen star boundary had a strange phenomenon. If something had really happened to Yang Kai, there would have been some signs even in the crack in space. But until now, there was no strange phenomenon in the world. This undoubtedly meant that Yang Kai was still alive, but for some reason he had not returned. If the others had not returned, they might have been worried, but Yang Kai was a void great emperor who had reached the peak of the great emperor realm through the use of space principles. No matter how dangerous that void crevice was, it was impossible for anything to happen to him. Yang Kai's failure to return was probably because he was in the middle of healing. After all, he had brought his severed hand into the void crevice and had definitely been injured. But Su Yan looked at the battle in the distance with some worry. She secretly prayed that he would come back quickly. If he did not, the star boundary would not be able to hold on. Chapter 38:18. The world buzzed as one figure after another was sent flying. Blood splattered across the sky, and the aftermath of the fierce battle swept across the world. Even the false emperors could not easily approach. Li Wuyi had tried to lend a hand several times, but he was forced to retreat by the terrifying energy. Even he, the strongest person below the great emperors, could not participate in this battle, let alone the other false emperors. Moreover, there were still many half-saint experts eyeing the demon race covetously, so they needed to be on guard. The battle situation was not optimistic. Although the great demon god's right hand had been cut off, which had caused him great damage and was equivalent to pulling out one of his canine teeth, the great emperors had also paid a huge price for this. Everyone's aura was unstable at this moment, and Wukong was in the best situation. The heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique was worthy of being called the #1 evil cultivation technique since ancient times. It could devour the enemy's power and transform it for its own use. Its ability to continue fighting was obvious to all. During the battle of the great emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, if it were not for the battle technique of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Wukong would not have been able to contend against the combined forces of the other 9 great emperors. At that time, Wukong had killed 4 great emperors by himself. Although the current great demon god was powerful and had single-handedly beaten the experts of the star boundary into a sorry state, no one had died yet. Apart from the missing great emperors of the void, everyone else was still alive. From this point of view, Wukong at his peak was not necessarily inferior to the current great demon god. The great emperors had survived the battle of the Shattered Star Sea, but today's situation was difficult. After all, the great demon god's realm had surpassed that of the great emperors. This was a gap that could not be closed. Countless dragon scales fell off from the bodies of the 2 dragon elders. Huge wounds were left on their bodies, and blood was dripping down from their wounds. Thousands of kilograms of dragon blood smashed into the ground, creating huge, deep pits. The iron-blood great emperor behind Zhan Wuhen was dim and lifeless. His qi and blood were extremely weak. The ice feather sword was broken, and Flowery Shadow's chest was pierced through. Demonic qi was growing, and Wondrous Dan was gasping for breath, coughing up blood. Heaven's Revelations' hair was disheveled, and his eyes were red. Martial Beast's fists were shaking uncontrollably, and all 10 of his fingers were broken. Tai Yu was still around. However, after disintegrating once, Tai Yu was only half of his original size. Furthermore, his aura was much weaker than when he was at his peak. It seemed that his strength had been greatly reduced due to the previous disintegration. Zhang Ruoxi, a descendant of Tianxing, was also covered in blood, but her eyes were blazing with anger, and her murderous intent almost burned through the world. What a tragic battle this was. The universe was wailing, and the world was trembling. The entire star boundary was showing faint signs of disintegration. Huge void cracks covered the entire world, and the world principles were in chaos. It seemed that the world could collapse at any moment. The great emperors couldn't hold on, so how could the world withstand it? The world had already been eroded by the demon intent and had lost all of its vitality. After the great battle, the world force was constantly being mobilized, and the energy of the world was almost exhausted. The great demon god seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight. His huge body was covered with wounds of various sizes, and in the most serious places, large chunks of flesh were missing, revealing the white bones inside. Facing the fierce counterattack of the great emperors, no matter how strong the great demon god was, he had to pay a huge price. In the end, it's still this king. What's the point of your dying struggles? The great demon god sneered as he gasped for breath. No one responded, which made him look like a clown jumping up and down. The great demon god coldly snorted and raised his giant palm. Let's end this. Although you have done your best, the gap in strength is not something that can be made up for with effort. The giant palm slammed down, blocking the light in front of everyone. At this moment, the aura of death enveloped everyone, causing them to shiver all over. Jianghu Hen suddenly raised his head and looked up at the void. The great demon god also hurriedly looked back. From the dark void, a cold light bloomed, and a spear shot out like a dragon. A terrifying aura descended from the sky, accompanied by a burst of hearty laughter. I'm back. The great demon god's eyes shrank as he cried out involuntarily, "How could you not be dead?" No one knew better than him how powerful the explosion of the broken palm was. It was impossible for a mere young Kai to come out unscathed. Even if he was proficient in space principles, there was no way he could escape from the damage of the broken palm's explosion. The best result would have been for him to be crushed to pieces. But now, this young man who had jumped out from the void did not seem injured at all, and even his previous injuries had been completely healed. His aura was even stronger than before, and the power of this spear actually caused the great demon god to feel a sense of crisis. It was as if he did not block this attack, something extremely bad would happen. The wind howled and his white windbreaker flapped wildly. Yang Kai was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, causing the eyes of all the great emperors to light up. The great demon god hurriedly withdrew his giant palm and grabbed at Yang Kai. In the next moment, an angry roar came from the great demon god's mouth as his giant palm was pierced through by a violent strength. Yang Kai was wrapped in a thick murderous intent, causing blood to spurt out from his body, but he was completely untainted as he leapt above the great demon god's head, gripped the end of his spear, and then smashed it down. With a loud bang, the fierce attack of an ant actually caused the several hundred zhang tall great demon god's body to bend, causing him to almost kneel on the ground. This spear strike caused the great demon god to be somewhat dazed, and his giant body swayed as if he was drunk. How could the great emperors miss such a good opportunity? A dragon roar sounded as the two great elders of the dragon race attacked together. Jianghu Hen and the others rushed in from all directions, releasing the last of their strength. Hong Hong Hong. The great demon god's body swayed left and right from the impact. His old injuries had yet to heal, but new wounds were added to them. Blood splattered everywhere, and he unconsciously let out a miserable howl. In just a short 3 breaths, the great demon god had already recovered. His body shook, and a violent demonic chi swept out, blowing everyone away. They fell to the ground and couldn't get up anymore. Hua Ying and Bing Yu fainted, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Tai Yu's giant body once again disintegrated, and a small figure came out from it, plunging into the ground and disappearing. Li Wu Yi's figure flickered, and he quickly rushed to the place where the great emperors had fallen, saving them one by one. Only Yang Kai was left. He shook the black dragon spear, and spear shadows filled the sky, enveloping the great demon god. Blood splattered everywhere, and every spear strike caused holes to appear on the great demon god's body. I want you dead. The great demon god roared, and he stretched out his hand to grab the small figure in front of him. You want to talk me to death with your mouth? Yang Kai sneered, and he didn't even try to dodge the giant hand that was coming at him. Instead, he shouted, Dragon transformation. Amidst crackling sounds, dragon scales covered his entire body, and dragon horns grew on his forehead. His hands turned into dragon claws, and a dragon tail swayed behind him. A supreme dragon might spread out. After transforming into his half-dragon form, Yang Kai's aura soared, but he was stunned for a moment. Because he found that there was something wrong with his vision. Compared to the previous dragon transformation, his field of vision seemed to be much higher. With a thought, he understood what was going on. After using the dragon transformation secret technique, he had actually grown taller again. And this time, it was a sharp increase. His originally 1,000 zhang long body had now become 2,000 zhang long, more than twice his original height. Such a huge change made it difficult for him to adapt for a while. Refining the immortal tree actually gave him such a benefit? The foundation of the dragon transformation secret technique was to develop the dragon race's source strength in one's body. The more source strength one developed, the larger one's body would become after dragon transformation. Previously, comprehending the true meaning of martial Tao in the ancient battlefield had allowed the dragon race source strength to advance, and after several decades of bitter cultivation he had grown to 1,000 zhang long body. But this time, after shattering his body, breaking his bones and re-establishing himself, and refining the immortal tree, he had also stimulated the dragon race source strength to a great extent. If not for this, how could he have a 2,000 zhang long half-dragon body? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yang Kai thrust his spear forward. With a whoosh, the blue dragon spear pierced through the great demon god's body and came out. At the same time, the great demon god's palm slammed into Yang Kai's head. An irresistible force passed through Yang Kai's body, causing him to feel as if his head was about to explode. He quickly reacted and confirmed that this wasn't just a feeling, but rather that half of his head had really been shattered. The great demon god grinned, "You overestimate yourself." If Yang Kai hadn't clashed head-on with him, he might have needed to expend a lot of effort to kill him in his current state, but in such a situation, even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, the gap between their realms was impossible to make up for. Although Yang Kai didn't know how Yang Kai had managed to avoid such a calamity before, now that half of his head had been shattered, it was impossible for him to recover. Lock. Yang Kai also grinned, his smile particularly gloomy with only half of his head remaining. Using the world's will to control the blue dragon spear, Yang Kai gripped the shaft of the spear with both hands and fiercely thrust it forward, nailing the great demon god to the ground. Yang Kai raised his head and glared fiercely, "Let's see where you can run now." Using the world's will to bind the blue dragon spear, the great demon god wouldn't be able to escape unless he destroyed the entire star boundary. The great demon god's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. With all his experience, even after roaming the world for so many years, he had never seen anyone who could still be alive after half of their head was shattered. Immediately, his expression changed greatly. This vitality, from the wound on Yang Kai's head, he actually felt an unimaginable vitality, one that even he couldn't help but stir. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai's wound squirmed and quickly recovered. The great demon god's eyes widened even further. Many of the great emperors who were watching this scene were also shocked. Flesh and bone, the living dead. Su Yan's face went pale, her beautiful eyes filled with lingering fear. The immortal tree. Only the heavens knew how desperate she felt when she saw Yang Kai's head being shattered, but now that she understood that Yang Kai had refined the immortal tree, she finally felt a great weight fall from her heart. The immortal tree. You actually refined the immortal tree. The great demon god also finally reacted. Everything he had just witnessed indicated that this guy who had ruined his plans had refined the legendary supreme treasure of heaven and earth, causing him to feel extremely jealous. Chapter 38:19. If he had possessed the immortal tree in the past, he would have been revived long ago. There would have been no need for tens of thousands of years of painstaking planning or for today's difficult battle. How could you have the immortal tree? The great demon god was about to go crazy from jealousy. His only response was Yang Kai's fierce fist, which smashed into his temple, causing his vision to darken and his mind to buzz. Instinctively, great demon god reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, tearing off a large chunk of his flesh. However, Yang Kai didn't care and simply sent out a barrage of punches towards Great Demon God, causing a series of explosions to ring out. The Great Demon God also ignored this and stuffed the torn piece of flesh into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. Since Yang Kai had refined the Immortal Tree, it could be said that his entire being was the Immortal Tree, his flesh and blood filled with the Immortal Tree's essence. Surging vitality erupted from his abdomen, causing his tragic injuries to be somewhat suppressed. At the final juncture of the final battle, no one had expected the situation to turn out like this. The Great Demon God's massive body had been nailed to the ground by Yang Kai's Black Dragon Spear, unable to move at all. Yang Kai's 2,500-meter-long dragon body was madly attacking while the Great Demon God waved his hands, constantly tearing off flesh from Yang Kai's body and swallowing it whole. As the punches rained down, a series of muffled booms resounded throughout the world. The Great Demon God's head was almost deformed as countless wounds appeared on it. Yang Kai was also not faring any better, his body losing a great deal of flesh and blood, revealing his golden dragon bones. Under the effects of the Immortal Tree's essence, both of their injuries were quickly repaired, and for a time, they were evenly matched, neither able to do anything to the other. Now, it was time to see who could persevere longer. A figure swayed as he flew over from a short distance away. It was Wu Kuang, who was chuckling lowly with a crazed look on his face. He only stopped when he was right above the Great Demon God's head. Then, he quickly formed a series of hand seals and slammed his palm down while shouting, "Heaven devouring! Battle law!" As this palm descended, although it did not seem to contain much power, it could be seen with the naked eye as a pure energy was extracted from the Great Demon God's body and fused into Wukong's. Wukong's face filled with ecstasy, as if he had just eaten the most delicious food in the world, his laughter becoming even crazier. "Bastard!" The Great Demon God glared at the ant above his head. Wukong stared back at him, his eyes filled with ridicule as he taunted, "If you have the ability, then glare at this king to death." If it were any other time, the Great Demon God would not have placed Wukong in his eyes. Before, when he had fought against the great emperors of the Star Boundary by himself, Wukong had also used this heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to devour his strength many times, but to no avail. However, at this moment, the Great Demon God was like a wooden crossbow, his body impaled by the Blue Dragon Spear. Yang Kai's attacks rained down like a storm, and when Wukong tried to devour him again, the Great Demon God was unable to resist. His strength was rapidly draining away, disappearing into thin air, and even the essence of the Immortal Tree was unable to replenish it. Panic rose in his heart as the Great Demon God's complexion changed greatly. He raised his hand in an attempt to grab Wukong, but was caught off guard by a dragon tail that suddenly swept over and restrained one of his arms with a tremendous force. He struggled a few times but was unable to move at all. The Great Demon God roared as he used his other hand to slap Yang Kai's chest. Halfway there, he used his palm as a knife and stabbed it into Yang Kai's chest, grabbing hold of his beating heart. However, before the Great Demon God could exert any strength, Yang Kai grinned and grabbed the Great Demon God's giant hand, gripping it tightly as he spat out a single word: "Explode." Space principles fluctuated wildly as the space force around the Great Demon God's arm exploded. Blood splashed everywhere as the Great Demon God's arm was directly severed, causing a miserable howl to ring out. Yang Kai casually tossed the giant arm behind his back before unleashing a barrage of attacks on the Great Demon God once more. Demonic chi began to grow around the Great Demon God's severed arm as his flesh and blood began to wriggle, as if a new arm would soon grow back, but under the influence of Wukong's heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, the blood and pure energy that flowed out from the severed arm were constantly being devoured, causing the wound to show no signs of healing, let alone regrowing it. With a series of rumbling sounds, the Great Demon God's monstrous aura continued to fall, and so did Yang Kai's. Even though he had completely recovered after refining the Immortal Tree and had fought a second battle, he was still unable to withstand such a direct confrontation. Scram! Like a dying flash of light, the originally weakened Great Demon God suddenly launched an attack, opening his mouth and roaring as a violent force poured out, transforming into a deadly attack that slammed into Yang Kai's body. The 2,500-meter-long body of the great demon god didn't pause in the slightest as he was sent flying. Midair, the sound of bones cracking could be heard as a series of wounds burst open on his chest, causing golden blood to spray out. Falling heavily to the ground, Yang Kai quickly got up, but before he could fully stand up, he staggered and fell to his knees, gasping for breath. His vision was blurred by blood and the entire world was covered in a golden hue. "It's time!" Wu Kuang, who had been hovering above the great demon god's head and constantly devouring his strength, suddenly whispered. Immediately after, he shook his arms and shouted, "Junior, if the situation doesn't seem right, don't hesitate to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble." As soon as these words fell, Wukong's figure fell from the sky and thrust his palm into one of the wounds on the great demon god's forehead. Immediately after, Wukong's body trembled and his eyes dimmed for a moment before quickly brightening. Wukong hurriedly withdrew his hand, retreated from the great demon god's body, and flew to Yang Kai's side, staring forward with a dignified expression. This action didn't cause any damage at all, but after Wukong's attack, the great demon god, who had been nailed to the ground and was facing the sky, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes bulging as he shouted angrily, "Ignorant scoundrel, how dare you! Scram for this king!" As soon as these words fell, his weak aura suddenly fluctuated, and demonic chi also fluctuated inside his huge body, as if he was going through a difficult struggle. Yang Kai gasped for breath as he observed. At first, he didn't understand what was going on, but soon he thought of something and turned his head to the side, frowning as he asked, "Master Hongqin?" Duan Hongqin gently nodded and said solemnly, "Get ready. If the situation is not right, immediately join forces with this old master to kill him." Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise, "Wukong is trying to possess this body?" Since the most recent opening of the Shattered Star Sea, Duan Hongqin and Wukong's souls had become one. Under normal circumstances, it was Wukong who took the lead, so now that the one standing in front of him was Duan Hongqin, it wasn't difficult to guess where Wukong had gone. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling horrified by Wukong's audacity. This was the great demon god. How could he think of possessing his body? However, on second thought, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The great emperors of Hongqin and the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor couldn't always be like this. Now that there was such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity before him, if he were Wukong, he would never miss it. Even if he had to take a huge risk, compared with the gains after success, it was undoubtedly worth it. Duan Hongqin slowly shook his head. "It's not possession, it's devouring." Yang Kai understood. Possession was different from devouring. The latter was Wukong's specialty. At this moment, the great demon god was almost exhausted from fighting, and Wukong had the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle style, so he really had a chance to succeed. "What are the odds?" Yang Kai asked. "Less than 30%. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. Wukong actually dared to take a risk with less than 30% chance? He really didn't take his life seriously. Duan Hongqin had shared a body with him for many years, so no one understood the characteristics of Wukong's heaven-devouring great emperor's battle style better than him. If he said it was less than 30%, then it was absolutely true. "Do we need to guard against Wukong?" Yang Kai asked again. If Wukong failed, needless to say, he would simply have to fight the great demon god a third time and sacrifice his life to kill him. But if Wukong succeeded, how to deal with him would be a problem. Previously, with Duan Hongqin restraining him, Wukong had no way to act recklessly and stir up trouble, but now that he had broken free from Duan Hongqin's body and obtained the great demon god's new body, if he really wanted to do evil, the great demon god's battle style would be even more dangerous. Star Boundary could no longer withstand any more torment. Yang Kai, as one of the great emperors of the void, had the world's will supporting him, so he could feel it more clearly than the average person. This battle would cause endless trouble for the entire Star Boundary. "No need." Duan Hongqin slowly shook his head. If he succeeds, there will be nothing left for him to care about here. His pursuit of the martial Tao has always been firm. It was fine if he didn't know this before, but now that he knows that there is always someone better than him, do you think he will still stay here? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's true, then let's hope he succeeds. Although Yang Kai did not fear a third battle with the great demon god and had refined the immortal tree, his restorative abilities were simply terrifying. Most of the wounds he had suffered just now had already been healed, so it wouldn't be long before he fully recovered. Even if the great demon god had swallowed a lot of his flesh and blood, how much could he recover? The second battle had resulted in both sides suffering heavy losses, so if a third battle were to take place, Yang Kai was confident that he could kill the great demon god here on his own. Calming his heart, Yang Kai began restoring his strength as much as possible while simultaneously paying attention to the great demon god's movements. After Wukong's soul broke in, the great demon god had constantly struggled and roared, but the blue dragon spear had pierced through his body, so even if he wanted to escape, he was powerless. Inside his huge body, Yang Kai could clearly feel two different auras colliding, entangling and fusing with each other, making it impossible to distinguish which was which. Inside his body, an earth-shattering strength swept out in all directions as a shockwave spread out from the great demon god. A number of figures flew up into the sky and surrounded the great demon god. These were the great emperors who had been exhausted from the previous battle. While Yang Kai was fighting the great demon god alone, all of them had been doing their best to restore their strength, and now they finally had some ability to move. Even the previously unconscious Hua Ying and Bing Yu had woken up. Yang Kai raised his head and swept his eyes over these familiar faces, a knowing smile appearing on his face as he withdrew his dragon transformation and flew up together with Duan Hongqin. 9 figures, 9 great emperors, all of their auras linked together, the strength of the entire world of heaven and earth circulating between them as they quietly looked down. Accumulating strength, ready to act. Chapter 38:20. The passage of time had never been so long, and every moment of waiting was a torment to them. 9 figures stood in the void and quietly watched as the 2 chis inside the great demon god's body, which was still pinned down by the blue dragon spear, continued to fiercely clash. Gradually, the confrontation weakened and then calmed down. After an unknown period of time, the great demon god closed his eyes and lay there quietly, as if he had really died. However, under the supervision of Yang Kai and the others' divine senses, they could still feel a faint vitality from the great demon god's body. The great demon god was not dead, but he had truly reached the end of his life. The current great demon god no longer had the high spirits he had when he had just been resurrected. Instead, his appearance was incomparably miserable. At a certain moment, the great demon god suddenly opened his eyes, and although his appearance was miserable, his eyes were still shining brightly. The corners of his mouth curled up as he let out a low chuckle. At first, the sound was not too loud, but it gradually grew louder and louder until it became a hearty laughter, as if he had encountered something that made him extremely happy and could not stop. The great emperors watched on coldly. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Duan Hongqin, but the latter's expression was as calm as an ancient well, obviously unable to determine who was controlling the great demon god's body at this moment. "Mo Sheng?" Yang Kai coldly shouted. The great demon god stopped laughing and looked up. "What do you think?" Then, with a hiss, he angrily shouted, "Junior, hurry up and pull out this damn spear for this king." Yang Kai turned his head again to look at Duan Hongqin. He really had no way of determining whether Wukong's devouring had succeeded or not. The only one who could make an accurate judgment now was Duan Hongqin, who had lived with Wukong for many years. Everyone else also looked at Duan Hongqin. Duan Hongqin shook his head and said, "I can't tell." Yang Kai grinned. "Then that's easy. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go." In any case, the Wukong wasn't a good person. Back then, when they were roaming the astral territory, they had tormented countless lower planes territory. They were simply taking revenge for the creatures that had died in those lower planes territory. The great demonic god was enraged. "Old ghost red dust, you have to be responsible for what you say. Do you believe that I won't reveal your secret?" He turned to look at the great emperors of Flowery Shadow. "Hua Linglong, do you still remember that one year when you were at the Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory?" Shut up. Duan Hongchen's countenance changed. He raised his hand to stop her. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, some cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. The great emperors of Flower Shadow frowned, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion. What do you mean? Great demon god raised his brow and smiled at Duan Hongchen. Duan Hongchen glared fiercely at him, then he swept his gaze over the others and said with certainty, "He is Wukong." "What about Emotion?" Yang Kai asked. Wukong grinned fiercely. "This king is still alive. What do you think his fate will be?" Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He hadn't expected that Wukong would really succeed in this matter. In this defeat, not only had his resurrected body been taken away, even his soul had been devoured. No matter how powerful Emotion was, he wouldn't be able to stir up trouble again. Relieved, an indescribable exhaustion swept through his body and mind. Yang Kai let out a long sigh as his body fell straight down. Not only him, but the great emperors floating in the sky, the two elders of the dragon race, and the heaven's punishment descendant Zhang Ruoxi, all of them fell to the ground like dumplings. This earth-shattering battle didn't last too long. It had only been a few days since Great Demon God appeared. The great emperors had dominated the star boundary for many years and had fought countless life and death battles. Let alone a battle of a few days, there had even been battles that lasted for months or even years. But there had never been a battle that was as difficult as this one, that made them feel so tired. The moment they confirmed that Emo Shing was dead and their side had won, the taut strings in their hearts loosened and the great emperors even lost their composure. But for better or for worse, with their cultivation, they didn't really fall flat on their faces. They all staggered as they fell, their footsteps weak. Yang Kai's situation was the best. He had refined the immortal tree and possessed the dragon race's source, so his restorative ability was far superior to the others. At the very least, he still had some strength left. With a sweep of his divine sense, everything in the world was imprinted in his mind. Feeling the pairs of eyes looking in his direction and the apprehension in the hearts of the people in the star boundary, Yang Kai exhaled and said, "Emo Shing is dead, we won." His voice wasn't loud, but with the support of world energy, it spread to every corner of the star boundary and reached the ears of everyone who was still alive. After a brief moment of silence, earth-shattering cheers rang out. The inside and outside of the High Heaven Palace were boiling with joy, as if the clouds had cleared and the moon could be seen again. Yang Kai grinned and directly lay down on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, looking up at the sky. The sky was still hazy and the demonic chi was tumbling, but Yang Kai mustered up all his strength and exhaled, instantly opening a huge hole in the demonic chi that covered the world. Dazzling sunlight shone down, dispelling the darkness and making everyone feel warm. Figures rushed out from the High Heaven Palace, one after another. Their delicate bodies rushed into Yang Kai's arms as sobbing sounds rang out incessantly. The little senior sister cried the most fiercely, her eyes swollen like peaches. Shui Yu was also weeping like a pear blossom in the rain. Although Shan Qing Luo was restraining herself, she still couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Zhu Qing and Su Yan were better off, but their beautiful eyes were filled with lingering fear. When Yang Kai rushed into the void with the broken palm wrapped around him, the void exploded, and so did their hearts. At that moment, Su Yan and the others felt as if the sky had collapsed. Fortunately, half a day later, Yang Kai came back again, full of energy. Even thinking about it now, the feeling was like a nightmare to them. Yang Kai hugged them left and right, comforting them for a while, but it didn't have much effect. In the end, it was Su Yan who reprimanded them with a straight face, making them stop crying. "Hey Junior, if you're done, can you come and see this king? This king is still nailed here. If you don't come, this king will die." A dissatisfied voice came from nearby. Yang Kai didn't even look at this voice. "What's the hurry? I won't die anytime soon, just let me catch my breath." He was exhausted. He was really exhausted. Even though he had refined the immortal tree and was rapidly repairing his injuries, at this moment, his body was in perfect condition, but the consumption of his strength could not be replenished. This time, if he didn't rest for 10 days or half a month, he would not have the strength to fight again. However, although Emo Shing was dead, The star boundary had become a huge mess now, so he still needed to clean it up. Things were far from over. After cuddling for a while, Yang Kai asked Su Yan to take the women away. Then he stood up and walked towards Great Demon God's huge body step by step. When he got close, he flew into the air and hugged the blue dragon spear's tail. With a thought, the blue dragon spear quickly shrank to a length of 10 meters and was pulled out by Yang Kai. Wukong grunted as blood spurted from his chest and abdomen, but after getting rid of the blue dragon spear, he was finally able to sit up. Looking down, he also gasped. "How is it?" Yang Kai squinted at him. Wukong grumpily said, "I won't die." "I'm asking you how your new body is," Yang Kai snorted. Wukong silently sensed his new body and grinned. "Excellent, it's thousands of times better than old ghost Hong Chen's rotten body. It's a good deal for you." With this body, as long as he could recover, Wukong could immediately become a heaven-opening realm master. Since he had swallowed Mo Sheng's soul, he could naturally inherit Mo Sheng's body. Although this would definitely have some hidden dangers, and it would not be as good as cultivating step by step, for the current Wukong, the advantages still outweighed the disadvantages. Otherwise, he would have to fuse with Duan Hongchen's soul, which was something neither he nor Duan Hongchen could tolerate. Over the years, he had not tried to seize another person's body. Firstly, he could not find a suitable one. After all, he was one of the great emperors, so how could he be interested in an ordinary person's body? Secondly, Duan Hongchen did not dare let him go easily. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Duan Hongchen could not stop him. As the two of them were talking, an unusual aura suddenly emerged from the ground in the distance. This aura was so strong that only the great emperors and demon saint could compare to it, and from the characteristics of this aura, it was obvious that it belonged to a demon saint. All the great emperors were shocked. At this time, none of them had the strength to act. If a demon saint really attacked, none of them would be able to resist. Yang Kai looked up and immediately saw a streak of light flying over, and he could not help but laugh. This woman had woken up at the perfect time, perfectly avoiding a fatal disaster. Under everyone's gazes, the streak of light stopped in midair, revealing Bai Li Mo's figure. Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd below, taking in the situation of all the masters, and her gaze quickly settled on Yang Kai and Wukong, a look of surprise in her eyes. What was going on? She actually saw Yang Kai and the great demon god chatting and laughing together, and they were less than 300 meters apart. Yang Kai held the black dragon spear without any hostility, and the great demon god sat on the ground without any killing intent. The demon saint was nowhere to be seen, and the great emperors of the star boundary were all exhausted, their auras weak. What had happened while she was unconscious? Could it be that the star boundary and the demon territory had made peace? But how was that possible? Bai Moli felt dizzy as if she was dreaming. "You're in luck." Yang Kai nodded slightly at her, causing Bai Li Mo to be even more confused. Her memories were still stuck at the moment when she was knocked out by Yang Kai. Although she was under the great demon god's control at that time, her mind was still clear. She, Yu Rumeng and Chang Tian had walked out of that mysterious space, and before they could do anything, the soul brand that Yang Kai had planted in her knowledge had taken effect, and she had instantly fallen unconscious. Even now, her head felt as if it had split open. Bai Li Mo guessed that her soul had suffered some damage. At that time, Yang Kai had been so anxious that he had no time to control the strength of the soul brand. He had only wanted to make Bai Li Mo fall unconscious. After that, the great demon god was outnumbered and had no choice but to merge with many demon saint. Bai Li Mo's unconscious body did not accept the conscription, and she had safely survived. Otherwise, she would have been like Xue Li and the others, turned into a powerful asset for the great demon god. If that had been the case, there would be no Bai Li Mo. Chapter 38:21. Seeing the doubt in her eyes, Yang Kai said, "Mo Sheng is dead." Bai Li Mo blinked, almost thinking she had heard wrong, turning her head to look at the giant body. The great demon god was clearly in front of her, so why did Yang Kai say he was dead? But soon, Bai Li Mo's expression changed as she stared at Wukong and said, "You are not the great demon god master." Although the giant body in front of her was still the great demon god's, the aura it exuded was completely different from before. A chuckle rang out, "This king is Wukong." Bei Limo's beautiful eyes shrank to the size of a needle tip as she asked in horror, "You possessed him?" She was not an idiot. On the contrary, as a demon saint, how much experience did she have? So, as soon as she realized that Wukong's soul was inside the great demon god's body, she immediately thought of the key point. More or less, Wukong responded indifferently, too lazy to explain anything. Bei Limo sucked in a breath of cold air as she looked at Wukong, then at Yang Kai, then at the great emperors around her, and couldn't help but fall into a daze. The great demon god was actually dead, and not only was he dead, but he was also possessed by Wukong. Even if she didn't dare believe it, the facts were right in front of her eyes, and she had no choice but to believe it. She hadn't participated in the previous battle, but judging from the aftermath of the battle and the situation of the great emperors in Star Boundary, it was definitely an extremely tragic battle. The final result was actually like this. Demon territory was won, Star Boundary won, but it was also a Pyrrhic victory. Heaven and earth were almost shattered, and Yuan Qi was greatly injured. As a demon saint, Bei Limo didn't feel much sadness. After all, she had relied on Star Boundary because of the soul brand, drawing a clear line between herself and the other demon saints. Moreover, the feeling of being controlled by the great demon god was terrible. She was actually a little happy that the great demon god had been killed. Although Yang Kai's soul brand could control her, it wouldn't be as thorough as the great demon god's. So that's how it is. Bei Limo gently nodded. What about the others? Looking around, she was the only one left among the great emperors and demon saint-level powerhouses. She couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Long Day is like a dream. The other demon saint have all fallen. Bei Limo nodded slightly. This kind of ending was acceptable. She smiled and said, "Congratulations." Yang Kai sneered. This battle was so tragic, what was there to congratulate? He waved his hand and said, "There are still many people at the demon race. You go and take care of them." Bei Limo nodded and flew out. In this final battle, the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint was tragic, but how could the other battles not be the same? Especially the half-saint fake emperors, there were many casualties. After the appearance of the great demon god, the half-saint who originally sought refuge with the Star Boundary changed sides. Now that the great demon god was dead, they were free from his control. As for the remaining demon race members, seeing that the situation was hopeless, they had long given up resistance. At this moment, they gathered together. Their eyes were full of confusion about the future. It was best to leave it to Bei Limo to deal with. The Star Boundary also suffered huge losses. Almost all the spirit peaks of the High Heaven Palace were razed, and the originally beautiful Spirit Land was a mess. Counting the casualties and treating the wounded, the Star Boundary was bustling with activity after the battle. One day later, Yang Kai was the first to recover. He released Chang Tian and Yu Ru Meng from the small sealed world. Yu Ru Meng was fine, but Chang Tian and Bei Limo were the same. Their souls had suffered some damage, and it would take a long time for them to recover. Moreover, after this battle, Chang Tian had obviously aged a lot. Even his hair was a little white. He was already nearing the end of his lifespan. If not, he would not have wanted to accept Yang Kai as his successor and take over the 100-spirit continent. Now that his soul was damaged, it would be extremely difficult for him to recover. It was likely that he only had a few hundred years left in his lifespan. For ordinary people, a few hundred years was several lifetimes, but for a master like Chang Tian, a few hundred years was just a blink of an eye. However, for a character like him, he had long put life and death aside. He had lived a wonderful life, so he could be indifferent in the face of death. The three demon saints were busy gathering the remnants of the demon race. Yang Kai used his body as the great emperors to communicate with the will of the heavens and earth, completely dispelling the demon qi in the Star Boundary. He had done this during the Great War, but at that time, the great demon god had interfered, so he had not been able to do it fully. Now that the great demon god was dead, there was no one to stop him. Naturally, he had to set the Star Boundary right. Otherwise, the remnants of the demon chi would cause endless trouble in the future. After a day of hard work, the entire star boundary saw the light of day again. Yang Kai was exhausted. However, the world was unstable. The void was full of huge void cracks, which looked extremely terrifying. The world principles of the entire star boundary were also in chaos. It seemed that they did not have much ability to repair themselves. The great emperors, who were recognized by the heavens and earth, felt this very clearly. Now, they could not mobilize much of the world's force. If the star boundary was left alone in such a state, it would sooner or later perish, and it would not take too long. The shortest time would be 1,000 years, and the longest time would be 10,000 years. The star boundary should follow in the footsteps of the demon territory. At that time, the universe would fall apart, the star boundary would collapse, and this world would cease to exist. After another 3 days, the great emperors gradually recovered and regained the ability to move. Although their injuries would require a long flowing time great emperor to recuperate for a long time before they could recover, this kind of thing could not be rushed. The High Heaven Palace was in a dilapidated mess, and the flowing time temple of Yang Shao and Yang Shui was temporarily summoned as a meeting place. The temple was suspended in midair. In the main hall, the great emperors, the 2 elders of the dragon race, and the descendant of Tianxing, Zhang Ruoxi, were all present. The highest forces of the star boundary had gathered together to discuss matters. Li Wuyi stood in the hall and reported that the aftermath of the war had been cleaned up. The survivors of the star boundary were now stationed outside the High Heaven Palace. Some were recuperating, and some were looking forward to the future. The only thing that made it difficult for him was how to deal with the demon race that was still alive. The demon race, such as the half-saint Baizhua and Baiya who were under the control of the great demon god, could not be blamed for their betrayal. However, the army of the demon race had killed many people of the star boundary. Now that the demon race had lost its momentum, it was really difficult to decide whether to kill the surviving members of the demon race or not. If they were to be killed, they would have absolutely no power to resist. Now that most of the demon saint were dead, and the remaining 3 had already defected to the star boundary, they would not stop the great emperors if they really wanted to kill them. The key was that there were a lot of them, more than 10 million of them. If they were to be killed, who would bear the responsibility? If they did not kill them, how would they explain it to the people of the star boundary who had died? Li Wuyi could not make the decision, so he could only come and ask the great emperors. In the main hall, the great emperor's divine senses surged as they silently communicated with each other. After a while, Zhan Wuhen said, "When 2 armies fight, each side has its own master, so casualties are inevitable. Now that the overall situation has been decided, let them live. However, the star boundary will not take them in. The Void Master will deal with this matter." Li Wuyi bowed, understanding in his heart. Previously, Yang Kai had used the sealed world bead to devour the entire demon territory, and in the territory of the sealed world bead, many members of the demon race had been kept. Now, letting Yang Kai take the 10 million captives into the sealed world bead was understandable. It could be considered a way out. Li Wuyi withdrew and conveyed the decision here to Yu Rumeng and the others, and began to arrange a way out for the demon race. In the main hall, Zhan Wuhen continued, "Yang Kai, I will have to trouble you with the demon race." Yang Kai nodded, "Iron Blood Master, rest assured, I will take care of this matter." Zhan Wuhen said, "The demon race is a small matter. Now what we need to deal with is the mess of the star boundary. I believe I don't need to say it, as all of you have felt it during this time. The star boundary will not exist for long. Sooner or later, it will collapse and be destroyed. We need to find a way out for the humans of the star boundary first." Mo Huang said, "Since Young Boy can refine the second demon territory, why can't he refine the second star boundary?" The situation of the demon territory was a lesson for the current star boundary. Yang Kai used the sealed world bead to devour the continents of the demon territory. Now, the 3rd territory of the sealed world bead could be said to be the second demon territory. If he imitated the previous method and used the sealed world bead to devour the entire star boundary, he could naturally create a second star boundary. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. It's possible, but unless there is no other choice, it's better not to do so. But Mo Huang was puzzled. Although the second demon territory has been formed, it is trapped in the small sealed world. I haven't thought of a good way to separate it. If we devour the star boundary, I'm afraid it will cause unexpected consequences. Moreover, the feeling that the second demon area gives me is somewhat different from the original demon area. Heaven and earth have just been born, and the Dharma is not perfect. It may take a very long time to restore itself to its original state. That is a very long time. Zhan Wu Hen heard this and said, let's leave this method as a last resort. If we really can't find a way out, this is the only way. Master, forgive me for saying too much, but the star boundary should still be salvageable, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly said. Everyone turned their heads to look at her, and their expressions all brightened. Zhan Wu Hen asked, young lady, do you have a way to save it? Although Zhang Ruoxi was not one of the great emperors, she had the strength of great emperors. What's more, she had inherited Tianxing's memories and inheritance, so she had knowledge and vision beyond the universe. Since she said so at this moment, it was certainly not without reason. I can't guarantee it, but there is indeed a way in my memories. There's no harm in saying it. The current situation of the star boundary is not bad. If there is really a way to save the star boundary, then young lady will be this world's benefactor. Zhang Ruoxi smiled and said, Master, you are too serious. I was born and raised in this world, so it is my duty to contribute to the star boundary. After a pause, she continued, the current situation of the star boundary is caused by the aftermath of the previous battle and the loss of spirit auspiciousness. In fact, the main reason is the latter. When a world principle loses its spirit auspiciousness, it will lose its vitality, and the world principles will be broken, so it will lose its ability to repair itself. On the other hand, if the world principle can be restored to its vitality and spirit auspiciousness reappears, it will be able to repair itself. No matter how broken the world principle is, it will be restored to its original state. Chapter 38-22. So the key is how to restore the vitality of this world? The flowery great emperor's eyes lit up. Zhang Ruoxi nodded, exactly. After a short pause, she continued, I don't know if Master has ever thought about this. Mo Sheng once devoured the auspicious spirit of the demon territory. At that time, the demon territory was powerless to resist. In other words, he succeeded at that time. The situation in the demon territory should have been more serious than the star boundary today, but why did the demon territory still exist in the end? Yang Kai crossed his arms and smiled. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Zhang Ruoxi stuck out her tongue. It's because of living beings. Living beings? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The auspicious spirit of the demon territory was once devoured, but the living beings in the demon territory did not go extinct. As long as living beings exist, the vitality of the demon territory is still there, and the lost auspicious spirit can slowly be restored. The only thing I don't understand is, since the demon territory still has auspicious spirit, why did Mo Sheng come to the star boundary? Yang Kai explained, you haven't been to the demon territory, so you don't understand the situation in the demon territory. The demon territory has already fallen apart because of the battle between Mo Sheng and the flowing time great emperors. The entire universe world has turned into many continents, and some of them have even lost their vitality and were devoured by the void. So that's how it is. Zhang Ruoxi understood, then it's not difficult to explain why he went so far away. Zhan Wu Hen forgot about Zhang Ruoxi. According to what you said, as long as there are enough living beings in the star boundary, then this world will have a chance to recover? That should be right, Zhang Ruoxi nodded. Zhan Wu Hen turned to Yang Kai. Yang Kai, I remember that your sealed world bead once contained many people from the star boundary, right? Yang Kai said, I'll do it right away. During the War of the Two Realms, he had indeed taken in many homeless people from the star boundary. Now, the first frontier territory of the small sealed world was already overcrowded with people. Not only him, but the one realm bead of the various commanders had also taken in many people. These people weren't very strong and couldn't be of much use in the War of the Two Realms. They couldn't be left alone to be tormented by the demon race, so they had managed to survive until now after being absorbed into the Sealed World Bead or the One Realm Bead. He didn't expect that he would have to rely on their strength to rebuild the astral boundary. I'm going to talk to Wukong. If you want people, you can have as many as you want in Wukong, Duan Hongchen said as he stood up and strode out. Wukong had used the ancestral territory as its core to refine and integrate all the territory of the lower plane stars. In those lower plane stars' territory, there were countless creatures. Now that the star boundary was empty, it was a good opportunity for him to get some people to replenish it. Presumably, he wouldn't refuse. Zhang Ruoxi said, but even if this is a solution, it won't be effective in a short time. It may take a long time. Master, please be mentally prepared. Zhan Wuhen said, it doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as there is still hope. Yang Kai got up and said, I'm also going to settle the people in the Sealed World Bead. There's still the demon race to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Go, Zhan Wuhen waved his hand. Yang Kai got up, and with a thought, disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a simple palace. This palace was 1,000 miles away from the High Heaven Palace. Beside him was Yu Rumeng. Not far away, Chang Tian and Bai Liemo were also looking over. Husband! Yu Rumeng shouted, what did the great emperor say? Yang Kai patted her head and smiled, I'll deal with the demon race. Yu Rumeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She was also a member of the demon race. Although many of her clansmen who were still alive were enemies of the star boundary, they were basically just following orders and couldn't make their own decisions. Now that the star boundary had won and the demon territory had suffered a crushing defeat, it was understandable if the star boundary wanted to kill them all. But if that was really the case, as a demon saint, she couldn't help but feel sad. Since it was handed over to Yang Kai to deal with, it meant that the result wouldn't be too pessimistic. Sure enough, under the gaze of Bai Liemo and Chang Tian, Yang Kai said, all members of the demon race will be taken into the small sealed world by me. They will not be allowed to take half a step into the star boundary. Chang Tian nodded, that would be for the best. Bai Liemo also breathed a sigh of relief. Accompanied by the three demon saint, Yang Kai took the surviving members of the demon race into the small sealed world and settled them in the third territory. An army of 10 million was thrown into the third territory, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea, without the slightest ripple. Half a day had passed since he finished this. Afterwards, Yang Kai continued to rush to various parts of the star boundary, choosing places that were not too affected by the War of the Two Realms and releasing the natives of the star boundary he had taken into the small sealed world in batches, not hesitating to use his own strength to create a suitable environment for these humans to live and reproduce in. After more than 10 days of this, Yang Kai's footsteps traveled to all parts of the star boundary's territory. The sparks of fire had already been scattered. It was just unknown when it would become a prairie fire. However, this trip made Yang Kai more and more aware of the dilapidated state of the star boundary. When the War of the Two Realms had just begun, the reason why the great emperors and the demon saint had agreed not to take action was because they were afraid that if they fought too fiercely, it would cause irreparable damage to the star boundary. However, as the War of the Two Realms progressed and the great demon god returned, everything went out of control. More than half of the world's spirit was swallowed up, its world principles were broken, the heavens and earth were falling apart, and the end of the world was everywhere. The beautiful mountains and rivers of the past had all changed. The impact of the final battle with the great demon god could not be remedied without at least 10,000 years. Hopefully, Zhang Ruoxi's method would work. Although 10,000 years was a long time, it was still enough for a universe world. More than 10 days later, Yang Kai returned to the High Heaven Palace. As soon as he returned, he saw Wukong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, smiling and waving at him. Wukong was still a few thousand meters tall. He had just swallowed the great demon god's soul, so he probably had not fully digested what he had gained, so he could not shrink his body for the time being. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but still flew over and hovered in front of him. What's the matter? This king is leaving. Wukong grinned. Leaving? Yang Kai frowned. Where are you going? After asking, he reacted and asked in surprise, outside the universe? Wukong nodded. Do you want to know why this king continued to devour strength even though he was already the strongest master in the star boundary? Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, he continued, because the title of Great Emperors was undeserved, because this king felt that there was a higher martial Tao, because this king wanted to become stronger. The flowing time Great Emperor was not the only one who comprehended the mysteries of the universe. Yang Kai gently nodded. Before he became a great emperor, he thought that the great emperors were a higher realm, the pinnacle of martial Tao, but now that he was in this position, he knew that Wukong was not lying. The great demon god was right. The so-called great emperors were just a title, not a realm. At the peak of the emperor realm, those who were qualified to touch upon the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm were the false emperors. And among the false emperors, there were very few who were recognized by the heavens and had the qualifications to use the power of the heavens and earth. They were the great emperors. The current him, including Zhan Wuhen and the others, were such a group of existences. And Wukong, perhaps tens of thousands of years ago, had pushed open the door to the heaven-opening realm by himself, walking in front of everyone. Yang Kai even suspected that the flowing time great emperor had already reached the heaven-opening realm. Otherwise, how could he have crushed the great demon god? In the past, I was ignorant and didn't know that there was a heavens beyond the universe, but now that I know that there are so many wonderful things outside the universe, how can this king not appreciate them? Although the star boundary is big, it is only a corner of the vast universe. It can't trap dragons like you and me. Yang Kai was flattered and repeatedly waved his hand. I don't dare to walk side by side with your highness. Wukong said, it's not that you don't dare, it's that you don't want to. He also knew that his reputation wasn't very good, so he sneered, this king pursues the martial Tao. The so-called secret arts are nothing more than methods. As long as they are useful, I don't care what methods they are. The others are just a bunch of old bastards, so this king doesn't care about them. But you, Junior, are a bit interesting. Your aptitude isn't the best, but you were able to become one of the great emperors at such a young age. I'm afraid your future is limitless. Although this king has now swallowed that Mo Sheng and has a higher cultivation level than you, in time, I really don't have the confidence to walk ahead of you. You also have times when you don't have confidence? Yang Kai was surprised. There are always monsters in this world. Wukong chuckled and pointed at him with a huge finger. You are one of them. I'll take that as a compliment. Yang Kai shrugged, thinking to himself that a proud and arrogant person like Wukong had probably never praised others before. I'll wait for you outside Jianghu. I hope we can meet again one day. As he spoke, Wukong stood up. His several hundred feet tall body blocked the sun above Yang Kai's head. Wait a minute. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand and looked up at him, saying, what about the territory of the lower plains that you refined? Do you want to take it with you? I don't care about the others, but what about my Henluo star field? Wukong chuckled. I refined it before because I wanted to find a way out. Now that the way is under my feet, the territory of the lower plains is useless. This king has already handed it over to that old guy Duan Hongqin. You can ask him. That's good. Yang Kai was relieved. There was no need to ask Duan Hongqin for confirmation. Since Wukong said so, he probably wouldn't lie to him. Boy, work hard. Wukong bowed his head and smiled again. He immediately took a step forward. His body looked heavy and clumsy, but with each step he took, there seemed to be an invisible staircase in the void that allowed him to climb it. After a while, the huge figure disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai crossed his arms and watched him leave with a smile on his face. He's gone? Suddenly, Duan Hongqin's voice came from beside him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw the great emperors of the star boundary, the two elders of the dragon race, Zhang Ruoxi, and even Xiao Xiao ran over. But at this moment, Tai Yu and Xiao Xiao were sitting on Zhang Ruoxi's shoulder. Chapter 38-23. Let's go. Yang Kai responded and stretched out his hand to tease Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao immediately climbed up his arm. It was hard to imagine that such a little guy could actually transform into a giant like Tai Yu and wrestle with the great demon god. In the previous battle, Tai Yu had been beaten to the point of disintegration twice. Although his life was not in danger now, like many great emperors, he needed to recuperate and rest. He left in such a carefree manner. Duan Hongchen couldn't help laughing. It's good that he left. The great emperors of the flowery shadow breathed a sigh of relief and quietly glanced at Zhan Wuhen as they spoke. Zhan Wuhen stared coldly in the direction of Wukong's departure, a trace of murderous intent faintly visible in his eyes. In the Battle of the Shattered Star Sea, 4 great emperors died at the hands of Wukong, and one of them, the Blue Lotus Great Emperor, was Zhan Wuhen's best friend. So Zhan Wuhen hated Wukong to the bone and hated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics even more. Among the Great Emperors, no one hated Wukong more than Zhan Wuhen. If possible, he would not mind fighting to the death with Wukong to avenge his dead friend. However, when the great demon god wreaked havoc, all the forces of the star boundary had gathered into a rope, so Zhan Wuhen could only put aside his personal grudges. Now, the star boundary could not withstand any more torment. Moreover, Wukong had devoured Mo Sheng, so with Zhan Wuhen's current strength, there was nothing he could do to him. It's good that he left, it's good that he left. Duan Hongchen couldn't help but nod his head. All these years of sharing a body with Wukong, he had been stifled. Now that Wukong also had his own body, he could be considered to have completely gotten rid of Wukong. The only thing that annoyed him was that during the previous battle, Wukong had used his body to display the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and devoured the great demon god's essence, chi, and soul. Although this had brought him many benefits, it had also left behind some hidden dangers, so there were pros and cons. I don't know when we'll meet again, Yang Kai said casually as he teased Xiao Xiao. Perhaps they would never have the chance to meet again? The universe was vast and boundless. Even if he were to jump out of the shackles of the universe one day and go to the world outside of the universe, what were the chances of them meeting each other? As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. Everyone else also noticed this at this moment, and when they looked up, they saw a black dot rapidly falling from the sky, carrying with it a fierce aura. The black dot rapidly enlarged in everyone's field of vision and soon became a giant several thousand meters tall. Who else could it be but Wukong, who had just left? Yang Kai put Xiao Xiao on his shoulder and asked with a smile, "Why are you back again? Did you forget something?" Wukong's expression was a little strange at this moment, but it was more dignified than anything else as he said, "You'd better come with me. I'm afraid that the star boundary is in big trouble." "What do you mean?" Zhan Wuhen's face sank. "Follow me and you'll know." Wukong didn't say much, turned around, and flew out of heaven and earth. Everyone looked at each other and quickly conversed with their divine senses for a while before Yang Kai shouted, "Let's go." Saying so, he was the first to follow. "Be careful, it might be a trap." Zhan Wuhen transmitted his voice, obviously still a little worried about Wukong's character, but he still followed. A dozen or so figures set off majestically towards the outside of heaven and earth. The higher they went, the more they felt an invisible resistance, like a mountain pressing down on everyone's shoulders, as if it wanted to push them back. "It's a lot weaker," Mo Huang couldn't help but sigh. "Is this also the result of the world's principles being broken?" "It should be," Zhan Wuhen nodded. The great emperors had dominated the star boundary for so many years, how could they not have tried to go out of heaven and earth and see the outside world? Not only had they tried, but more than once. They couldn't be more familiar with this kind of invisible resistance. Every time they wanted to leave the star boundary, they would encounter it. However, this time was different from before. The resistance was clearly much weaker. This resistance was undoubtedly the shackles of heaven and earth. Those who were not strong enough could not break free from this shackle and jump out of heaven and earth. The great emperors all had this ability, but if they jumped out of heaven and earth, they would lose the support of heaven and earth, and the great emperors would no longer be great emperors. The world outside heaven and earth was incomparably dangerous, and they wouldn't be able to persist for long before they had to return. Therefore, before the arrival of the great demon god, the great emperors knew nothing about the world outside heaven and earth. After a dozen or so breaths of time, everyone felt their bodies relax, and the invisible pressure disappeared. At the same time, the connection with heaven and earth became very weak. But at this moment, a muffled thunderous sound entered everyone's ears, causing their faces to pale. In the next instant, a strong gust of wind blew towards them. The gust of wind was so strong that even the great emperors couldn't keep their balance. They were blown all over the place. After a long time, the gust of wind subsided, and everyone couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what had happened. Wukong lowered his head and led the way, not explaining anything. After a while, Wu Kuang suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Be careful." As soon as his words fell, an extremely strong suction force came from the front, pulling everyone's figures involuntarily in that direction. The great emperor's expressions suddenly became brilliant. Although they were now unable to use heaven and earth force without the support of heaven and earth, their respective foundations were still there. What kind of suction force was it that made them unable to escape? Fortunately, this suction force was the same as the gust of wind just now. It came strangely and left quickly, stopping after a while. However, before they could relax, the muffled thunderous sound came again, followed by another gust of wind. Yang Kai's expression was strange, feeling that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. We're here." Wukong suddenly chuckled, and then stepped aside to reveal the scene in front of them. What they saw stunned everyone, and even Yang Kai was dumbfounded. In the void in front of them, an incomparably huge figure was lying horizontally, like a rolling mountain range. Wukong, who was now thousands of meters tall, still looked like a child in front of this figure. This was an incomparably terrifying giant. In front of everyone's eyes, the giant breathed in and out. When he exhaled, the astral wind gushing out from his mouth and nose turned into sharp blades that swept through the void, and when he breathed in, everything within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers was affected. The muffled thunderous sound was actually the giant's snoring. And from the giant's body, an incredible aura, one so powerful that even the great emperors felt despair, one that was countless times stronger than the great demon god at his peak, spread out. In front of this aura, even the two elders of the dragon race felt like two insects. What is this? The great empress Hua Ying couldn't help but gulp as her pretty face turned pale. Even when facing the great demon god, she didn't feel so powerless, but this giant lying horizontally in front of her could easily crush her with a single finger. Zhan Wuhen's face was also extremely solemn, and the expressions of the other great emperors weren't much better. No matter what kind of existence this sleeping giant was, the current astral boundary could no longer withstand any more torment. Furthermore, the place where he was sleeping was so close to the astral boundary that everyone even suspected that if he breathed out even more fiercely, the astral boundary would be blown away by him. Only Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never expected to see this guy again so soon. It hadn't been long since he last saw this guy, and Yang Kai remembered that after bidding farewell to him at that time, he ran off into the distance. How could he still be here? A descendant of Tianxing, you should recognize him, right? Wukong turned his head to look at Zhang Ruoxi and chuckled. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look at her. Zhan Wuhen frowned and asked, "Miss Ruoxi, what is this?" Before seeing it with his own eyes, Zhan Wuhen had never thought that such a huge creature would exist in this world. Giant god spirits. Zhang Ruoxi's voice was hoarse as she smiled bitterly. The star boundary is really in trouble this time. What do you mean? Zhan Wuhen frowned and lowered his voice, fearing that he would wake up the giant god spirit. Zhang Ruoxi explained, "In the world outside the universe, the giant god spirits are a very strange race. They are innately powerful and almost stand at the top of the entire universe. Except for a few equally powerful existences, no one is their opponent." How does the great demon god compare? Zhang Ruoxi smiled bitterly. Even when the great demon god was at his peak, the giant god spirits could kill him with a single palm. Zhan Wuhen's face sank when he heard this. The information Zhang Ruoxi knew undoubtedly came from Tianxing's memories. Since the giant god spirits were so powerful, how could the star boundary be their opponent? Just the resurrection of the great demon god almost shattered the star boundary, and the great demon god wasn't even at his peak at that time. The fact that this giant god spirit could kill the great demon god at his peak with a single palm meant that its strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Should we make the first move? Mo Huang was eager to try. The giant in front of them was still sleeping. If everyone attacked with all their strength, they might have a chance. Don't. Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly stopped him. Although the giant divine spirit clan is powerful, they are naturally kind and never fight with others under normal circumstances. Moreover, although they are powerful, there seems to be a bit of a problem here. They have always been relatively simple. While speaking, Zhang Ruoxi nodded her head. Then why did he come to my star boundary? Zhan Wuhen was puzzled. Zhang Ruoxi explained, the giant god spirit race has no fixed abode. They wander outside the universe all their lives in search of food. I'm afraid he came here to look for food. What do they want to eat? The dead universe world. The dead universe world? Zhan Wuhen raised his eyebrows. Yes, they have a very special talent called the divine technique. Even if they are very far away, they can smell the aura of a world that is about to die. Every time this happens, they will rush over and wait quietly. When the world dies, they will eat it. Chapter 38:24. Everyone gasped when they heard this because such an inconceivable matter was simply unheard of and unseen. Exactly what sort of living being is this? It's actually capable of feeding on a world that has already perished. Now that this guy had appeared here, didn't it mean that he had smelled the dying aura of the star boundary? Everyone was horrified, but Yang Kai remembered something. The last time he met this big guy in this vast universe, it was also sleeping. In the end, after he used the sealed world bead to devour the demon territory, he was almost sucked into its stomach as soon as he came out. He still remembered that this guy looked at the void where the demon territory had disappeared with a melancholy look. He still remembered that this guy was eating the one realm bead happily. He didn't quite understand why before, but now that he heard Zhang Ruoxi's explanation, Yang Kai suddenly understood. The demon territory was also in a state of dying at that time. He must have smelled the unique aura, so he rushed to the vicinity of the demon territory and fell into a deep sleep to wait. As a result, he was plucked by Yang Kai. After he woke up, he looked at the original location of the demon territory and said, "It's gone. Why is it gone?" The reason why he came back and stayed near the star boundary should be that the previous battle had caused the star boundary to become unstable and show signs of falling apart. He was waiting here, waiting to feed on the dead star boundary. If what you said is true, isn't this guy invincible? Is it possible to drive him away? Zhan Wuhen frowned. He and the others were trying to rebuild the star boundary and restore its vitality and spirit, but there was a giant god spirit here, eyeing them covetously. No one would be too relieved. What if this guy didn't play by the rules and woke up to devour the star boundary? At that time, the star boundary wouldn't even have the power to resist. Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head. That's impossible. The giant god spirit's thinking is simple. His life's pursuit is the dead universe worlds. No one can do anything about it. Then what should we do? We can't beat him and we can't drive him away. Are we going to wait for death here? Mo Huang glared. Zhang Ruoxi said, the only thing we can do now is to restore the vitality of the star boundary as soon as possible. As long as the star boundary is still alive, the giant god spirit won't do anything. Don't be fooled by his appearance. In fact, this race really doesn't like fighting. Of course, the premise is that they don't provoke him. Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head. The giant divine spirit clan is extremely rare. Even outside the universe, it is very difficult to encounter one. My ancestor had only seen him once from a distance and had never come into close contact with him. However, with his huge size and powerful strength, it is common for him to sleep for hundreds or thousands of years or even longer. That said, it is not impossible for him to suddenly wake up. Hundreds or thousands of years. Zhan Wuhen nodded slightly. Then let's do this first. Everyone, don't disturb him. Before he wakes up, let's do our best to restore the vitality of the star boundary. If he wakes up and finds that the star boundary is still alive, he will probably stop eyeing it. But hundreds or thousands of years. How much could the star boundary recover? Based on the current mess of the star boundary, It would take at least 10,000 years to restore some yuan qi. Everyone nodded. In the face of such a behemoth and terrifying existence, no one dared to take the initiative to provoke him. They hoped that this guy would sleep here until the end of time. Except for one person. As Zhan Wu Hen spoke, he flew straight towards the giant god spirit. Everyone turned their heads to look, not knowing what Yang Kai was going to do. However, as Yang Kai approached, everyone's expressions changed. Zhan Wu Hen hurriedly transmitted his voice. Yang Kai, what are you doing? Yang Kai waved his hand at him. Taking advantage of the giant god spirit's breathing, he flew into the huge nostrils along with the strong airflow. The next moment, a dragon roar sounded, and a golden dragon head flashed. A 2.5 feet long dragon body appeared. He grabbed a strand of hair from the nose and swung it to the meat wall at the side. He waved his huge fist, and under everyone's horrified gaze, he smashed it down fiercely. That punch hit the giant god spirit's nose, but the hearts of Zhan Wu Hen and the others jumped violently. The great emperor's faces all turned pale, and their hearts almost jumped out. Wukong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You've got guts!" His figure flickered, and he quickly escaped, flying thousands of miles away. Looking from afar, he still didn't feel safe, so he retreated a lot. Under that punch, the giant god spirit's nose twitched violently a few times, and he sneezed. The violent airflow blew Yang Kai away, and his 200 feet long body was out of control. He spun and disappeared without a trace. However, after receiving this blow, the giant god spirit showed no signs of waking up. He just turned over and continued to sleep. A moment later, Yang Kai turned back and looked at the sleeping giant god spirit. He rubbed his head, a little puzzled. Last time, he had woken this guy up like this. Why didn't it work this time? Yang Kai, come back. Zhan Wu Hen had a look of fear on his face. Fortunately, Yang Kai's blow just now had no effect. Otherwise, how could these people still be alive? And through that blow just now, he also intuitively experienced the terrifying power of this giant god spirit. No one could withstand Yang Kai's punch head-on, but the giant god spirit's soft flesh was attacked as if nothing had happened. It was simply unimaginable. Iron Blood Master, don't be impatient. Leave this matter to me. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the blue dragon spear. Zhan Wu Hen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He asked in horror, what is he going to do? There was no need for anyone to answer. Yang Kai had already grasped the spearhead, held it upside down, and smashed the huge blue dragon spear into the giant god spirit's bald head. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, the sound shook the surroundings. After receiving this blow, a small bump appeared on the giant god spirit's bald head, and his eyes that had been closed slowly opened, showing signs of waking up. Yang Kai held the spear and stood in front of his big face, constantly poking the other party's face with the blue dragon spear, shouting recklessly, wake up, wake up. Haha. Wukong, who was watching from a distance, let out an unconscious chuckle. A voice in his heart kept reminding him to escape from this place, the sooner the better, but his curiosity made him stop and watch. The great emperors, the two elders of the dragon race, and even Zhang Ruoxi, all had different expressions on their faces. At this moment, no one knew what to say. Yang Kai was determined to wake the giant god spirit up. Obviously, he had something to rely on, so everyone could only wait and see. The giant god spirit finally opened his eyes. His two huge eyes were like two small suns, piercing people's souls to the point of trembling. His gaze was also extremely fierce. He had been awakened from a deep sleep, and there was even more monstrous anger that seemed to be able to burn the void. The huge body slowly sat up straight, staring fiercely at Yang Kai in front of him, then raised his hand to grab him. Yang Kai did not dodge and was caught, but with a grin on his face, he shouted, "Ada, it's me." Ada's expression was still a little dazed, as if he had not completely woken up. Hearing the voice, his huge ears twitched, then he took Yang Kai in front of his eyes and looked at him carefully. After a while, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, then the corners of his mouth split open, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. "Ada recognizes you." It's me, it's me. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. While speaking, he knocked the back of Ada's hand with the blue dragon spear, reminding him that this spear was given to him by him. Ha, Ada recognizes you. Ada laughed even more happily. It's good that you recognize me. Yang Kai jumped out of his palm and stood on his wrist. Putting the blue dragon spear on his shoulder, he raised his head and asked, "Why are you back? Didn't you leave already?" Ada was stunned for a moment, then with a bitter face, he touched his stomach with his other hand. "I'm hungry." "Ada is hungry." "Are you looking for food?" Yang Kai asked. Ada nodded. Ada is looking for food. "You want to eat that?" Yang Kai pointed behind him. It was the direction of the astral world. Even without the divine technique of the giant god clan, Yang Kai could feel the lifeless and broken world of that world. Ada nodded again. He was very happy. "Eat that." As he spoke, his saliva almost flowed out, and his mouth made a slurping sound. Yang Kai put on a straight face. "You can't eat that." Ada frowned slightly. He seemed to be a little angry. The giant god clan stood aloof from worldly affairs and wandered in the world outside of the universe all their lives. What they pursued was the dead universe of the universe. Even if they were not very smart, when they suddenly heard Yang Kai say that, they were not very happy. They said in a muffled voice, "Ada wants to eat." "You can't eat." "Ada wants to eat." Ada glared. "If I say you can't eat, you can't eat." "Ada wants to eat." Seeing Yang Kai quarreling with this guy like a child, everyone was horrified, but they also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jianghu she had said before that the giant divine spirit clan's thinking was relatively simple, so no one had any direct experience of it. Now that they saw this big guy's performance, they realized that Jianghu she was right. This guy in front of them was more than simple, he was just like a child. Hua Linglong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Kai knew him before? How did they know each other? It was hard to imagine that Yang Kai had the guts to quarrel with such a terrifying existence. What made her more concerned was when Yang Kai became acquainted with this giant god clan, and it seemed that he even knew the other party's name. No one could answer this question. Zhan Wuhen suddenly turned his head and glanced at Zhang Ruoxi. "Are you nervous? Since Yang Kai knows this Ada, he shouldn't be in any danger, right?" Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly. "It's true that the giant god clan's mind is simple, just like a child. But master, you should also know about children. A child's face, like the weather in March, can change at will." Chapter 38:25. The giant god spirit Ada's face didn't change, but the faces of the great emperors changed first. Zhang Ruoxi was right. The giant god spirit's mind was as simple as a child, but in other words, he was temperamental. Yang Kai was recklessly arguing with him, and if he was provoked, how could he end up well? Zhang Ruoxi was nervous, but at this time, no one dared to intervene. Yang Kai knew the giant god spirit Ada, so it was best to leave this matter to him. No matter what the final result was, the star boundary could only passively accept it. If others rashly intervened, it was very likely to cause problems. "I can't get through to you." On the other side, Yang Kai and Ada quarreled for a long time. Ada stretched out his hand to scratch his face and turned his head to the side, pretending to look at them as if nothing had happened, but when he found that Yang Kai was staring at him, he quickly looked away, seemingly a little guilty. Yang Kai said helplessly, "Ada, that's my home. If you eat it, I won't have a home anymore. Do you understand?" Ada touched his stomach. "I'm hungry." Yang Kai couldn't wait to stab this guy to death. After a while of anger, he paced on Ada's arm, stopped, and tilted his head. "You won't be hungry if there's food, right?" Ada's eyes lit up, and he lowered his head at once, looking at Yang Kai eagerly. "Just you wait." After leaving this sentence, Yang Kai turned around and flew back the way he came. After a while, he returned to everyone and said with a speechless face, "It's a little troublesome." Zhan Wuhen said, "If he wants to eat, where are you going to find it for him?" They all saw the exchange between Yang Kai and Ada just now, and they all knew what Yang Kai was planning, but where could they find something like a dead world? It's not difficult to find something for him to eat, but it can only appease him for a while. If we don't find a way to solve the problem of the star boundary, I'm afraid we won't be able to send this guy away. It's fine if we can pacify him for the time being. At worst, we can slowly think of a way in the future. Yang Kai nodded. That's the only way. This guy has a one-track mind. As he spoke, he looked at Duan Hongchen and said, if we want to appease him, we can only rely on Master Hongchen. Duan Hongchen was stunned. The star. Yang Kai explained, the last time I met him, I gave him some one-realm bead and he liked it very much. I refined the one-realm bead using meteorites and dead stars from the lower realm. Since he ate the one-realm bead, he definitely wouldn't dislike those dead stars. Or rather, those dead stars were exactly what he wanted. Hearing Yang Kai's explanation, Duan Hongchen suddenly understood, wait a moment. Now that all the territory of the lower realms had been refined by Wukong, he had originally planned to use this method to take a peek at the door to a higher level of martial arts. Now that he had obtained the great demonic god's body, he didn't need to waste time on this. Moreover, he had refined Duan Hongchen's body with the help of Duan Hongchen's body, and now he had left the refined universe world to Duan Hongchen. There were countless dead stars in the lower realms territory, and Duan Hongchen could easily find a few of them. Moreover, even if they didn't have these dead stars, it wouldn't affect the territory of the other major realms. Not long after, more than a dozen chess pieces appeared in Duan Hongchen's hands. They were all refined from dead stars. Wukong could use the star field as a board and the stars as chess pieces. Duan Hongchen had experienced all this with him, so he could naturally do the same. Give me more. Yang Kai took them. Duan Hongchen lowered his head and busied himself again. After a while, Yang Kai turned around and flew toward Ada. Ada looked at Yang Kai expectantly, and his face was full of excitement. Open your mouth. Yang Kai flew in front of him and ordered. Ada immediately opened his mouth, which looked like a huge black hole. Zhan Wu Hen and the others were frightened. Raising his hand, Ada placed a chess piece into his mouth. Ada's eyes suddenly brightened, and he chewed with a crunch sound. His face was full of exultation, and even his bald head seemed to become brighter. Not long after, a dead star entered his stomach, but Ada still looked unsatisfied. Yang Kai didn't know what he was thinking and immediately placed another chess piece. In the void, the gigantic giant god spirit was munching on one dead star after another. The sound made the great emperor's hair stand on end. Time passed, and the chess pieces in Yang Kai's hands decreased one by one. Sensing that the time was right, Yang Kai said, Ada, we're friends, right? Friends? Ada was stunned. He blinked his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. He obviously didn't understand this word. Since you've eaten my things, then you're my friend. Yang Kai tempted him and raised the black dragon spear again. You gave me the spear, so I'm your friend too. Ada thought seriously for a while and grinned. Friend. Yang Kai threw a chess piece into his mouth and nodded. Since we're friends, then it's easy. Look over there. He pointed at the direction of the astral world. That's my home, and you're my friend, so that's your home. A home is a place to rest when you're tired outside. Without a home, you won't have a place to return to, so you can't eat in that place. Do you understand? Ada shook his head like a rattledrum. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Anyway, remember that it's not your food. It's very important to me and you, so you have to protect it well. Seeing that Ada still wanted to shake his head, Yang Kai was furious. Do you still want to eat? Ada's huge body suddenly froze, and he blurted out, yes. That's right. If you want to eat in the future, I'll send it to you, but you can't eat in that place. Yang Kai held a chess piece in his hand and waved it in front of Ada, and said, Do you remember now? Ada's eyes followed the chess piece, and he nodded heavily. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Good boy. Yang Kai threw out the last chess piece in his hand, and clapped his hands. That's all. Ada suddenly looked disappointed, and he touched his belly. Obviously, he wasn't full. Go and rest first. I'll bring you delicious food another day. Oh! Ada smacked his lips, and he was very obedient. He lay down at once, and almost the moment he lay down, he started snoring. Yang Kai flew back with cold sweat on his forehead, and soon met up with the others. Without stopping, they went straight to the astral world. After a while, they returned to the flowing time temple. Standing in front of the temple and looking up, they still felt that it was unreal. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there was a huge giant lying in the void outside of the universe, waiting for the astral world to die out so that he could eat it. Yang Kai sighed. For the time being, we've calmed him down, but what should we do in the future? Master, please come up with an idea as soon as possible. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill frowned. I've observed Ada's nature. Although we've calmed him down and made a promise, we don't know if he'll go back on his word in the future. Yang Kai said, I'm worried about this. If he goes back on his word, we can't do anything to him. But since it's a child's nature, as long as we guide him and let him know that he can't eat the astral world, it's possible to avoid future troubles. How do we guide him? The great emperors of Serene Soul asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, if he likes to eat, then feed him. When he eats, guide him. Just like what I did just now, if we do it a few more times, he should be able to remember it. Zhan Wu Hen said in a deep voice, but this method is pinning our hopes on others. Although it's a plan, it's not a long-term one. It's best to let the astral world recover its vitality as soon as possible. Miss Ruo, she also said that the giant divine spirit clan is only interested in those dead worlds. The reason why Ada came here should be because he smelled the scent of the astral world's destruction. As long as we can bring the astral world back to life, he will naturally leave. Mo Huang laughed and said, restoring the vitality of the astral world is not something that can be done in a short time. Although the creatures in the astral world have been greatly replenished, it will take time for the world principles to be perfected and self-repair. Moreover, whether this matter can be done or not, it will take time to verify. While everyone was discussing, a voice came from the sky. The giant divine spirit clan feeds on dead worlds. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, no one knows the life and death of worlds better than them. If you want to quickly restore the astral world, you might as well ask that blockhead. He might know something. Yang Kai looked up at the sky. Wukong, you haven't left yet? Wukong chuckled, I'm leaving now. I hope we can meet again in the 3,000 worlds in the future. As he spoke, the powerful aura quickly disappeared. This time he really left. The biggest scourge in the history of the astral world had left, but now an even bigger uninvited guest had arrived. However, Wukong's words before he left reminded everyone. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zhang Ruoxi. Ruoxi, do you know how to quickly restore the vitality of the astral world? Zhang Ruoxi smiled bitterly and shook her head. If I knew, I would definitely tell sir. However, what Wukong said just now is worth a try. I'll go ask. Yang Kai said and was about to leave. Zhan Wu Hen raised his hand and stopped him. Don't be in such a hurry. The giant divine spirit has just fallen asleep. If you disturb him again, it will be bad if he gets angry. Let's wait a little longer. There are still many things to deal with in the astral world. He turned his head to Duan Hongqin. Old Duan, transfer some creatures from the lower star territory first. We will work together to fill up all the places in the astral world that are still suitable for living. He then looked at Yang Kai and said, Yang Kai, I'll leave the space arrays and the like to you. The astral world's Yuan Qi has been greatly damaged. If we want to quickly restore its vitality, we have to rely on the surviving human race. Communication between them is very necessary. If there are enough space arrays to support it, I believe the astral world will recover faster. Yang Kai nodded and said, that's not a problem. He was now one of the great emperors of the void. Even if the astral world was broken and unstable, he could go anywhere he wanted. If he arranged a space array, he could connect the entire astral world in a very short time by himself. At that time, the people living in various parts of the astral world would be able to quickly travel back and forth. Chapter 3826. After nearly 2 months of hard work, almost all the forces of the entire star boundary were mobilized. Even the masters of the great emperors were not idle and finally finished some miscellaneous tasks. Duan Hongchen had moved countless creatures from the lower star boundary's territory. Now, in the 4 territories of the star boundary, All the places suitable for living were filled with vitality. Yang Kai had also set up space arrays in these places where living creatures gathered. The 55 star boundary armies had been scattered, and they were free to choose where to settle down according to their respective sects and families. Yang Kai cast a spell to rebuild the High Heaven Palace. Although 70 to 80% of the original appearance of the High Heaven Palace was restored, it was still far inferior to the original. This was not something that could be seen in a short time. Just like the restoration of the star boundary, it would take a long time to accumulate and settle down. Lan Sun returned to the Southern Territory with the surviving members of the Star Soul Palace and began to rebuild the Star Soul Palace. Before leaving, she specially came to visit and expressed her gratitude. Xiao Chun followed beside her with a face full of shame. Previously, he was bewitched by the great demon god, and the demonic thoughts in his heart were churning. At the critical moment of the final battle, he and Li Shiqing launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai and almost made a big mistake. In the end, he was injured by Yang Kai. Although the sneak attack was not his original intention, if he had a clear mind, how could he have been corrupted by the demonic thoughts? After that experience, Xiao Chun seemed to have matured a lot. He was no longer as arrogant as he used to be. Some of his edges seemed to have been ground away. It was unknown whether this was a blessing or a curse. The injuries he suffered had not healed yet, but there were no hidden dangers left. As long as he recuperated well in the future, there would be a day when he would recover. Armies and groups of people evacuated from the High Heaven Palace and scattered to various parts of the star boundary. 2 months later, only the original disciples remained in the High Heaven Palace. After such a disaster, the High Heaven Palace's 100,000 disciples were now left with less than 60,000, and this was because the High Heaven Palace's disciples had not cultivated for a long time and were not strong enough. Many of them were taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai in advance to avoid the disaster. If the High Heaven Palace was like this, one could imagine the situation of the other sects. 9 out of 10 rooms in the entire astral boundary were empty. This was a real situation. The peace after the great battle made the people who had survived the purgatory of blood and fire feel unreal, but they also cherished the current peace. In the void, the gigantic giant divine spirit was munching on food. Yang Kai had transformed into his 2,000 feet long dragon form. He sat cross-legged in front of the giant divine spirit, holding a giant water sack and drinking from it. The fragrance of wine permeated the air. After drinking for a while, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the giant god spirit. His breath reeked of alcohol, which made Ada frown. The giant god spirit seemed to not eat anything other than those dead worlds. Yang Kai had tried to get him to drink some wine before, but Ada had mercilessly rejected him. He was also very repulsed by the fragrance of the wine. Ada, have you thought of any good solutions for my family's situation? This was the 3rd time that Yang Kai had come to ask. The first time, Ada didn't respond at all. The second time, he seemed to understand what Yang Kai was asking. He didn't give an answer, only saying that he needed to think about it. This was the 3rd time. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Ada chuckled and chewed nonstop. Don't just eat, at least think of something for me. Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. Ha! The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse. It's rare to see someone as carefree as you all day long. Tell me, do you have any other brothers or sisters? Ruah, she said that you giant gods are a race. Since it's a race, you can't be the only one, right? Ada blinked, then raised his mountain-like fingers, frowned, and began to count with a serious face. After counting for a long time, he didn't come up with anything. Yang Kai also didn't see anything. Yang Kai reached out and held his forehead. Forget it, you count slowly, think slowly, and tell me when I come next time. With that said, he stood up and looked in the direction of the astral plane and grinned. There's still a happy event waiting for me over there. It's not good to be late, so I'll go first. With that said, he strode towards the astral plane. World Tree. Suddenly, a muffled voice came from behind. Yang Kai's body suddenly paused and he turned his head to look back. What did you say? However, as far as the eye could see, Ida was still frowning. He was counting his fingers one by one enthusiastically and did not look like he had spoken at all. Yang Kai almost thought that he was hallucinating. But the voice just now was clearly Ada's. There was no mistake about it. After looking at him seriously for a while, Yang Kai gave up the intention to get to the bottom of it. He silently memorized the words World Tree, turned around, waved, and continued to move forward. Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple. Like the High Heaven Palace, the Azure Sun Temple was in ruins. It used to be a battlefield. The demon race army invaded, the spirit peaks collapsed, and the demonic will eroded. However, the situation here was much better than the High Heaven Palace. After all, near the High Heaven Palace was the site of the final battle. The terrifying power swept through, causing the void within 1,000,000 miles to become unstable, and there were countless cracks. This place was a little dilapidated, but the overall structure was preserved. After being repaired by the great emperors of the secular world personally, the Azure Sun Temple could be said to have almost recovered, but the heaven and earth spirit chi was not as rich as before. This was something that couldn't be helped. The heaven and earth spirit chi was greatly affected, and this effect could never be recovered before the heaven and earth spirit chi was replenished. At this moment, the entire Azure Sun Temple was decorated with lanterns and streamers everywhere, and the sound of gongs and drums was continuous. It was very lively, and the spirit peaks were decorated with red colors into a festive color. Today was the wedding day of the Azure Sun Temple's temple master, Wen Zishan. Before the War of the Two Realms, Wen Zishan was the temple master of the Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. His status was respected, his strength was good, and he had friends all over the world. After the War of the Two Realms, he became a legion commander and made more friends. In addition, this was the first joyous event after the war, so the Azure Sun Temple was full of guests today. Almost all the famous people in the star boundary were present, and no one was left out. Even the great emperors were present. The star boundary needed such a joyous event to inspire people. The world that had been ravaged by war needed this grand event to wash away the haze of the past. So today, Wen Zishan's wedding was wantonly organized by the entire star boundary. It could almost be said to be the biggest event in the history of the star boundary. When Yang Kai arrived at the Azure Sun Temple, the temple's disciples were busy outside the mountain gate, constantly welcoming and sending off guests, leading them into the temple one by one, and arranging them in a suitable position to wait for the banquet to begin. Yang Kai instantly felt the aura of several great emperors hidden on a mountain peak. Across the void, Yang Kai glanced over and clearly noticed that those people were also looking at him. Zhan Wuhen immediately asked in his ear, "How was it? Did you get anything out of them?" "The World Tree, I don't know anything else," Yang Kai replied. "The World Tree." In the mountain hall, Zhan Wuhen frowned and looked around. Duan Hongchen and Mo Huang both slowly shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. "I'll ask Ruoxi later, maybe she knows something," Yang Kai said. Zhan Wuhen nodded, "That's all we can do." However, this time was better than the previous 2 times. The first 2 times Yang Kai went to inquire, he got nothing. This time, at least he knew about the World Tree. This thing is very likely to be the key to restoring the astral boundary. But judging from the name, it seems to be a tree. Where should I start looking for it? After a brief exchange with Zhan Wuhen, Yang Kai didn't go through the mountain gate. Now that his identity was here, going through the mountain gate would definitely cause some unnecessary disturbances. Anyway, the Azure Sun Temple was half his home, so he didn't need to inform anyone if he wanted to go home. Turning his head to look to the side, he saw a spirit peak filled with purple chi. Purple bamboos covered the mountain, and the bamboo was covered with red silk. In front of the porch, under the eaves, there was a continuous stretch of red lanterns. The ground was covered with red carpet. On the spirit peak, a group of people were busy going in and out. Purple bamboo peak, Gao Shueting's spirit peak. Yang Kai's figure flickered and flashed directly into the mountain peak. Arriving in front of a loft, he smiled and cupped his hands. "Senior Sister Gao, junior brother has come to congratulate you." The clamor inside suddenly subsided, and it became quiet. Even the busy womenfolk outside stopped and raised their heads in unison. In the next moment, a group of women rushed out of the loft. Yang Kai knew some, and some he had never seen before. They all bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Void Master." Yang Kai nodded and raised his hand. A gentle force rolled out and helped everyone up. Then he strode inside. "What are you doing?" A beautiful figure blocked in front of him. Yu Rumeng's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she looked up and down at Yang Kai with a vigilant expression. "Giving a gift." Yang Kai blinked. "Rumeng, why are you stopping me?" Yu Rumeng snorted, "Grow a brain. Even if I was born in the demon territory, I know that the bride will not see any male guests before the wedding ceremony. What do you want to do here?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "I am from the bride's family. Can I give a gift and the bride?" "No, no." Yu Rumeng reached out and blocked Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai said, "You are a female devil, why are you so particular? Get out of the way, get out of the way. I haven't seen how the bride is dressed yet. This time, I am here to broaden my horizons." Yu Rumeng did not let him go. "You will see them when they get married later. Now is not the time." While speaking, she called Su Yen and the others. Su Yen, Ah Luo, and the others naturally responded. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was surrounded by several wives. Su Yen said, "Husband, Senior Sister Gao will not see you at this time. If you have any congratulatory gifts, our brother-in-law can pass them on." "You're rebelling." Kai Yang chuckled. Shan Qing Luo said, "It is easy to see how the bride is dressed. After we go back, we sisters will dress up and let you see one by one. I just don't know if husband has the mood." Xia Ningchang and Shui Yu's eyes lit up as they listened, full of expectation. Chapter 38:27. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "Let me think about it carefully. I should be on my husband's side, so I should go to Temple Master Wen." He turned around to leave. Yu Rumeng patted him on the shoulder. "You can go, but leave the congratulatory gifts behind." Yang Kai turned his head. "Whose side are you on?" Yu Rumeng sneered. "Today, we sisters are from the bride's side." Yang Kai was speechless and could only leave behind the congratulatory gifts that he had prepared in advance before he could leave. Since he did not see the bride, he could only see the groom. The groom was on another spirit peak, which was not far away. Yang Kai arrived there in a few steps. Xia Sheng, Xiao Baiyi, and the other disciples of the temple were waiting outside the door. Only Wen Zishan was in the room. Everyone was about to bow again, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop them. He pushed the door open and entered, only to see Wen Zishan sitting there, wearing a festive red robe with a big red ball on his chest. He had a worried look on his face as he sighed. His expression was anxious and nervous. When he looked up and saw Yang Kai, he quickly got up. "The Void Master is here." Yang Kai walked in front of him and pressed him to sit down with him. He looked at him with interest. "Temple Master Wen, are you not happy?" Wen Zishan frowned and said with a strange expression, "I'm quite happy." "So you don't like it?" Yang Kai asked again. Wen Zishan shook his head. "We've been together for so many years, how could I not like it? If you like it, then why are you so worried? You're anxious." Sigh. Wen Zishan sighed, his old face a little red. "After all, I raised her. I don't know if this is good or bad for her." Yang Kai smiled. "I just went to Purple Bamboo Peak." Wen Zishan looked around nervously. "How was it over there?" Yang Kai touched his nose. "I didn't see Senior Sister Gao. I was stopped by my wives, saying that the bride will not see any male guests before the wedding." "Ha!" Wen Zishan laughed. He could almost imagine the scene at that time. Yang Kai continued, "Although I didn't get to see Senior Sister Gao, I can feel that she is looking forward to it and is very happy. So Temple Master, you shouldn't look so sad. If she sees you, she will be sad." Wen Zishan said, "But I'm worried. Our daily life is not like that of a married couple. If she finds out in the future that I'm not good enough, will she dislike me?" A look of understanding suddenly flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. It turns out that Temple Master is worried about ruining her life, not her freedom. She chuckled and said, "After being together for so many years, she knows better than anyone what is good and what is bad about the Temple Master. If she disliked you, she would have done so long ago. Why would she be so happy today? That's true. Wen Zishan nodded, but he was still a little worried. Besides, if Imo Sheng's plan had been successful, where would there be star boundary now? I'm afraid that you and I will also lose our lives. Crises always come so suddenly. Although the star boundary is still stable now, who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe one day, we will be tormented again. When that time comes, there will be many regrets left behind by the unfinished business. When Zishan smiled, you mean to say that we should enjoy life to the fullest? Yang Kai shrugged, why not? When Zishan let out a long breath, as long as she doesn't dislike it. At this moment, Xia Sheng's voice came from outside the door. Temple Master, it's time to go welcome the bride. Got it, When Zishan replied. Yang Kai reached for a pot of wine on the table next to him and poured 2 cups. He took one for himself and handed the other to Wen Zishan. Temple Master, I'm afraid I won't be able to attend the banquet later. I wish the 2 of you respect each other, love, and harmony in the future. After all, his current status was somewhat different. Although he wanted to join in the fun, if he really did, he was afraid that such a happy occasion would become awkward, so he might as well not show his face. The congratulatory gifts had already been sent to Gao Shueting, and Wen Zishan had also met with him, so it was enough. When Zishan drank the wine in his cup and put it down heavily, I'm going. He turned around and walked forward, even if there were thousands of people. The wedding procession was lively and huge, and they walked all the way to Purple Bamboo Peak. Yang Kai flew into the void where Duan Hongqin, Zhan Wuhen, Mo Huang, and Hua Linglong were hiding and looking down. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, where are the others? They're all recuperating. Duan Hongqin replied. Although they won the battle with the great demon god, almost all of the top forces of the star boundary were seriously injured. After the battle, they were busy stabilizing the star boundary and dealing with some miscellaneous matters. It was not until recently that they had time to return to their residences to recuperate. It was unknown when they would be able to come out of seclusion after this recuperation. Duan Hongqin and the others were also injured. After today's wedding, they should all go into seclusion. It was conceivable that there would be no great emperors in the star boundary for the next hundreds or even thousands of years. However, although the great emperors did not come, they sent congratulatory gifts. Wen Zishan did not have such great influence, but Duan Hongqin did. Gao Shueting was brought up by Wen Zishan, and Wen Zishan was brought up by Duan Hongqin. The relationship between them was like that of father and son. Zhan Wuhen said, Yang Kai, after today, I'm afraid the star boundary will be in your care. Among all the great emperors, Yang Kai was the only one who was completely fine. After refining the immortal tree, although he was seriously injured in the battle with the great demon god, the immortal tree's essence had a strong recovery ability. After a few months, he had already recovered to his original state. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that even though he had refined the immortal tree, he hadn't really obtained an immortal and indestructible body. The legends about the immortal tree were exaggerated. If he let it shatter a few more times, Yang Kai was afraid that he would really die. In other words, the immortal tree's essence was limited. It was impossible for it to protect him endlessly. Everyone, don't worry. Duan Hongqin sighed heavily and looked down at the wedding procession with a depressed expression. Yang Kai was stunned. What's wrong with Master Hongqin? Duan Hongqin said bitterly, if I had known, I would have picked up a girl and raised her. Yang Kai was speechless. Purple Bamboo Peak was very lively. The wedding procession went through many difficulties and finally brought the bride out. After sending her into the bridal sedan chair, they went all the way to the main hall of Azure Sun Temple. Seeing this, Duan Hongqin straightened his clothes and said, this old man is going. Today was Wen Zishan's wedding, so as a senior, he naturally had to appear and accept the kneeling ceremony. For this, he specially dressed up. Compared to his usual sloppy and casual appearance, he looked brand new. As he spoke, he turned into a rainbow and flew down. Zhan Wuhen said, Yang Kai, we will also go back first. I'll leave the matters of the star boundary to you. If there is anything we can help with, don't hesitate to come to us. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said solemnly, "See you later." With a sway of their bodies, the great emperors disappeared one by one. Down below, Yang Kai saw a group of figures rushing over. Looking down, Yang Kai suddenly smiled. These people were none other than his wives, led by Yu Ru Meng, Zhu Qing, Su Yan, and the others. They looked at each other silently and turned their heads to look down. At this moment, the wedding procession had brought the bride to the main hall. Li Wu Yi's voice sounded. The master of ceremonies for today's wedding ceremony was the #1 person under the great emperors. He was also dressed in fiery red and was extremely festive. The first bow was to heaven and earth, the second bow was to the seniors, and then the couple bowed to each other. The ceremony was completed and they were sent to the bridal chamber. The entire Azure Sun Temple was in an uproar as the wedding banquet began. Many guests toasted each other and toasted each other. Hearing the sound of sobbing, Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Shanqing Luo was actually sobbing softly. While crying, she was also looking towards him. The beguiling demon queen's beautiful eyes also seemed to contain a trace of emotion. Yang Kai was shocked and was about to ask when he saw the women around him looking at him like Shanqing Luo. Xia Ningchang also pursed her red lips, her face full of expectation. Kai Yang immediately understood what was going on. Stretching out his arms, he hugged all of them in his arms. "How about we also get married?" As soon as this remark came out, the women's eyes showed obvious signs of interest. They had been getting along like this before, so they didn't feel anything, but seeing others perform the 3 bows with their own eyes, they couldn't help but yearn. Although she was tempted, Yu Ru Meng snorted and said, "Don't give me that." Yang Kai was stunned. "Ru Meng, you don't want to marry me?" Yu Ru Meng looked at him coldly. "We sisters are naturally willing to marry you, but have you ever thought about what will happen to the others?" "What others? What others?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Su Yan faintly said, "Senior sister Ji Yao." Yang Kai suddenly blushed. Shanqing Luo squinted and continued, "That girl Mo Shao Qi." Yang Kai coughed softly. "And Miss Ruo Shi?" Yang Kai scratched his head. Yu Ru Meng poked his chest with a slender jade finger. "Yang Kai, you're really amazing." Yang Kai was poked by her and stepped back, laughing dryly. "It's fine if you talk about Ji Yao, but Shao Qi and Ruo Shi have nothing." "Good, then we'll just talk about Ji Yao," Yu Ru Meng sneered softly. "If you marry us, won't Ji Yao be sad? Do you have the confidence to get her involved?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously, but he really didn't have the confidence. His relationship with Ji Yao was a bit secretive, but Ji Yao had never asked for anything. Su Yan said, "Let's wait for husband to persuade senior sister Ji Yao before we handle this matter. That may take a long time." Su Yan smiled. "It's been so many years anyway, it doesn't matter." Yang Kai sighed. "With you all, I'm satisfied in this life." His heartfelt sincerity seemed to be able to melt the hardest ice in the world, and the faces of all the women were filled with tenderness and sweetness. Yu Ru Meng was exasperated. "Can't you all be a little more mature and have some sense of your own position? Don't let him." "You bastard." Chapter 38-28. High Heaven Palace. On the main peak of High Heaven Peak, in a wing room, bodies were strewn all over the bed. Yang Kai struggled to pull his arms out of the bed, put on a set of clothes, and went to the window. Opening the window, he was greeted by a fresh breath of air. It had rained last night, so after the rain, High Heaven Peak was shrouded in clouds, and the distant pavilions were faintly discernible. The sound of footsteps came from behind, and a warm and tender body immediately pressed against him. Su Yan wrapped her arms around his waist and whispered, "How long will you be in seclusion this time?" "It shouldn't be long, but I'm afraid I'll have to leave on the day I come out." Su Yan's body trembled slightly. "Don't worry, I'll be back." Yang Kai turned around and took her into his arms. "And we'll wait for you," Su Yan nodded. "I'm really reluctant to part with you." Yang Kai kissed her forehead. Throughout his life, there had been many separations and reunions. He thought he had completely settled down and would no longer run around, but in the end it was still like this. However, for the sake of the star boundary, he had to do this. After returning to High Heaven Palace from Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai went to ask Zhang Ruoshi about the World Tree, but Zhang Ruoshi had never heard of it. Although she had inherited a lot of her ancestors' memories, it was only an inheritance and not comprehensive. Perhaps Tian Xing himself knew about the World Tree, but Zhang Ruoxi's memories were fragmented, so she didn't know anything about it. Although she didn't know, it still pointed him in a direction. In the world outside Chengquan, there is a huge force that controls a place called Star City. As long as you have enough resources, you can buy anything you want. Going to Star City, you might be able to find information about the World Tree. The star boundary was now in a dilapidated state. Although countless creatures from the lower star fields had been transferred here to restore their vitality and store spiritual energy, no one could say for sure whether it would be effective or not. Even if it was effective, it would take at least 1,000 or 10,000 years. The giant divine spirit Ada was eyeing the star boundary covetously and could eat it at any time. Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that he would be absolutely obedient. Therefore, in addition to self-cultivation in the star boundary, he had to find a way to restore the vitality of the star boundary as soon as possible. The World Tree was the only clue he had now. In addition, he also wanted to jump out of the universe's shackles and see the outside world. A wounded great demonic god had almost destroyed the entire star boundary. If another powerful character were to appear next time, what could the star boundary use to resist? Only self-improvement was the best way out. How could they hope that those powerful existences would never come to the star boundary? This was obviously unrealistic. Outside of the universe, there was a higher level of martial arts and a stronger power. Regardless of whether it was his own desire or the situation, leaving the star boundary and heading to that more exciting world was imperative. Since he had made his decision, there was no need to hesitate. However, before that, he still had to deal with the matters that needed to be dealt with. The most important thing was to go into seclusion and digest what he had gained from the final battle. Yang Kai's current realm could be considered to have reached the limit of the Emperor realm. With the support of the universe's star boundary, he could reach the level of the great emperors. However, as the great demon god had said, the great emperors were not a higher realm. The realm above the emperor realm was the heaven-opening realm. Jumping out of the shackles of the universe, forming a world of its own within one's body, and splitting the heavens and earth was the so-called heaven-opening realm. In the heaven-opening realm, even without the support of the universe's world, one could display a strength stronger than that of the great emperors. This was a strength that belonged to oneself, not the blessing of the world. Yang Kai had experienced the feeling of splitting the heavens and earth. When he swallowed the worldly source liquid, he felt as if the world had just been born. This kind of feeling was extremely rare. Unless one really experienced the birth of a world, they would not be able to experience it. The world outside the universe was indeed vast, but the birth of a new world was also extremely harsh. The worldly origin liquid would only appear when the world was born. As the world grew, the worldly origin liquid would gradually disappear even if it had been born before. It was all thanks to the mysterious sky palace that the celestial boundary's worldly source liquid had been preserved. If it weren't for the fact that the worldly source liquid had been preserved in the mysterious sky palace, the worldly source liquid would have ceased to exist. However, experiencing the feeling of splitting open the heavens and earth didn't have much meaning for the current Yang Kai. This kind of experience would only bring him many benefits when he broke through to the heaven-opening realm, and right now, he didn't know how far he was from that breakthrough. According to Zhang Ruoxi, in order to reach the heaven-opening realm, one needed to gather the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. This was because any world was derived from the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Only by gathering all these forces could one hope to split the heavens and earth in one's body and completely break free from the shackles of the universe. The process from the limit of the Emperor realm to the heaven-opening realm was a long process of accumulation, and no one was an exception. Moreover, the more solid one's accumulation during this process, the more powerful one would be after breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. As such, even if they were both at the heaven-opening realm, the difference in strength between them would sometimes be extremely great. In the world outside the cosmos, perhaps a battle between 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators could be decided in a single move or 2. This was not particularly strange. The accumulation of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements was mainly based on one's own Dao seal. The existence of a Dao seal was the biggest symbol to distinguish between ordinary cultivators of the Emperor realm and those who had a chance of breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. In the entire star boundary, only the great emperors had Dao seals. Others, such as Li Wui, did not have their own Dao seals. Only with a Dao seal could one have the qualifications to comprehend the Dao and have the right to glimpse the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm. A Dao seal was the condensation of a person's lifetime of cultivation, so if Yang Kai did not use his strength now, he would look no different from an ordinary person. Previously, when he urged his strength, his demonic qi was awe-inspiring, but now there was no such sign. All the demonic qi in his body, along with his divine sense, had been condensed by the Dao seal and turned into the purest power. The condensation of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements was based on the Dao seal. Yang Kai originally had no clue about it, but Zhang Ruoxi's words enlightened him. Other powers aside, among the 5 elements, Yang Kai already had the wood element, and the source of this wood element was the immortal tree. In the 3,000 worlds, the immortal tree was a supreme treasure. In the final battle, great demon gods saw Yang Kai refining the immortal tree and almost went crazy with jealousy. One could imagine how precious the immortal tree was. According to Zhang Ruoxi, the immortal tree was one of the best choices for condensing the wood element in the 3,000 worlds. There was almost no better choice than the immortal tree. Moreover, Yang Kai had already refined it, saving him the process of refining it. When Yang Kai learned of this, he could not help but be ecstatic. Previously, he had no choice but to refine the immortal tree. At that time, he had been beaten to a pulp by great demon god and had no other choice but to try his best. He had inadvertently succeeded in refining the immortal tree, but who knew it would bring him such benefits? This time, Yang Kai entered secluded retreat to digest the gains from the previous battle and to condense the wood element. Yang Kai had experience refining the 5 elements. When he was living on Shadowed Star in Hengluo Star Field, he had cultivated a secret technique called the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, which also required him to refine the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. At that time, he had a small piece of sun's true gold the size of a baby's fist, but in order to refine the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, it had basically been consumed. The power of the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art was indeed extraordinary. As long as one had enough materials to refine it and improve one's control of the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, the power of this secret technique was almost limitless. However, after coming to the star boundary and coming into contact with higher realms of the martial Dao, Yang Kai gradually abandoned the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. Now, it seemed that he had made the wrong decision. If he had accumulated enough 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art before, it might have been easier for him to break through to the heaven-opening realm. But on second thought, when he condensed his Dao seal, all his strength would be melted into it, so no matter how much he had accumulated before, it would be useless. However, now it seemed that when the opportunity was right, this secret technique might become one of his trump cards. But before that, he needed to accumulate the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. It was all thanks to Zhang Ruoxi, otherwise, Yang Kai would have been confused about his future path, but now, at least, he had a clear direction. There was no specific choice when it came to condensing the yin, yang, and 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, but once one of the 5 elements was chosen, the next step would be to follow. For example, Yang Kai had chosen to condense the wood element tempering art first, so the next step would be to condense the fire element tempering art. Because the 5 elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other, and only would give birth to fire, it was not impossible to condense the other 5 elements tempering art, but it would yield twice the result with half the effort. If Yang Kai chose to condense the metal tempering art, it might even affect the stability of the Dao seal, because metal restrained wood. However, this was something that needed to be considered in the future. Yang Kai did not have any materials to condense the other 5 elements tempering art. Since he knew the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm, he would do his best to choose the best path of advancement and become the strongest person to open the heavens. With a rumble, the door closed, the dragon-suppressing stone fell, and many barriers were opened. Yang Kai walked into the secret room and isolated himself from the outside world. From today onwards, he would enter secluded cultivation. For the next 10 years, or even decades, or even centuries, this would be his retreat. The matters outside had been arranged properly. Although the great emperors and the 2 great elders of the dragon race were in secluded cultivation, and Tai Yu was also recuperating, the star boundary was not without forces to guard it. Jianghu she was in a semi-secluded state and could be summoned at any time, while Yu Rumeng was in charge of the star boundary. With her around, as long as a master on the level of the great demon god did not come to the star boundary, there should be no problem. Moreover, the task of comforting Ada was also given to her. Before Duan Hongchen entered secluded cultivation, he deliberately left behind a lot of refined dead stars for Yang Kai. Yang Kai passed them all to Yu Rumeng, instructing her to send some food to Ada every once in a while, lest he forget his agreement with him due to starvation. After the world-destroying war, the entire star boundary suddenly fell silent. Many masters pursued their own paths to become stronger, and countless creatures began to reproduce in the star boundary. In a flash, 50 years passed. Chapter 3829. Inside his secluded retreat, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. Decades of boring seclusion had not changed him much. Whether it was his appearance or temperament, they were the same as they were 50 years ago. However, the power contained in his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. The essence of the immortal tree had been completely condensed into his Tao seal. Looking inside, Yang Kai could see that his Tao seal was now covered in a layer of green light, brimming with vitality and boundless vitality. The wood attribute power was rich and pure, something rarely seen in the world. Even though Yang Kai had not seen other people condense wood attribute power, he knew that his current situation was incomparable to others. Zhang Ruoxi was right. The immortal tree was indeed one of the best choices for condensing wood attribute power. In the entire 3,000 worlds, it was almost impossible to find a better choice. This time's refinement gave Kai Yang the illusion that he had eaten a huge amount of food and become a fatty. However, there were also some drawbacks to this. Before this, Yang Kai had a feeling that the power of the immortal tree was not infinite, and it was impossible for it to truly make him immortal. After refining the immortal tree, at most, he could shatter his body and resurrect himself a few times before the power of the immortal tree would be exhausted. However, these few chances were not to be underestimated. Even in the outside world, precious treasures that could bring someone back from the dead were extremely rare, almost only existing in legends. From this, one could see just how powerful the immortal tree was. But now, this chance to shatter his body and resurrect himself a few times was gone. Because the essence of the immortal tree had been refined into his Tao seal, it was no longer contained in his flesh and bones. In other words, if he were to be smashed to pieces by a master like Great Demon God again like last time, he would be powerless to reverse the situation. There were drawbacks, but there were also benefits. At the very least, he didn't need to worry about being seen through at a glance. Last time, half of his head had been shattered by the Great Demon God, but he had immediately recovered. The Great Demon God had immediately realized that he had refined the immortal tree. As a result, during the battle, he had torn off a large portion of his flesh and swallowed it whole, allowing the Great Demon God's injuries to be somewhat contained. If he was injured again in the future, he wouldn't have to expose this, and he would also avoid the fate of being coveted by others. He was one of the great emperors of the void in the star boundary and was almost invincible, but outside the universe, there were still heaven-opening realm masters. Yang Kai naturally understood the principle that an ordinary man was innocent, and if he accidentally exposed that he had once refined the immortal tree, it was possible that he would be taken back as a human flesh heavenly treasure to be refined. And this time, after the Tao seal had condensed the essence of the immortal tree, although he had lost the opportunity to resurrect, his recovery ability had also been greatly enhanced. Coupled with his dragon race physique, ordinary injuries were nothing to him. His current realm was a bit strange. It was above the Emperor realm, but he hadn't yet reached the heaven-opening realm. He was only on the path to breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. Jianghu she hadn't mentioned how to define a cultivator at this level, and it was likely that the world outside the universe didn't have such a conclusion. However, Jianghu she had said that any 5 of the 7 source forces, yin and yang, or 5 elements, could be called a half-step into the heaven-opening realm. The small worlds in these people's bodies had already taken shape, and only 2 more were left before they could split open the heavens and earth. The power they could display was definitely not something a person like him, who was just learning how to walk, could compare to. But in any case, the name of one's realm was just a title. The strength one could display was the foundation of a cultivator. Looking back now, the flowing time great emperor had most likely glimpsed the path to the heaven-opening realm. Perhaps he had already condensed 1, 2, or even more of the yin, yang, and 5 elements in his body. Otherwise, how could he have single-handedly killed his way into the demon territory and perished together with the great emperors? Wu Kuang, on the other hand, had been slightly weaker than the flowing time great emperor when he had been at his peak. He had vaguely sensed the shackles of the heaven-opening realm, but he had not been able to enter it. This did not mean that Wu Kuang was truly inferior to the flowing time great emperor. Perhaps it was because of the era or other reasons that he had not been able to do what the flowing time great emperor had done back then. However, Yang Kai only reminisced about the past. There was no need to delve too deeply into it. The key was to focus on himself. Waving his hand, Yang Kai opened the dragon's suppressing stone with a rumble. Bright light shone into the chamber that had been dark for several dozen years, and he stepped out. Sweeping the star boundary with his divine sense, Yang Kai imprinted everything in his mind. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He had thought that after 50 years, there would at least be some changes in the star boundary. After all, after the Great War, so many creatures had been transferred from the lower star territory to this place, and the many masters of the star boundary had worked together to create a suitable environment for these people to live in. But now, it seemed that not only did the star boundary show no signs of improvement, it had even deteriorated a little compared to before he entered seclusion. The huge cracks in the sky were like the maw of a ferocious beast that wanted to devour its prey. From time to time, a terrifying turbulent flow of energy would erupt, causing great damage to the environment of the star boundary. The vitality of the star boundary still existed, but it was not exuberant, and it was still slowly moving towards destruction. Yang Kai sighed slightly, becoming more and more determined to leave the star boundary. If he didn't go out and look for a way out, he could only wait for death here. A figure flashed and Yu Rumeng suddenly appeared in front of him and called out softly, "Husband." Yang Kai smiled and reached out to take her into his arms, gently hugging her and smelling the fragrance of her hair. His depressed mood dissipated, leaving behind a warm peace. Yu Rumeng didn't speak and just quietly leaned against him, enjoying a moment of tenderness. "Where are they?" Yang Kai asked. "They are all in seclusion. Thank you for your hard work." Everyone else could enter seclusion, but Yu Rumeng couldn't because she was the only high-end fighting force left in the star boundary that was still intact. She needed to be constantly vigilant against the invasion of foreign enemies and pay attention to the changes in the star boundary. "Are you leaving?" Yu Rumeng's voice trembled slightly. Yang Kai nodded silently. Before entering seclusion, he had informed his women, so Yu Rumeng wasn't surprised at all. "Hubby, you must pay attention to your safety when you're outside. Perhaps we sisters will also head to the world outside the universe to look for you. If you're thinking of harboring your mistresses, you must hide them well. Otherwise, if you're discovered by us, we'll definitely fry those canaries." Yang Kai reached out and pinched her face. "With you around, how can those vulgar women outside enter my eyes?" "That's hard to say." Yu Rumeng curled her lips and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's waist, hugging him tightly, and said reluctantly, "Aren't you going to say goodbye to them?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I will come back." Every time they parted, there would be a lot of sadness. Yang Kai was afraid that if he really saw them, he would be reluctant to leave. "You are really cruel." Yu Rumeng raised her finger and poked Yang Kai's chest. After a while, her figure floated back and she said with a smile, "Go, don't look back. If you dare to look back, I will cry in front of you." Yang Kai rubbed his nose and quickly said, Take care of yourself and wait for me to come back. Turning around, he stepped forward, and after a few steps, his figure turned into a small black. An invisible divine sense spread out and swept across the entire star boundary. In the next moment, all over the star boundary, in the places where the great emperors were in seclusion, pairs of eyes opened, stared towards the direction of the sky, and cupped their hands together. In the High Heaven Palace, in the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Xiao was lying on the steps in front of the temple, basking in the sun. Suddenly, as if he had seen something, he sat up straight and rubbed his eyes hard. Then, he was overjoyed and was about to fly out. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears, "Freeze!" His body suddenly froze in place. Yang Xiao turned his head with difficulty and saw Yang Shui standing not far behind him, forming a seal with one hand and a mysterious force spreading out from her body. "Little auntie, why did you stop me?" Yang Xiao blinked innocently. Yang Shui smiled sweetly. "Where do you want to go?" "I'm bored, so I'm going out for a stroll," Yang Xiao replied without hesitation. "Is that so?" Yang Shui looked up at the sky and her beautiful eyes flashed with understanding. "Why do I feel like you want to go find my big brother? Adoptive father?" Yang Xiao looked around and asked blankly, "Where is my adoptive father? Isn't he in seclusion? Did he come out?" "Stop pretending." Yang Shui coldly snorted. "You've been coming here to stare blankly for the past 10 years, so I knew you must be up to no good. It turns out you were planning something like this. I advise you to give up on it as soon as possible." Yang Xiao felt even more innocent. "Little auntie, why don't I understand what you're saying?" Yang Shui smiled. "You don't understand, do you? Then it seems that I've been too lenient with you. I'd better find someone else to tell you something you can understand." Lu Yan's figure suddenly flashed behind him. The crystal-clear girl had long red hair, and a cluster of flames was quietly burning on her fingertips. From time to time, it turned into a small phoenix. Yang Zhao's expression changed. Looking at Lu Yan who was walking towards him step by step, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "Big auntie, let's talk nicely. Let's not fight if we can. Do you want to find master?" Lu Yan walked in front of Yang Xiao and looked at him with her big clear eyes. "No." The small phoenix suddenly flew in front of him. Its scorching aura seemed to be able to burn even his divine soul. He quickly changed his words. "Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to find my adoptive father. I want to go outside the universe and see what's wrong with that. Why are you treating me like this?" "I want to go too," Lu Yan said. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up as if he had found a confidant. "Since Big Auntie wants to go, why don't we go together? Adoptive father just left. He shouldn't have gone far. We can catch up with him." "We can't go." Lu Yan shook her head and moved slowly. But Yang Xiao stared at her. "We'll be a burden to him." Yang Xiao sneered and said, "Big Auntie, you think too much. You and I are not weak now. How can we be a burden to adoptive father? I don't ask for anything else. I can at least serve tea and water to adoptive father, right? Alas, adoptive father is suffering. He's going out alone this time. He doesn't even have someone to talk to. It's fine if he doesn't know, but now that he knows, how can I, as his son, turn a blind eye? I want to go. I want to be at adoptive father's beck and call." His face was full of righteousness and filial piety. Chapter 38:30. Qiongqi walked out from behind and sighed, "Young master, don't waste your time. The world outside the universe is really too dangerous. It won't be too late to make plans when you can cultivate to the same level as old master." Yang Zhao's face turned ashen. How long will that take? The more he cultivated, the more he realized how difficult it was to improve his strength. If he wanted to reach the level of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, it would be impossible without 1,000 years of accumulation. Yang Kai was born with a monkey's temperament and liked to move rather than be quiet, so how could he wait? "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you." Yang Shui coldly snorted, stretched out her jade white hand, and grabbed Yang Zhao's ear. As Yang Xiao begged for mercy in pain, he was dragged into the Flowing Time Temple. The temple door slammed shut and all the barriers were activated. It was unknown when it would open again. "Sir." In the void, Jianghu she smiled sweetly, just like when they first met. The passage of the flowing time Great Emperor had not left any mark on her. "How's your family?" Yang Kai asked. "Thanks to Sir's blessings, they are all fine," Jianghu she replied. She walked out of the blood door and immediately threw herself into the life and death battle with great demon god. After that, she busied herself with Yang Kai until 50 years ago, when Yang Kai went into secluded retreat. Only then did she have time to reunite with her family. The Zhang family outside Maplewood City was not a big family. The strongest master in the family was only a third-order origin king, and they did not even have a Dao Source Realm master. Such strength could not play any role in the battle of two worlds, so Yang Kai had taken them into the sealed world bead long ago, so they could be perfectly preserved. Today, the Zhang family had settled down in High Heaven Palace, and all the juniors of the family who were of suitable age had joined the High Heaven Palace. Over the past 50 years, Jianghu she had spent time with her family while healing. The Blood Gate had been opened and the Tianxing Palace was now under the control of the Luan Feng and the others. All the spiritual beasts in the world who had the ancient divine spirit bloodline could enter the Blood Gate and enter the Tianxing Palace to seek the glory of their ancestors. Jianghu she also finished dealing with all the matters at hand. This time, she and Yang Kai were the only ones who could go out of Jianghu. The others either didn't have the strength or were still recuperating and couldn't move. "That's good." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Go to Ada and wait for me for a while. I still have something to deal with. I will come to you in a few months or 3 to 5 years." "All right," Jianghu she nodded, turned around, and flew off. In the void, Yang Kai took a moment to determine the direction, then turned into a stream of light and sped away. The void was lonely, and the journey was long. Being alone, it was not boring to comprehend in peace. After a month, Yang Kai arrived at his destination. Even with his current strength, it took him a long time to fly, so one could imagine how far away this place was from the star boundary. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai saw a vast and boundless universe. Yang Kai gently nodded, deciding that this place was fine. He raised his hand and summoned the sealed world bead. With a thought, the small bead transformed into a behemoth that filled the void. On this trip to Qianquan, life or death was uncertain, and the road ahead was unknown. It was very likely that he would encounter some unimaginable dangers. In the third territory of the sealed world bead, there were still tens of millions of demon race. It was not suitable to take it with him. If he was in danger, those tens of millions of demon race would be buried with him. As such, before he left, Yang Kai still had to separate the third territory from the others. If it was before, he might not have had any clue, but now that his strength had increased greatly, and he had the experience of separating the second territory, this matter was not completely impossible. The small sealed world used to have 3 territories. The first territory was owned by the small sealed world itself. The second territory was formed by swallowing several cultivation stars in the lower star territory, and the third territory was formed by swallowing the demon race's territory. It could be considered the second demon race's territory. Before the second Battle of Worlds, Yang Kai went to the lower star territory and separated the second territory from the small sealed world, spending a lot of effort and energy. Now that he was repeating the same trick, Yang Kai thought it would not be too difficult, but when he really got started, he realized that something was wrong. The area of the third territory was too large. After all, it had swallowed the entire demon race's territory, so it was many times larger than the small sealed world's territory, causing the small sealed world to be unable to distinguish between its primary and secondary. Yang Kai had worked hard for several days, but he still did not succeed. He had expected this situation earlier, but he was not sure. Now that he saw that it was true, Yang Kai could only change his plan. With a thought, the embodiment stood in the void of the small sealed world, demonic chi tumbling all over its body as it formed a series of hand seals and spread its consciousness to every corner of the third territory. The sealed world bead was Yang Kai's artifact, and the embodiment was formed when a wisp of Yang Kai's consciousness entered the body of the stone mongoose. Although it now had its own thoughts, it could still be regarded as his doppelganger. If the main body could control the small sealed world, So could the embodiment. Using his consciousness to wrap the entire small sealed world in the third territory, and with Yang Kai's help, the entire world buzzed. Somewhere in the third territory, in a huge city, two figures flew up into the sky. They were Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian. Previously, Zheng Wu Hen made the decision to spare the remnants of the demon race, but the condition was that no one from the demon race would ever set foot in the star boundary again. Yu Rumeng's relationship with Yang Kai was extraordinary, so she was not included, so she could stay in the High Heaven Palace. However, Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian could only stay in the small sealed world. Over the past few decades, although Bei Li Mo's injuries had not fully healed, they were much better. Chang Tian, on the other hand, looked much older, with faint signs of aging. At this moment, sensing the great changes in the world, they could not help but fly over to investigate. Seeing the embodiment, Bei Li Mo hurriedly asked, "Has it started?" She and Chang Tian also knew about Yang Kai's plan, but they did not expect that it would take so long before Yang Kai started. The embodiment glanced at her with his deep eyes and gently nodded. "Is it going well?" Chang Tian asked, seemingly seeing some clues from the embodiment's state. The embodiment said, "If there is anything I need you to, I will let you know." Chang Tian cupped his fists and no longer said anything, flying to the side with Bei Li Mo to watch. The rumbling sound was endless, as if the whole world was being pulled by some kind of force. As a demon saint in the demon territory, Bei Li Mo was extremely sensitive to the changes in the world. After a while, she turned her head in shock and looked in a certain direction. Over there, she clearly felt that the world was being separated. If the world was a pancake, then at this moment, there was a huge force dividing this pancake into two, one big, one small. The big piece was the territory of the demon territory, while the small piece was the first territory of the small sealed world. The huge movement lasted for an unknown period of time. Although the embodiment's strength was not high, only at the level of a half-saint, as Yang Kai's avatar, he could be regarded as the master of this small sealed world. There were many conveniences in this small sealed world, and he cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, so he could replenish the strength he consumed at any time, no matter how long it took. After a full 2 months, the huge humming sound gradually disappeared. The embodiment swayed and fell from the sky as if he was drunk. Although he was not panting, his eyes were full of fatigue. Obviously, the casting of the technique this time had put him under a lot of pressure. In the void, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned a simple and unremarkable bead into his palm. He played with it gently as he looked up at the huge rolling monster in the sky, a trace of tiredness flashing in his eyes. The first territory and the third territory had been completely separated. It was not that the third territory was separated from the small sealed world, but that Yang Kai had separated the original territory of the small sealed world from it. There was a difference between the two. If the former was successful, it would not have much impact on the small sealed world, and it would still have the ability to swallow and fuse with it. However, Yang Kai had tried before and failed, so he could only choose the latter method. As a result, the sealed world bead returned to its original form as the sealed world bead, losing its ability to swallow and fuse with other things. The rolling monster was now in the demon territory, and even the embodiment was restricted in it. The rolling monster was inadvertently created by the embodiment when he used the sealed world bead to activate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. It had no thoughts, only an instinct to swallow. If the embodiment did not stay behind to guard it, who knew where it would run off to? If it were to wander in this vast universe, it would most likely attract the greed of other great masters. At that time, not only would the future of the demon territory be worrying, even the tens of millions of demon race living in it would be out of their control. In desperation, Yang Kai could only let the embodiment stay behind to guard the demon territory. However, although this would restrict the embodiment, it also had huge benefits. The embodiment now controlled the new demon territory, and in this demon territory, it was the master. Even Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian could not go against its will. This demon territory was new, and it was equivalent to splitting open the heavens and earth again. With the growth of this new world, the embodiment might be able to take the path that Wukong wanted to take before and use another method to enter the heaven-opening realm. Wukong had previously used the ancestral territory as its core to swallow and fuse with the territory of the lower planes. It wanted to use this method to pry into the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm. After all, the opportunity to accompany the growth of a world was too rare. What's more, the embodiment was proficient in the battle techniques of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and its rolling had an instinctive devouring power. Previously, when it turned into the sealed world bead and was kept by Yang Kai, it was not outstanding. Now that it was released, it was constantly devouring the power of the vast star field. It could be imagined that the growth period of this new demon territory would not be too long. It could even be said that in the long run, this new demon territory might grow into a world of a higher level than the original demon territory. It was just that. Yang Kai had never seen such a rolling Qianquan world that was like a big-bellied fish. Did he accidentally create something? In the past, he did not know what the star field looked like. Later, when he looked at it from afar, he realized that the star field was not a sphere like he had imagined, but a half-moon-shaped world. Since there was a half-moon-shaped world like the star field in this Qianquan, then it was not so inconceivable that there would be a big-bellied fish like Qianquan, right? I have something to do recently. I have to go out for a few days. Chapter 38-31. In the void, the huge giant god spirit sat cross-legged, like a mountain, his big hand touching his belly, his face full of worry. His two sun-like eyes stared at the small figure in front of him, full of longing. Zhang Ruoxi's scalp tingled under his stare. Although she knew that the giant god spirit clan was naturally kind and did not like to fight, facing such a powerful existence that could kill her at any time, she did not have much sense of security. She came here to wait according to Yang Kai's instructions. She waited for half a year, but until now, Yang Kai still did not appear. The giant god spirit, on the other hand, woke up from a deep sleep with a hungry expression. She also knew that the giant god spirit clan would always look hungry unless they were eating or sleeping. This was their nature and no one could change it. But such a big guy showed a hungry expression while touching his belly and staring at her. The invisible pressure made her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. In the distance, there seemed to be a figure coming. Zhang Ruoxi was shocked and looked over. After a while, she said with joy, "Sir is here." These words were said to the giant god spirit Ada. Ada did not react. He did not know what this so-called sir was, but he still stared at her. But after a while, Ada suddenly showed a happy expression and turned his head in the direction Zhang Ruoxi was looking. He obviously felt something too. In a flash, Yang Kai appeared out of thin air not far from the giant god spirit. He glanced at Zhang Ruoxi and nodded slightly, then turned to look at Ada and smiled, "Hungry?" Ada nodded repeatedly, "Hungry." Yang Kai said, "Open your mouth." Ada obeyed obediently. He opened his mouth wide and a few refined chess pieces flew into his mouth. Only then did Ada close his mouth in satisfaction and start chewing. Yang Kai shouted, "Ada, I'm going on a long trip. I don't know when I'll be back." Ada squinted his eyes and ate, enjoying the food and responded vaguely. "We're friends, right?" Yang Kai asked again. Ada didn't respond. When he swallowed the food in his mouth and looked at Yang Kai again, he said, "We're friends." Friend. Ada nodded. "Since we're friends, you have to help me take care of my home when I go out. You can't eat my home. If you eat it, I'll be homeless." Hearing that, Ada couldn't help but frown, as if he was in a dilemma. Yang Kai smiled and said, "If you really want to eat it, that's fine. But you have to wait for me to come back. When I'm not around, you can't eat it." Ada nodded happily. "I'll be waiting for you." Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He casually threw a few more pieces over, and the sound of chess pieces clanging rang out again. Looking back at the half-moon-shaped world again, Yang Kai took a deep breath and called out to Zhang Ruoxi, "Let's go." Although he was very reluctant and wanted to go back and take a look, he still suppressed the desire in his heart. If everything went well, he could return home as soon as possible and save the star boundary. If things didn't go well, it wouldn't be too late to think of a way. There would always be a chance to meet again in the future. Although the giant god spirit Ada was eyeing the star boundary covetously, he wouldn't be in a hurry to make a move before the entire star boundary was destroyed. And this period would take at least 1,000 years. Yang Kai didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find the world tree in such a long time. Moreover, there was another advantage for Ada to guard this place. At the very least, the strength of the giant god spirit clan could deter some small fries. Even if some great masters accidentally passed by here, with Ada guarding, they wouldn't easily come forward. In other words, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about the safety of the star boundary. The two continued forward as a pair. Ruoshi was in a very good mood. Although she didn't say much along the way, she was always smiling. Thinking back to when she followed Sir out of the Zhang family in Maplewood City, she was almost powerless in the face of all kinds of dangers. It was always Sir who protected her. She never thought that one day she would be able to keep abreast of Sir and solve his problems. At that time, her greatest wish was to be able to help Sir somehow. She had entered the Blood Door retreat for decades, but now she finally had the qualifications to do so. Tell me about the things outside the universe. Yang Kai suddenly said. Outside the universe, his future was uncertain, so naturally, the more information he could gather, the better. Zhang Ruoshi looked serious and replied, My ancestors' memories are incomplete, so I don't know everything. It's better than me being completely clueless. Just tell me what you know, Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Zhang Ruoshi immediately began speaking casually, telling him everything she knew without reservation. The star boundary was a world of its own. There were countless existences like the star boundary in the entire universe. These worlds were the so-called inside the universe, and outside these worlds was the so-called outside of the universe. Outside of the universe was the vast universe, boundless and limitless. In this vast universe, various forces, big and small, were mixed together. Each of them occupied a large or small territory and were in conflict with each other. Overall, it was a mess. Generally speaking, it was not much different from the original situation in the star boundary. It was just that the existences outside the universe had grasped more power. Those who could mingle outside the universe were all experts who had condensed their own Dao seals. In other words, they were basically at the level of great emperors. Yang Kai secretly sneered when he heard this. Wouldn't he be the weakest existence outside of the universe? If he really encountered a heaven-opening realm master outside of the universe, he wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Although the great demon god was also at the heaven-opening realm at that time, he had just been reborn, and the battlefield was in the star boundary. With the support of the entire universe, Yang Kai and the other great emperors could display strength far beyond their own. Now that he no longer had the support of the star boundary and could only rely on his own strength, Yang Kai knew that it was impossible for him to withstand a few punches and kicks from a heaven-opening realm master. In the vast universe, many treasured lands had been occupied by some powerful forces in the territory that had been developed. These treasured lands were divided into 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves according to the resources and environment they produced. The forces that occupied these treasured lands were all extremely powerful existences, and the leaders of these forces were all heaven-opening realm masters or even stronger. 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this, feeling like a new door was slowly opening in front of him. Zhang Ruoshi nodded and said, These treasured lands are all famous, so strength is important outside of the universe, but it would be even better if you could have a territory of your own. My ancestors seem to have come from a place called Langya Blessed Land. Yang Kai raised his brow. So, if possible, you want to acknowledge your ancestors and return to the sect. Zhang Ruoshi smiled and said, My ancestor is my ancestor, and I am me. What's more, it was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago, so whether others recognize it or not is another matter. Besides, no one knows where Langya Blessed Land is now. Most of the heavenly caves and blessed lands outside of the universe are not fixed, and there are no specific directions. Unless one's luck is particularly good, it will be very difficult to find one. Speaking of which, she blushed and glanced at Yang Kai. I still want to be with Sir. Yang Kai reached out and patted her little head and smiled. If there is a chance, and the other party is willing to accept you, and if they are not bad, you should acknowledge your ancestors and return to the sect. You said it yourself, it is better to have a force of your own outside of the universe. Zhang Ruoxi pouted and changed the topic, but if Sir wants to condense the power of the 5 elements in the future, perhaps you can go to a place called Golden Spirit Blessed Land. What do you mean? Yang Kai was puzzled. Zhang Ruoxi explained, Sir should now know that if you want to break through to the heaven-opening realm, you need to condense the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang. Sir first chose to condense the power of the wood element, from which wood produces fire. Next is the power of the fire element. Fire produces earth, earth produces metal, and after the earth element is the metal element. Sir has just entered the universe, so it will not be easy for you to find a suitable metal element treasure. However, Golden Spirit Blessed Land has ready-made sharp metal yuan sha. As long as you can afford it, you can enter and condense the power of the metal element. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. Is this Golden Spirit Blessed Land a place for business? Why does it feel like it's making things easier? Zhang Ruoxi smiled. 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves. Most of them only allow their own people to enter and leave, but this Golden Spirit Blessed Land is an exception. You can say that it's a place for business. Moreover, the quality of the sharp metal yuan sha in Golden Spirit Blessed Land is not low. If you use it to condense the power of the 5 elements to break through to the heaven-opening realm, as long as your other powers can keep up, your achievement won't be lower than the 5th grade. Yang Kai nodded. 5th grade is indeed not low. The heaven-opening realm was not divided into 1st order, 2nd order, and 3rd order like in the Emperor realm. There was no division into levels, but there were different grades. There was a total of 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the lower grade and the 9th grade being the higher grade. The power of the 5 elements derived from it was also divided into 9 grades. For example, Yang Kai's Immortal tree was a 9th grade material that condensed the power of the wood element. Its value was so high that even outside the universe, it was enough to make the great masters covet it. According to Zhang Ruoxi, the sharp metal yuan sha in Golden Spirit Blessed Land was at least a 5th grade material. The choice of materials for condensing the power of the 5 elements was crucial to the heaven-opening realm. Once a cultivator broke through to the heaven-opening realm, the grade would be determined according to the materials chosen during the condensing of the 5 elements. However, although the grade was basically fixed, it was not impossible for it to be improved. It was just that it was extremely difficult to improve one's heaven-opening realm grade. Although the Golden Antelope Blessed Land had opened its doors wide, it was not without a price to pay to enter. Only those who could afford it would be allowed in. Furthermore, there was a time limit. Once the time was up, it did not matter if you had successfully condensed your qi or not, you would be thrown out. Relying on this sharp metal yuan sha, Golden Spirit Blessed Land made a lot of money. Chapter 38-32. The sharp metal essence in Golden Antelope Blessed Land is basically a 5th grade material, but if you're lucky enough to find an evil spirit essence in it, it'll be a pleasant surprise. Evil spirit essence? What grade is it? Yang Kai didn't ask what the evil spirit essence was. He didn't need to ask as he could guess that the so-called evil spirit essence was the essence of the sharp metal essence, and it was definitely much higher than a 5th grade material. 7th grade. Yang Kai couldn't help but whistle. Currently, he didn't have a systematic understanding of the quality of the materials used to condense yin and yang and 5 elements. He didn't know what grade of material was considered good in the eyes of the masters outside the universe, but it was undeniable that a 7th grade material wasn't low. It was definitely a good thing that people would fight over. Has anyone found it in there? Yang Kai asked. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head. I don't know. Perhaps the ancestor knows, but I didn't obtain any of these memories. Yang Kai gently nodded and thought of another question. What are the things that circulate outside the universe? Different planes, different worlds. The things that circulate are different. In the demon territory, there are demonic crystals, while in the star boundary, there are source crystals. Both of them are naturally formed and contain energy that can be absorbed by a cultivator to enhance their strength. If he guessed correctly, the things that circulate outside the universe should also be things that can enhance a cultivator's strength. Heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai frowned. Heaven-opening pill? Why does it sound like a kind of spirit pill? Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly. It is indeed a spirit pill, and one that is extremely useful for heaven-opening realm cultivators. I've told Sir before that once a cultivator breaks through to the heaven-opening realm, their grade is basically fixed. However, it's not impossible to improve it, and the heaven-opening pill is one of them. If one can take a heaven-opening pill for a long time, it can generally raise one's grade by 1 or 2 grades. If one's grade increases, their strength will also increase. Yang Kai was puzzled. If the heaven-opening pill is useful for heaven-opening realm cultivators, then wouldn't it be useless for people like me? Of course it's useful. Zhang Ruoxi explained. Sir has now condensed the wood force of the 5 elements, so the heaven-splitting pill can also help Sir improve the grade of his wood force. But generally speaking, at your level, most transactions are barter. Yang Kai was enlightened. Materials for condensing the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements? Zhang Ruoxi nodded. These materials are exactly what a cultivator of this level needs, so if there's a chance, everyone will exchange what they need. Looks like if I have the chance in the future, I'll have to find a heaven-opening pill formula. Yang Kai fell into deep thought. He was also familiar with alchemy. If he had a heaven-opening pill recipe, he might be able to refine it himself. However, the required materials would definitely not be easy to find. Zhang Ruoxi smiled and said, Sir, you may not know this, but there are 2 types of heaven-opening pills. One is naturally formed, while the other is refined by an alchemist. Yang Kai was extremely surprised. Since it's a spirit pill, how can it be naturally formed? Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head and said, The heavens and earth have their own fortune. In this vast universe, a furnace called the clear sky furnace will occasionally appear. This furnace is not a physical object, just a projection, but it can absorb the power of the stars and refine it into the furnace. Over the years, the furnace will produce a heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. So there's such a miracle. Suddenly, he remembered that he had also been taught alchemy by the Heavenly Way. Since the Heavenly Way could teach him alchemy, why couldn't it produce spirit pills? Strictly speaking, it is precisely because of the heaven-opening pill that the experts outside of the universe gradually figured out the pill formulas for man-made spirit pills through these heaven-opening pills. There should be some differences between the 2, right? Sir is right. Although both are heaven-opening pills, they are indeed very different. The biggest difference is their effectiveness. Although artificially refined heaven-opening pills can raise a person's cultivation by 1 or 2 grades over a long period of time, that's almost the limit. There's no point in taking more. However, the heaven-opening pills produced by the heavens and earth are different. They contain the purest power of the stars and universe. Rumor has it that this kind of heaven-opening pill can raise a heaven-opening realm master's cultivation to the highest level, the 9th grade. Yang Kai felt a burst of excitement when he heard this and immediately looked around. Zhang Ruoxi curiously asked, What are you looking for, sir? Yang Kai replied, I'm looking for the clear sky furnace you mentioned. If we find it, wouldn't we be rich? Although he had directly used the immortal tree to condense the power of the wood attribute, it would be difficult to find a material of the same grade as the immortal tree. Even if there was such a good thing, he wouldn't be able to compete for it if he wasn't strong enough. Therefore, Yang Kai was mentally prepared that when he broke through to the heaven-opening realm in the future, he wouldn't be able to open the heaven-opening realm at the 9th grade. It would be difficult for him to even reach the 8th grade. At most, he would reach the 7th grade, or even the 6th grade or 5th grade. And if he wanted to improve his cultivation and strength, this kind of heaven-opening pill produced by the heavens and earth was indispensable. Zhang Ruoxi laughed. How could it be so easy to find such a thing? And even if the clear sky furnace really appears, it won't be our turn. I'm afraid that the people from the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands will immediately swarm over. At that time, it will definitely be a fierce battle. Yang Kai remained unmoved and frowned. I think I saw something. Zhang Ruoxi pouted. Sir likes to joke. Yang Kai pulled her arm and pointed in a certain direction. There really is something. I shouldn't be seeing things. As soon as he finished speaking, his face changed, so fast. Just now, when he was looking left and right, he vaguely saw something approaching him. But in the blink of an eye, the other party had closed half the distance. The whole process was extremely sudden, and there was no trace of movement at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ruoxi also saw the situation and her pretty face immediately changed. 1,000 joints worm. Yang Kai didn't even have time to ask what the hell a 1,000 joints worm was. Just by looking at Zhang Ruoxi's expression, he knew that this guy wasn't to be trifled with. Looking at it, he saw a huge snow-white insect covered in holes. This insect stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers and looked extremely bloated, but its speed was strangely fast. As soon as Zhang Ruoxi's voice fell, the 1,000 joints worm had already broken through the distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers and arrived in front of them in an instant. A black hole-like mouth covered their heads and swallowed a large area of space. Let's go! Yang Kai grabbed Zhang Ruoxi's arm and used his space principles to leave this place in an instant. But then he was shocked to find that the space around him had been completely sealed and was shrouded in darkness. He suddenly lost the light in front of him. The next moment, the world spun. Even though Yang Kai was now one of the great emperors, he still felt a little dizzy. It was as if his whole body was falling endlessly. He was speechless. He had just come out of the star boundary with Zhang Ruoxi, so how did he run into such a monster? Only now did he have a deep understanding of the dangers of the outside world. Thinking of Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai was shocked again because his hand was empty. He was clearly holding Zhang Ruoxi's arm just now, but now there was nothing in his hand. Where is Ruoxi? Yang Kai hurriedly endured the discomfort in his soul and released his divine sense to search the surroundings, but where was Zhang Ruoxi? Forcing himself to calm down and recall what had just happened, Yang Kai instinctively felt that he should have been swallowed by the 1,000-jointed worm, so he and Ruoxi should be in its stomach at this moment. Yang Kai flew into a rage. His ambition was to leave the star boundary, but he was swallowed by a worm before he had time to show it. How could he bear it? With a low roar, Yang Kai used his dragon transformation secret technique and transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon with the black dragon spear in his hand. A monstrous aura swept out, and the seal on his dragon bones glowed brightly as he gathered all his strength into the black dragon spear. The next moment, the feeling of the world being turned upside down suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai's vision blurred and he suddenly appeared in the void, still maintaining his spear posture. Yang Kai felt extremely uncomfortable after using all his strength to hit empty air. He waited until his strength was exhausted before he finally stopped and looked around in confusion. Where am I? Although he had just entered the outside world and didn't know much about the vast universe, Yang Kai was sure that this was definitely not where he was just now. Everything around him looked completely different from before. There was no Zhang Ruoxi, no 1,000-jointed worm. Everything just now seemed to be an illusion. Yang Kai grabbed his spear and looked around vigilantly, but it was quiet all around. There was no one else besides him. What the hell happened? There had never been a moment when he was as lost as he was now. After confirming that there was no danger around, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his dragon transformation and took out the space spirit bead. He tried to contact Zhang Ruoxi, but there was no response from the space spirit bead. Yang Kai was anxious. Encountering such a strange thing inexplicably is one thing, but at least I'm unscathed. Where did that girl Ruoxi go? Thinking back carefully, the moment he escaped, he seemed to have felt the power of space principles fluctuating. Combined with the unfamiliar environment in front of him, Yang Kai vaguely felt that he should have undergone a long-distance teleportation. He didn't know how far away he was from the star boundary, and he didn't even know where the star boundary was now. The last time he escaped from the demon territory, with the blessing of the world will, he was able to determine the location of the star boundary in the vast universe and return home smoothly. But at that time, the demon territory wasn't too far from the star boundary, and the two worlds were close together. Otherwise, great demon god wouldn't have set his sights on the star boundary. But now that he was far away, the world will was no longer effective, making it impossible for him to return to the star boundary. The 1,000-jointed worm swallowed him and he rushed out, only to suddenly arrive in this place. What the hell is that worm? And where is Zhang Ruoxi now? With no clue at all, Yang Kai could only choose a direction at random and try to find Ruoxi, praying in his heart that Ruoxi had escaped from the 1,000-jointed worm's stomach. Otherwise, that kind of monster, even a heaven-opening realm master wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 38-33. In the void, Yang Kai's brow furrowed tightly. It was not easy to tell the passage of time outside the universe, but it should have been half a year since the day he encountered the 10,000-joint worm. In the past 6 months, he had been searching for Zhang Ruoxi nearby. From time to time, he would cast the space spirit bead, but unfortunately he found nothing. There was no news of Ruoxi at all. After wandering around for half a year, Yang Kai had really seen all kinds of dangers outside the universe. He didn't know how many terrifying existences like the 10,000-joint worms were in this vast universe. He had encountered quite a few in this half a year, but not all of them were 10,000-joint worms. There were other monsters. Basically, they were extremely large in size, no less inferior to the 10,000-joint worm and the giant god spirit. However, although these existences had terrifying auras, they seemed to be somewhat lacking in intelligence, whether it was the giant god spirit or the 10,000-joint worm. Yang Kai saw them from afar, and as long as he avoided them in time, he would be safe. In the past 6 months of wandering, he even found a world outside the universe. It was a world similar to the star boundary, but before he could get close, he felt several hostile intents from that world locking onto him. That world also had masters at the level of great emperors. Although Yang Kai was now one of the great emperors, it was extremely unwise to rashly break into someone else's world, so after noticing the hostility, Yang Kai took a detour and left. Come to think of it, Ruoxi should know more about the world outside of this universe than he does. Moreover, her strength wasn't low either. As long as she can escape from the stomach of that 1,000-jointed worm, there shouldn't be any problem. But after this separation, who knew when they would meet again? The universe was so big, and the chances of 2 people meeting again were too small. After another month, Yang Kai had to accept the reality at hand. He gave up the intention to continue searching for Zhang Ruoxi and set a direction and moved forward. Now that he had jumped out of the shackles of the universe and came to the world outside the universe, it was time to complete his unfinished business and search for clues about the world tree. Perhaps by the time he found the world tree and returned to the star boundary, Zhang Ruoxi would already be waiting for him there. With such hope in his heart, Yang Kai continued forward. Exploring alone and roaming alone gave him a sense of familiarity that he hadn't felt in a long time. When he first entered the star territory from Tongxian realm, and when he entered the star boundary from Tongxian realm's territory, which time had he not been alone? Although the world outside the universe was dangerous, as long as one bravely moved forward, they would be able to open up a path. His state of mind suddenly became clear, and he couldn't help but be filled with anticipation for the road ahead. One day, while flying through the void, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but at that moment, he seemed to have heard a faint call from that direction. At this moment, he calmed down and listened carefully, but there was no sign of it. Yang Kai naturally maintained his vigilance at all times due to the dangers of the void. The soul-warming lotus also closely guarded his mind, preventing it from being invaded by external forces. Frowning slightly, Yang Kai felt a little strange, but since there was no abnormality, he relaxed and continued moving forward. After walking for a short distance, that faintly discernible call once again entered his ears. Yang Kai immediately stopped and his face became solemn. The first time, he could say that it was an illusion, but the second time, it couldn't be justified. This meant that it wasn't an illusion, and there really was something there. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and rushed towards the source of the voice. The soul-warming lotus didn't show any abnormalities, and Yang Kai didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, so that voice should be harmless. His current understanding of the outside universe was limited to what he had learned from Zhang Ruoxi at the beginning. If there really was someone on the other side, perhaps he could find them and ask around. However, before that, he had to make sure that there was no danger there. In any case, it was better than running around in the void like a headless fly. Moving through the void without any resistance, Yang Kai could increase his speed to infinity as long as he wanted to, but in order to guard against some possible dangers, he still maintained a controlled speed. And in the past 6 months, Yang Kai had also discovered that the world outside the void was very clean, unlike the star field in the lower star territory where there were many asteroids. Thinking about it carefully, it should have something to do with the giant God Spirit clan. The giant God Spirit clan had an innate divine technique that allowed them to smell the aura of dying worlds in advance, and then go there to wait for food. Once the world died, they would be swallowed whole. The dead worlds had all been eaten by the giant God Spirits, so how could there still be a sea of asteroids in this universe? They must have been eaten by the giant God Spirits long ago. Thinking about it this way, the giant God Spirits seemed to be cleaning up the universe's trash. He didn't know how long he had been flying forward, but the further he went, the more obvious the call became. Yang Kai could feel that he was still some distance away from his destination, but it shouldn't be too far. Finally, one day, a shining point of light suddenly appeared in a large nebula in front of him. Yang Kai's mind shook, and he secretly thought that he had finally arrived. When he fixed his eyes on it, he couldn't help but be startled. It was too far away, so he couldn't see it clearly, but Yang Kai vaguely felt that this thing seemed to have seen it somewhere before. He sped up and hurried over. A few days later, Yang Kai's expression became strange. In front of him, a huge oval-shaped light curtain stood quietly in the void. Above the light curtain, a strange light constantly flashed, and from the oval-shaped light curtain, extremely clear fluctuations of the law of space were transmitted. A realm gate? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Before, when he was far away, he felt that this thing was a little familiar, but now that he looked closer, it was indeed very familiar. In the demon territory, the continents were divided, and each continent was connected to each other by a realm gate. The oval-shaped light curtain in front of him was exactly the same as a realm gate. The only difference was the scale. Compared to the realm gate in the demon territory, the difference was simply like the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. There was no comparison at all. Big, incomparably huge. Yang Kai estimated that even the giant God Spirit and the 10,000 jointed insect could easily pass through this realm gate, so one could imagine how huge this realm gate was. For such a realm gate to suddenly appear in the void, Yang Kai couldn't ignore it even if he didn't want to, especially when the faint call came from this realm gate. Although he didn't know what this realm gate was called in the world outside of the universe, it was just a different name, and its function was nothing more than to shuttle between two places. After a few more days, Yang Kai finally arrived at this realm gate. Standing at a place thousands of miles away from the realm gate, he felt the vastness of this thing and realized how small he was. Yang Kai sighed. The world outside of the universe was really strange. He could feel that this realm gate was not artificially refined, but naturally formed. From it, there was a very clear fluctuation of the law of space, and there was not much danger. As long as one was strong enough, anyone could easily pass through this realm gate. Then the question was, where was the other end of this realm gate? What was on the other side calling out to him? Around this huge realm gate, Yang Kai flew for more than 10 hours before he barely circled around it. Standing in the same place, he scratched his head. To enter or not, Yang Kai was really a little difficult to decide. If he didn't enter, he would have already arrived here, and he had been wandering in the void for more than half a year. Other than encountering a few huge and terrifying monsters, he only found a world of the universe, and he had not come into contact with anything outside of the universe. If he went in, he didn't know if there was any danger on the other side, and if there was an ambush on the other side, he might encounter some unexpected disaster as soon as he went out. But he didn't hesitate for long, and Yang Kai made up his mind, enter. Along the way, there were many dangers, and he had escaped death several times. If he was afraid because he suspected that the road ahead was difficult, how could he travel outside of the universe? It was better to go back to the star boundary early to retire, and his strength was not low now. Even if he really encountered some danger, he might have the power to resist. Since he had made up his mind, he would no longer hesitate. His figure swayed, and he plunged into the realm gate in front of him. Like a stone thrown into the sea, the realm gate remained calm, and only a small ripple appeared at the place where Yang Kai entered, and then it returned to normal. Yang Kai, who had entered the realm gate, felt the world spinning, and a great pressure fell from all directions, as if there was an infinite force attacking at the same time. Yang Kai hurriedly used his qi to resist, and he was shocked. The pressure was something that only the great emperors could resist. In other words, this realm gate alone was something that only those who had condensed a Dao seal were qualified to pass through. As if thousands of years had passed, and as if in an instant, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was still in a void, and when he turned his head to look around, he was even more confused. What the hell? After being swallowed by the 1,000-segment worm, he inexplicably ran out like this, and after passing through a realm gate, it was still the same. If it weren't for the fact that there was no sign of the realm gate around him, Yang Kai would have thought that he was still in place. But after coming here, the call from the unseen world became clearer. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's figure swayed, and he rushed in that direction. Half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and stared in front of him with a look of surprise. In the void, there was a realm gate, standing there out of thin air, and the call that had been reaching his ears all this time was coming from that realm gate. Yang Kai almost thought that he was seeing things, and he rubbed his eyes hard and looked carefully again. Indeed, there was a realm gate there, and it was a lonely realm gate which was extremely abrupt. The realm gate didn't look that strange. Ordinary people's realm gates had door noses, door knockers, and 2 stone lions squatting on the left and right of the realm gate, baring their teeth and looking extremely fierce. Yang Kai wouldn't feel anything if he saw such a realm gate anywhere in the star boundary, but in this vast universe, in the void, a realm gate was strange no matter how he looked at it. Chapter 38-34. Arriving in front of the door, Yang Kai glanced at the 2 stone lions squatting on the left and right. He faintly felt that these seemingly ordinary stone lions weren't as simple as they seemed. If they were really ordinary creatures, how could they appear in this void? Just as he was feeling curious, a voice suddenly came from behind the door. "Which little friend has come? This old master has failed to welcome you from afar. Please come in for a chat." The voice was gentle, like a spring breeze, causing Yang Kai to feel a warm feeling all over his body. Even though this voice had come abruptly, it did not disturb him in the slightest and instead made him feel that it was natural. However, Yang Kai was a bit surprised. After all, there was only a single door in front of him, and although there were 2 stone lions squatting at the door, there was no room, so where was the person who had spoken? Peeking behind the door, there was nothing behind it. Hearing the old voice, Yang Kai knew that the person who had spoken was not Yang. Pondering for a moment, he felt that it was best to take things as they came, so he cupped his fists and asked, "Where is Senior? How can Junior enter?" The old voice laughed, "Just push the door open." Yang Kai nodded and pushed the door open. Reaching out, Yang Kai placed his hand on the door and gently pushed. The door opened, but the scene of the void on the other side of the door did not appear. The moment the door opened, a colorful light flashed before his eyes, followed by a huge suction force. Yang Kai had no time to react before he was sucked inside. When he came back to his senses, he was standing on a giant reef, the sound of waves ringing in his ears. Looking up, he saw a blue sky and white clouds, and looking down, he saw waves crashing against the shore. Yang Kai blinked and couldn't help calling out, "Little universe!" Heaven-opening realm cultivators could create a world within their bodies that existed between reality and illusion. This world was the so-called Little Universe, and those who could create little universes were all heaven-opening realm masters. From the side came a laugh. "Little friend's eyesight is quite good. This old master's little universe." Yang Kai turned his head towards the source of the voice and saw an old man with white hair and a beard standing not far from him. He had a kind smile on his face. The old man was slightly plump, and the wrinkles on his face were all traces of the flowing time great emperor. The old man was wearing a long black robe. There was not a speck of dust on his body. He gave off the feeling of an enlightened master. He held a round bowl in one hand and bent the fingers of his other hand. He tapped rhythmically on the bowl. What was strange was that every time he knocked, no sound came out, but Yang Kai was able to feel something with each of his knocks. Recalling the call that had guided him all the way here, Yang Kai suddenly understood, "Is it old Sir calling for me?" The old man smiled. "That's right. Where are you from, little friend?" Yang Kai said, "My hometown is a barren place. I don't know what to call it." Although the old man in front of him seemed harmless, he was still a genuine heaven-opening cultivator. If he really wanted to fight with him, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have any strength to resist, especially since this was his little universe. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the first person he saw outside of this little universe would be a heaven-opening cultivator. One had to be on guard against others, and it was best not to expose the name of the star boundary. The old man didn't mind, smiling slightly. "So it's like that." Unexpectedly, he didn't ask any more questions. "Why did old Sir call for me?" Yang Kai was puzzled. If it weren't for that mysterious pole, he wouldn't have found this place. The old man smiled. "This old master didn't call for you alone. I was just receiving newcomers who had jumped out of their little universes." As he spoke, he pointed to the side. Yang Kai looked over and discovered that it wasn't just him and the old man in this little universe. There were other people on the surrounding reefs. His heart trembled. When he had entered just now, he hadn't sensed anything and he had clearly looked around, but he hadn't seen anyone else at all. It seemed that if this old man hadn't been willing, he probably wouldn't have been able to see anyone else. There were 4 figures, 3 men and 1 woman. One was a tall and sturdy man, one was a dignified woman, one was a young child, and one seemed to be a demonic beast with 2 horns on his forehead. It was unknown what bloodline he had. They each sat on a nearby reef, looking at Yang Kai together. Yang Kai's gaze swept over them. Apart from the young child who smiled at Yang Kai, the others were expressionless. Yang Kai didn't know what cultivation realms these 4 were at, but since they had appeared here, it meant that each of them was a powerhouse on the level of great emperors in their own little universes. They had all condensed their own Dao seals, or they wouldn't have the qualifications to wander about outside of this little universe. Seeing this scene, combined with what the old man had just said, Yang Kai was stunned and asked, "Were these people also summoned by old Sir?" The old man smiled and nodded. "There are many dangers in this little universe. For newcomers like you, it is not a good place. If you rashly wander about, it is very likely that you will encounter some unpredictable dangers. This old man is here to disperse the spiritual aura, and those who perceive it will come here to meet this old man, just like little friend and the others." "Why is old Sir doing this?" Yang Kai was puzzled. If this old man said that it was to protect you newcomers, would you believe it? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. After cultivating for so many years, Yang Kai didn't dare to say that he had seen through human nature, but no one would do such a laborious thing without any benefits. The old man laughed. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, but this is indeed one of the reasons." "That is to say, there are other reasons?" Yang Kai asked. "The other reason is that the force behind this old man needs to absorb new blood. Outside of this little universe, there are countless forces, big and small, and many forces will do this. They will receive some newcomers who jump out of the little universe and bring them back to replenish their strength. This method is not rare, and it is not only my force that does this. Little friend, you are just fated to hear this old man's call and come here." Yang Kai frowned slightly and asked, "May I ask what the force behind old Sir is?" The old man said, "You will know in the future. It is useless to say more now." "What if I don't want to join old Sir's force?" Yang Kai asked. As soon as this was said, Yang Kai clearly felt the 4 people on the reef looking over. The old man said, "That is up to you. This old man is only responsible for receiving newcomers. When you return, someone will explain everything to you. At that time, it is up to you whether you want to join or not. If you want to join, you can stay. If you don't want to, no one will force you." Yang Kai nodded. He had encountered this situation once before when he entered the ancestral territory. In the ancestral territory, many forces were also stationed in the same place, absorbing newcomers to replenish their strength. However, in comparison, the old man's method was undoubtedly better. As long as one was curious, they should be attracted by the spirit-dispersing machine. Yang Kai had no ties outside of this little universe, and now that he had separated from Zhang Ruoxi, he didn't even know where to go. It just so happened that he wanted to find a place with many people to inquire about some information. Since the old man in front of him had already said so, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't ask for a rebuff. Yang Kai didn't fully believe the old man's words, but at least for now, his own safety was not a concern. "Old sir, Junior has another question." Yang Kai cupped his fists. "Go ahead." Junior jumped out of the universe with another friend and entered this vast universe. However, halfway through, we suddenly encountered a monster called the Thousand Knots Worm. After being swallowed by it, we inexplicably arrived at another place. At this point, the old man smiled and said, "Rest assured, your friend should be safe." "Please enlighten me, old sir." The Thousand Joints insect is a very strange existence outside of this little universe. Its birth is unpredictable, but it is harmless. When you look at it from a distance, do you see many holes in its body? Those holes are connected to random corners of this vast universe. You were swallowed by the thousand-jointed worm and came out of one of those holes. Then, you went to a completely different place from before. Your friend suffered the same fate as you, but we don't know where she is now. Is that so? Yang Kai was stunned. However, he instinctively felt that the old man in front of him should not be wrong. Now that he thought about it, from the moment he was swallowed by the Thousand Joints insect to the moment he escaped, there was an extremely obvious fluctuation of space principles when he escaped, as if he had undergone a long-distance teleportation, which was faintly consistent with the old man's explanation. But this way, it was certain that Zhang Ruoxi was not in danger, so Yang Kai was relieved. It was just that he didn't know where she had been teleported to. "Many thanks, old sir." Junior still wants to ask, "Little friend, you must be tired after coming from afar. You should rest first." The old man looked at Yang Kai with a smile, and as he spoke, he gently tapped the round bowl a few times with his finger. The doubts in Yang Kai's heart suddenly subsided, as if it was a question he shouldn't have asked. He immediately showed a look of shame and said, "Senior is right. Then I won't disturb Senior's casting." Then, he respectfully retreated. The old man nodded, closed his eyes, and continued to cast the spirit-dispersing art. Looking around, Kai Yang jumped onto an unoccupied reef, sat down cross-legged, and began to circulate his secret art. In the next moment, an incomparably pure spirit chi flowed into his body through his pores, shaking his spirit. Although this was the old man's mini-universe world, which existed between reality and illusion, it was still a world of its own. The spirit energy here was also real spirit energy, which could be absorbed to enhance one's strength. Moreover, the spirit energy in this mini-universe world was so rich and pure that it was unmatched anywhere in the star boundary. Quietly opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw that the other four were eagerly devouring the spirit energy, so he simply let go of his scruples and greedily absorbed it. However, he still divided a part of his mind to check his body. When the old man said those last words, he clearly felt that he was powerless to resist his words. In other words, at that time, he was absolutely obedient to the old man, so he felt ashamed. But then the soul-warming lotus took effect and helped him recover. Chapter 38-35. The fact that the soul-warming lotus was acting like this meant that the old man had definitely cast a spell on him just now. It was just that the old man's cultivation was too high, his technique was too brilliant, or perhaps it was the effect of the round bowl that prevented Yang Kai from seeing through it. If it weren't for the soul-warming lotus's protection, Yang Kai didn't know what would have happened to him. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The old man kept saying that no one would force him to join the force behind him in the future if he didn't want to, but judging from his current actions, if he really didn't want to join, it wouldn't end well for him. But since he was already here, it was impossible for him to back out. Besides, Yang Kai was also willing to go to a crowded place to inquire about information. Now that he had just entered this world, his understanding of this place was limited to what he had talked about with Zhang Ruoxi. Everything else was still a mystery to him. If he could follow the old man into a force, he could carefully inquire about it and slowly plan his next move. On the other hand, Yang Kai was looking forward to Zhang Ruoxi being lured here. After all, Ruoxi was swallowed by the 10,000-jointed insect with him. If she was lucky, she might appear somewhere not far away and be drawn here by the old man's spiritual opportunity. If that was the case, they could reunite. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was no longer worried and simply relaxed his mind to absorb the surrounding world energy. The nearby 3 people and 1 monster beast were also doing the same. Although Yang Kai didn't know which small world they came from, it was obvious that everyone came from different places. This could be seen from the way they dressed. Many details were slightly different, but no matter which small world they came from, it was obvious that they had never stayed in a place with such a good cultivation environment. All of them were cultivating eagerly. After what happened before, Yang Kai even suspected that the old man had used some kind of secret technique on these 4 people to make them obey him. The old man maintained the same posture. He held the alms bowl in one hand and gently clasped it with the other. The invisible spiritual vigor continued to spread from this small universe into the universe, attracting newcomers to come over. This method was a bit like fishing. If the person who felt the spiritual opportunity wasn't so curious or had a strong sense of danger, they wouldn't come here. Time passed quickly. Although the small world was also a small world, it was still between reality and illusion. It wasn't as magical as a real small world. There was no sun, moon, stars, and the scenery around it was unchanged. This was probably related to the old man's state of mind. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, Kai Yang estimated it to be at least a year, the old man smiled and said, "I don't know which little friend has graced us with his presence, but this old man didn't go out to greet you, please come in." Her words were exactly the same as when Yang Kai had first arrived. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that a newcomer had arrived. He couldn't help but look shocked as he secretly looked forward to it, wondering if it was Zhang Ruoxi. The voice was that of a woman, and it didn't sound very old. The old man smiled. "It's not that this old man is sneaking around, this old man is here. It's just that this young lady hasn't seen him yet. Please come in." The woman outside the door smiled. "Do you think I'll come in just because you say so? This young lady won't go in." After a pause, she asked, "Are you behind this door?" The tone of her question made one imagine her looking at the door. The old man nodded. "Then come out and talk, this young lady will wait for you outside the door." The old man laughed. "Young lady is quite vigilant." "Humph, one must always be on guard against others. I don't even know who you are, so how can I enter so easily?" "That's not unreasonable," the old man smiled faintly. As he spoke, he suddenly formed a hand seal. However, this old man still wants to invite this young lady inside for a chat. As soon as these words fell, a cry of alarm immediately came from outside the door, accompanied by the woman's cursing, "Thief, you dare." After that, a layer of ripples appeared around the old man, and a graceful figure appeared out of thin air. It was the woman who refused to enter the door before. Who knew what method the old man used to capture her? Yang Kai understood. Looking at the situation, as long as one was drawn in by the old man's spirit essence, whether they were willing or not, they would have to enter the door and enter this small world. Those who were willing would be safe, while those who were unwilling would be directly captured. This old man had a harmless smile on his face, but he was actually quite overbearing. This kind of guy was the most ruthless. Yang Kai couldn't help becoming vigilant. The woman's temper seemed to be extremely fiery. After being captured, a water curtain immediately appeared around her body, and with a raise of her hand, the endless water curtain turned into a white silk that flew towards the old man. A strong wind blew, mixed with the sound of waves. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but praise in his heart. That white silk was not a real white silk, but was clearly refined from a big river. The power of this pull was the power of a river, and boundless water vapor wantonly spread out. Presumptuous! Several angry shouts sounded in unison, and the 4 people who had been sitting on the reef and meditating since Yang Kai came in rushed out together. The burly man waved his fist, the dignified woman drew her sword, The young child took out a slingbow-like treasure and buckled it with a stone, and the two-horned monster roared and turned into a tiger-like body. Kai Yang stared blankly. However, he quickly reacted and jumped down from the reef as well. Then he sent a palm strike towards the woman. The woman's expression changed. She obviously didn't expect to be besieged by so many people as soon as she came in. Although she was also a powerhouse at the level of the great emperors and had condensed her own Tao seal, which one of the people present didn't. They could only fight to a draw in a one-on-one battle, let alone 1 against 5. The white silk she pulled out immediately turned into a water curtain that wrapped around her body. With a series of explosions, the water curtain collapsed, and the woman was sent flying, her face pale and bloodless. She was a powerhouse at the level of the great emperors, but at this moment, she sat on the ground with tears in her eyes and covered her butt with her hands, looking extremely wronged. You bully me. She looked like a child who had lost a fight. Yang Kai wanted to laugh, but he was too embarrassed to do so. You have the advantage in numbers. The woman sat on the ground and didn't get up. She glared hatefully at Yang Kai and the others, and finally fixed her eyes on the old man. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. The old man smiled wholeheartedly. Miss wants to fight me one-on-one? Yes, just you and me, don't let them interfere. The woman stretched out her finger and pointed at Yang Kai and the others one by one. The old man slowly shook his head. You are no match for this old man. How do you know if we haven't fought? The woman looked unconvinced. Then do you want to try? The old man played with her with great interest. Of course I want to try. The woman gritted her teeth and shouted. When she said the first word, there was nothing unusual, but when she said the last word, she had already rushed in front of the old man. She was as agile as a raccoon, her slender jade-like palm turned into a crystal clear, fluctuating with a mysterious force as it slammed down on the old man. The old man's smile didn't fade as he quietly looked at her. He didn't move, only spitting out a single word, condense. The woman suddenly stiffened in front of the old man, unable to move. It seemed that only at this moment did she realize the huge gap between her and this old man, and she couldn't help but pale, her long eyelashes trembling. Do you want to try again? The old man asked. The woman blinked and obediently said, I don't dare. If you don't dare, then stop. The old man waved his hand. As soon as these words came out, the woman immediately regained her freedom. Her body, which had been on the offensive, suddenly rushed forward and half knelt on the ground, cupped her fists and said, This little girl is new and inexperienced and thought there was no opponent in this world, but today I have seen Senior and learned that there is always someone better than me. I ask Senior to accept this little girl as a disciple, and this disciple will be respectful and filial to Master in the future. Her movements were clean and neat, without the slightest hesitation, and her words were also extremely smooth, as if she had said them countless times, but her expression was incomparably sincere. All of the people present, including the old man, were caught unprepared by the woman. Yang Kai was also stunned, wondering who this woman was. She was shouting and shouting so loudly just now, so how did she become a disciple in the blink of an eye? This change in attitude was a bit too fast. On the contrary, the burly man and the monster race man both showed looks of regret after realizing this. The dignified woman was also a little moved, but the childish child didn't seem to care. As if someone had cast a spell on them, everyone present was silent, and only the sound of waves hitting the table could be heard. Suddenly, the old man laughed and stretched out his hand to support the woman's arm. It's rare for you to be so considerate. This old man is very pleased, but the matter of apprenticeship is not urgent for the time being. This is the first time this old man has seen you, so I don't know much about your character. After a little observation in the future, if you are to my liking, this old man may accept you as a disciple. The woman was overjoyed. This disciple thanks Master. What is your name? The woman replied with a smile. This disciple's name is Sunday. Where are you from? Sun shook her head. This disciple doesn't know. The world this disciple came from is already broken, and this disciple is the only living person in that place. As she spoke, her face was full of sadness. People have life and death, and so is the world. You don't have to care too much about it. Now that you have jumped out of the shackles of this world and can see the vast universe, isn't it better than being confined to one place? Master is right. Ah Sun nodded heavily, a happy expression on her face. This Ah Sun's home is gone, so this Ah Sun's home will be Ah Sun's home in the future. The old man didn't comment, turning his head to look at the others and saying, "Okay, everyone is here, so we should go back." Hearing him say this, Kai Yang and the others all revealed looks of joy. Although the cultivation environment here was good, since everyone had jumped out of this world, they naturally wanted to see a more exciting world. Now that they were going to leave this place and follow the old man to the world behind him, they were naturally very interested. Chapter 38-36. The old man didn't waste any time and called out to everyone. He stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. A door immediately appeared in front of him. Yang Kai took a closer look and saw that it was none other than the one he had seen in the void before. With a creak, the old man pushed the door open, and everyone walked out in a single file. The place they stopped at was the place they entered from before. At this moment, the door warped and transformed into the shape of a large ship. 2 ropes that flowed with light extended from the bow of the ship, and the ropes were wrapped around 2 stone lions. Surprisingly, the stone lions were the 2 that were squatting on the left and right of the door. When Yang Kai saw this, he immediately knew that his guess was right. The 2 stone lions were indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, how could there be such a transformation? At this moment, the figures of the 2 stone lions expanded explosively, and an extremely ferocious aura emanated from their bodies. They shook their heads and wagged their tails in an awe-inspiring manner. The newcomers on the ship were dumbstruck. It wasn't that the transformation of the stone lions was miraculous, but the aura emanating from the 2 stone lions wasn't inferior to theirs, and it even faintly surpassed theirs. In other words, the strength of these 2 stone lions was extremely likely to be higher than theirs. They were all overlords of their own worlds, great emperors that had condensed Tao seals, and they were all supreme in their own worlds. Now that they were outside this world and saw that the 2 strange beasts pulling the ship were more formidable than them, there was no need to mention how bitter the feeling in their hearts was. The old man observed everyone's expressions and took in their shock, and he smiled wholeheartedly. "Wow, Master, what are these 2 things? They seem so powerful." Ah Sun stood at the bow of the ship and looked down, and she didn't conceal her surprise as she exclaimed. The old man didn't deliberately correct the way she addressed him, or it could be said that he didn't care. He said with a smile, "These 2 little things were originally 2 stone embryos of my Qiqiao land. Later on, they obtained some opportunities and gained intelligence. I thought they weren't bad, so I used them to watch the door and pull the ship." Qiqiao land? Yang Kai raised his brows. "Senior, may I ask if the Qiqiao land you mentioned earlier is the place we're going to this time?" He hadn't communicated with the old man during the year he was in the small world, so he didn't know where the old man was from. Now that he heard him mention it, he naturally paid attention. The old man nodded. "Is the Qiqiao land one of the 72 blessed lands?" The burly man suddenly revealed a look of shock. "You know about the 72 blessed lands?" The old man glanced at the burly man with a smile. The other party replied respectfully, "This junior comes from the Black River realm. There was once a powerful senior who went back there and left behind a few words. Thus, this junior knows that there are 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands outside of this universe." The burly man shook his head. "I don't know. Did he leave any keepsake for you to find?" The old man asked again. The burly man took out something from his chest and respectfully handed it over. "This is the token that the senior left behind." Yang Kai's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw that it was a piece of jade. It didn't look like the jade he had seen before, and he didn't know what kind of jade it was. Inside the jade, there was a small fish swimming around as if it was alive. Although he couldn't see what the fish in the jade was, he could faintly feel that it contained a mysterious power. He knew that this should be the token that the Black River Realm's great master left behind for his juniors. His heart trembled and he felt cold all over. It wasn't because of the token, but because of the burly man's unreserved attitude towards the old man. Previously, he had been plotted against by the old man, and only managed to escape with the protection of the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai wondered if the old man had done something to the others. But guesses were just guesses, and Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with the affairs of others. When Ah Sun was captured and was about to harm the old man, the burly man and the others actually acted together to protect her. Yang Kai was somewhat certain of his guess. If the old man hadn't done something to them, how could these 4 great emperors from different Jianghu worlds have such a reaction? Even if they wanted to please the old man, they wouldn't have acted together. At this moment, this jade was definitely an extremely precious item on the burly man's body. With this jade as a guide, he could definitely find the whereabouts of the senior in his world and go to him. At that time, he would naturally be taken care of, and there would be no need to compromise under someone else's wing. But such a precious item, the burly man actually took it out after the old man casually asked, and he didn't guard against the old man at all. This was very clear. The few people beside him didn't have any unusual reaction, and instead felt that this was how it should be. After the burly man took out the jade, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He reached out and took it, carefully examining it. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. Since it's a reward from senior, you should keep it carefully. Maybe it will be useful in the future. The burly man gently nodded and put away the jade piece. He even turned his head and glared at the others. It wasn't that he didn't know the value of his jade piece, but that he had been influenced by the old man's secret technique and trusted him. Yang Kai couldn't see how much this trust was for the time being. However, he could finally be sure that everyone who entered the small universe had been cast by the old man. He just didn't know if Ah Sun, who was the last to enter, had been plotted against. I know you have a lot of questions. Let's go, we'll talk on the way. As the old man spoke, he gently raised his hand, and the 2 stone lions pulling the boat immediately raised their heads and roared before galloping forward. In an instant, the big boat sped forward like a bolt of lightning. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. These 2 stone lions looked a little stupid, but he didn't expect them to be so fast. No wonder they were taken in by the old man as coolies. After the boat had sailed for a while, the old man smiled and said, "Just now, someone asked if the Qiqiao land has 72 blessed lands." Turning to the burly man, he shook his head and said, "The Qiqiao land is not one of the 72 blessed lands." "Master, what are the 72 blessed lands?" Ah Sun blinked her big eyes, a look of curiosity on her face. Not only her, but the dignified woman, the young child, and the monster race man all showed puzzled expressions. Obviously, they had never heard of it before. Yang Kai followed the crowd and looked at the old man blankly. It seemed that because they were going back, the old man's mood was quite good. He explained, "In this vast universe, there are countless blessed lands, but they can also be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The stronger forces occupy better territories, the weaker ones occupy less. You all come from different small worlds, but no matter where you are, this principle is the same. Amongst these territories, the best ones can be divided into 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly abodes. Those who occupy these treasured lands are all great powers whose might shakes the world." Ah Sun suddenly understood. This disciple understands. The old man continued, "If the Qiqiao land is one of the 72 blessed lands, then it is not the Qiqiao land, but the Qiqiao blessed lands. Do you understand?" These words were directed at the burly man. The burly man nodded. "Thank you, senior, for your explanation. There is no need for that, it is not a secret. As long as you stay outside of this universe for a few years, you will naturally know." Yang Kai deduced. Then according to what senior said, the forces that occupy the blessed lands must have the words blessed lands behind their names. That's basically the case, but not all of them. The old man shook his head. For example, the 10,000 Devil Heavens occupies one of the blessed lands, but it is only called the 10,000 Devil Heavens, not the 10,000 Devil Paradise. Yang Kai blinked his eyes. 10,000 Devil Heavens. Just from the name alone, it was obvious that it was the gathering place of the demon race. Mo Shung couldn't have come from that place, right? To be able to occupy a blessed land in this vast universe, this 10,000 Devil Heavens must be something. If they knew that Mo Sheng had died in the star boundary, Would they avenge him? But then again, Imo Sheng's physical body was destroyed, and he had spent several tens of thousands of years to gather the spiritual energy of the star boundary. If the forces behind him knew about his situation, how could they ignore it? Yang Kai immediately relaxed. Even if Imo Sheng really came from the 10,000 devil heavens, the 10,000 devil heavens wouldn't know about his situation. The old man continued, however, although my 7 openings land can't compare to those blessed lands, it's still quite good in the 3,000 worlds. The master of my 7 openings land is the 7 openings heavenly lord, who is proficient in alchemy. His spirit pills are so famous that even those blessed lands sometimes ask for 7 openings lands alchemy. So amazing? Asun was shocked. The old man smiled slightly. You will know in the future. Today, this old master only told you a little more because you asked. Yang Kai really wanted to ask about the heaven-splitting pill. According to Zhang Ruoxi, this thing was a hard currency outside the universe, equivalent to source crystals in the star boundary. Since the 7 openings heavenly lord was proficient in alchemy, he should also know how to refine the heaven-splitting pill. When he talked about the heaven-splitting pill with Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai was still thinking about getting his hands on its recipe, but he didn't expect to get his hands on it so quickly. However, based on the situation outside the universe, the heaven-splitting pill's recipe was definitely one of the top secrets of a great force, so it wouldn't be easy to find out. What's more, Yang Kai wasn't too clear on what kind of force this Chi land was. Just from the way this old man acted, it was clear that this Chi land wasn't a famous righteous sect. Everything this old man had said before seemed like he was trying to flatter himself. After that, whether it was the dignified woman, the young child, or the monster race, all of them asked about the things they wanted to know. Like Yang Kai, they had just jumped out of their respective small worlds when they were drawn in by the old man's spirit opportunity, so they had no idea what was going on here. Yang Kai had Zhang Ruoxi to answer his questions, so although he didn't know much, he was at least better than the others. Of course, the burly man was an exception. A senior from his Black River realm had once returned and should have left behind some information about the universe. The journey was long, but the old man answered every question, benefiting everyone on board. Chapter 38-37. Along the way, they passed through several territory gates. The so-called territory gates were the world gates Yang Kai had passed through before, but with a different name. Their function was nothing more than to quickly travel between 2 places. The world outside the universe was too big. If there weren't these domain gates that existed all over the universe, it would be extremely difficult for even those peerless experts to go from one place to another. The amount of time it would take was absolutely unbearable for anyone. However, with these territory gates, it was a different story. Although it still took some time to travel, overall, it greatly increased the efficiency of travel. Yang Kai, who had experienced the convenience of space arrays, was deeply moved by this. The reason why these territory gates were called territory gates was because the world outside the world gate was divided into various large and small territory. Within these territories, large and small forces were intertwined, and because of this, the world outside the world gate was quite interesting. The journey was lonely, and apart from the old man explaining some things about the world gate to everyone also had some interactions with each other, so the atmosphere was quite harmonious. This was especially true for Asun, who was the most lively of all. After just a few days, she was already calling the dignified woman big sister and little sister. In less than a month's time, Asun, who was looking around from the bow of the ship, suddenly seemed to notice something and said, "Master, there's something over there." In this vast universe, the scenery was indeed beautiful, but after seeing so much of it, it had become dull. So now that there was something unusual in front of them, it naturally attracted Asun's attention. Yang Kai and the others, who were leaning against the side of the ship, heard this and ran to the other side to take a look. At a glance, they saw a large mass of clouds swirling in the void, but what was inside was a blur, as if there was some kind of barrier blocking it. Even with their cultivations, they could not see through it. The old man smiled and said, "We're here." Asun excitedly asked, "Is that the Qiqiao land?" The old man nodded, "Yes." When everyone heard this, they all revealed looks of anticipation. Even Yang Kai was no exception. Although he felt that this old man and this so-called Qiqiao land were not good people, this was the first force he had come into contact with outside of the universe after coming out from Star Boundary, so he was naturally curious about it. More importantly, according to this old man, the master of Qiqiao land, Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch, was an alchemy grandmaster. Perhaps the heaven-opening pill formula still had to depend on the other party. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the two stone lions pulling the boat suddenly changed direction and galloped towards the cloud. After a few more hours, they finally arrived. The old man stood at the bow of the ship and casually pointed with his finger. A golden light shot out from his fingertip, and in the next moment, the thick clouds suddenly parted, revealing a passage in the middle. The stone lion didn't stop moving. It pulled the big boat and charged into it. The clouds behind it closed up again. After passing through a vast expanse of white, everyone regained their vision. They were now high up in the sky. Looking up, they could see white clouds and blue sky. Looking down, they could see green water and green mountains. It was a wonderful beyond the universe. On top of that, the world energy aura here was extremely rich. Compared to the cultivation environment they had come into contact with in the old man's miniature universe, it was not inferior at all. In fact, it was even slightly superior. After all, that was just the old man's miniature universe, something that existed between reality and illusion. However, this was the real world, so it was normal for there to be some differences. Yang Kai silently sensed the world energy here and felt that the world energy here was much more complete and dense than in the Star Boundary. He sighed in his heart. Such a good environment could not be found in the Star Boundary. Cultivating in such an environment, as long as one had a little aptitude, they should have no problem reaching the Emperor realm. Master, what's over there? The most curious of them all, a son pointed in a certain direction and asked. The old man said, "You will know in the future." A son nodded and did not ask any more questions. After interacting with the old man for more than a month, she knew that if the old man was willing to answer, he would answer, and if he did not want to, no one could force him. However, Yang Kai casually glanced in the direction she pointed and found that there was a fiery red color all over the mountains and plains. Moreover, it looked like a large orchard with fruit trees planted there. He could vaguely see many busy figures in the orchard. This orchard was so large that he could not see the end of it at a glance. Yang Kai estimated that this orchard occupied a third of this world's territory. Yang Kai could not help feeling a little curious. He did not know what kind of spirit fruit these were, but there were actually so many of them. Moreover, these spirit fruits definitely required a lot of nutrients to grow, so where did these nutrients come from? In addition to the vast orchard, there were also some scattered buildings on the ground below. Overall, this place had beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the scenery was extraordinary. The ship descended and soon arrived in front of a huge palace. In front of the palace, a group of people had already been waiting respectfully, led by a young man in blue robes with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had an extraordinary bearing. When the ship landed, the young man immediately shouted, "Welcome back, Venerable." The group of people behind him also shouted in unison, and their momentum was extraordinary. In the flowing brilliance, the ship turned into a door and then disappeared. Everyone landed on the ground, and the two stone lions pulling the ship also rose into the air. Soon, they landed on the left and right sides of the palace and turned into two stone mountains in the shape of stone lions, motionless. Behind the old man, Yang Kai and the others looked around curiously. The young man in the lead came forward, glanced at Yang Kai and the others, and said with a smile, "Venerable, you found quite a few new people this time." The old man also smiled, "Our luck is not bad. You can arrange these people as you see fit." The young man responded respectfully. The old man asked, "Is the heavenly monarch here?" The young man said, "Half a year ago, the heavenly monarch received a message from someone and went out. He hasn't returned yet." The old man nodded. "Then, when the heavenly monarch returns, remember to inform me." After giving the order, the old man turned to Yang Kai and the others and said, "You all follow him, there will be arrangements." Saying so, he walked towards the palace. The young man took the lead, and the group of people respectfully said, "Farewell, Venerable." "Master, what kind of venerable are you?" Ah Sun asked curiously. "Master?" The young man turned to look at Ah Sunday. Ah Sun pointed in the direction the old man left, and the young man's face immediately sank. "Where did this little girl come from? If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll pull out your tongue." As he shouted, a powerful aura swept out in all directions. Ah Sun's pretty face changed, and she staggered back a few steps. Fortunately, Yang Kai reached out to support her, so she didn't fall to the ground, but her face was very ugly. Yang Kai and the others also had ugly expressions. They weren't angry, but the young man's aura was too strong, and they couldn't bear it. He wasn't at the heaven-opening realm. Yang Kai had fought against great demon god, so he could tell at a glance that this young man hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm, but he shouldn't be far from it. He was probably the half-step heaven-opening realm Jianghu she had mentioned before, which meant that he had condensed 5 of the 5 elements in his body. The young man looked at Ah Sun coldly. "Venerable is the earth protector of my fire spirit land. Where did you come from, wild girl? How dare you talk nonsense like this?" Ah Sun's face flushed red, and she was suppressed by the other party's aura, unable to say a word, tears welling up in her eyes. The young man coldly snorted, "Since you're new here and don't know the rules, I'll let you off for now. If you dare to do this again, I won't let you off so easily, understood?" Ah Sun nodded aggrievedly. The young man then swept his gaze over Yang Kai and the others, clasping his hands behind his back. "The same goes for all of you. This king doesn't care where you came from, what your identity is, or what status you have. Since you've come to this fire spirit land, you must abide by the rules here. If you abide by the rules, everything will be fine, but if you don't, there won't be a good end." The monster race man heard this and cupped his fists. "Dare I ask this master, what are the rules of the fire spirit land?" The young man proudly declared, "This king's words are the rules." The monster race man nodded, "Understood." Seeing the monster race man so tactful, the young man's expression relaxed slightly. "This king doesn't know if Venerable Master has told you anything before, but it doesn't matter if he hasn't. Now, I'll tell you, this is the fire spirit land of my 7 openings land. Here, Venerable Master is the heavens and the earth. You are not allowed to disobey him in the slightest, understood?" Everyone nodded. "It's good that you understand." The young man continued, "However, Venerable Master is busy with many things, so this king is in charge of disciplining you all. This king is the consul disciple of the fire spirit land. My surname is Du, and my name is Ru Feng. In the future, if you have any questions, you can ask this king. If you need to know, this king will tell you. If you don't need to know, it's useless to ask. Today is the first time you've come to the fire spirit land, so this king won't say much to you. Stay here for a while and you'll understand everything here. Alright, bring all of you over first. You have 3 days to rest, and after 3 days, someone will tell you what to do." After that, the young man waved his hand, and a middle-aged woman with a cold expression immediately walked out from behind him. She called out to Yang Kai and the others, "Follow me." After that, she flew into the sky. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other and could only follow. From beginning to end, except for the monster race man, no one else dared to ask anything. As for the old man's words at the beginning, those who wanted to stay could stay, and those who wanted to leave could leave, were simply empty words. He brought Yang Kai and the others to this place and entered the palace without showing himself again. Du Ruffing also did not ask Yang Kai and the others if they wanted to stay, and only unilaterally announced some things. However, although Du Ruffing did not say much, Yang Kai understood something. This was the fire spirit land of the 7 openings land. In other words, besides this fire spirit land, there should be other places. The 7 openings land faintly coincided with the 5 elements of yin and yang. Yang Kai could not help but wonder if this 7 openings land was made up of 7 spirit lands. If so, then this place would be somewhat interesting. Chapter 38:38. The middle-aged woman's expression was cold and she did not speak much. In addition, she was suppressed by Du Rufeng's power, so everyone was silent as they followed her. No one dared to ask anything. However, when Yang Kai secretly observed, he found that they were heading in the direction of the huge orchard that he had seen from high up in the sky just now. This middle-aged woman's cultivation should also be around the Emperor realm, and whether she had condensed a Dao seal or not, he couldn't tell for the time being since they hadn't fought yet. An hour later, a large number of houses appeared in front of them, surrounded by green mountains and green water. At first glance, it looked like a hidden village. A memorial arch was erected at the entrance of the village, and 3 words were written on it: Handyman's House. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other. Although they came from different Jianghu worlds, none of them were stupid enough to not know the meaning of the word labor. They couldn't help but think to themselves, could it be that we were brought to this fire spirit land by that venerable to be laborers? Standing at the entrance of the village, the woman took out a bell and gently shook it. After the tinkling sound was heard, a thin man like a bamboo pole immediately flew out of the village. The man did not look very old, and the clothes he wore did not fit him well. The loose clothes covering his body made him look empty. From afar, he looked quite funny. Flying closer, the bamboo man cupped his hands and said, "Senior Sister Yao." His gaze turned to Yang Kai and the others, and he chuckled, "Why do these people look a little unfamiliar? I don't think I've seen them before," the woman surnamed Yao said indifferently. "They were brought back by the Venerable." Hearing this, the bamboo man said, "The Venerable is back?" The woman surnamed Yao gently nodded, stretched out her hand and pointed to Yang Kai and the others and ordered, "I'll leave these people to you. It's rare to have so many newcomers. If you complain that there's not enough people, you can find a way yourself." It's enough. The bamboo man beamed. The Venerable went through so much trouble to find them. "If I, Zhou Jing, can't complete the task, I'll bring my head to the Venerable." The woman surnamed Yao coldly snorted, "You're on your own." After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhou Jing shouted from behind her, "Senior Sister Yao, are you leaving already? Junior brother got some good tea. Senior sister, do you want to try it?" There was no reply at all. With a smile on his face, Zhou Jing watched the woman leave. Then, he rubbed his hands and looked at Yang Kai and the others with excitement. He smiled and introduced himself. "My name is Zhou Jing. I'm the steward of this handyman's room. You can call me Steward Chow." Everyone saluted in unison, "Greetings, Steward Chow." Zhou Jing nodded and said, "You guys are so lucky. You are so lucky." The burly man frowned and said, "Where did this blessing come from?" Although they didn't know what kind of fate they would face next, since they were sent to the handyman's room as soon as they arrived, their future days wouldn't be too good. In their respective worlds, they were all top powerhouses, but when they came to the outside world, they were treated like this. Anyone would feel a little disappointed. Zhou Jing smiled and said, "It's your first time coming to the outside world, right?" Everyone nodded. "Then do you know about the heaven-opening realm? On the way back, the Venerable told us a little." "Then it's easy to say." Zhou Jing smiled like a thief who had stolen a fox. With his hands behind his back, he said, "If you want to reach the heaven-opening realm, you need to condense a small universe in your body and split the sky and earth. If you want to condense a small universe, you need to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Then do you know why the Qiqiao land is called the Qiqiao land?" Without waiting for anyone to answer, Zhou Jing explained, "Because the Qiqiao land is made up of 7 spiritual lands. Right now, you are in the fire spiritual land. In addition, there is the yin spiritual land, the yang spiritual land, the metal spiritual land, the wood spiritual land, the water spiritual land, and the earth spiritual land. Looking at the entire world outside of the universe, an existence like the Qiqiao land is unique. No other faction can gather all of these powers in one place." The dignified woman's expression changed when she heard this. "Steward Chow, are you saying that the Qiqiao land can satisfy all of our needs to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements?" Zhou Jing smiled and said, "That's right. This way, you won't have to wander around outside and look for resources to condense your power. In other words, as long as you stay in the Qiqiao land long enough, you will have the opportunity to reach the heaven-opening realm. And this opportunity is convenient for the disciples of other factions. Don't you think this is your good fortune? The Yao man was pleasantly surprised. Really? Zhou Jing smiled and said, Why would I lie to you? You can go back and ask others. This isn't a secret. Then it really is our good fortune. The Yao man was overjoyed. Ah Sun blinked and asked, Then is Steward Chao also at the heaven-opening realm now? Zhou Zheng couldn't help coughing. Not yet, but that's because I've been too lazy in my cultivation. If I work hard, reaching the heaven-opening realm won't be a problem. You can't slack off in your cultivation in the future, or you'll end up like me. Alright, let's not talk too much. In any case, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Come with me. He turned and led the way. Yang Kai and the others followed closely behind him. After entering the village, they saw houses on both sides. Each house had traces of restrictions. Some of the doors were closed, while others were open. There were people standing in front of the doors, coldly looking at Yang Kai and the others. The owners of these houses were both from the human race and the Yao race. Their auras were all at the level of the Emperor realm, but they varied in strength. Not long after, a sweet voice came from the side. Steward Chao, are there new people? Zhou Jing turned around and smiled. That's right, the Venerable has returned. He brought a few new people with him. Yang Kai and the others followed the voice and saw a graceful figure leaning against the door frame of one of the houses. The woman had a lazy expression, and her hair was slightly messy, as if she had just woken up. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and smiled. Then we won't have to work so hard in the future. She then turned to Kai Yang and the others and said, Elder sister will live here. In the future, if you have anything you don't understand, feel free to come and find me. Elder sister loves to teach new people. While speaking, she giggled. Her voice was pleasant to the ears and seemed to have infinite charm. No one knew how to answer, so they pretended not to hear it. They walked forward until they reached one of the houses with closed doors. Zhou Jing stopped and turned to look at Yang Kai and the others. He pointed at the burly man and said, You'll be staying here in the future. He casually threw a jade token to him and said, This is the restriction token of this house. You can refine it yourself. You have 3 days to rest. After 3 days, I'll tell you what to do. You don't have to think about anything during these 3 days. Just rest well. The burly man nodded in response. He held the jade token in his hand and activated his power to refine it. Zhou Zheng continued to lead the others forward. When they reached the third ownerless house, it was Yang Kai's turn. Just like the previous two, Zhou Zheng gave him a restriction token and told him to refine it himself. Then he led the rest of the people away. It was not difficult to refine the restriction token. No one knew if this house had been occupied before. Anyway, there were no traces of the previous owner refining it. Yang Kai only spent an incense stick's worth of time to completely refine it. He gently waved the jade token in front of the house, opening the restriction and pushing the door open. There was no unpleasant smell and the facilities inside the house were very simple. It covered an area of only a few dozen meters and was divided into 2 floors. The lower floor had tables and chairs, which seemed to be a place to entertain guests. Walking up the stairs to the second floor, there was only a bed and a mattress, which should be a place to rest. There was a spirit array arranged inside the house. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the world's aura was being driven by the spirit array and was constantly gathering inside the house, making the small house extremely rich in aura. If such a place were placed in the star boundary, it would be a cultivation treasure land that everyone would fight for, but in the fire spirit land of the 7 openings, it was just a servant's residence. It was hard to imagine what kind of place the stewards, head disciples, and even the earth protectors lived in. After opening the restriction and isolating the house, Yang Kai comprehended the various functions of the restriction token while thinking about his current situation. It was his first time entering the world outside the universe, and being led into the 7 openings was a good thing, but to become a servant right after entering made him somewhat speechless. He still remembered that when he first entered the martial Dao and joined High Heaven Pavilion, because his cultivation progress was not satisfactory, he was reduced to sweeping the floor. The current situation was very similar to back then. The only difference was that the strength he possessed now was not something he could compare to at that time. The current him already had the capital to resist. However, This was their territory after all, and there was a heaven-opening realm master overseeing it. When there was no threat to his life, Yang Kai did not want to cause trouble, so he decided to take one step at a time. Moreover, the fortune Zhou Zheng mentioned before was nothing more than boasting in Yang Kai's eyes. Others might not know the mysteries of breaking through to the heaven-opening realm, but Yang Kai did. In order to break through to the heaven-opening realm, one needed to condense the power of the yin and yang 5 elements. This was not wrong, Zhang Ruoxi had also told him so. Moreover, he had already condensed the power of the wood element, and it was the peak of the wood element. However, Zhou Zheng did not mention the most important thing, the difference in grade. Perhaps the 7 openings lands gathering of the yin and yang 5 elements was enough to meet the requirements of a cultivator breaking through to the heaven-opening realm, but the grade would definitely not be too high. Otherwise, wouldn't there be as many heaven-opening realm masters in the 7 openings land? And from the information Yang Kai currently had, there should not be too many heaven-opening realm masters in the 7 openings land. Otherwise, they would not have occupied such a small piece of land and would instead be competing for the 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves. Chapter 38-39. Among these heaven-opening cultivators, the 7 openings heavenly lord was definitely one of them. The earth protectors like the old man who had led them here should all be heaven-opening cultivators as well. As for the others, Yang Kai had no way of knowing. However, to have at least 8 heaven-opening cultivators, even if the 7 openings heavenly lands could not compare to the blessed lands, they would not be too bad outside of this world. When he first entered, Yang Kai had a rough understanding of the 7 openings heavenly lands from what he had seen and heard. Now that he was a worker of the 7 openings heavenly lands, he did not know what kind of fate he would face in 3 days. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai walked out of his room and headed towards a house on his left. When he first arrived, there was someone living in that house. Yang Kai remembered that it was a young man. Now that he had nothing to do, he might as well gather some information. He had to figure out what the odd job workers were supposed to do. However, from Zhou Zheng's attitude today, even if it was a bit of manual labor, it would not be too difficult. The worker houses here were not densely built. Each house was over 100 feet away from each other. In a few steps, Yang Kai arrived in front of the house. The house's restrictions had already been activated, and the door was tightly shut. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. The young man he had seen before stood at the entrance, looking at Yang Kai indifferently. "What is it?" Yang Kai clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, friend. This little brother is new here and knows nothing about the situation here, so I want to scram." The young man did not wait for Yang Kai to finish before slamming the door shut. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, speechless. However, since the other party was unwilling to speak, there was nothing he could do about it. After thinking for a moment, he headed to the next house. The owner of the second house was rather hospitable. He was a short old man. He welcomed Yang Kai into the house, and the host and guest sat down. Yang Kai said what he had not finished. The old man looked at him with a smile, examining him from head to toe. "Little friend, which world do you come from?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know where I came from, so I don't know how to address you." The old man said, "Then does little friend have any treasures to give this old man?" Yang Kai blinked, almost thinking that he had misheard. He asked in shock, "Sir, what did you say?" The old man smiled. "This old man is willing to answer what you want to ask, but you can't expect me to tell you for nothing. It would be best if you can give me something as a reward." Only then did Kai Yang understand that these people were looking for him for benefits. He had a lot of treasures on him, such as the blue dragon spear, the sealed world bead, and so on. Even in this world, many people would fight over them, but he couldn't just give them away. As for the others, they probably wouldn't be interested in them. What's more, he was just asking a question, yet this old man was asking him for a reward. This was really unacceptable to Yang Kai. Smiling gently, he got up, cupped his fists, and walked out of the door. The old man didn't ask him to stay. After failing twice, Yang Kai also gave up on inquiring. Anyway, he would see the results in 3 days. Returning to his residence, Yang Kai took out the space spirit bead and tried to contact Zhang Ruoxi again, but to no avail. He could only sit down and meditate. Now that he had condensed the power of the wood attribute, the next thing he needed to do was condense the power of the fire attribute. He didn't know if it was fate or coincidence, but this time, he was lured into the 7 Openings land and into the fire spirit land. He just didn't know if there were any suitable resources in this fire spirit land. Unknowingly, the night passed. The next day, before dawn, the loud crowing of a rooster reached his ears. Yang Kai opened his eyes with a look of surprise. One had to know that he hadn't heard this sound for many years. The rooster crowing could only be heard in some ordinary people's homes. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but after listening carefully, it was indeed the sound of a rooster crowing. With a strange look on his face, Yang Kai walked down from his second-floor resting place, opened the barrier, and opened the door to look outside. The sky outside was dark, but it was bustling with noise and excitement. The odd-job workers of the fire spirit land walked out of their houses one after another. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were alone. They turned into streams of light and flew into the distance. Soon they disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they went. In the center of the village, a golden rooster half the height of a person was suspended in midair, like a small sun, exuding a golden light all over its body as it raised its head and crowed. The loud and clear sound came from this golden rooster. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and clicked his tongue in wonder. He could feel that this golden rooster should be a spirit beast with a different bloodline, and its strength didn't seem to be low. He didn't know who raised it. After 3 crows, more than half of the village was suddenly empty, and at least hundreds of people left. Yang Kai looked at it with interest, wondering if the handymen here also needed a rooster to crow before they went out to do things. Just as he was thinking this, he saw the golden rooster over there turn its head and look at him. Although it was a rooster, it had a proud look in its eyes, which made Yang Kai not know whether to laugh or cry. In the next moment, the golden pheasant actually flapped its wings and flew straight towards Kai Yang, landing in front of him in an instant. Looking at each other, Yang Kai was a little surprised, wondering how he had attracted this golden rooster. However, it was the first time that Yang Kai had seen this kind of spirit beast, so he was a little curious and reached out to touch it. Unexpectedly, as soon as his hand reached out, the golden rooster stretched out its head and pecked at him with its sharp beak. Yang Kai's hand was fast, so how could he let it peck at him? He immediately retracted his hand and chuckled, "You have a big temper." Whoa, whoa, whoa. The golden rooster shook its wings and its golden feathers stood up, looking offended and angry. "Stop crying, what are you crying for?" Yang Kai glared at it. The golden rooster was even angrier. It kept flapping its wings, rolling up a fierce wind, and its body, which was half the height of a person, kept jumping up and down on the ground. It seemed that it was angry. Yang Kai was surprised. Seeing that this guy was making more and more noise, he reached out and grabbed the golden rooster's neck, and said in a low voice, "Stop crying, or I'll kill you and stew you." Golden rooster's cries suddenly stopped, and its eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Kai looked at it from head to toe, and said with evil intentions, "I've never seen a chicken like you in my life. I'm sure it'll be very juicy if I stew you. Then you're dead meat." A coquettish voice suddenly sounded out. Yang Kai looked up and saw a graceful figure walking towards them. It was the woman who was talking to Zhou Jing yesterday. He didn't take a good look at her yesterday, but looking at her now, she seemed to be in her early 20s. Her expression was still as lazy as yesterday, and her eyes were still drowsy, as if she had overworked herself. She was even yawning as she walked over, and her small red lips made one's imagination run wild. Yang Kai smiled at her. "Is this your chicken?" The woman covered her mouth and laughed. "I wouldn't dare say that." She frowned. "Why aren't you letting go? If others find out that you're holding on to General Sichin, you won't have a good ending." General Sichin? Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at the golden rooster that he was choking. It didn't dare to move, and he was stunned. This fellow actually had such a domineering name? The woman said angrily, "General Sichin is the venerable one's pet." Yang Kai finally understood that this golden rooster's background wasn't small. In this fire spirit land, the Venerable One was the sky and the earth. Even if his pet was just a golden rooster, it wasn't something that anyone could provoke. With a dry laugh, he let go of his hand. General Sichin immediately hid behind the woman, but its fat butt couldn't hide. It stuck its head out and started crying out at Yang Kai. He didn't understand, but he was probably scolding him. "I'm just joking, don't be so agitated." Yang Kai shrugged. General Sichin ignored him, and he didn't know if it was because he had someone to rely on, but it started crying out even more fiercely. All right. General, please calm down. I'll treat you to something to eat." The woman smiled, and with a flip of her hand, a fiery red worm that looked like it was carved out of fire jade appeared in her palm. The worm was about 3 to 4 inches long, and it looked like a silkworm. However, its body emitted a scorching hot aura. The worm was a living creature, but the woman had placed some restrictions on it, and it couldn't move at all. As for General Sichin, who was still fuming at Kai Yang, when he saw this long worm, he immediately regained his spirit. Stretching out his head, he pecked at the long worm and swallowed it into his stomach, revealing a look of satisfaction. The woman stroked General Sichin's head and stroked its golden feathers. She smiled. "General loves to eat this jade flame silkworm. If there's a chance in the future, remember to bring it back for him." "Where can I find it?" Yang Kai asked. "In the orchard. Although it's hard to find, there are still some." "Oh, I forgot. You're new here and don't know anything about this place. I was just about to ask." It was rare for someone like her to come knocking on his door. Yang Kai naturally wanted to ask her some questions. This woman was different from the 2 people he asked yesterday. She seemed to be very friendly, otherwise, she wouldn't have come over to remind him about General Sichin. "If you have nothing else to say, please come in for a chat." "Shall we talk inside?" The woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yang Kai replied, "I'm new here and don't know anything. I would like to ask you to enlighten me." "All right, I'm bored anyway." The woman nodded. She looked down at the golden rooster and said, "General, please go ahead. I have something to say to him." General Sichin made a few noises. The woman covered her mouth and laughed. "All right, I'll talk to him." She then turned to Yang Kai and said, "General said that since you've offended him today, he should report you to the revered one and punish you as a warning to others. However, seeing that you're new here and don't know about General Sichin's status, General Sichin is kind and magnanimous. He won't lower himself to your level. Although he can exempt you from the rules, he will punish you lightly." She then looked at General Sichin and heard him giggle for a while before saying, "Catch 5 jade flame silkworms within a month." Yang Kai thought that it was something big, but when he heard that he had to catch 3 jade flame silkworms, he couldn't help but laugh. However, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, General, for your kindness. 3 jade flame silkworms, I will definitely catch them for you." Chapter 3840. After obtaining this assurance and seeing Yang Kai sincerely admit his mistake, Sichin Great General walked away with his head held high. Yang Kai invited the lady into the house and sat down. There was nothing much to entertain, but the lady didn't seem to care. After exchanging names, he found out that she was called Daiyu. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai went straight to the point. "Lady Daiyu, what do the servants do every day?" Daiyu reclined on the chair, her slender figure outlined by her close-fitting clothes. She chuckled. "He's a servant. What else can he do? Naturally, it's the servant's job. To be more specific, they have to take care of the fire spirit fruit tree." "Where's the fruit tree?" Daiyu pointed in a direction. "There's an orchard there. Everyone in the servant house works there." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. "Is the fire spirit fruit used to refine the heaven-opening pill?" Daiyu glanced at him with some surprise. "It seems that you are not completely ignorant." Yang Kai said, "When I came back with the Venerable, I heard him mention it." Daiyu nodded. "You're better than me. When I first came here, I didn't know anything." She seemed to have recalled something, and there was a look of reminiscence in her eyes. However, she didn't want to say too much, so she changed the topic. "You're right. The fire spirit fruit is one of the ingredients to refine the heaven-opening pill. Other than that, there are 6 other types of spirit fruits planted in the 7 openings land. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That means that the other 6 spirit lands are similar to the fire spirit land? They all have their own orchards and servant houses? Daiyu nodded. If not, how could there be so many ingredients for the Heavenly Lord to refine the elixir? The Heaven Opening Pill refined by the Heavenly Lord is the 7 Openings land's biggest reliance. Yang Kai's heart burned with excitement as he listened. He had come into contact with all kinds of information about the Heaven Opening Pill since arriving in this world, which would definitely be of great benefit to his plan to obtain the Heaven Opening Pill's pill recipe. Originally, he was a little reluctant to work as a servant, but now that he learned that he would have to take care of the fire spirit fruit tree, he was actually looking forward to it. He wondered what the fire spirit fruit tree looked like. If it's convenient for Miss Daiyu, can you tell me more about the details of taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree? Daiyu looked up at him and chuckled. You're quite attentive. You haven't even gone to work yet and you're already inquiring about this. Yang Kai smiled. There's no harm in knowing more. Daiyu chuckled. Then what do I get in return? These words sounded familiar. Yang Kai looked at her. What do you want? He patted his chest and said, when I first came to this world, I didn't have anything. Other than this body, I don't have anything else. If you like it, how about I accompany you for 3 days? Daiyu covered her mouth and giggled. No need for that. She shook her shoulders and said, my shoulders are a little sore. In a flash, Yang Kai appeared behind her and placed his 2 hands on top of her, gently massaging her. Daiyu smiled happily. Young man, you're very smart. Not bad, not bad. She praised him while instructing Yang Kai how much strength he should use. Yang Kai obeyed obediently, quietly pushing his Saint Chi and sending it out from his fingertips. Daiyu immediately showed a look of satisfaction before slowly closing her eyes, her demeanor becoming even more relaxed. After a long while, Daiyu suddenly spoke without opening her eyes. There are many things to pay attention to when taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree. How often to water it, how much to water it, how often to apply fertilizer, and how often to extract the power of the ley lines. There are certain restrictions. You can't do more than that, nor can you do less than that. There's also the insect removal. You've seen the blue fire silkworm before. This kind of insect is most likely to grow on the fire spirit fruit tree. However, these insects have a certain effect on the growth of the fire spirit fruit tree, so they can't be completely removed. You need to maintain a certain number of insects. These things can't be explained clearly in a few words. Yang Kai nodded fiercely behind her and sighed. There are so many things to pay attention to when taking care of this fruit tree. How long have you been here? What do you think? I don't know, but it shouldn't be too short. 1,000 years. Daiyu showed a wry smile. 8,000 years ago, I jumped out of my own universe world and was attracted to this place. Then I stayed here for 1,000 years. That's indeed a long time. Yang Kai was secretly vigilant. 1,000 years had passed and she was still staying in this servant room. Although he didn't know what Daiyu's cultivation was 1,000 years ago, it seemed that her strength hadn't increased much. So if there's a chance, it's best to leave this servant room. There's no way to make a name for yourself in this place. How do I leave? If you do a good job and earn the recognition of the higher-ups, you can naturally leave, but such opportunities are rare. Apart from that, you don't need to think about these things now. Just try it first. While speaking, she raised her eyes and stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai chuckled and retracted his hand to continue massaging his shoulders. Daiyu closed her eyes again and continued, You're new here, so Zhou Zheng will probably arrange a suitable place for you later. Don't be fooled by his smiling face. He's the kind of person who eats people without spitting out the bones. You'll understand in the future. Also, you must remember that there's a limit to the number of fruits on each fire spirit fruit tree. If they're spoiled, you must keep them. Don't keep them for yourself, otherwise no one can protect you. Yang Kai nodded seriously. I remember. He thought for a moment and asked, Do we get paid as servants? Really? Yang Kai was surprised. He had just asked casually and didn't expect to get such an answer. Daiyu smiled mockingly. 3 heaven opening pills per year. 3. Yang Kai blinked. He had never seen a heaven-opening pill before and didn't know how effective it was. He didn't know what 3 pills meant, but judging from Dai Yu's expression, it should be an extremely harsh number. Yang Kai didn't even need to calculate. Then Big Sister Dai Yu, have you already saved up 3,000 heaven-opening pills? Who are you calling Big Sister? Dai Yu was a bit unhappy. Little Sister Dai Yu? How old are you? Dai Yu sneered. Yang Kai didn't say anything. Dai Yu snorted. Forget it. Since you called me Big Sister, I'll take care of you in the future. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me when I'm free. Then I'll have to thank Big Sister. Stinky brat, your mouth is as sweet as honey. Dai Yu curled her lips. We're odd job workers. We come out every day when we hear the rooster. We have 3 days of rest every month. There's a market for odd job workers in the center of Qiqiao land. There's a lot of good stuff there. When we're free, Big Sister will take you there to broaden your horizons. Okay, call me when the time comes. Yang Kai nodded. After asking a few more questions about the 7 refinements earth and the fire spirit fruit tree, Dai Yu patted the back of Yang Kai's hand and said, Good, that's all for today. You've only just arrived, so in any case, be careful in whatever you do in the future. Don't let anyone catch you. Yang Kai withdrew his hand. Let's go. I'm so tired. Dai Yu didn't even look back. She just waved her hand and pushed open the door to leave gracefully. As soon as Dai Yu left, someone walked in. He looked back at Dai Yu's back as he walked in. Yang Kai smiled. Miss Ah-sun? What's the matter? You know that person? Ah-sun asked curiously. We just met. Ah-sun was suspicious. You just met and you talked for so long. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Miss, are you spying on me? No, I just found out some information. Since everyone just arrived, I thought I'd tell you. Yang Kai snapped his fingers. I happen to know something too. Ah-sun's eyes turned. Then let's share information? Sure. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Yang Kai didn't stay idle in the house. He went out for a walk. However, there was nothing special in the village where the odd job workers lived. He didn't find anything special. He wanted to go to the orchard to take a look, but when he got there, he found that the orchard was covered by a restriction. Without a token, he couldn't enter. In the end, he could only give up. He met many people who came from different worlds, but they were just acquaintances. They couldn't be considered friends for the time being. Every time Ah-sun inquired about something, she would run over to share it with Kai Yang. She was truly a warm-hearted person. The other people who had come with the 2 of them had all closed their doors and not come out. Who knew what kind of taboo this was? On the morning of the 3rd day, the golden rooster announced dawn. Yang Kai pushed open the door and went out. Outside the house, figures turned into streaks of light and rushed in the direction of the orchard. Yang Kai hurried to follow. He didn't fly far when Ah-sun called out to him from behind. Yang Kai slowed down slightly and waited for her to catch up. Then he walked side by side with her. They chatted along the way. Ah-sun seemed to be a little nervous. Perhaps it was because she was going to face a new environment, but the little girl's mood was fluctuating. Yang Kai casually comforted her. About an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination. Outside the light curtain, several figures were waiting. Except for the housekeeper of the chores room, Zhou Jing, the rest were the newcomers who were received by the venerable together with Yang Kai and the others. Seeing that Yang Kai and Ah-sun were late, Zhou Zheng's expression was a little uneasy. Come earlier next time. Yang Kai and Ah-sun nodded repeatedly. Zhou Zheng turned around and shook the token in his hand. A gap was opened in the barrier, and the group of people rushed in. As soon as they entered the fire spirit orchard, they felt a hot aura rushing toward them. Between heaven and earth, there was an extremely rich fire aura, which made them feel a burning sensation. They had no choice but to urge their strength to resist. Yang Kai showed a look of realization. Before, he was wondering why it was called the Fire Spirit Land. Why was it so ordinary and nothing special? Now that he entered the orchard, he realized that there was nothing special in other places. The special part was in this orchard. Such an environment was in line with the name Fire Spirit Land. Chapter 3841. However, this degree of scorching heat seemed to be a bit too strong. They had to circulate their strength to resist the discomfort. No wonder the people in the handyman's room basically hid in their rooms every time they came back to rest. Yang Kai had thought that they were indifferent, but now it seemed that this was not the case. They were simply too tired in this orchard and really needed to rest and conserve their energy. Because these people were newcomers, they knew nothing about the orchard. Zhou Jing led everyone into the orchard and first explained the various details of taking care of the fire spirit fruit trees to everyone. Yang Kai and Ah Sun had inquired about some information before, and what they learned was not much different from what Zhou Jing had told them, and it was even more detailed. Looking at the expressions of the others, it was obvious that they had also done this work before, so there was nothing suspicious about it. Zhou Jing even took them to observe how some other people took care of the fruit trees and pointed out some details that needed to be paid attention to. After wandering around for half a day, Zhou Jing led them into the depths of the orchard and assigned them to different places. Yang Kai was given 3 mu of land with a total of 30 fire spirit fruit trees. Before leaving, Zhou Jing gave him a restriction token and instructed him to take good care of them before leading the others away. Standing in this small orchard, Yang Kai took a deep breath and felt his stomach and lungs burning. He was full of energy. From now on, he would be living here for a month. Being a handyman for others was naturally not a good thing, but what interested Yang Kai was the fire spirit fruit trees. If there was a chance, maybe he could get some into his own medicine garden. It would be more convenient for him to refine the heaven-opening pill in the future. The fruit trees were 3 feet tall and had fluffy canopies. Some fist-sized red fruits were hanging on the branches. Yang Kai first put his hands behind his back and slowly walked around his 3 mu of land to inspect. Daiyu had said that each fruit in this fire spirit orchard was limited, and it would be a big deal if one was missing. Naturally, he had to count them carefully. It didn't take long for him to complete the task. The number of pills matched what was recorded in the token. There wasn't one more or one less. Standing under a fruit tree, he glanced left and right. After confirming that there was no one around, he reached out and pulled down a branch. There were 3 fire spirit fruits hanging on the branch. He leaned forward and sniffed them. A sweet aroma rushed into his mind, making him feel refreshed. This was the taste of the fire spirit fruit. He wondered what it would taste like if it was refined into a heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai smacked his lips and suddenly felt a little greedy. However, according to Daiyu, the fire spirit fruit would only ripen once every few decades. The fruit in front of him was about to ripen, so it would probably ripen in the next few years. As for him, he was only given 3 mu of land because he was not familiar with it. The other elders had at least a few hundred mu of land, or even more. There were at least 1,000 people living in the Fire Spirit Land's servant house. Counting it this way, the area that this orchard took up was not small. And this was only the Fire Spirit Land. The Qiqiao Land had 6 other spirit lands. Gently letting go of the branch in his hand, Yang Kai sat cross-legged under the fruit tree. He held the jade token that Zhou Jing had given him before he left and silently refined it. This jade token was the key to taking care of the fruit tree. The entire fire spirit orchard was covered in all kinds of large formations, all of which were controlled by the token. Without the token, nothing could be done. Every time he entered or left the orchard, he would need to use this token. To the servants of the Qiqiao Land, this token was more precious than their lives. If it was lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. While he was refining the token, he suddenly heard the rustling of footsteps. Yang Kai opened his eyes and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. "It's you." The other person also opened his eyes wide and looked around. He said in surprise, "This land is yours?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and stood up with a smile. "Why are you here?" The person turned around and pointed with a smile. "Next to you is my land." Yang Kai also smiled. "What a coincidence. We were neighbors in the servant house and now we're also neighbors here. It seems like fate has brought us together." The person who had come was none other than the old man who lived next door to Yang Kai. When Yang Kai had asked him for information, this old man had opened his mouth and asked for benefits. Yang Kai had ignored him and left. They hadn't had much interaction over the past few days, But who would have thought that they would be neighbors in the orchard? The old man looked over Yang Kai with a strange expression. He shook his head and sighed. Yang Kai said with a sullen expression, "What is the meaning of this, old man? It looks like you don't know yet. You're in big trouble." The old man pointed at Yang Kai with a distressed expression. Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "Old man, you and I don't know each other. We've only met once before, but now you've come to my place to frighten me. Do you think that a newcomer like me is easy to bully? Or did I offend you?" The old man shook his head. "You didn't offend me. Even if you offended this old man, what can this old man do to you? We're all servants in the servant house. No one is better than the other." He sighed again. "You didn't offend this old man. Did you offend someone else?" Yang Kai was speechless. "I've only been here for 3 days. Who could I have offended?" The old man asked curiously, "Then why were you assigned to this land? There are so many places in the orchard. Why this one?" Yang Kai frowned. "Is there something wrong with this land?" "Something's wrong, something's wrong." The old man stood in place with his hands behind his back. He looked around and lowered his voice. "To tell you the truth, this land has changed 3 people in the past 10 years. You're the 4th. Yang Kai frowned. "Why change people? The trees are dead." The old man pointed in a direction. "Haven't you seen them? Those fruit trees over there are newly planted saplings." Yang Kai nodded. "I've seen them. There are indeed a few saplings over there." Yang Kai had noticed when he was patrolling. There were 3 fire spirit fruit trees over there that were clearly different from the others. They seemed to have been planted only a few years ago. Now that he heard the old man's words, he understood that the previous trees had died. The old man laughed. "As servants, losing even one fruit is a big deal, not to mention that the trees have died. This all happened in the past 10 years. Startled, Kai Yang asked, "What punishment did the 3 people from before receive?" The old man shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't seen them since the fruit trees died." Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. "Do you know what caused the fruit trees to die?" "How would I know? Although my orchard is nearby, this place is not under my management. If you want to find the reason, you'll have to do it yourself. And you have to be quick. If you're too slow, you might follow in their footsteps." After saying this, the old man shook his head and sighed again. He walked back and said, "Fate." After watching the old man leave, Yang Kai no longer had the mood to refine the jade pendant. Zhou Zheng's figure flashed through his mind, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. He suddenly remembered that when Sun came to find him the night before, she had asked him if he wanted to find Zhou Zheng to give him something. After all, he was the manager of the orchard, and he would have to work under him in the future. He might as well treat it as a good karma. She also said that the others had already given him something. Yang Kai didn't take it to heart at that time, so Sun didn't say anything. Now it seemed that giving him something was not without benefits. At the very least, this piece of land did not fall into the hands of others. Thinking of Dai Yu's evaluation of Zhou Zheng, Yang Kai suddenly became alert. Sure enough, he had to be on guard against people. He had only met Zhou Zheng twice, and there was no conflict between them. But now, this piece of land had been given to him. Although the old man did not say what happened to the previous 3 owners of this piece of land, since the fruit trees had died, it was easy to guess what happened to them. It was too late to go find Zhou Zheng now, so he could only save himself. At the very least, he had to find the reason why the fruit trees died. Thinking this, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged again and continued to refine the jade pendant. Only by refining the jade pendant could he connect to the orchard's spirit array and investigate the situation of this piece of land. The jade pendant was not difficult to refine, so it took Yang Kai less than half a day to completely refine it. He wanted to try taking care of the fruit trees himself, watering them and fertilizing them, but he was afraid that he would not be able to control the proper amount, so he simply got up and walked out. After a short while, he arrived in front of a thatched cottage. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. The door opened, and the old man who had gone to find Yang Kai before looked at him with a stunned expression. "Little brother, is something the matter?" Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "I came to ask old sir for advice on how to take care of the fruit trees." This is my first time doing this kind of thing, so I don't know what to do. I'm afraid that something unexpected might happen. It would be best if old sir could teach me carefully. The old man said, teaching you is no problem, but what good will it do me? Yang Kai shook his head. The old man laughed and said, why would I do something that doesn't benefit me? It was already this old man's kindness to warn you earlier. Don't push your luck. He waved his hand continuously. Yang Kai grinned and said, there is no benefit in teaching me, but if you don't teach me, there will definitely be harm. The old man's smiling face suddenly sank. Little brother, are you threatening this old man? This old man has lived for so many years, and I'm not scared. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Then I'll do as old sir wishes. If a tree dies on my land, I'll come here first and destroy one of old sir's trees. If 2 die, I'll destroy 2. If 3 die, I'll destroy 3. In any case, if something happens to my land, I won't have a good ending. At that time, it won't be bad to have someone accompany me. Finished speaking, he turned around and left. Stop right there. The old man roared. Yang Kai turned around and looked at the old man with a smile. Does old sir have any other orders? The old man pointed his finger at Yang Kai, so angry that his beard trembled. I've never seen someone as shameless and unreasonable as you. This old man is furious. Yang Kai smiled and said, the world is hard, I have no choice. Chapter 3842. The old man sorrowfully said, you also know the hardships of the world, why bother to make things difficult for this old man? Yang Kai turned his head to look around and drew a large circle with his hand. Even if this old man doesn't have 70 to 80 mu of land, it should have at least 50 to 60 mu of land, right? Suddenly changing the topic, the old man didn't know what Yang Kai's intentions were, so he didn't dare to rashly answer. He only looked at him with vigilance. If you can easily take care of 50 to 60 mu of land, what's the big deal about my 3 mu of land? This is just a small matter for this old man. If this old man isn't willing to help, then don't blame me if something really happens. The old man glared at him. You still want this old man to help you take care of those 3 mu of land? Yang Kai grinned. Of course not. As long as this old man can teach me for a while and let me get the hang of it, I won't dare to bother you in the future. He paused for a moment, then said, don't worry, I learn very quickly. I'm afraid it won't take me more than a few days. The old man's expression was helpless. Teaching you is nothing, but remember what you said. If you dare to pester me again, don't blame this old man for being impolite. I don't dare, I don't dare. The old man was still angry for a while, then he raised his hand and said, let's go. Old man, slow down a bit. Yang Kai hurried to help him. The old man flicked his sleeve and coldly snorted, don't try to curry favor. I already knew you weren't a good person, so this old man didn't bother to kindly remind you. Yang Kai laughed. Old man, said yourself that you are kind and generous. Seeing this little one in trouble, how could you not come to remind me? In any case, saying good words didn't cost him anything, so he didn't lose anything. Along the way, he smiled and accompanied them, and in a short time, they returned to the 3 mu of land. Although the old man had no choice but to agree to teach Kai Yang step by step, since he had already agreed, he didn't dare to fool around. The main reason was because he was afraid of Kai Yang's hooligan attitude. If one day a tree were to die on this plot of land, then Kai Yang might really run over to his territory and cause trouble for him. Even if it was for his own sake, the old man had to teach him carefully. Standing in front of a fire spirit fruit tree, the old man said with a solemn expression, although we are the odd job workers of the fire spirit land, it is not that easy to do a good job as odd job workers. There are many things to pay attention to, especially when it comes to taking care of this fruit tree. Without 3 to 5 years of immersion, it is difficult to grasp the proper measure. Let me tell you first, I will only teach you for a month. How much you can learn in this month is up to you. After a month, don't bother me again. That's enough. Yang Kai nodded seriously. The old man sneered. Obviously, he felt that Yang Kai was too arrogant, but since Yang Kai agreed, he was happy to see it. He pointed to a fruit tree in front of him and said, take a look and see how this fruit tree needs to be taken care of. Yang Kai examined him up and down, his divine sense drifting in and out of focus. After a long time, he finally said, "I don't know." The old man said, "Put your hand on it and feel it carefully." Yang Kai obeyed and put his hand on the trunk, carefully inspecting it. After a while, he tilted his head and asked, "Do I need to apply fertilizer?" The old man rolled his eyes. "This is a healthy fruit tree. You don't need to do anything." Yang Kai said angrily, "Since it is healthy, why are you asking me how to take care of it?" The old man stroked his beard with an unfathomable expression. "This old master just wants you to remember the condition of a healthy fruit tree. With this as a benchmark, compare it to other fruit trees and you will know what to do." Yang Kai thought about it and had to admit that the old man's words made sense. Although he was teasing him, he could only endure it. After all, his attitude towards the old man just now was not very good. "I will remember," Yang Kai nodded. "Then go to the next one." The old man beckoned. After a while, in front of another fruit tree, Yang Kai felt for a long time before he said with some uncertainty, "Compared to the previous fruit tree, this one is lacking in water. Is it going to be watered?" The old man glanced at him and nodded, "Not bad." Yang Kai grinned, "Elder taught me well. Watering, let me see how to do it." He took out his token and activated it, connecting it to the array of the entire orchard. After a while, a cloud of mist gathered above the fruit tree. "It's too little, keep it up." The old man shouted from the side, "This place is full of fire spiritual power and the environment is hot. If you gather too little water vapor, it will directly evaporate and you won't be able to water it." Yang Kai did not say a word and increased his strength. The cloud above the fruit tree became thicker and thicker. "It's almost done." The old man nodded. When Yang Kai heard this, he immediately stretched out his hand and the cloud immediately covered the fruit tree. It was visible to the naked eye that the whole fruit tree seemed to be nourished a lot. Yang Kai was proud. "How is it?" "It's so." The old man naturally would not praise him and led him forward. Taking care of the fruit tree was a meticulous and laborious job, especially for a newcomer like Yang Kai. A little carelessness could ruin things. He checked the fruit tree one by one, watering it when necessary, fertilizing it when necessary, and increasing the amount of fire spiritual power when necessary. The 3 seedlings were the most important. Seedlings were the most difficult to take care of, but under the guidance of the old man, Yang Kai did a good job. Seeing him like this, the old man seemed to be quite satisfied and his attitude softened slightly. 30 fruit trees were quickly taken care of, but Yang Kai was still a little unsatisfied. It was not that he liked to do this kind of thing, but he would need to refine the heaven-opening pill in the future. As an alchemist, if he did not understand the characteristics of the materials used to refine pills, he would naturally not be able to refine pills. Taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree today would lay a solid foundation for his future alchemy, so Yang Kai was quite happy. "Let's go to your place," Yang Kai called out. The old man was puzzled. "Why are you going to this old man's place?" Yang Kai rubbed his palms together. "To help you take care of the fruit trees." The old man turned pale with fright. "Forget it, I appreciate your kindness. What are you talking about? Let's go." Yang Kai did not wait for him to finish speaking and directly dragged him away. Half a day later, the old man followed behind Yang Kai with a bitter expression. Yang Kai shuttled back and forth in the old man's herb garden, using other people's fruit trees to practice. Every time he made a mistake, the old man would tremble with fear. "Old man, there are worms on the tree. Is this the blue flame silkworm?" Suddenly, Kai Yang poked his head into a hole in the tree trunk. Seeing this hole, he suddenly remembered that he had promised General Sichin 5 blue flame silkworms. "Are there worms?" Hearing this, the old man's spirit shook. He pushed Yang Kai aside and eagerly said, let me see, let me see." He studied the small hole for a while and beamed with joy. "There really are worms." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, frowning. "Why do you look so happy? What do you know?" The old man was too lazy to explain to him. He reached out and took out a green box, then took out a stick of incense. He lit the incense and gently waved it in front of the wormhole. Looking at the old man's posture, he should be catching worms. Moreover, he even had all the tools and was very skilled. It was obvious that this was not his first time doing this. After the incense was lit, there was a burnt smell. Yang Kai did not know what it was made of, but it was very strange. Yang Kai wanted to ask for an explanation, but was afraid of disturbing the old man, so he simply closed his mouth and silently observed. The old man had been here for God knows how many years. Since he cared so much about the blue flame silkworm, he must have his reasons. Moreover, Dai Yu had said before that if he caught a blue flame silkworm in the orchard, he must remember to keep it. From this, it could be seen that the blue flame silkworm was something good. It had to be said that the old man was very good at catching worms. Not long after the incense was lit, a small red head popped out of the wormhole. Yang Kai had seen the blue flame silkworm before and immediately recognized that it was the thing that Dai Yu gave General Sichin. The blue flame silkworm was only a worm after all. Attracted by the smell of the incense, it crawled out of the wormhole and was immediately put into the box by the old man. After extinguishing the incense, the old man held the box and smiled happily. Yang Kai finally had the time to ask, "Old man, what is the use of this blue flame silkworm?" The old man glanced at him and shook his head. I can't say. Do you believe that I will uproot this tree of yours?" Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the fire spirit fruit tree in front of him. The old man was at a loss for words. He stared at Yang Kai's hand and said, "Let go of me first. Tell me after I let go." Okay. When Yang Kai stopped, the old man explained, "This worm is useless to me, but you know General Sichin, right? He likes to eat this blue flame silkworm the most." "I know, so what? Is a chicken worth all of you trying to curry favor with it?" Yang Kai looked at the old man with disdain. The old man's beard trembled. General Sichin is not an ordinary chicken. He is the Venerable One's pet. In this fire spirit land, he is the biggest chicken after the Venerable One. So what? If you feed him worms, do you think that he will put in a good word for you and help you get rid of your status as a servant? That's not to the extent. The old man laughed dryly, but it's not wrong to have a good relationship with General Sichin. That's it? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. What else could it be? Yang Kai looked at him seriously for a while, then reached out and grabbed the fire spirit fruit tree. "Do you believe that I will uproot this tree of yours?" "Stop it!" the old man shouted, his beard trembling. Yang Kai was unmoved, and he slowly increased the strength of his hand. "I'm scared of you." The old man wanted to slap Yang Kai to death, but he resisted the urge to vomit blood and explained, "General has heaven-opening pills on him. If he is in a good mood, he might give it to us. Otherwise, why do you think we are helping him catch worms?" "That chicken has heaven-opening pills on him?" Yang Kai had a look of disbelief. "Can you be a little quieter?" The old man looked around. "I already said that General Sichin is not an ordinary chicken. If you continue to speak without thinking and someone else hears you, you will not have a good ending." Quieter. Yang Kai followed the old man's advice and immediately lowered his voice, looking a little sneaky. "Has anyone gotten heaven-opening pills from that General Sichin?" He had seen Dai Yu feed it last time, but he didn't see it give him any heaven-opening pills. Chapter 3843. If not, do you think this old man would be willing to work so hard to catch insects? The old man said disdainfully. Yang Kai rubbed his chin. So that's how it is. As an odd job worker, he was given 3 heaven-opening pills every year. Although Yang Kai didn't know what 3 heaven-opening pills were worth, from Dai Yu's tone and attitude, 3 was too little. But now, if he could make General Sichin happy, he could easily get a heaven-opening pill. Who wouldn't go crazy over such a good thing? No wonder this old man was so happy when he heard that there were insects on the trees. His eyes couldn't help but look at the box in the old man's hand. "What are you trying to do?" The old man hugged his treasure box and glared at Yang Kai. The main reason was that he had been threatened by Yang Kai too many times today. He already knew that this youth in front of him wasn't a good person, so when he saw Yang Kai's eyes, he could guess what he was planning. "Old man." Yang Kai patted the old man's shoulder. "You don't know, but 2 days ago, I promised General Sichin that I would catch 5 blue flame silkworms for him in a month. But you know the situation on my side. There are a total of 30 fruit trees. How can there be so many insects to catch? You see, scram. If you don't give me insects, then you should at least give me a set of tools to catch insects. I think that incense is quite special. And this box, it should be specially made. The old man didn't say anything, which made Yang Kai even more certain that his guess was correct. Old man, you don't want me to pester you day and night for this matter, right? The old man sneered. You really think you have this old man in your grasp? Yang Kai said, how would I dare? You are an old senior and I am a newcomer. How would I dare to be rude to you? It's just that I really don't have any tools to catch insects, and I don't know where to get them. We are all outside, so if I can help, I'll help. The old man's face was calm and unmoved. Yang Kai continued, at most, I'll buy you a new set in the future. That should be fine, right? This is the only set I have with me. I don't have much. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I couldn't. The old man's expression softened slightly. Then lend it to me first. Yang Kai giggled and pointed at the box in his hand. Lend me this bug too. If I really get the heaven-opening pill, I'll give it to you. The old man's expression changed. Really? Yang Kai put his arm around his shoulder affectionately. We're all neighbors. We'll see each other all the time. We'll have plenty of time to get along in the future. What good would it do me to lie to you? It's mainly because I promised General Si Chen that it would be troublesome if I couldn't complete the mission after a month. At least you have some sincerity. The old man muttered, if that's the case, I don't mind lending it to you. But let me say this first. If General Sikhen doesn't give me the heaven-opening pill, then there's nothing I can do. Of course. The old man nodded. But I have to remind you that catching 5 blue flame silkworms in a month is a bit difficult. I'm afraid our orchards won't be enough. 5 blue flame silkworms is difficult. Yang Kai was stunned. There aren't many blue flame silkworms to begin with. Also, these things are useful to the fire spirit fruit tree, so we can't catch all of them. Yang Kai chuckled. Anyway, we'll work hard this month. When we get General Si Chen's reward, I'll complete the mission and give you the heaven-opening pill. Deal! Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab the box. The old man didn't refuse and allowed him to grab it. Yang Kai spread his hands. There's also that incense. The old man passed the incense over. Yang Kai played with it as he asked, where can I get this? It seems like I'll have to prepare a set in the future. The old man said, you're new here, so of course you don't know. But you'll be able to buy it at the city square later. Yang Kai nodded. Dai Yu had said before that she would bring him to the city square to broaden his horizons when she was free in the future. Now, it seemed like he had to go to the city square. With this new item, Yang Kai was even more excited. He checked the trees one by one, looking for blue flame silkworms. But just as the old man said, there weren't many blue flame silkworms and they were useful to the fire spirit fruit tree. He couldn't catch all of them, so he had to leave some behind. Even though he didn't catch any worms, Yang Kai was much more adept at taking care of the fruit tree. The days passed peacefully. Yang Kai constantly walked back and forth between his own land and the old man's territory. He worked under the old man's guidance and played chess with the old man when he had nothing to do. The old man's chess skills were pretty good. Yang Kai lost every game, but he wasn't discouraged. Since he couldn't cultivate for the time being, he just took it as a way to pass the time. After more than 10 days of getting along, their relationship became closer. Under the fruit tree, next to the hut, on the stone table, the black and white twins were entangled. Yang Kai sat on the stone bench and stared ahead. Old Fong, it's your turn. After more than 10 days of getting along, Yang Kai learned that the old man's surname was Fong, but he didn't know his full name. The old man didn't say anything. Anyway, Yang Kai just called him Old Fong, and Old Fong didn't care too much. Old Fong smiled and picked up a chess piece. Brat, you play chess like you want to kill someone. You're too murderous. With a casual move, the encirclement Yang Kai had painstakingly set up fell apart in an instant, allowing the black dragon to open a bloody path. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare. Just as he was thinking hard, he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air, followed by a figure landing beside him. Old Fong immediately got up and respectfully saluted, Steward Chow. The person who came was Zhou Zheng. Yang Kai also stood up and saluted. "Greetings, Steward Chow." Zhou Zheng glanced at the two and frowned. "What are you doing here instead of taking care of the fruit trees in your own place?" Yang Kai replied, "I finished taking care of them. I have nothing to do, so I'm looking for something to do with old Fong to pass the time." "Finished taking care of them?" Zhou Zheng smiled. "Where does a newbie like you get such confidence?" Yang Kai said, "Although I'm a newbie, old Fong has taught me a lot recently. I'm already familiar with how to take care of the fruit trees. Steward Chow, if you're worried, I can accompany you to check them out." "That won't be necessary. I'm just patrolling the orchard, so I don't have the time to check them one by one. However, I have to remind you that a few fruit trees died in your plot of land. You'd better be careful. If anything happens, no one can save you." "Thank you, Steward Chow, for your reminder." Yang Kai thanked him verbally, but he was disgusted inside. If he really had good intentions, why didn't he say so in the beginning? Why did he assign him to such a plot of land? However, this guy was all smiles, so he couldn't say anything. Moreover, he was a steward and he was just a servant. If he really got into a conflict with him, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Zhou Zheng nodded and said, "Be careful. The fire spirit fruit will ripen in 3 years. If we can complete the mission given by the Venerable One, everyone will benefit." He pointed at the chessboard and said, "Don't do this kind of thing in the future. It's fine if I see it, but if the chief steward sees it, you'll be skinned alive." Old Fong nodded respectfully. Zhou Zheng didn't say anything else and soared into the sky. It seemed like he was going to patrol other places. Once he was far away, Old Fong sighed and said, "Just find a chance to send something over. It seems like you've really offended him." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" Old Fong said, "This isn't the first time he saw me playing chess with someone else. He didn't say anything before this, but he pointed it out today. Why do you think he did that?" Yang Kai was annoyed and amused at the same time. "I'm new here. What do I have to give him? This guy is really stingy. He didn't know how Ah-sun was doing. She probably didn't give anything to him either." Old Fong pointed at him and said, "You know, you can't catch the wolf without risking the child. We're all working under him after all." Yang Kai didn't want to talk about this anymore, so he changed the topic and said, "He said something about a chief steward. Who's that?" "Every spiritual land's orchard has a steward, just like him. However, above them, there's a chief steward who reports directly to the Lord of Heaven. The chief steward is the Lord of Heaven's people. Even the Venerable One has to show him some respect." Yang Kai said, "Oh. Speaking of which, what's the problem with your plot of land? Have you checked it out?" Old Fong asked again. "There's no problem." Yang Kai frowned. "I've checked it more than 10 times. What's the problem? Furthermore, you've seen the situation of the fruit trees. If there's really a problem, the fruit trees will be able to detect it immediately." Old Fong sighed. "Actually, Steward Chow has also checked it out personally, but he didn't find anything. I don't know why the trees died. I think you're on your own now. Good luck." Yang Kai said, "Let's not talk about this first. What's more important now is the 5 blue flame silkworms. What do you think will happen to me if I don't fulfill General Si Chen's request? It won't end well. Could it have forgotten about it long ago? After all, it's just a chicken. General Si might forget about other things, but he definitely won't forget about the blue flame silkworms. Then I'll be in trouble." Yang Kai frowned. Ever since he caught the first blue flame silkworm, he hadn't caught a second one. Although Old Fong's fruit trees still had blue flame silkworms, they couldn't be caught. Old Fong said that those silkworms had to be left behind. If they were caught, it would definitely affect the fruit trees. Affecting the fruit trees was a matter of life and death. Yang Kai guessed that if he tried to catch the silkworms, this old man would definitely fight him to the death. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "What do you think if I go to someone else's orchard to catch the silkworms?" Old Fong laughed coldly. "No matter who it is, they won't agree to it." Yang Kai patted his shoulder. "So, Old Fong, I'll need your help." Old Fong was shocked. "What help?" Yang Kai hooked his finger and gestured for him to come closer. Then they whispered in each other's ears. Old Fong's face darkened as he listened. He didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish and scolded, "Scram! I can't believe you came up with such a good idea. If this gets exposed, both of us will be finished." "Are you exaggerating?" Yang Kai was stunned. "I'm just asking you to lure the silkworms away." Chapter 3844. Be careful, don't be too eager for quick success. The blue flame silkworm is easily frightened. If it hides back, we won't be able to catch it again. In front of a fruit tree, Old Fong nervously watched Yang Kai's movements and secretly transmitted his voice to him. Yang Kai held the treasure box in one hand and the incense in the other. His expression was solemn, as if he was in a life-and-death battle. He impatiently replied, "I know, you've already said it so many times. Can you stop?" Old Fong smacked his lips and remained silent. The incense dispersed and a small red head slowly poked out from the hole in the tree. Attracted by the incense, the silkworm's figure slowly appeared. It wasn't until half of his body had crawled out that Yang Kai waved the treasure box in his hand and collected the long worm into it, closing it with a bang before letting out a hearty laugh. "Success." Old Fong looked at him. "This is only the second condition. Why are you so happy? Don't forget, you promised him 5 conditions." Yang Kai's laughter suddenly stopped and his mouth twitched. "Then what do we do?" Old Fong scoffed. "You're asking this old man, who should I ask? There's no more time." 1 month? So fast? Yang Kai was stunned. Just as they were talking, the crisp sound of a bell entered their ears. Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask, Old Fong said, "We can go now. The next 3 days are for rest." "Don't go." Yang Kai grabbed him and said sneakily, "Let's wait for a while, wait for them to leave first." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a strong repulsive force coming from all around him. He could not resist at all. His vision blurred, and when he regained his senses, he was already outside the orchard. Yang Kai was stunned. Perhaps it was because he was caught, but Old Fong explained, "Once the time is up, no one can stay in there. You're on your own now." After he finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards the servant room. Yang Kai scratched his head and watched as the figures turned into streaks of light and left. He could only helplessly follow. His 1 month of life as an odd-job worker was rather uneventful. The only thing missing was the 5 jade flame silkworms that he had promised General Sichin. He only had 2 on hand. She wondered what Golden Rooster's reaction would be when he found out. However, since things had already come to this point, there was no point in thinking too much about it. He could only counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. In the orchard, he had to constantly use his strength to resist the scorching heat. It was really tiring, and the others were probably not much better. When Yang Kai returned to the village where the handyman house was located, he saw that all the doors were closed. Everyone was probably resting. He returned to his residence, opened the restriction, and sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. He did not speak for the entire night. Early in the morning of the second day, the sound of a golden rooster crowing could be heard. Even the restriction could not block out this sound. Knowing that he had 3 days to rest, Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to it. Who would have thought that a moment later, a knocking sound could be heard from outside the door? "Who is it?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and shouted. There was no reply from outside the door. The knocking sound was still rhythmic. He helplessly got up and opened the door. What entered his eyes was a dazzling golden light. When he looked carefully, he saw a golden rooster that was half the height of a human standing outside the door. It was majestic and had an extraordinary aura. After staring at each other for a while, Yang Kai closed the door with a bang. After 3 breaths of time, it was as if a volcano had erupted. Not only that, General Sichin's crowing could be heard from outside the house. Yang Kai knew that the situation was bad. He knew that if he didn't do anything, he would alarm Zhou Zheng. This guy was already looking for trouble with him, so if he was caught by him at this time, he would definitely not have a good ending. He had no choice but to open the door again. With a face full of surprise, he said, "So it's General Sichin. What a rare guest." General Sichin seemed to be very angry. He extended his beak and pecked at him. Yang Kai dodged and asked curiously, "What is General Si Chen doing?" General Si Chen's fat buttocks blocked the door. He flapped his wings and cried out. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. This idiot's memory was not bad. He could still remember the agreement from a month ago. He had only rested for one night when he came back, and now he was here. Seeing that General Si Chen was making more and more noise, there were already many servants who opened their doors and looked over. Yang Kai had no choice but to take out the box and say, "General Si Chen wants the blue flame silkworm, right? I've caught one for you. It's right here. Please calm down." Once the box was taken out, General Si Chen immediately calmed down. He stared at the box without letting go. Yang Kai could not help but curse. If General Si Chen liked eating insects so much, why didn't he go to the orchard to catch one himself? General Si Chen watched as Yang Kai took out a blue flame silkworm from the box. In the next moment, General Si Chen extended his head and pecked the blue flame silkworm, disappearing without a trace. "Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you." Yang Kai smiled wholeheartedly. He was thinking about what to say after he finished feeding the other blue flame silkworm. This golden pheasant did not seem to be easy to fool. He had promised to feed it 5 times, but now there were only 2 left. He did not know if it would be willing to accept. Should he just drag it into the room and kill it? Once this thought came to his mind, Yang Kai immediately dispelled it. There were so many people who saw this golden pheasant and came looking for him. If something happened, he would not be able to clear his name. After delaying for a while, the second blue flame silkworm was fed. Yang Kai scratched his chin and probed. General Si Chen may not know, but this blue flame silkworm is of the fire attribute and has a strong temperament. If you eat too many at once, I'm afraid it will not be good for your body. Why don't you go back and rest for a while before eating the remaining 3 silkworms? General Si Chen ignored him. He tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai with one eye. The chicken's eye was filled with a human-like ridicule. Yang Kai immediately became angry. He felt that he was being looked down upon by a chicken. Before he could say anything else, he suddenly heard a pleasant voice from outside the door. "Yang Kai, you left your things with me." As soon as he finished speaking, an object flew towards him. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He was overjoyed when he saw what it was. In his hand was a box used to catch insects. With a sweep of his divine sense, there were exactly 3 blue flame silkworms inside. He raised his head and nodded to express his gratitude. He shook the box in his hand and said, "General Si, do you still want to eat?" Ooh. Yang Kai did not waste any more words with him. It was more important to get rid of this god of pestilence. He quickly took out the 3 blue flame silkworms and fed them to General Si Chen. He then let out a sigh of relief. "General, 5 blue flame silkworms, no more, no less. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." General Si Chen started to ooh at him again. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "General, what do you mean by this? We had an agreement a month ago. Are you going back on your word?" Dai Yu, who was leaning against the door, covered her mouth and laughed. "General Si Chen is a man of his word. How could he go back on his word? Little brat, why aren't you reaching out your hand? General Si Chen has a reward for you." "A reward?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He immediately regained his senses and hurriedly extended his hand in front of General Si Chen. General Si Chen opened his mouth and a ball of golden light floated out. That ball of golden light landed on Yang Kai's palm. When the light dissipated, a spirit pill emitting a 7-colored glow appeared in front of him. Heaven-opening pill? Although Yang Kai had never seen a heaven-opening pill before, from his conversation with Old Fong, he could tell that the spirit pill in his hand was definitely a heaven-opening pill. He had long heard that General Si Chen would bestow a heaven-opening pill if he was in a good mood. He never thought that he would really be able to obtain one. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly cupped his hands. "Thank you, General Si Chen." General Si Chen had already turned around and strode out of the door, swaying his butt. "General Si Chen, take care. Come and play when you're free." Dai Yu smiled and called out. After Jin Ji left, Yang Kai grinned and shook the heaven-opening pill in his hand. "My luck is pretty good." Dai Yu rolled her eyes and said, Every newcomer will be given a heaven-opening pill the first time they feed the blue flame silkworm to the general. Yang Kai was stunned. Is it always? Dai shrugged. In all these years, I've never seen an exception. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he gritted his teeth and cursed, that old fox. No wonder old Fong was so straightforward when he asked to borrow the bug-catching tools. It seemed that he knew about this matter and made him think that old Fong had a good character. It turned out that he had been eyeing the heaven-opening pill for a long time. Speaking of that old fox had arrived. Old Fong rushed into the room in a flash. He smiled and nodded at Dai Yu. Miss Dai Yu's here. Old Fong. Dai Yu nodded. I've come to find this brat for something. Old Fong pointed at Yang Kai and walked in front of him, reaching out his hand. Brat, take it out. Don't say you don't have anything. Seeing the bright smile on old Fong's face, as if he had made a fortune, Yang Kai wished he could take out the black dragon spear and stab him to death. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Old Fong urged, looking like a creditor. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and placed the heaven-opening pill in his hand. Old Fong immediately smiled and carefully put away the heaven-opening pill. Then he reached out his hand again. Where's my stuff? Give it back to me. Lend it to me for a while longer. Yang Kai turned his head. Don't give me that. If I lend it to you, how will this old man catch bugs? Hand it over, or this old man will fight you to the death. Go ahead and try. Yang Kai glanced at him. Old Fong turned to look at Dai Yu. Miss Dai Yu, please be reasonable. This brat borrowed something and didn't return it. His character is simply too bad. Dai Yu smiled. When did you two become so close? Old Fong rolled his eyes. Who's close to him? It's his orchard that's next to this old man's. You don't know, but this old man has been ordered around by him like a laborer for the past month. Don't even mention how much I've suffered. Dai Yu's expression changed when she heard this. Next to your orchard? Could it be that piece of land? Old Fong nodded. Yes, it's that piece of land. Dai Yu frowned and pondered for a while before saying to Yang Kai, return it to him. Big sister will take you to buy a new set later. Yang Kai was quite unhappy. He hadn't even warmed up the heaven-opening pill and now it belonged to someone else. He didn't even have time to carefully study it. Although they had made an agreement, old Fong had set a trap for him. Chapter 3845. However, Dai Yu had already spoken, so he had to return it. Reluctantly, he returned the box and the remaining half of the incense stick and left happily. Glancing over at Yang Kai, Dai Yu chuckled and said, Good, don't be depressed. Although I don't know what kind of agreement you reached with old man Fong, since it's an agreement, it must be fulfilled. You feel like you've suffered a loss because you know too little about this place. Learn from your mistakes and be careful in the future. Yang Kai nodded. In fact, he wasn't that angry. Although Elder Fong didn't tell him some things, he did teach him a lot in this month. Many thanks to Miss Dai Yu for helping me out. Yang Kai cupped his hands in thanks. If Dai Yu hadn't sent 3 blue flame silkworms, he didn't know what Golden Rooster would have done to him. Dai Yu looked at him with a smile. You don't call me sister anymore? Yang Kai asked curiously, When did you call me sister? Dai Yu pursed her lips. Didn't you call me sister before? Yang Kai rolled his eyes and changed the topic. Miss, you know that I can't catch 5 blue flame silkworms, so you came here on purpose, right? Dai Yu nodded. You're a newcomer and don't even have the tools to catch insects. How can you catch 5 blue flame silkworms? And I was there that day. Now that I know, I can't just ignore it. I was worried that you didn't have enough. Fortunately, you caught 2 already. It was a close call. In any case, I will remember your kindness today and repay you in the future. You'd better get through the difficulties in front of you first. Dai Yu frowned. What difficulties? There's something wrong with your land. Dai Yu looked at him. Didn't Elder Fong tell you? He did. He said that 3 trees died and 3 people changed in the past 10 years. I'm the 4th. Yang Kai touched his chin, but I also checked carefully. There's nothing wrong with the land. I can't see anything wrong with the fruit tree. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean there's no problem. The person before you also investigated it, but from the time when the problem was discovered to the time when the fruit tree died, it was only a month. If you really find something, you must be careful. I'll keep that in mind. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Well, it's rare for you to rest. Do you want to go to the market? Dai Yu looked at him with a smile. Let's go. Yang Kai was suddenly energized. I still need to buy a set of bug-catching equipment. Then follow me. Dai Yu waved her hand and led the way. Yang Kai closed the door and followed him. The two of them sped all the way up into the sky. Yang Kai was surprised. Then the market is not in the Fire Spirit Land? Dai Yu shook her head and chuckled. Qiqiao Land's market is targeted at all spiritual lands, so not only are there people from the Fire Spiritual Land, there are also people from other spiritual lands. Yang Kai frowned and said, Then is it okay for us to just walk out like this? Will there be anyone stopping them or something? Although we can leave the Fire Spirit Land, the entire Qiqiao Land is covered by a great formation. Without orders and a method of entry and exit, we can't leave. So don't think too much about it. She suddenly lowered her voice and said, Don't think too much about it. Otherwise, it won't end well if we are caught. Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully and nodded, I understand. Just as Dai Yu said, there were no obstacles in leaving the Fire Spirit Land and it was easy. After leaving the Fire Spirit Land, under Dai Yu's guidance, the two of them headed straight for a place covered in clouds. In just half an hour, they arrived in front of the clouds. Dai Yu sent a voice transmission, Follow me closely, don't get lost. She took the lead and rushed into the clouds, Yang Kai following closely behind. Shuttling through the clouds, Yang Kai was isolated from the rest of the world except for the graceful figure in front of him. After a stick of incense worth of time, the surrounding clouds dissipated and what appeared before Yang Kai's eyes was a silent yet lively world. It was quiet because there was no trace of world energy here, nor was there any sign of life. There was not a single trace of green in this world. It was lively because there were people coming and going like a sea. Looking down from above, one could see buildings of different styles arranged messily on the ground. There was no sense of beauty to speak of. The entire market was not big, only about 100 miles in radius. One could see the end of it at a glance. The end was wrapped in clouds and the sea of fog churned as if it was alive. Dai Yu explained, It is said that this market was originally a fragment of a Jianghu world. The heavenly monarch brought it back when he was traveling the universe and put it here as a place for us servants to trade. Yang Kai nodded, No wonder it's so desolate. Since it was a fragment of a Jianghu world, this scene was not surprising. If the star boundary had not been able to stop the great demon god's plan, it would have fallen apart and been eaten by Ada. Not even a fragment would have been left. Suddenly, he asked curiously, Where do the disciples of the Qiqiao lands trade? They are in another place. They usually don't care about the things in the hands of us servants. However, there are also disciples of the Qiqiao lands here to maintain order. You have to be careful when you see people wearing rainbow robes. Also, the Qiqiao lands have a few shops here that sell some things to us servants. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. The market here is only open for 3 days every month. It is the 3 days when servants like us rest. After 3 days, it will close. So if you want to buy something, you have to come here during these 3 days. Let's go down first and buy you a set of insect-catching tools. Dai Yu called out and flew down first. Yang Kai followed behind her and looked around curiously. He found that it was not only the two of them, but also many servants flying down from different places. Obviously, they were all taking advantage of this time to buy and sell things in the market. Landing in the crowd, the noise immediately came from all directions. Yang Kai was in a daze, as if he had returned to the past. He was not unfamiliar with this kind of market, but the participants were very different from before. These people coming and going were all existences that had condensed their own Dao seals. In the star boundary, they would be great emperors. In the market, most of the stalls were set up everywhere, and all sorts of strange things were displayed on the stalls. The stall owners were either sitting at the back with their eyes closed in meditation, or they were bargaining with interested buyers, and there were even some who were shouting loudly to attract the attention of the passers-by. There were also some shops, but they were built randomly. They were not beautiful, but they were slightly larger than the stalls set up everywhere. Only a few of the shops were built with a solemn atmosphere. Those must be the shops of the Qiqiao lands that Dai Yu mentioned. Shuttling through the crowd, Yang Kai was almost dazzled. The people coming and going here came from different Qiankuan worlds. The things they brought were basically unique to their respective Qiankuan worlds. Yang Kai did not recognize most of the things in the stalls. However, after walking for a while, Yang Kai found that although this place was lively, there were not many transactions. Even if there were transactions, they were basically bartering. Thinking about it carefully, he understood. As a handyman, it was not easy to earn 3 heaven-opening pills a year. Each heaven-opening pill was an extremely precious treasure to a handyman. If they could barter, they would naturally not spend heaven-opening pills to buy them. Yang Kai suddenly thought of a problem and asked, "Little Dai, what do I have to pay to buy those insect-catching tools? Heaven-opening pills?" "What did you call me?" Dai Yu turned to look at him. Yang Kai giggled, "Little Yu?" Dai Yu glanced at him and nodded. Those tools were refined by the Qiqiao lands. They only accept heaven-opening pills. "I don't have heaven-opening pills." Yang Kai spread his hands. "I'll lend them to you." Dai Yu smiled. Since she had brought Yang Kai here, how could she not have considered this problem? "How can I accept that?" Yang Kai rubbed his hands. 9 times out, 13 returns. Dai Yu smiled slyly. Yang Kai nodded happily. "Fine, then I'll take it as you lending it to me." He then frowned. "But if we do that, how can the newcomers buy the insect-catching tools? What if the insects on the fruit trees need to be caught?" Dai Yu led the way as she said, "Ask others to help, just like how you asked Elder Fong. No one would refuse such a good thing." Yang Kai understood. If others helped catch the insects, then the blue flame silkworm would belong to them and they could feed it to General Sichin. Who knows, they might be able to get an heaven-opening pill. Naturally, no one would refuse. They could even make an agreement with the newcomer like Elder Fong, letting the newcomer feed General Sichin and get the heaven-opening pill as a reward. Thinking about it this way, it was not easy for a newcomer to gain a foothold in this place. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of a shop. Although this shop was not built to be very grand, it was more impressive than the others. Needless to say, this shop was opened by the Qiqiao land itself. The shop was bustling with activity, all the disciples of the Qiqiao land wearing 7-colored robes. There was a world of difference between them and the other workers. When they entered the shop, there was no warm greeting. There was only a young man sitting behind the counter with his head lowered, casually asking, "What do you want?" Dai Yu stepped forward with a smile. "Brother, I want to buy a pure wood box and 2 boxes of 100 refined incense." Hearing her sweet voice, the young man raised his head and smiled. 30 heaven-opening pills. As he spoke, he looked her up and down, his gaze lingering on her full breasts. Dai Yu frowned. "Brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? Previously, only 25 pills were enough." The young man leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "The price has increased." "When did this happen?" "The price didn't increase when I came 3 months ago." The young man said, "This month." "Miss, do you not have enough heaven-opening pills?" "No problem. Do you want me to give you some?" "Not only that, I can give you 1 heaven-opening pill every month." "Brother, I appreciate your kindness." Dai Yu slowly shook her head and waved her hand, placing 30 heaven-opening pills on the counter.